In the pitch-black chaos, a beam of light suddenly flickered, dimming and brightening, and one could even feel an invisible force pushing toward the source of the light. After a while, Liang felt someone spanking his bottom hard, who has no sense of boundaries. Hitting my butt while I'm sleeping. Liang struggled for a long time, and pried open his eyes with all his might only to see a huge black woman's face breathing warm breath at him and smiling. Startled, Liang burst into loud crying. Nonsense. Who wouldn't be scared when they open their eyes and see a huge black face smiling at them? Wait, where am I? Shouldn't I be? I should be. Doing what? I forgot. Liang frowned, knowing that something was amiss, and fell asleep while pondering. Mia, you worked hard. A Chinese man gently kissed the forehead of the white woman lying in the hospital bed. Let me see where my little love rival is. Mia smiled and pointed at the crib beside her. You'd better not touch him. His crying is really loud. The Chinese man nodded, looked at the adorable son in the crib, and couldn't resist gently stroking his forehead. Men are just like that. When you tell them not to touch, they insist on touching. When you let them touch, they soon stop. Liang was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt someone stroking his forehead, and he felt deeply uncomfortable. Can't a person get some sleep anymore? Last time I was woken up by a spanking, and this time I'm being woken up by a head pat. No sense of boundaries at all. Liang opened his eyes and was about to curse when he saw a man grinning broadly, poking his cheek with a finger and muttering something. Gugu jia. So cute. Come on. Say daddy. Liang looked at him like he was an idiot and tried to raise his right hand to give him the finger. But halfway up he noticed, why is my hand so small? He looked at his left hand and his heart sank. Damn it, I've turned into a baby. By now Liang had already blurted out 1080 curses, but to everyone else little Liang was just babbling. The Chinese man had already picked him up. Mia, look, our son can babble at such a young age. He'll definitely be a great presenter when he grows up. Mia shot the Chinese man a helpless look. Give the child to me, he must be hungry, Todd. Liang had already accepted reality. Perhaps he could only accept it. He looked at the woman lying on the bed. Hey, my mom is actually pretty good looking. Mia lifted her clothes to nurse him. Liang glanced at his so-called father, raised an eyebrow, then latched on and enjoyed the liquid meal. Soon he let out a milk burp and fell right back asleep. The next day, when little Liang opened his eyes, the scene had changed. He was lying in a crib at home. From the corner of his eye he could see the walls covered in red, an Arsenal emblem on the wall, and even the crib was red and plastered with Arsenal badges. A poster of Ian Wright hung by the wall, and he knew at once that his new dad was an Arsenal fan. After a while, little Liang heard a commotion outside the door. A family came into the red-filled room. Two middle-aged people kissed, hugged, and touched him, and he knew they should be his maternal grandparents. There was also a young man wearing a Tottenham shirt. This should be his uncle. Wow. In a family full of Arsenal elements, this uncle actually dares to wear a Tottenham shirt with Sheringham printed on the back. Isn't this practically a provocation at home? Liang looked at his new dad and didn't notice anything off about his mood, until his uncle pulled a baby-sized Tottenham shirt out of a paper bag. His new dad's face instantly turned green. Take it away, take it away. My son won't wear a Tottenham shirt. You little brat, you're provoking me again. Todd Lee said with feigned anger to his brother-in-law. Humph. Everyone in our family is a Tottenham fan. I don't even know why my sister fell for an Arsenal man like you. That's because your sister knows which side is the righteous one. Come on, boot up your FIFA 95. Let me use my Tottenham Sheringham to destroy you. Oh, you dare to provoke me. You've never seen my Ian Wright, have you? I'll make sure he wrecks you. With that, his new dad and his uncle left the room, still grumbling insults at each other. Sheringham. Ian Wright. It's 1995. Did I transmigrate? Other people transmigrate as 17-year-old Chinese teenagers who become football legends and get a system, but I've turned into a baby. Where's my system? Where's my system? Liang waited and waited, but the expected ding of a system never came. He felt deeply disappointed. Now he had no control over his own bowel and bladder, and still had to drink milk. As a 35-year-old from his previous life, he felt extremely humiliated every time his diaper was changed. He hoped he would get used to it. But why could he still remember his past life? Did I forget to drink Mimpa soup when I was reborn? So did I transmigrate, or was I reincarnated? If I transmigrated, why did I become a baby? If I was reincarnated, why did I end up in England? Does the Niha Bridge have a branch in England? Did I take the wrong route, or what? Before he could think much longer, he smelled an odor from his lower body. This is too humiliating. Too disgraceful. He couldn't help thinking about it, and the moment he did, he burst into loud crying. Mia saw little Liang's mood change and smelled the odor, so she shouted toward the door, Todd, your son pooped. Grab a diaper. Then the whole family watched Todd Lee change little Liang's diaper. That rascal uncle even took out a film camera, turned on the flash, and captured the exact moment of his poopy bottom. Little Liang cried even harder. Time flew by. Little Liang turned 3, gradually growing accustomed to his body and slowly coming to understand his family situation. For instance, his family lived at 38 Combermartin Road in Wandsworth, southwest London, a classic, comfortably well-off white neighborhood. The 2-story house stood on a gentle slope. This father of his was a sociology professor at Roehampton University, grade 8, earning $670 a year, quite a high salary. His mother, Mia, had once been a track and field athlete. After a ligament injury, she went to the Sports and Exercise Science building at Roehampton University for rehabilitation. On a slippery path, she ran into this father of his. After that, they met every few days. Who knows what love-struck impulse took hold of her? As soon as her rehabilitation ended, she retired on the spot. That dad was a real menace. It was said that grandfather had been furious at the time. He demanded that Li Tud come to the house and intended to give him a severe scolding. But as soon as he learned his salary, his expression changed on the spot, all smiles and good cheer. That day the two of them drank whiskey and ended up with their arms around each other, both completely drunk. Grandfather had once been in the timber business. After expanding it, he sold it, for quite a lot of money apparently. Later he bought No. 36 No. 37 and No. 38, on Combamartin Road in Wandsworth in a row. No. 36 was rented out, the family lived in No. 37, and he sold No. 38 cheaply to Li Tud. So basically the whole family were neighbors. Liang had originally assumed that this father of his was a British-born Chinese. Then one day he overheard Li Tud speaking Cantonese on a long-distance phone call and realized that his father was from Yueching Huagua, a thoroughly Chinese man. Rummaging through the house, Liang found a first-class honors bachelor's degree certificate from City University of Hong Kong. It seemed his father had worked very hard back in the day. Every morning his father drove a little red MG, dropping little Liang off at kindergarten before heading to the university. The kindergarten was pretty good. It had a small 5-side football pitch. Apart from a few simple lessons, Liang spent every day watching a bunch of little brats chase a football while he practiced juggling and passing against a wall on the sidelines. At first, the kindergarten teacher Mary thought that little Liang couldn't blend in with the other children because of his skin color. But then she reconsidered. No, that wasn't it. The 3 little black kids were right there chasing the football too. Later she made Liang play a match with them, only to discover that he was on an entirely different level. It turned into a gang of kids chasing after Liang while he kept weaving and dribbling through them. Are you kidding me? I used to play in the Chinese Super League, you know. Even if I wasn't that impressive, I was still a professional. Now playing against a bunch of 3-year-olds, I even have to pretend to lose the ball and get tackled. Otherwise these adults would think I'm Maradona. Later teacher Mary told his mother Mia that little Liang had extraordinary football talent and suggested she take him to try out at a nearby local club. Mia went home and told the whole family about it. Naturally, no one believed her. The next day, they secretly went to the kindergarten, peeked over the wall, and watched little Liang play. Teacher Mary once again made Liang play against a bunch of little brats. He dribbled and wove through them again, even pulling off a flip-flap move to beat a defender and score. If his legs hadn't been too short to step over the ball, he would have performed step-overs on all of them and crushed their fragile little minds. The whole family was dumbfounded. This wasn't just extraordinary talent, it was genius level. Grandfather declared, I never saw Maradona at 18, but I just saw Maradona at 3. Before long on a Saturday, the whole family drove little Liang to the nearby football training base Wandsworth Lions FC for a trial. The club was quite interesting. Unlike the long ball high-tempo football of Great Britain, their motto was brave possession, emphasizing close control and passing. When the coach saw little Liang, he thought the boy was too small and assigned him straight to the Bears team, ages 35. Grandfather was displeased. What can the Bears team possibly teach? My grandson could dribble past every single one of them. Hearing grandfather's boast, the coach could only reply, right. But a moment later, when the coach saw little Liang's performance in the Bears team, he pointed at him and said to grandfather, what am I seeing? Your boy is a genius. Without another word, he took Liang by the hand, brought him to the Lion Cubs team, ages 45, and sent him onto the pitch. Standing on the touchline, little Liang was especially pleased watching the kids on the pitch. Finally, it wasn't a bunch of brats chasing the football. There was organized possession. The coach crouched down and asked Liang, what position do you want to play? Without hesitation, Liang replied, midfield. The coach grabbed a yellow training bib from the sideline, put it on Liang, gently patted him on the back, and said, go on, join the yellow B team. They're one player short right now. Little Liang ran to the center of the pitch, brimming with confidence. Come on, my first trial. Soon the ball reached Liang's feet. A boy from the blue team charged forward to intercept. Liang gently flicked the ball with his right foot to the left, beat the blue player, then spotted the black kid in yellow, making an open run on the left. He delivered the ball just ahead of him, so he could receive it comfortably. Unfortunately, the black kid didn't control it on the first touch, couldn't keep up, and the ball went straight out of play. Oops, I overestimated that black kid's speed. The black kid turned around and gave Liang a thumbs up while saying, good. Thumbs up, bro. A little later, Liang won the ball off a blue team girl in midfield. He didn't pass immediately. Instead, he cut left and beat the blue team boy again. He glanced toward the black kid, but saw a defender sticking close to him. The black kid was smart enough to drag the defender wide, which opened up a gap through the center. Soon Liang noticed a girl in a yellow bib with a ponytail sprinting through the middle. Without any hesitation, he played a through ball to her just ahead of her like before, so she could take it in her stride. The girl caught up with the ball, and instead of controlling it, shot straight away. Of course, kids in that age group score whenever they shoot. Seeing the ball go in, the girl turned and jogged toward Liang. Watching her ponytail sway from side to side, he couldn't help thinking she was adorable. The girl was almost a head taller than Liang. Beaming, she hugged him, lightly kissed his left cheek, and then got ready to restart the game. Without the slightest shame, Liang pointed at his right cheek. What about my right cheek? The girl had no choice but to kiss his right cheek as well. Everyone from his family saw this from the sideline. Grandfather said to them all, he's got the flair I had back in the day. His father Li Tud also nodded slightly, and thought to himself that pass was really well made. Only his mother Mia frowned slightly, sensing something a little off about little Liang. After about 15 minutes, the score had reached 3-7. The coach blew his whistle and had the children rest for 5 minutes before passing drills. All the girls who had received assists from Liang surrounded him, and kissed his face like crazy. The whole family saw this again from the sideline. Grandfather said to them, I couldn't match him back then. His father Li Tud also nodded slightly, and thought little Liang must go to Arsenal in the future. Only his mother Mia frowned, her face darkening as she looked at Li Tud. Little Liang is a little playboy. Remember that Chinese saying, at 3, you can see what he'll be like at 80. Li Tud shook his head vigorously, refusing to admit it. Mia looked toward the sideline again. The girls were still kissing little Liang. It wasn't even just kissing anymore, they were sucking on his face. William, the head coach of the Lion Cubs blue team, came to the sideline with a smile and said to Liang's family, this kid is truly excellent. From now on, come train every day after school. There will be many scouts watching at the weekend matches. But I honestly don't understand why he only passes to girls. Mia was all smiles at the first half, but her face clouded over at the second half. What on earth did I give birth to? Seasons turned in rapid succession, and 2 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Little Liang had been training and competing with the Wandsworth Lions for quite some time, and these U5 sessions had genuinely broadened his horizons, even for someone with years of football experience from a past life. Take for instance the half-pitch drills where a dozen kids would each dribble a ball. At the coach's whistle, everyone would swap balls. What started as utter chaos on the pitch gradually evolved. The children began making eye contact, understanding each other's movements, and finally executing the drill with orderly precision. Their U5 training even included a half-court 5v51 rondo. The one was a free player positioned near the halfway line. The team in possession was required to complete 10 consecutive passes before playing the ball to the free player, who would then help them transition to the other half to continue their passing sequence. Every weekend, the Wandsworth Lions would face different U5 teams in 5A side matches. While the results were mixed, Liang's performances consistently drew unanimous praise from coaches and scouts. During one game against WMF Kingston, a blonde boy with a slick-back hairstyle relentlessly drove forward with the ball. Liang naturally wouldn't allow that. After dispossessing him, Liang and his teammates orchestrated a series of give-and-go passes, leaving the blonde boy chasing shadows until he was completely exhausted. Under Liang's control, they quickly secured a resounding victory. The parents from the Kingston district witnessed a different philosophy of youth football development. After the match, the blonde boy approached Liang and his parents with his own. The parents exchanged pleasantries, each praising the other's child, while Liang struck up a conversation with the blonde boy. What's your name? You're really good. So are you. You're amazing. Oh, by the way, I'm Jack Grealish. Just call me Jack. And you? A jolt of recognition shot through Liang at the name. So you're the legendary English Yaya of the football world, he thought to himself. Just call me Liang. You're definitely going to be a big deal someday. Too bad we live so far apart, or I'd want to play football with you every day. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Don't worry about it. Liang then noticed the two sets of parents exchanging phone numbers, and he had a feeling that their mothers would have plenty to talk about regarding parenting advice over the phone. No wonder he's later known as the social striker everyone jokes about, Liang mused. He sure knows how to say the right things. After 2 years of matches, Liang had received numerous invitations from other clubs' U5 programs, including Crystal Palace, Southampton, Fulham, and even Tottenham Hotspur. When his uncle heard the news, he was overjoyed and would come over every day while his father was at work trying to convince Liang to sign a contract. But Liang always used his father as an excuse, saying things like, if I sign, my dad will kill me, to brush off the offers. This only made his uncle resent his father even more. At 5 years old, Liang was preparing to start primary school year 1. His mother enrolled him in a good local school, Florete Wandsworth Primary School. When Liang looked at the curriculum, he was thrilled to discover there was an hour and a half of varied physical activities every day: football, gymnastics, basketball, tennis, and more. Since school didn't start until September, Li Tud and Mia decided to take little Liang back to China to visit his grandparents. This prospect filled Liang with immense excitement. I'm going back. I'm finally going back. After a flight lasting over 10 hours, the plane finally touched down at the new airport in Hong Kong. Liang looked at Li Tud with a bewildered expression. Weren't they supposed to be going to Yueching? Why were they in Hong Kong? It turned out his frugal father had accepted an invitation to give a lecture at the University of Hong Kong, earning some travel money along the way. I thought Dad was just being filial. Turns out he's here to make money, and visiting the grandparents is just a side quest. Still, it was a fantastic trip. Li Tud took his wife and son to Victoria Peak to see the city's glittering skyline, spend a day at Ocean Park, and they indulged in a feast of local delicacies every day. Typhoon shelter crab, yi abalone cow, ki beef brisket young, ki roast goose, and fong wing, ki satay hot pot. These were all flavors they couldn't find in England. Mia in fact gained 5 pounds in 3 days. Li Tud also took them to see a film called Needing You. Though it was questionable if Mia could follow the plot, Li Tud found himself swallowing hard during the scene where the protagonist Lao Wa eats a bull penis noodle dish, while Mia watched with a grimace of disgust. Could it be that Dad actually likes eating bull penis? Liang wondered. He resolved to buy his dad a ton of it in the future just to be safe. After all, no one in England eats that stuff, they just throw it away. Li Tud also bought little Liang a Sony MP3 player, which delighted him. Back at the hotel, he immediately downloaded a song by newcomer Stephanie Sun called Cloudy Day, and some tracks by a recently debuted Hong Kong singer Nicholas Tsai. Back then, China was a land of booming development, with IT and everything else just taking off. Importantly, the concept of shared public area in apartment pricing didn't even exist yet. Because of love, so love, gentleness cannot withstand arrangement. This Nicholas Tse song was blaring from CD shops all over the streets of Yueching. Even Li Todd would hum along to it. Sometimes he'd be a cheeky fool dancing and singing to Mia, "Just for a word from you I sway my whole body," which would always send her into fits of laughter. Soon they arrived at the grandparents' residential complex. The elderly couple was already standing silently at the gate waiting. The moment they spotted Li Todd approaching with the two foreigners, their faces broke into radiant smiles. Liang wasn't a stranger to them, as they had visited England twice before. Although his memories from a past life gave Liang a maturity beyond his years, he had felt the profound love within this family over the past 5 years and had truly become a part of it. Still, there were times when he had to put on a show of childish innocence. "Time for my performance." Little Liang spread his small arms and ran towards his grandparents, shouting, "Grandpa? Grandma." Speaking in his imperfect Cantonese, Liang hugged his grandmother's leg, then his grandfather's. His grandfather then scooped him up into his arms. "Oh, my little Liang has grown so much," grandfather said, beaming with pride. Liang dutifully planted a kiss on each of his grandparents' cheeks, which made them so happy they felt like they were floating on air. "Who needs football? I should have gone into acting." Back at the house, the grandparents were busy preparing a feast in the kitchen. Mia walked in and asked, "Dad, Mom, do you need any help?" This was the first time Liang had heard his mother speak Mandarin, and it startled him. He turned and asked, "Mom, how come you can speak Mandarin?" Before his mother could answer, his father chimed in with a smug grin. "That's because your mother learned the wrong language when she was chasing after me." Mia didn't say the words "fuck you" out loud, but she mouthed them clearly. Liang was even more curious. After pressing his father for the story, he learned that when they were dating, Mia had wanted to surprise Li Todd. She had enrolled in a class to learn China's official language, not realizing that the country had so many different languages and dialects. Later, during a romantic dinner, Mia suddenly said, "I love you too," to Li Todd in Mandarin. It was then that his father realized Mia had been secretly learning Mandarin for him all that time, and it had moved him deeply. A light bulb went off in Liang's head. He turned to his father and declared, "I want to learn Mandarin too." Li Todd was taken aback for a moment before a smile spread across his face. "All right, when we get back to England, I'll find you a Chinese student to teach you." In reality, Liang already knew Mandarin fluently, but he couldn't just start speaking it. His home environment was Cantonese and English. If he suddenly blurted out Mandarin, it wouldn't be a surprise. It would be a shock. He needed a plausible reason to reveal this skill. Come on. Let's eat first." The grandparents carried 7 or 8 delicious dishes to the table, calling everyone over to enjoy the meal. It was a short but incredibly beautiful time. Pass. Receive. Dribble. Shoot. Beautiful. Head up. Don't watch the ball. Head up. William, the head coach of Wandsworth Lions, shouted loudly. Liang, already standing at 1.4 meters tall, was panting heavily on the field. He had performed this drill nearly 200 times today, and fatigue was beginning to creep in. William approached Liang, patted him on the back, and told him to come to his office after taking a shower. When Liang arrived at the office, he found not only William and his parents, but also 7 unfamiliar faces scrutinizing him. The cramped office felt even more crowded. Once Liang sat down, Coach William began to explain. "Little Liang, you're 8 years old now. Our small club can no longer adequately nurture your talent. These gentlemen are youth development directors from some of the biggest clubs, and this is Howard Wilkinson, the head of the FA's youth development program." "Wilkinson? Isn't he the former manager of Shanghai Shenhua? Why is he here?" Liang wondered silently. Howard Wilkinson smiled warmly at Liang and the assembled group, then spoke. "Perhaps I should begin." The others nodded in agreement. Howard Wilkinson pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase and distributed them to everyone in the room. Liang stared in astonishment at the title on the document, Elite Player Performance Plan. "Isn't this supposed to be introduced in 2011? Is it because my presence has altered the timeline?" This plan was famous in his past life, commonly known as the EPPP or E3P plan. It introduced 4 major policies. The first was that all youth academies and clubs across the UK could freely recruit footballing talent and young players nationwide, thereby opening up the pathway for grassroots youngsters to rise. Second, the FA would subsidize and oversee transfer fees for young players across all academies and clubs nationwide. This would prevent a young player from missing their optimal training window due to a single poor decision. Liang knew just how crucial this policy was, as countless kids dreaming of football glory signed contracts with small clubs at a young age, binding them until they were 18. When those same kids later attracted interest from bigger clubs, their parent clubs would demand exorbitant fees, with the minimum price tag being 8,000. A neighbor on Liang Street was a perfect example. At 10, he was scouted by Crystal Palace's academy, but was tied to a contract with his local training camp, which demanded 2,700 for his release. Even though Crystal Palace had money, they weren't willing to pay that much for a 10-year-old. Now at 16, his fitness and skills lagged behind, and he could only play casual football in the park, dominating amateurs. Third, the FA would organize a vast number of matches to let young talents develop through real competition. The plan segmented English youth football into 3 categories: U9, U11, U12, U16A, and U17. U23, organizing leagues such as the Premier League U18, the Professional Development League, the U18 Premier League, the Premier League International Cup, and the U18 Professional Development League. Regardless of your age group, there were always leagues to play in, resulting in over 600 matches annually. This provided ample opportunity for young footballers to grow, ensuring every player received valuable experience. However, the attrition rate was staggeringly high. The age of 17 was the biggest watershed with a 97 elimination rate before that point. After turning 17, a further 70 would be cut when vying for professional contracts. In 2021, the Premier League launched an investigation into the youth system following the tragic case of J. Weston, who was released by Manchester City at 17 in 2019, fell into severe depression and subsequently took his own life. It was just one case, but it highlighted the shocking reality of the elimination rate. Fourth, they invested $320 million to build the St. George's Park National Football Center and continuously purchased and upgraded top-tier training equipment aiming to rival France's Clairefontaine Academy. But this plan was being implemented a full 8 years early, something Liang never anticipated. Listening to Howard Wilkinson's explanation, he understood this was a tentative initial plan. Simply put, they would select a batch of young players as test subjects, and if successful, roll it out nationwide. As a sign of commitment, Wilkinson brought along 6 youth development directors from Premier League clubs willing to participate: Arsenal, Aston Villa, Chelsea, Fulham, Crystal Palace, and Tottenham Hotspur. Several clubs were eager to sign Liang, and most had sent their representatives. Little Liang looked at Howard Wilkinson and asked, "May I see the list of selected players?" Wilkinson nodded, pulled 3 pages from his briefcase, and handed them to Liang. After receiving them, Liang began to read intently. Douglas Wright. Don't know him. Reece Mitchell. Don't know him. Ruben Loftus-Cheek. I know this one. After searching a bit more, he exclaimed, "Ha, there he is. Jack Grealish." There was another name he hadn't seen before. Luke Shaw. "I'm willing to participate in this plan, but as for which club to join, I need to discuss it with my parents." He then turned his gaze to the Aston Villa Youth Development Director. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Jones. I'm very sorry, Mr. Jones. Birmingham is simply too far from London. The distance would cause my parents great distress, and I would miss them terribly. So I'm afraid I cannot consider Aston Villa at this time. I apologize for your long journey." Little Liang apologized to Mr. Jones with a perfectly serious expression. Everyone in the room was stunned. How could an 8-year-old speak like that? It was incredibly mature. They then looked at Liang's parents. Their faces showed no surprise, only polite, business-like smiles. Indeed, the couple was accustomed to their son's maturity. Apart from crying, when he was a baby needing a diaper change, they had never seen him cry. He ate when it was time to eat, drank milk when it was time to drink, never threw tantrums. Even if he fell flat on his face while running, he wouldn't cry, he'd just dust himself off and get back up. Though the couple initially thought this was strange, after exchanging parenting stories with other parents, they realized how incredibly easy their child was. No messes, no painting walls with feces, or any such nonsense. But for the youth directors, it was different. They had seen hundreds, if not thousands, of kids, and none of them spoke with such composure at 8 years old. This piqued their curiosity even more. Little Liang spoke again. "Thank you all for this opportunity. However, I need to discuss this with my family. I will give you my answer in 1 week. Thank you all for coming." Exceptional emotional intelligence. That was the first impression Liang left on the youth directors. The London-based directors were particularly convinced that this was a child they wanted. After speaking, Liang gave Coach William a hug, said goodbye to everyone, and headed home with his parents. Upon returning home, his grandparents and uncle eagerly asked about the outcome. Learning that young Liang hadn't made a choice, yet they all seemed quite pleased. This suggested that he might lean towards a club they supported. Little did they know this only deepened Liang's own dilemma. Fulham and Crystal Palace were immediately ruled out for the simple reason that they were poor and their youth academies had never produced any notable players. Arsenal, Chelsea, and Tottenham, however, truly gave young Liang a headache. Watching his father and uncle bicker over the choice between Arsenal and Tottenham, Liang grew irritated. Having just finished training, he grabbed a bottle of milk from the fridge, chugged it down, and headed upstairs to bed. The family exchanged bewildered glances. He's just going to sleep like that. How can he sleep at a time like this? Mia, his mother, tiptoed to the second floor and gently opened his door. Seeing him breathing evenly in his sleep, she softly brushed the hair from his forehead, kissed it, whispered a good night into his ear, and left. In truth, Liang couldn't sleep at all. He was merely feigning calm, though it was indeed hard to put the matter out of his mind. Meanwhile, Mia knew her son was pretending to be asleep. A mother knows her child. She would not pressure him. Whatever choice he made, she would support him wholeheartedly. When Mia came downstairs, she saw Todd, her brother-in-law, and the grandfather still arguing over the choice. Her anger flared instantly. "Shut up. All of you. None of you are the ones training at these clubs, so not a single one of you has the right to choose for Liang, including me. You all know his character well. I trust my child to make the best decision for himself. Now go about your own business." When the tigress roars, no one dares say another word. They all disperse. Only poor Todd remains to face the tigress. "Honey, shut up. Go shower and sleep. If you dare put even a shred of pressure on Liang, you'll be sleeping on the couch from now on." Mia made a gesture with her fingers that strikes fear into the hearts of Korean men everywhere. As a smart man, Todd knew this was the moment to keep his mouth shut. Upstairs, Liang had heard everything clearly. His mother had stood up for him, shielding him from all the noise, allowing him to simply make his own choice. He was deeply moved. A short while later, Mia came to his room, enveloped him in her arms, and whispered, "It's all right now. Don't worry about them." And so in his mother's embrace, little Liang fell into a peaceful sleep. The next day, Liang's life was as ordinary as ever. He ate a heart-shaped sandwich, drank a glass of milk, went to school happily, and headed to club training afterward. Back home, he practiced his keepy-uppies in the backyard. In U8 training, there was a specific requirement: the ball must not go higher than your head to effectively train your touch and ball control. Liang raised the bar for himself, ensuring the ball never went above his waist. On the fourth day after training and school, Liang came home to find a man sitting at the dinner table. He immediately recognized him from the office a few days prior. Neil Bath, the head of youth development at Chelsea. His mother Mia saw him come in and said, "He says he wants to talk to you. Are you interested?" Liang shook hands with Neil Bath. "Hello, Mr. Bath. Would it be alright if my parents sit in on our conversation?" Neil Bath smiled. "Of course, young man. That's only proper. Then we'll need to wait about 30 minutes for my father to get home." With that, Liang casually picked up his football and headed to the back garden, pretending to practice. He juggled the ball, passed it hard against the wall, controlled the rebound, turned, and shot at a folding goal frame set up in the garden. Hearing the commotion from the garden, Neil Bath knew Liang was practicing on his own. Unable to resist, he went out to watch. Beautiful. Bath could tell at once that Liang had put in serious work. His footwork, his pace, his turning speed were far superior to others his age. His technique was remarkably polished and standard. What a talent. Bath then asked him to add a dribble past a pole after his turn. The pole was Bath himself. "Young man, I'll offer some light resistance. Use your head and try any moves you like. Go on." Liang nodded. This was an opportunity he had been hoping for. Soon as the ball rebounded to him, he felt Bath's defensive pressure. Instead of controlling it, he feigned a touch, letting the ball roll right through Bath's legs, turned and shot. Great goal. Again. The second time Liang received the ball, executed a Cruyff, turned and shot. Beautiful. Again. The third time Liang received the ball, turned to face Bath, and dropped his shoulder to the left, attempting a la croqueta. But Bath read it perfectly and intercepted. Bath smiled, crouched down, and patted Liang's head. "See, this time you decided what to do after receiving the ball, not before. That's the difference between amateur and professional. Also, before receiving the ball, you need to lift your head and see your teammates' positions. You should have a mental map of the players on the pitch." Bath gently tapped Liang's head. "Come on, your father should be back by now. Let's have a chat." At the dinner table, Neil Bath produced 2 training plans tailored for Liang. But he didn't start with those. Instead, he spoke about the club's future. As you all know, Chelsea has a new owner this year, Roman Abramovich. And our training facilities have been earmarked as a key area for new investment. We are building a state-of-the-art complex at Cobham, which will be ready by the time you turn 10. Bath said, looking at Liang. "Isn't that 2 years away? Are you asking me to wait 2 years? Bath smiled and shook his head. "That depends on our training plan for you. First, we have our mixed full-time training program. Until you're 17, you will accumulate at least 8,500 training hours. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily, we will coordinate with your school for academic lessons each week. Based on our observations over the past few years, we plan to train you for midfield and forward positions. Your accommodation and meals will be at our Harlington training ground for now. We will provide your meals daily based on nutritionist recommendations. For accommodation, we have a twin room with butler service. Of course, you may also choose not to stay. We will arrange a car to pick you up and drop you off daily. If Mr. and Mrs. Lee want to see you, I will arrange transport for them as well. You will also receive a youth contract for 3 years with a weekly salary of $550. But I can't sign a contract right now, can I? Signing now wouldn't be legally binding, right? Correct, young man. That's why this contract is first signed with your parents." Liang thought to himself, is Chelsea going this big? They're paying my parents to let me train. Can Arsenal offer these terms? Todd, ever the loyal supporter, felt compelled to defend his club. Bath smiled at Todd and shook his head. They can't. They wouldn't create an individual training plan for Liang. They'd just put him in a generic program with everyone else. Despite their league success, they don't have the money. What about the other plan? Liang asked. The other is a schoolboy non-residential plan. You continue your daily schooling, live at home, and only come to Harlington for training twice a week. I doubt you'll choose this one. Bath looked at Liang. A small piece of advice, Liang. Take your time to think it over. No need to rush. You still have 3 days, right? See what other clubs offer you before making your final decision. Just as Bath was about to leave, he added, "Oh, and one more thing. During these 3 years, you'll be a ball boy 3 times each season. You'll sit pitchside and watch the first team play, soaking in the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge. We'll also give Mr. and Mrs. Lee tickets to matches. Just contact me to arrange which ones." With that, he truly left. These terms were undeniably exceptional. On the 5th night, little Liang sat on the windowsill of his room, arms wrapped around his knees. Gazing at the star-studded night sky outside, his heart was as deep and complex as the heavens above. The youth development plans of Chelsea, Arsenal, and Tottenham shimmered like 3 brilliant stars in his mind, each radiating its own unique glow. Arsenal and Tottenham's youth programs each had their own distinctive characteristics. Arsenal emphasized the deep cultivation of technical skills and tactical understanding, while Tottenham focused on comprehensive development, striking a balance between cultural education and football skills. Their academy had produced many outstanding players over the years. All 3 clubs extended their olive branches to Liang, and their sincerity and recognition of his potential filled him with a sense of honor. But to be honest, Tottenham was never really in little Liang's consideration. With Levy as the owner. Well, no need to elaborate. Those who know. Yet Liang couldn't outright refuse them, having to consider the feelings of his grandfather and brother-in-law. The real dilemma lay between Arsenal and Chelsea. His choice would shape his football career and indeed his entire life. Because once he signed that contract, he would dedicate himself to the pursuit of becoming a professional footballer, sacrificing countless hours. While others could go out and play after school, he would train. As he grew older, he would need to resist temptations. While others at 17 or 18 were drinking beer and chasing girls, he would be training. But on deeper reflection, he could skip the beer, but the girls, that was non-negotiable. So it should be while others went to bars at 17 or 18, he trained. While others chased girls, he did too. Yes, that seemed about right. He needed to quiet his mind and listen to the voice within, reflecting on the sweat and laughter of the past and contemplating the failures and successes yet to come. He thought of Chelsea's youth director Neil Bath's promise. It wasn't just a training plan, but a commitment to the future. State-of-the-art training facilities, a professional coaching staff, and that coveted Cobham training center. Everything seemed absolutely perfect. But Liang knew he needed more than just these. His father Li Tud hoped he would choose Arsenal, believing their youth system better suited Liang's technical style and had a proven track record of success. His brother-in-law, however, insisted on Tottenham's youth setup, arguing it would make it easier for the family to support him. His mother Mia remained neutral, knowing this decision had to be Liang's own. After much deliberation, Liang decided to give himself a day of calm reflection. He needed to evaluate each club's youth program from multiple angles: training, quality, coaching staff, club culture, and future development opportunities. Speaking of this, he was wide awake now. The next big England star was Rooney, followed by Harry Kane, a Tottenham academy product. But at this time, Kane would be at Arsenal. As for Arsenal's academy players his age, there was only Iwobi. Others like Bellerin and Gnabry were bought by Wenger, joining Arsenal only at 16. At Chelsea, the only one in his year was Ruben Loftus-Cheek, but the class below looked promising: Abraham Tamori, Solanke, and others. On the sixth night, Liang lay in bed, Neil Bath's words and Chelsea's generous offer replaying endlessly in his mind. He realized that despite the tempting conditions, he couldn't make his choice based solely on material benefits. He needed an environment that could ignite his potential and foster his growth. In the end, Liang came to a realization: whichever academy he joined, it was still youth development, and it didn't guarantee playing for that club's first team. He ultimately chose Chelsea. The official reason was their youth development philosophy and future plans. The real reason, of course, was the money and the services. On the seventh day, little Liang stood before his entire family and announced his decision. A hint of disappointment flickered in his grandfather's and brother-in-law's eyes. As for Li Tud, he dared not reveal any hint of his feelings. After all, he shared his bed with a tigress. Mia embraced Liang tightly, knowing that no matter the outcome, she would always support her son. Li Tud also wore a proud smile, knowing that Liang had already grown into a little man capable of taking responsibility for his own future. And so Liang contacted Neil Bath, who said a signing ceremony would be arranged in a couple of days. That afternoon, Bath even sent over a tailor to measure Liang for a custom-made suit. Isn't he just an U8 kid? Does he really need a signing ceremony? Li Tud dared not voice this thought, keeping it to himself. His grandfather and brother-in-law were thinking the same thing. On the day of the signing ceremony, Neil Bath dispatched 2 dedicated cars to pick up little Liang and his family. They had expected to simply go to the Harlington training ground, sign a contract, and take a photo. But to their surprise, the destination was Stamford Bridge. As they slowly approached, little Liang looked out the window and saw a sea of blue surging towards the stadium. On Fulham Road, a mere 300 meters took a grueling 20 minutes, but they eventually arrived at the parking garage beneath Stamford Bridge. They're here. They're here. Several photographers with long telephoto lenses snapped away frantically at the car. Excuse me, coming through. A young woman of Indian descent dressed in professional work attire squeezed past the reporters and opened the car door. Seeing little Liang frowning with slight unease, she said, "Hello, Liang, welcome home." Welcome home. The term home could also mean home ground, but here welcome home felt more appropriate. The reporters, realizing they had photographed the wrong person when a child emerged, decided it couldn't hurt to take a few more shots. Uncertain of the boy's identity, they fired off dozens more frames with their flashbulbs. The young woman led little Liang to the changing room, where he changed into the suit the club had tailored for him, complete with the Chelsea crest. Meanwhile, his family was escorted to a nearby lounge. When little Liang appeared before his family in his tailored suit, Li Tud and Mia felt immense pride, tears welling in their eyes. As for what his grandfather and brother-in-law thought, that remained a mystery. A television in the lounge was broadcasting live from the media room. When Liang saw the man on screen, his first thought was, of course it's him, Mourinho, the special one. Others might scoff at him, but for Liang, who had seen the future, he knew the Premier League was about to change forever. Neil Bath arrived at the lounge, saw Liang in his suit, and said, looking sharp, nervous young man. Liang shook his head. Bath then shook hands with Liang's family, exchanged pleasantries, and led them to the waiting room adjacent to the media room. It was in the waiting room that the real tension began to set in. All of Chelsea's new signings were gathered there, awaiting their turn for the signing ceremony. This included Peter Kenyon, Chelsea's new CEO, poached from Manchester United in 2003, who was chatting with the new arrivals Robin Cech, Kezman Carvalho Drogba, and club captain John Terry. When they saw a family walk in with a small child, they were all baffled. Then Captain John Terry walked up to little Liang, scooped him into his arms, and announced to everyone, "He is our most important signing. Liang, the new child of Chelsea." He then lifted Liang high above his head, just like in The Lion King, and a resounding "yeah" erupted throughout the room. John Terry and Peter Kenyon shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with each member of Liang's family. Litud, his brother-in-law, and his grandfather could only plaster forced nervous business smiles on their faces. As the new signings went one by one to the media room for their ceremonies, little Leon grew increasingly nervous. It was after all his first time facing the media. Media room. After Drogba's signing jersey presentation and handshake with Mourinho, the press assumed the spectacle was finally over. But Peter Kenyon suddenly announced to the media, "Next up, our most important signing of all. Please welcome Leon." A wave of skeptical murmurs swept through the British press. Leon. Who is Leon? We weren't notified about this. Little Leon walked onto the stage in his small suit, holding up a miniature jersey with the number 8A, and signed the first contract of his life. Peter Kenyon stood to his left, Mourinho to his right, with little Leon seated between them, and Litud and Mia standing behind. After a flurry of camera flashes, that photograph would hang in their home for years to come. Interestingly, that photo led Litud to be jokingly dubbed the Judas of Arsenal in Arsenal fan groups. In truth, this was an official media stunt designed to shift the spotlight away from Chelsea being labeled as nouveau riche and their brand of money football. The aim was to showcase that the new era Chelsea also prioritizes youth development, and little Leon was merely a pawn to divert the media's attention. An 8-year-old boy hardly made waves. Many media outlets didn't even carry the story. No one truly cared. At 7 a.m., a little Leon, having packed his bags the night before, was ready to move directly into the Harlington training ground, planning to return home only once a week. His mother Mia was filled with reluctance. Little Leon wiped his mother's tears away. "Mom, stop hugging me. It's not like we'll never see each other again. You can visit me anytime. I'll take good care of myself." With that, he got into the car headed for the Harlington training ground. Arriving at the Harlington training ground at 740, Neil Bath had arranged for him to room with Loftus-Cheek. The dorm supervisor, Uncle Raydan, opened the door to find Loftus-Cheek still sprawled on his bed, sleeping soundly in just his shorts. "Get up. Do you know what time it is? Say hello to your new roommate, you lazy little thing." "Uncle Raydan, do you even know what privacy means?" "Oh, hi Leon, I'm Ruben Loftus-Cheek. You can call me Ruben or Loftus-Cheek. God is so unfair. We're both 8. Why is he a head taller than me?" Leon thought to himself. "I'll just call you Loftus-Cheek then." The two shook hands. Normally one would call him by his first name Ruben, but for ease of identification, players will henceforth be referred to by their surnames only. After Leon unpacked his belongings, Loftus-Cheek led him to the cafeteria at 840. The nutritionist, upon seeing Leon, recommended he have a slice of toast, poached eggs, and baked beans along with a glass of whole milk before training. The thought of eating like this for the next few years made him inwardly shake his head. Finishing his meal before 9 a.m., his real training was about to begin. The training pitches gleamed under the morning sun. As Leon stepped onto Chelsea's U8 training ground for the first time, the crisp sound of whistles filled the air. This was the call of professional football. The training here was a world apart from his previous experiences. Every aspect exuded rigor and systematic structure. "First, let's welcome our new lad Leon." Callum patted little Leon on the head. After the brief welcome ceremony, training commenced with fundamental warm-ups, but even these were subject to strict standards. Movements had to be precise, rhythm unified, and every breath synchronized with each action. Gone were the casual jogs, jumps, and waist twists Leon was accustomed to. Instead, a series of targeted dynamic stretches and agility drills awaited him. Following the instructions, Leon gradually found his rhythm, his muscles beginning to memorize these precise movement patterns. During the subsequent technical drills, Leon experienced the professional depth of Chelsea's youth academy. It wasn't just simple dribbling and shooting, but complex combinations of movements integrated with real match scenarios. How to control the ball's precision at high speed, how to maintain body balance under pressure. Each drill incorporated agility ladders, rebound boards, and marker cones. Every detail was magnified and meticulously refined. Under this demanding pace, Leon made several mistakes. "Remember lads, every touch must have a purpose." Coach Callum's voice echoed across the training ground, and Leon felt an unprecedented atmosphere of focus. "Leon, watch those fancy footwork mistakes of yours." The coach's shout jolted him back to attention. He realized that in professional training, every mistake was an opportunity to learn and improve. Each training session allowed only a 10-minute break for water and stretching. During the small-sided games, Leon sensed a slight feeling of isolation. He was relearning how to communicate with his teammates, how to read their movements and intentions. Moreover, the physicality of the play with defenders making sliding tackles left little Leon looking somewhat flustered. Pass. Pass. One-touch pass. Leon. Track back and defend. Vision. Leon, keep your head up. Coach Callum's shouts rang out one after another. A good player needs a broad vision capable of perceiving the entire pitch's dynamics and anticipating the flow of the game. Every pass, every run requires countless hours of training with teammates to build an unspoken understanding. Football is not just a display of individual skill, but the crystallization of collective intelligence. At 4:00 p.m., the team gathered in the tactics room, where Leon was first introduced to tactical analysis. This was no longer about simple attack and defense. Beyond understanding their own team's tactics, they had to formulate specific strategies based on the opponent's distinct characteristics. Liang's mind raced, absorbing this complex tactical knowledge. His perspective vastly broadened. Leon marveled. A single day of U8 training is far more professional than the training from my past life. Coach Callum approached Leon. "How was the first day?" "Settling in all right." Although Coach Callum could be tough on the pitch, the players all knew it was for their own good. Liang looked at Callum and nodded. I'm adapting well, feeling great. You need to quickly learn how to handle the ball in tight spaces and how to make the ball circulate quickly. Understand? Yes, coach, I understand. After training, Liang sat in the changing room physically exhausted but mentally exhilarated. If he could endure this kind of training day in and day out, he was certain he could become a professional player. As night fell, the clamor of the training ground gradually subsided into silence. Liang returned alone to the dormitory. Loftus-Cheek wasn't there, having gone home for the night. This was his new living space, simple yet filled with the essence of football. A tactics board hung on the wall, his boots and training journal placed beside the bed. He sat at the desk, opened the journal, and began to record the day's training insights. He wrote down his technical movements, tactical understanding, and every piece of guidance from Coach Callum. These words chronicled his growth bit by bit. Liang stood up, stretching his weary body. He gazed out the window. The training ground under the night sky appeared especially serene, yet his heart was filled with passion and anticipation. The dormitory bed was simple and comfortable. Liang lay down, closed his eyes, and let his body and mind gradually relax. He didn't need his family's company, for he knew he was already strong and independent enough. Here he would learn self-discipline, self-motivation, and become a true professional. The other young players in the dormitory had already drifted off to sleep. Liang slowly succumbed to sleep as well. His dreams were devoid of familial warmth, but filled with passionate runs on the green pitch, seamless coordination with teammates, and the roar of joy upon scoring a goal. This was life at Chelsea U8, every day a challenge, every day a chance to grow. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, Liang stirred from his dreams. He rubbed his eyes, gazing at the world gradually brightening outside the window. At 10 years old, he had grown accustomed to this place. Cobham Training Ground, one of the premier training facilities in all of England. Today, Liang had an important appointment, a meeting with Neil Bath, Chelsea's head of youth development, to discuss his new contract. At 9:00 a.m., accompanied by his parents, Liang arrived at Neil Bath's office. Bath presented a document with a satisfied smile. Liang, this is the new contract we've prepared for you. Neil Bath handed the document to Liang. Your performances have exceeded our expectations. Over 2 years, 53 goals and 61 assists. We believe you are destined to be Chelsea's star of tomorrow. Neil Bath outlined the terms of the new contract. It offered not only improved compensation, but also clarified the club's expectations and development plan for him. A salary of €100 per week over 3 years. Liang read every word carefully, knowing this was more than just a contract. It was a milestone in his footballing journey. After Liang signed his name, the PR department captured a photo for the official website, simultaneously announcing his contract renewal. Neil Bath also informed Liang that he was to report directly to the U12 squad after signing. The youth development team believed that U10 and U11 levels were no longer suitable for his standard of play. In English youth football, players up to U10 compete in 5A side matches with mixed gender teams. From U11 onwards, teams are separated by gender and play on full-size pitches. Now Liang was jumping straight to U12 without time to adapt to the larger field. Even he felt the immense pressure. On the training pitch, Liang began engaging with more advanced technical and tactical drills. The coaches emphasized cultivating football intelligence, teaching them how to make swift and accurate decisions on the field. Liang continuously experimented, made mistakes, and learned during training. Remember, Liang, football isn't just played with your feet, it's played with your mind. Coach Francis emphasized this repeatedly during sessions. Simultaneously, physical conditioning became more rigorous, designed to prepare them for higher-level competition. Now 10 years old, Liang was undertaking strength training meant for 12-year-olds. Your body is your weapon, Liang. The fitness coach stated during training. Only by forging it to its limits can you become unstoppable on the pitch. Drenched in sweat, Liang listened intently to the coach's guidance. Soon it was lunchtime, and Liang, ravenous after a morning of training, made his way to the canteen. Staff members greeted him along the way, and head chef Nick Peruzzi had already prepared his meal. Sea-based pan-seared veal and vegetables. Ever since moving to Cobham Training Ground, everything was far superior to the old Harlington facility. Spanning 140 acres, the facility boasted 15 football pitches, plus an indoor field, with 6 of those pitches being exact replicas of Stamford Bridge. Meeting the highest Premier League standards, Liang now had staff collecting his dirty kit for washing after every session, cleaning and maintaining his boots, and even access to physiotherapy for massage and recovery. All he had to do was focus on playing football. Everything else was arranged. After lunch, an additional video analysis session offered Liang a fresh perspective on understanding the game. The coach played footage of professional matches, analyzing the positioning and decision-making of elite players, learning to view the game from a macro perspective rather than focusing solely on individual performance. Tactical drills became the focus of the afternoon training. Liang needed to learn various offensive and defensive formations and how to execute the coach's tactical instructions amidst the rapid flow of the game. He had to begin reading the game, anticipating the movements of his opponents. Just as Liang thought training was over, Coach Francis arranged a 2-hour personalized training plan. Liang had no choice but to accept it. The coach devised specific drills based on his strengths and areas needing improvement. This included enhancements to speed, agility, and specific technical movements, plus a new focus on free kicks. After the day's training concluded, Liang sought out the physiotherapist for a massage. The sudden increase in training load had left his body weary. In the evening, Liang attended a psychological counseling session organized by the academy. A professional sports psychologist taught techniques for managing match pressure, enhancing focus, and maintaining a positive mindset in adversity. Day after day passed. As winter approached, the atmosphere at Cobham training ground grew exceptionally fervent. The U12 squad was preparing for the upcoming U12 Christmas Cup final, a heavyweight clash against Arsenal U12. The day before the match, Leong was making his final preparations on the training ground. Coach Francis specifically guided him on how to leverage his strengths against Arsenal. Leong absorbed every detail, knowing he would start the match in the attacking midfield role, a position that was not only an honor, but also a tremendous responsibility. On match day, the young players arrived at the stadium in Kingston upon Thames, situated right next to Wimbledon's ground, with a capacity of 4,000. Although it was only a U12 final, 1,800 spectators were in attendance, and tickets weren't free. Each cost £3. In the dressing room, Coach Francis delivered his final tactical instructions, emphasizing Leong's freedom and creativity in the final third. His teammates exchanged words of encouragement. Francis then handed the captain's armband to Leong, asking him to say a few motivating words. Young Leong didn't waste time on lengthy speeches. He simply uttered 2 words: "Fuck Arsenal." Hearing this, the young players were electrified, as if injected with adrenaline. One could only wonder what Lee Todd would think if he heard that. Francis, however, was visibly exasperated, with 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. That's your words of encouragement. Meanwhile, Leong's parents, uncle, and grandfather had all arrived at the venue, finding their seats in the stands and waiting with excitement for the match to begin. Dad was smart enough not to sit in the Arsenal section. The match was 40 minutes long, split into 2 20-minute halves. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. Arsenal U12 quickly demonstrated their dominance in possession, but Chelsea U12 refused to back down, engaging in fierce battles in midfield. In the 10th minute, a defensive error from Chelsea U12 presented a chance for Arsenal's young black striker, but he failed to capitalize. Still, it sent a collective shiver down the spines of the Chelsea U12 players. Leong continuously sought opportunities in the final third, his movement and vision putting immense pressure on the opposing defense. In the 15th minute, Chelsea U12 launched a swift counterattack from the back. Utilizing his pace, Leong received a perfectly weighted through ball. He calmly controlled it, and as the Arsenal U12 goalkeeper rushed out, Leong delicately chipped the ball over him. 1-0. Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands as his family leapt to their feet, waving banners bearing Leong's name. After scoring, Leong excitedly ran towards the Chelsea supporters section, celebrating with his arms outstretched. Despite being just a child, the fans gave him their most fervent ovation. Leong also spotted a disguised John Terry at the very top of the supporters section, applauding him as well. ESPN reported in 2016 that John Terry frequently appeared in the stands at youth matches. As the second half began, Arsenal U12 intensified their attacks, but Chelsea U12's defense remained resolute. Leong remained active in the final third, constantly causing problems for the opposition and attempting to dictate the tempo of the game whenever he had the ball at his feet. In the 38th minute, Leong once again became the focal point of the match. Receiving a pass from a teammate at the edge of the box, he took a moment to adjust, spotted the space on the right flank, and delivered a pinpoint through ball to a surging teammate, who finished with ease. This assist showcased Leong's exceptional vision and passing ability. The goal virtually sealed the victory, sending his parents and grandfather into rapturous celebration in the stands. As the referee's final whistle blew, Chelsea U12 emerged victorious over Arsenal U12 with a 2-0 scoreline, clinching the Christmas Cup. Leong's goal and assist were undoubtedly pivotal to the team's triumph. His family rushed down from the stands to embrace him tightly by the pitch side, sharing in the joy of this hard-fought victory. This joy not only left an indelible mark on Leong's journey with the U12s, but also strengthened his resolve. As long as he continued to work hard, his dreams were within reach. Leong's days at the Cobham training ground were fulfilling and intense. Every day he sweated on the green pitch, chasing his football dreams alongside his teammates. However, life always has a way of surprising one when least expected. For Leong, that surprise came in the form of a rare opportunity, being a ball boy for the English League Cup final. One day after training, Leong was summoned to the office of Neil Bath, the youth academy director. Bath wore an uncharacteristic smile as he handed Leong an invitation bearing the Chelsea crest. "Leong, the club has decided to give you a special surprise," Bath said, his voice full of encouragement. "You've been selected as one of the ball boys for the upcoming League Cup final. You also get 3 tickets. Your father is an Arsenal fan, isn't he? One of them is in the Arsenal supporters section." Leong was stunned, hardly believing his ears. Chelsea had actually been thoughtful enough to give his father a ticket in the Arsenal section. What kind of scheme was this? But becoming a ball boy, especially in such an important final, was a tremendous honor and would let him experience what a Premier League-level final truly felt like. Leong ran back to his dormitory, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. He immediately called home. His mother Mia, upon hearing the news, her voice was filled with pride and excitement. "Baby, this is fantastic. We will definitely be there," Mia said over the phone. His dad especially was thrilled to learn that Chelsea had given him a ticket in the Arsenal supporters section. The final wasn't at Wembley, but at the Millennium Stadium in Wales. Chelsea had even arranged a dedicated coach and hotel for them. In truth, it was mainly because Leong had performed exceptionally well at Chelsea, proving his worth to the club. Otherwise, who would have cared about them? In the days leading up to the match, Leong received special guidance on how to maintain focus on the field, react quickly, and stay calm during the tense moments of the game. He also learned the basic rules of the match to ensure he could provide the right assistance when needed. Match day arrived. Leong donned the Chelsea ball boy kit with the number 11 on it. He had switched to that number after moving up to the U12s, with his name printed on the back. Positioned first in line, he waited with the other ball boys in the player tunnel of the Millennium Stadium. Soon the first team players from both sides lined up, each claiming their assigned ball boy. We meet again, little Leong. Congratulations on winning the Christmas Cup. Your goal was beautiful. Terry placed his right hand on Liang's right shoulder. Thank you, Captain. Leong turned his head to see Cech and Lampard following behind Terry and Mourinho standing beside him. Little Leong joked, "Don't be nervous, we've got this in the bag." The four of them burst into laughter at his remark. Mourinho even gave Leong a kiss on the head. "As you wish, young man." He then glanced provocatively at Wenger standing nearby. At that moment the starting bell rang. Liang's heart suddenly raced. Terry looked back at his teammates and said, "Come on. Let's go, boys." Arsenal's captain Terry also encouraged his teammates from behind. Terry placed his right hand on Liang's right shoulder and they walked out together. As the players emerged from the tunnel, Leong stepped onto the Millennium Stadium pitch alongside them. He looked around at the familiar faces, feeling the immense roar of the crowd, and goosebumps instantly rose on his skin. It was an overwhelming feeling of excitement. In the Arsenal supporters section, Todd spotted little Leong walking out and proudly announced to those around him, "That's my son." Although little Leong was wearing the Chelsea kit, the nearby Arsenal fans still offered applause, understanding the hardships of youth academy life. They also understood Todd's pride. The match began. Leong watched every move on the pitch with full concentration while diligently fulfilling his duties as a ball boy. In the 5th minute, Diaby backheeled the ball to Walcott on the right side of the box. Bridge intercepted and cleared, but it fell to Fabregas, whose subsequent shot from the center was calmly collected by Cech. A huge "OH" erupted from the stands, making Leong nervous as well. Arsenal controlled the tempo after kickoff. In the 10th minute, Diaby passed on the left, Aliadier crossed the ball deflected off Terry, and Cech dived to parry it away. Arsenal took the lead in the 12th minute. Fabregas's corner from the left was cleared. Walcott chased down the ball and passed it to Diaby. Diaby dribbled past Drogba and threaded a pass to Walcott waiting in the box. Walcott evaded a tackle from Lampard and a slide from Carvalho cut into the left side of the penalty area and shot. 1-0. The 17-year-old had scored his first goal for Arsenal. Wenger raised his arms in celebration on the sideline. Leong watched Walcott's movement intently. It was both swift and subtle. In the Arsenal supporters section, Todd was so ecstatic after the goal that he tore off his shirt, jumping, waving his right arm, and shouting wildly. In the Chelsea supporters section, Mia and her brother-in-law were seated. Mia felt indifferent about the goal. It wasn't her son who scored. Her brother-in-law, however, held his head in his hands, looking frustrated. Though it had nothing to do with him, as a Tottenham fan, seeing Arsenal happy annoyed him to no end. In the 20th minute, Ballack chipped a pass with his left foot from the center. Drogba, having beaten the offside trap, calmly slotted the ball past the keeper on the right side of the box to level the score for Chelsea. Now it was the Chelsea fans' turn to celebrate. The brother-in-law even extended his middle finger towards the Arsenal supporters. Leong celebrated with a clenched fist. With so many cameras around, he dared not skip the celebration. Who knew which camera might be on him? Meanwhile, Todd put his shirt back on and joined the fans in berating Arsenal's defense for being as fragile as paper. The rest of the half saw chances for both sides. In the 36th minute, Eschen clumsily lunged into a tackle on Diaby, earning a yellow card. Leong frowned, thinking that challenge would be a red card anywhere in the world. After that yellow card, the tackles grew more aggressive. Soon the referee blew the whistle for halftime. Little Leong, however, couldn't go anywhere. He could only head to the technical area to ask a staff member for a bottle of water. The second half began shortly after. Chelsea made the first substitution, bringing on Robin for Makelele. The game changed dramatically. In the 57th minute, Robin took a corner from the right. Terry bravely went for a header at the 6-yard box, but was caught flush on the left side of his face by Diaby's boot. He collapsed, instantly unconscious. The medical team sprinted onto the pitch. Even Fabregas urged for the stretcher to be brought on quickly. On the sideline, a worried Mourinho listened intently to the fourth official's explanation and immediately instructed Mikel to warm up. Little Leong witnessed the entire incident from the sideline. Terry had committed to the header, and Diaby was merely attempting to clear the ball. But little Leong understood clearly. From Terry's perspective, he must have seen Diaby's boot coming, yet he still decided to challenge for the ball with his head. He believed that 90 of footballers worldwide wouldn't take that risk. Was it necessary? Was it worth it? These two questions were etched into Liang's mind. Terry had been lying on the pitch for 5 minutes. The Arsenal fans joined the Chelsea supporters in singing Terry's song. No fan wants to see a player injured. Diaby knelt beside the medical staff praying for Terry. The medics quickly fitted Terry with a neck brace and an oxygen mask. Even Arsenal's medical team came over to assist. They tried to communicate with Terry, but he showed no response. Many female fans in the Chelsea section were in tears, while others clasped their hands in prayer for Terry's well-being. After the medical team had him secured, he was carried off the pitch on a stretcher. The entire stadium rose to give him a standing ovation, a gesture of support and respect for the captain. Such an injury affected the morale of both teams. Mikel finished his warm-up and came on as a substitute, carrying the manager's message, "Win it for Terry." Chelsea finally took the lead in the 84th minute. Robin crossed from the left and Drogba rose above Senderos in the center to power a header home, scoring his second goal of the match. Indeed, the reliable backup striker had delivered. The Chelsea fans erupted in celebration. Even the brother-in-law was screaming like a madman. Mia watched him, sensing he was gradually becoming a Chelsea supporter. Drogba kissed the club crest on his shirt and slid on his knees, creating 3 perfect lines on the turf, celebrating with the Chelsea fans in the corner. A still-haired Robin caught up to Drogba and embraced him. In the 94th minute, Michael's blatant shirt pull on Touré sparked a foul which then ignited a melee. Lampard immediately rushed over to separate Touré and Mikel, but Fabregas grabbed Lampard's head and pulled him back forcefully. Soon players from both teams piled in, and the referee lost control of the situation. Fabregas continued to shove Lampard. Drogba stepped in to separate them. Mourinho then ran onto the pitch, urging both sets of players to calm down, while Wenger ambled over. Mourinho was seen holding Fabregas to calm him down, while Wenger also intervened to separate the agitated players. From Little Liang's perspective, the fight should have been between Mikel and Touré, but the most heated were Fabregas and Lampard. Fabregas in particular seemed to seize every opportunity to perform and exaggerate. Quite the actor. The final whistle blew. Chelsea had won the League Cup final. There was joy among the Chelsea players, but it was muted as their thoughts were preoccupied with Terry's injury. Little Liang had the next day off and could finally spend some time with his parents. As the echoes of the League Cup triumph faded, silence descended upon the Chelsea dressing room at Stamford Bridge. Liang sat on the bench, his heart awash with a complex swirl of emotions. He thought of Terry's heroics on the pitch and everything he had done for the club. Liang felt compelled to visit the Chelsea legend. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a glow on Liang's youthful face. He resolved to visit the warrior who fought with such lion-hearted bravery on the green field. He informed Li Todd, who agreed to drive him there. Liang dared not ask his beautiful mother for a ride after all. Well, you know, unlike the typical English custom of buying flowers, Liang went to Chinatown and purchased a fruit basket instead. Flowers were only pleasing to the eye, but fruit could be eaten. Liang walked through the hospital corridor, his footsteps echoing in the quiet air, until he encountered a beautiful blonde woman. Hello, and you are? Hello, Mrs. Poole. I'm Liang from the Chelsea Academy, captain of the U12s. I was a ball boy for the League Cup final yesterday. I was hoping to see the captain. Is that all right? Tony Poole, Terry's wife, didn't answer immediately. Instead, she went into the room to ask Terry first. All right, come in. Liang entered the ward. Terry wasn't lying in bed as he had imagined, but was propped up reading the day's newspaper. He placed his fruit basket beside the flowers others had sent. Seeing Liang, Terry's face broke into a warm smile, like an elder witnessing a child's growth. Terry glanced at what he brought. What's this? Oh, it's a fruit basket with different kinds of fruit. I thought it was better than flowers. At least you can eat these. Good thinking. Terry started to get up to grab an apple, but Liang had a sudden idea and stopped him. Let me peel you some tangerines. You stay right there, don't get up. Terry, still half reclining, put down his newspaper and watched Liang peel the tangerines. As he did, Liang confided his confusion to Terry, asking why he would bravely challenge for that header even with the risk of injury. Terry looked at Liang, his gaze deep enough to see into one's soul. Then he slowly spoke. Liang, I am the captain. It is my responsibility to fight for every opportunity, even if it means taking risks. It's a sense of duty, of responsibility. Liang looked intently at Terry. Is that the truth? No. Terry laughed, looking at Liang. So what's the real reason? I couldn't get out of the way. Hearing this answer, they both burst into knowing laughter. As the visit came to an end, Liang prepared to leave. Suddenly, Terry's voice came from behind him. Remember, young man, your path will be filled with challenges, but with courage and determination, nothing is impossible. Terry's words echoed in Liang's heart, deepening his respect for the man. When he stepped onto the pitch, John Terry was flawless. Time flowed like a song, and the chapter of youth began to unfold for Liang. From a naive youth sweating at Cobham training ground to a confident young man shining on the pitch, Liang's journey of growth was a vibrant and splendid tapestry. At 17, Liang was already a remarkably skilled young player. His footballing prowess had been honed and elevated through countless training sessions and matches. Every touch, every sprint revealed his innate talent and profound understanding of the beautiful game. Wearing the number 8 shirt for the national team, Liang sprinted at full speed with the ball. Portugal U17's Renato Sanchez closed in, and though Liang felt the pressure, he didn't slow down. He lowered his center of gravity, bracing for the impending collision. At that moment, all eyes on the pitch were fixed on these two young players. As Sanchez approached, Liang dropped his left shoulder, nudged the ball with his right foot, and suddenly cut to the right, deceiving his opponent with a nimble feint. Sanchez quickly adjusted, attempting to use his body to block Liang's path. But Liang seemed to have anticipated this, cleverly shielding the ball before accelerating again, gliding past Sanchez. Out of the corner of his eye, Liang spotted Solanke on the edge of the left box, unmarked in a blind spot. Using his right instep, Liang whipped a low, spinning, powerful pass across. The ball curved past the on-rushing Portugal U17 left-back Luis Mata and evaded both center-backs to reach Solanke. Solanke took a brief touch to settle, adjusted his stance in a flash, and slotted the ball into the net with his right foot. 2-0. Sky Sports broadcasted all the U17 European Championship matches, and for this game, they had invited Gary Neville and Rio Ferdinand as pundits. My God, Liang's vision is absolutely terrifying. That pass was world-class. Gary Neville exclaimed excitedly to the host. We're looking at the aerial view, and I didn't even notice Solanke there. How did he see him? Rio Ferdinand chimed in. That's why you could only play center-back, haha. Gary Neville teased Rio Ferdinand. I can tell all the viewers right now, even if he saw him, he couldn't have made that pass. Rio Ferdinand pointed at Gary Neville and said to the camera, although Solanke has scored 3 goals for England U17, it's Liang who truly controls the tempo of this team. In this tournament, he's already provided 5 assists and scored 1 goal. He's the one truly shining. Ferdinand had just heaped lavish praise on Liang. But I heard he hasn't signed a new contract with Chelsea yet. In 2 months, he'll be free to transfer. I'm sure his desk is already piled with offers from many clubs. Gary Neville added, following Rio Ferdinand's point. The final whistle blew on the pitch and Liang returned to the dressing room joyfully with his teammates. This England squad wasn't the most talented, the most famous were Liang and Solanke, while others like Roberts and Armstrong played in the championship. Yet they all looked up to Liang. Liang knocked on the dressing room table. Roberts, Davis, and Dihadi, who were celebrating, immediately stopped. Winning against Portugal means we're in the final. In 2 days we face the Netherlands. Let's bottle this celebratory feeling and use it as fuel. Once we've beaten the Dutch, then we celebrate. Head coach Peacock and most of the players agreed. The staff hurried the lads, and after showering they boarded the bus. Back at the hotel they had to pack quickly because the final was in Malta. The day before the final at the England U17 team's base, a quiet tactical room was adorned with analysis reports and match footage of the Netherlands. The coaches sat around the long table, each face etched with focus and determination. Head coach Peacock cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the room. His gaze swept across each player. Lads, we've come this far. It's time to show our true strength. The Netherlands is a team with exquisite technique and seamless coordination, the head coach stated firmly. The assistant coach opened the tactical board and began a detailed analysis of the Dutch team's match footage. They pointed out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, especially the gaps during their defensive transitions and their preferred attacking routes. The Dutch wing play is very sharp. We need to pay special attention to the link-up between their wingers and midfielders, the assistant coach said, drawing key defensive lines on the board. You must be absolutely vigilant against their number Steven Bergwijn. Watch his right foot, he loves to cut inside and shoot. The head coach took over detailing the tactical arrangements against the Netherlands. He emphasized the importance of collective defense and highlighted the crucial points for counterattacks. The coaching staff also stressed the importance of teamwork. They demanded constant communication and timely cover on the pitch, ensuring an effective defensive and attacking structure at all times. Remember, we are a team. Everyone's performance will affect the outcome of the match. The head coach's words underscored the value he placed on team spirit. At the end of the tactical meeting, the head coach stood up, his voice brimming with passion. Lads, this is our stage, our chance to shine. Let's unite as one for victory, for glory, for ourselves. A resounding round of applause filled the tactical room and determination glinted in every player's eyes. They knew it would be a tough match, but they were ready for the challenge. On the night of May 21, 2014, the floodlights blazed over Malta's Takkali National Stadium, which was set to host the final of the 2014 UEFA European Under-17 Championship. On this electrifying night, the young prodigies of England and the Netherlands stood upon the hallowed turf, poised for a fierce confrontation to claim the coveted trophy. This was more than just a football match. It was a clash of nations' futures, a tapestry woven with dreams and fervor. Before the kickoff within the England dressing room, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. As the players prepared to take the field, Coach Peacock entered the dressing room ready to deliver his final instructions and a stirring rallying cry. Yet Liang requested a moment of Peacock's time. He donned the captain's armband, strode to the center of the room, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He cleared his throat and began his impassioned address. Brothers, we stand here today not merely for ourselves, but for the very future of English football. His voice boomed with power, each word carrying immense weight. Our journey here has been paved with countless hardships and trials, yet it is precisely these experiences that have forged our strength. Think back. From our youth, we toiled in our respective clubs, enduring countless defeats and setbacks. But we never surrendered, for we all harbored a shared dream, to win glory. Silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon Liang. The players felt deeply inspired, a surge of intangible power swelling within their hearts. Today is the moment our dreams come true. Liang continued. The Netherlands are formidable, but we are stronger. We possess the quality, the belief, and the power of unity. No matter how arduous the contest, if we stand united and give our all, victory shall be ours. Remember, we do not fight alone. In the stands are our families, our friends, and countless fans supporting us before their screens. They all await our triumph. We must repay their support with our actions. Now let us take the field together, fight to the very end, and secure this victory for England. Liang raised his hands high, rallying the squad. For England. The players roared in unison, their morale soaring. The fire of determination and resolve blazed in every eye. From the opening whistle, England displayed an intense attacking intent. Just 2 minutes in, Solanke received a pass from teammate Roberts and swiftly orchestrated an offensive move. Solanke cleverly laid the ball off to Brown, whose long-range strike from outside the box was comfortably gathered by Dutch goalkeeper Van Osch. Though the attempt yielded no goal, it signaled England's formidable attacking prowess. Quickly following up, Liang surged into the attack. With his exceptional ball control and agile footwork, he continuously created threats in midfield. Liang's presence not only elevated England's attacking tempo, but also made the Dutch defense appear increasingly strained. As the match reached the 10th minute, the Sky Sports commentator began his analysis. One can clearly see Li Ang's outstanding control in midfield. He not only breaks through lines swiftly, but also crafts excellent opportunities for the forwards. Pundit Gary Neville added, "Yes, his ball control and vision are deeply impressive. This is precisely what England requires." Rio Ferdinand emphasized, "Li Ang's performance proves the quality of the Chelsea Academy. He is destined for even greater achievements in the future." Shortly after, the Netherlands responded swiftly. Their midfield linchpin Van de Beek forced a save from England goalkeeper Woodman with a precise header. Although this attack did not alter the scoreline, the Dutch counterattacks noticeably quickened the game's tempo. By the 25th minute, England finally carved out a golden opportunity. Roberts won a corner kick on the left flank, but his delivery was only partially cleared by the Dutch defense. The ball fell perfectly to an unmarked Leong just outside the box. He feigned a shot and passed instead, drawing two Dutch defenders, but the ball had already found its way to Solank's feet. Solank calmly adjusted his footing and slotted the ball into the net with ease. England led 1-0, sending the stadium into a frenzy. English fans erupted in jubilation as if victory was already within their grasp. The Sky Sports commentator exclaimed with excitement, "Solank. He scored again for England. Magnificent." Gary Neville analyzed, "The composure in that finish was exceptional, showcasing his striking prowess. Li Ang's feigned shot deceived everyone. I'm already a fan of this young man." Rio Ferdinand added, "This was the perfect embodiment of teamwork. From the corner to the goal, every phase was exquisite." However, the Netherlands were not disheartened by the setback. Before the halftime whistle, they launched a ferocious counteroffensive. Midfielder Sherman received a pass from teammate Bergwijn inside the box and unleashed a powerful strike to level the score. This goal not only instilled confidence in the Dutch side, but also brought the match back to square one. At the interval, the England team retreated to their dressing room. Coach Peacock looked at his players, knowing they required further encouragement and tactical guidance. He stood before the tactics board and began outlining the plan for the second half. "Gentlemen, our first half display was commendable, but not flawless," Peacock stated directly. "We need tighter coordination, especially in midfield control and swift counterattacks. Leon, your performance in midfield has been outstanding, but we need more support. Let's Anonima, you must be more proactive in receiving the ball and distributing it." Peacock continued, "Defensively more, and Gomez, you must mark the Dutch forwards tightly, especially Bergwijn. Their pace is rapid, we cannot afford to give them any space. Woodman, your performance has been superb, keep your focus." At this moment, Leong rose and interjected, "Brothers, our chance is here. The coach's tactics are clear. All we must do is execute them. We have proven ourselves already. Now is the time to show the world once more that we are the best." He looked into his teammates' eyes and continued, "In this second half we must fight with even greater intensity and unity. Remember, we do not fight alone. For England, for our dreams, give everything we have." As the second half commenced, both teams engaged in a fierce midfield battle. England's midfield generals Leong Ledson and Anima relentlessly sought to dictate the tempo through precise passing and tenacious challenges. Liang's nimble interchanges and intricate link-up play repeatedly created openings for his teammates. His standout performance served as the engine driving England's attacks. Meanwhile, the Dutch duo of Van de Beek and Sherman refused to yield. Through their exceptional technique and tactical coordination, they continuously applied pressure on England's backline. In the 60th minute, England were presented with a golden opportunity. Roberts surged down the right flank and delivered a cross. Brown rose highest and powered a header towards goal, only for it to drift agonizingly wide of the post. Gary Neville remarked during the commentary, "Brown's header was inches away, but it showcases England's attacking threat." Rio Ferdinand added his analysis, "England must maintain this attacking momentum. The Dutch defense appears to be struggling." A few minutes later, the Netherlands had a close-range opportunity, but Woodman once again demonstrated his goalkeeping prowess, parrying the ball away for a corner. The Sky Sports commentator praised, "Woodman has saved the team again. His performance has been nothing short of flawless." At the end of regulation time, the score remained 1-1, sending the final into a dramatic penalty shootout. As the shootout commenced, England's Letson, Leong Cook, and Kenny all stepped up and converted their penalties with composure. Meanwhile, Woodman made spectacular saves to deny the Netherlands Van der Mutt and Viergever. In the end, England triumphed 4-1 on penalties, lifting the championship trophy. Gary Neville exclaimed in the commentary box, "England have won." They showed incredible composure in the shootout, especially Woodman, whose saves were absolutely crucial. Rio Ferdinand added, "This is a victory for the entire team. Every player played a vital role." At the awards ceremony, the host announced the player of the tournament for the UEFA European Under-17 Championship. Unsurprisingly, Leong was bestowed this prestigious honor owing to his exceptional performances throughout the competition. A thunderous ovation erupted as the entire stadium cheered for him. Standing on the podium trophy in hand, Leong was overcome with emotion. He expressed his gratitude to his family, coaches, teammates, and all the fans who had supported him. He stated, "This is a team victory. Without your support and efforts, I would not be standing here." Gary Neville commented, "Liang's performances were worthy of this award. His leadership on the pitch and technical abilities have been truly impressive." Rio Ferdinand also expressed, "Leong hasn't just showcased his remarkable footballing talent, more importantly, he has displayed his spirit and attitude. He is the hope of English football for the future." During the post-match celebrations, Leong and his teammates raised the trophy aloft together. He knew this was not just their victory, but the ultimate reward for their relentless dedication. This match had solidified his dreams and filled him with confidence for the future. He would continue to strive, marching towards a glorious path ahead. After the competition concluded, Liang returned to London and decided to travel with his family to Majorca, Spain to enjoy a period of leisure and relaxation. This trip was not only for rest, but also to celebrate his remarkable achievements at the UEFA European Under-17 Championship. Accompanying him were his father Li Toad and his mother Mia. On the sunny beaches of Majorca, Liang and his family reveled in the joys of their holiday. During the day, they would relax on the sprawling sands, soaking up the sun and feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Liang and his father Li Toad engaged in water activities such as sailing and diving, exploring the beautiful underwater world of Majorca. Mia, on the other hand, preferred to sunbathe on the beach, reading a good book and enjoying moments of tranquility. They also visited the famous Calvia beach in Majorca, known for its pristine white sands and crystal clear waters, a veritable paradise for tourists. Here Liang and his family tried thrilling water sports like jet skiing and banana boat rides, their laughter echoing without cease. In the evenings, the family would dine at local restaurants, savoring authentic Spanish cuisine. They sampled the local paella, Spanish ham, and an array of fresh seafood. At the brilliantly lit seaside restaurants, they enjoyed their meals while admiring the magnificent sunsets, creating countless unforgettable evenings. They also toured Majorca's historical landmarks, including the Palma Cathedral and Belver Castle. This vacation not only helped Liang unwind, but also allowed him to cherish rare moments of peace and happiness in the company of his family. He knew his future football career would be fraught with challenges, but this beautiful interlude would forever be etched in his memory, serving as a driving force for him to continue forward. During his vacation in Majorca, Liang received a phone call from the renowned agent Jonathan Barnett. Barnett is a top agent at CAA Stellar whose client roster boasts numerous world-class stars, including Gareth Bale and Ashley Cole. In the call, Barnett first congratulated Liang on his outstanding performance at the European U17 Championship and expressed his confidence in Liang's future development. Subsequently, he provided Liang with a detailed introduction to the resources and capabilities of CAA Stellar. CAA Stellar possesses a vast network and influence globally. We can offer you the best professional opportunities, whether in Europe's top 5 leagues or other elite football leagues, Barnett stated. CAA Stellar has offices around the world and has established close partnerships with numerous clubs, brands, and media outlets. Through these resources, Liang would have the chance to access more professional opportunities and commercial collaborations. Barnett emphasized that CAA Stellar focuses not only on a player's athletic performance, but also on their overall development, including commercial partnerships, media exposure, and personal brand building. We will craft a comprehensive career plan for you covering your athletic growth, physical health, brand image, and commercial value, Barnett explained. We have an experienced team ready to provide you with all-around support. Barnett also mentioned their industry-leading contract negotiation capabilities, which help players secure optimal contract terms and benefits. Our lawyers and contract specialists will ensure you gain maximum benefit and protection in every contract. We will fight for the best salary packages and bonus clauses for you, Barnett said. We also place great emphasis on the physical health and recovery of our players. We collaborate with top-tier medical institutions and rehabilitation experts to ensure that if you get injured, you receive the best possible treatment and recovery plan, guaranteeing your return to the pitch in optimal condition, Barnett added. Finally, Barnett spoke about their ability to create abundant commercial opportunities and brand partnerships for players. We have close ties with top global brands, which can bring you more endorsement deals and business collaborations. This will not only increase your income, but also enhance your personal brand value, Barnett said. Liang and his family listened attentively to Barnett's advice and engaged in in-depth discussions. Ultimately, Liang decided to sign with CAA Stellar, believing that with Barnett's help, his professional career would ascend to new heights. The signing ceremony took place at an upscale hotel in Majorca, where Liang and Barnett formally signed a contract. Barnett stated, "We are delighted to work with Liang. He is a young player with immense potential. I believe that with the support of CAA Stellar, he will have a brilliant future." This signing not only provided Liang with strong professional security, but also granted him more choices and opportunities on his path to future development. After the vacation, Liang returned to London, acutely aware that there was no fixed position for him in Chelsea's first team. With the arrivals of Fabregas and the presence of Matic, Mikel Ramirez, Oscar, and the perpetually backailing RLC discussions with his family and agent, Barnett led him to initially decide against accepting Chelsea's renewal offer in search of more playing time. Just as Liang was hesitating, he received an unexpected call. On the other end was the Chelsea first-team manager Jose Mourinho. "Liang, I know you're considering your future. I want you to know that your performances in the U17 tournament have impressed me deeply," Mourinho stated directly. Liang was somewhat surprised, but he listened patiently. "I want you to stay and be a part of Chelsea. I believe in your abilities. We have a long-term plan, and I want you to be a part of it. Although the competition for places in the first team is fierce right now, I will give you opportunities. Through training and matches, you can gradually improve your standing. You will start in the League Cup and FA Cup, provided you stay injury-free. If you perform exceptionally well in training, you will find yourself on the Premier League bench. That is my promise to you," Mourinho continued. Mourinho's words were full of sincerity. He not only expressed high praise for Liang, but also laid out a concrete development plan and made a personal commitment. This gradually tipped the scales in Liang's mind towards staying at Chelsea. After Mourinho's call, Barnett engaged in a thorough discussion with Liang. Barnett emphasized Mourinho's sincerity and the resource advantages of Chelsea Football Club. Mourinho is not just a coach, he's a great strategist. His interest in your potential is a very positive signal. We can negotiate to secure more playing time and room for development, Barnett said. During the contract renewal negotiations with Chelsea, Barnett engaged in a heated dispute with Chelsea director Marina Granovskaya over Liang's salary and contract length. They clashed verbally in the meeting room, the atmosphere tense. Marina, I must insist 3 years is the most appropriate contract length. Liang is young. He needs a flexible contract to adapt to his future career development, Barnett stated firmly. Granovskaya was equally assertive, retorting, Barnett, our club has a long-term vision for Liang's future. A 5-year contract not only secures the club's return on investment, but also provides him with a stable environment for growth. Stability is important, but a young player needs more options and flexibility, Barnett argued. A 3-year contract allows for timely adjustments in the future, which is beneficial for Liang's long-term development. Furthermore, we need to reach an agreement on salary. His performances warrant a higher wage. Granovskaya crossed her arms, looking displeased. Chelsea's offer is already very generous. A 5-year contract not only ensures Liang's growth, but also provides him with ample security. Regarding salary for a 17-year-old, a weekly wage of 2,100 is our final concession. Barnett refused to back down. Marina, I understand the club's position, but as Liang's agent, I must act in his best interests. If you insist on a 5-year contract, then the salary must be increased. Take it or leave it. Granovskaya slammed the contract on the table and made to leave. The two were at an impasse, the atmosphere tense and strained. Just then Barnett's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Manchester United manager Louis van Gaal. One moment, Marina, Barnett said as he answered the phone. Barnett, this is Van Gaal. I hear you're in negotiations with Chelsea. We are very interested in Liang. Manchester United can offer him more playing time and a better salary package. Do you think he would be interested? Van Gaal asked bluntly. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Barnett's eyes. He lowered the phone and said to Granovskaya, Marina, Manchester United just called. They are very interested in Liang and are willing to offer a higher salary and more playing time. Could you excuse us? We need to discuss some commercial confidentiality. Granovskaya, having overheard the conversation, her expression changed slightly. This is my damn office. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and said, All right, Barnett, to ensure Liang stays at Chelsea, we can shorten the contract length to 3 years and increase the salary to 2,500 per week. This also included match bonuses. Liang would receive an additional bonus for each appearance in the first team. A starting appearance bonus was 2,000 and a substitute appearance bonus was 1,000. Goal and assist bonuses for each goal and each assist. Liang would earn bonuses of 3,000 and 2,000 respectively. This incentivized him to continuously improve his performances in matches. Loan clause to ensure Liang got sufficient playing time. A flexible loan clause was included in the contract. Depending on Liang's development, Chelsea would consider loaning him to other clubs to gain more practical experience. Medical coverage. The contract clearly stipulated that Liang would enjoy comprehensive medical coverage provided by Chelsea FC, including regular checkups, a professional medical team, and rehabilitation support. Insurance. Liang's contract also included full insurance covering all potential risks during matches and training, ensuring his career was comprehensively protected. Barnett nodded with a smug look of satisfaction. We will ensure Liang gives his all during the contract period to repay the club's trust. Barnett then turned and left. From behind the door came a series of roars and the sounds of things being thrown. You bloody price hiking United. Barnett. Liang. Chelsea Football Club officially announced the signing of Liang on its website. The announcement detailed Liang's football background, his outstanding performances at the U17 European Championship, and his future development plans at Chelsea. Shortly after the announcement, Chelsea's official website and social media accounts were flooded with messages and congratulations from fans. The announcement specifically stated, We are delighted to announce that Liang has officially signed for Chelsea Football Club. His performances at the U17 European Championship left a deep impression on us, and we look forward to his future at Chelsea. Reaction from Chelsea fans both domestically and abroad to Liang's arrival was relatively lukewarm and skeptical. They believed that despite Liang's impressive displays at the U17 European Championship, it is notoriously difficult for Chelsea Academy graduates to secure first-team opportunities. Chelsea hasn't given Academy players a chance in a long time. I don't think Liang can break that trend, wrote one foreign fan on Twitter. I hope he gets a chance, but the reality is that competition for places in Chelsea's first team is incredibly fierce, commented another fan. Domestic Chelsea fans had a more complex reaction to Liang's signing. Some adopted a wait-and-see attitude towards his abilities and potential, while others suspected the transfer was driven by commercial considerations. Who is Liang? Does he really have the ability to make it at Chelsea? Some domestic fans questioned on Weibo. Was he signed for his commercial value? I hope he can truly contribute to the team, expressed another fan Lai Jun, voicing his doubts. Nevertheless, Liang's signing attracted widespread attention. Media outlets both at home and abroad reported on the news and began various analyses and predictions about his future performance. To further enhance Liang's visibility and influence, Barnett arranged for a professional editing team to meticulously craft a highlight reel of Liang's past impressive matches. The video showcased Liang's brilliant moments on the pitch, including his exquisite passes, precise shots, and crucial tackles. After being uploaded to video platforms like YouTube and Bilibili, it quickly garnered widespread attention. Liang's video was also widely shared and commented on across domestic social media platforms. Many domestic sports media outlets also reported on it, praising Liang's performances and anticipating his future at Chelsea. Liang's name spread rapidly, making him a new focal point in the domestic sports scene. This is a point of pride for our Chinese players. I hope Liang achieves even greater success at Chelsea, wrote renowned domestic sports commentator Hong Jinxiang in an article. Through this signing and promotional campaign, Liang not only gained recognition within Chelsea, but also won more attention and support in the football world, both domestically and internationally. To further boost Liang's profile in China, Barnett helped him set up a personal Weibo account. This decision was not only to allow Liang to interact directly with domestic fans, but also to better showcase his personality and daily life. Not wanting his first Weibo post to seem too formal or dull, Liang decided to introduce himself in a lighthearted and humorous way, while also expressing his hopes for the future. He brought out different jerseys and had his family members put them on for a photo. Hello everyone, I'm Liang, a newly promoted Chelsea player. This is my dad, an Arsenal fan. This is my uncle, a Tottenham fan. My mom is a Crystal Palace fan, and my granddad supports West Ham. Please tell me, what should I do? He uploaded a single photo, Liang at home sitting on the floor, while the other 4 family members dressed in their rival team's jerseys pointed at him and yelled. He also added a few hashtags to the post. Chelsea, screw this football dream, need advice. This Weibo post immediately attracted a huge amount of attention and discussion. Fans flooded the comment section with laughter and playful teasing. Haha, Liang is such a little rascal. What a fun family atmosphere. We support you, Liang. Chelsea fans send their condolences, haha. Don't worry, we Chelsea fans will protect you. Bro, your family situation is a bit complicated. Through this lighthearted and humorous approach, Liang not only brought himself closer to the fans, but also showcased his approachable and funny side, getting his social media journey off to a great start. Of course, this Weibo post was only half true. Chelsea Football Club officially announced their pre-season schedule for the new season on their website. The team would play friendlies and hold training camps in several European countries to prepare for the upcoming Premier League season. The pre-season tour included trips to Austria, the Netherlands, and Slovenia, where they would play warm-up matches against local and other European clubs. On his first day reporting for duty with the Chelsea first team, Liang received a warm welcome from his new teammates. Although he wasn't unfamiliar with the club, officially becoming a first team member made him feel both excited and somewhat nervous. However, these feelings were quickly dispelled by the friendliness and support of his teammates. Captain John Terry was overjoyed to see his former ball boy now ready to fight alongside him. I never imagined I'd get the chance to play alongside you. Now that you're here, I've gotten old, Terry said, embracing his former ball boy. It's truly an honor to train and play with you, Liang said, visibly moved. Terry patted Liang on the shoulder and said with a smile, you're a proper professional player now. You have to believe in yourself. Play your heart out on the pitch and don't have any doubts. Welcome aboard, Liang. Hope you settle into the rhythm here quickly, said defensive stalwart Cesar Azpilicueta and midfielder Cesc Fabregas, patting Liang on the back with smiles. Thanks, Azpilicueta. I'll work hard, Liang replied with a smile. Then looking at Fabregas, he added, you won't put me in a headlock if I play badly, will you? Liang grinned at him. Fabregas was baffled. Exasperated Terry had to awkwardly explain the League Cup incident from years past to Fabregas. Fabregas didn't know whether to laugh or cry and pretended to be angry, saying, you little brat, I'll put you in a headlock right now. Fabregas started chasing Liang, who began to run. The other teammates, confused, asked Captain Terry why Liang was leading Fabregas on a merry chase. Terry had to explain the whole story again and even had a coach find the video. After watching it, everyone burst out laughing. Mourinho saw that Liang could joke around with the senior first-team players, and he particularly loved this kind of team atmosphere. On the training ground, Liang actively participated in every drill, showing great enthusiasm and focus. During a rondo exercise, he was placed in the same group as Eden Hazard and Nemanja Matic. Liang, remember to stay sharp and don't let the ball slip away from you, Matic reminded him. Don't worry, Matic, I'll give it my all, Liang replied. After training, Hazard praised Liang's performance. Your technical skills are very good. Keep working like this, and we'll have more chances to cooperate. Outside of training, Liang also got along well with his other teammates. One time, Liang and Diego Costa had a shooting competition. The loser had to stand in goal and get hit in the backside by a shot. Liang lost the first round, and Diego Costa laughed heartily before unleashing a powerful shot that struck Liang right on his rear. Unexpectedly, Diego Costa lost the second round. Liang had Hazard constantly chatting with Diego Costa to distract him. Standing over the ball, Costa forgot to turn around. Liang, carefully controlling his power, shot the ball straight at Costa's family jewels. The whole training ground erupted in laughter. Costa was rolling on the ground in pain, still managing to utter threats. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The funniest part was that Hazard had filmed the whole thing and posted it online. In the friendly match in Austria, Liang came on as a substitute against a decent local team. He displayed excellent defensive abilities with several crucial interceptions and tackles that thwarted the opposition's attacks. Liang's solid defensive performance earned praise from both teammates and coaches. After a match against the Dutch team, Captain John Terry approached Liang and said, "Your defending is very solid. Keep up this level of performance. Believe in yourself, and you will make even greater progress." "Thank you, Captain. Your encouragement means a lot to me," Liang said gratefully. In the Netherlands, Liang impressed once again. This time he was not only solid defensively, but also showcased his abilities in attack. In the 60th minute of the match, Liang scored during an attacking move, opening the scoring for Chelsea. His teammates rushed over to congratulate him, with Hazard and Willian especially excited. "Brilliant, Liang. Your passing is really threatening," Hazard said excitedly. Willian also praised him. "You have a strong attacking instinct, and that was a crucial goal." In the match in Slovenia, Liang once again came off the bench and contributed a key assist. In the 75th minute, Liang intercepted the ball in his own half, drove forward quickly, and delivered a precise pass to the on-rushing Didier Drogba. Drogba calmly slotted the ball home, extending the team's lead. After the match, Drogba walked over to Liang, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Well done, Liang. Your passing and vision are excellent. Always give me balls like that." Through these matches, Liang gained invaluable experience and further integrated into the team. His performances showed the coaching staff and his teammates his potential and quality. Liang understood that only through continuous hard work and humble learning could he establish himself in the fiercely competitive Chelsea first team. He looked forward to making significant contributions to Chelsea in the upcoming Premier League season and fulfilling his football dreams. On the eve of the 2014 Premier League season, Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho convened a crucial tactical meeting in the strategy room of Cobham training ground. With the team's first match of the new season looming, Mourinho aimed to ensure every player understood their role in the tactical plan. Inside the strategy room, Mourinho used a projector to display a tactical analysis of their opponents and meticulously explain Chelsea's counter-strategies. He emphasized the importance of defensive solidity and swift counterattacks, demanding unwavering focus and discipline from every player on the pitch. "We must firmly control the midfield and transition to attack with speed. Everyone must know their position and task. At no point can we afford to be complacent," Mourinho stated sternly. After the tactical briefing concluded, he announced the starting lineup and substitutes for the upcoming match, filling the room with tense anticipation. Mourinho cleared his throat and began to read out the starting players' names. "Goalkeeper Courtois," Mourinho declared. This announcement caused a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. Although Courtois had impressed during preseason, Cech had long been Chelsea's undisputed number one, having established an unshakable presence over many years. Upon hearing the decision, Cech's expression darkened, his disappointment at being replaced clearly visible. He understood the manager's decision was final, but the sting of being left out was hard to conceal. He knew he had to accept the reality and continue striving to win back his place. Subsequently, Mourinho continued by announcing the list of substitutes. The young player Liang was named among the substitutes, taking the spot of the experienced Ramirez. This decision once again intensified the atmosphere in the strategy room. Liang, upon hearing he was on the bench, felt a mix of emotions. He was surprised and thrilled, yet also slightly nervous. After all, this was the first time in his career he had been named in a Premier League matchday squad. Liang knew this was a sign of Mourinho's trust and a fulfillment of his promise. However, Ramirez's face visibly soured upon hearing this decision. As an experienced midfielder and a mainstay in the team, being relegated to the bench in favor of a young player filled him with deep resentment. After the meeting concluded, Ramirez approached Mourinho directly. "Boss, I don't understand why I'm being benched. I've been performing well. Why this decision?" Mourinho responded calmly. "I know you're a great player, but this is a tactical choice. Liang's performances in preseason have proven his quality. I need his pace and energy for tomorrow's game." Though not entirely satisfied with the explanation, Ramirez knew Mourinho's decisions were rarely overturned. Eventually, he had to accept the situation, though a sense of discontent lingered. After learning of his selection, Liang was eager to share the good news with his family. Finding a quiet corner, he took out his phone and called home. His father Li Tud's voice came through the line. "Hello, Liang. What's up?" His tone was filled with curiosity. "Dad, Mom, I have great news," Liang said excitedly. His mother Mia also leaned in, asking with concern, "What is it, Liang? Tell us." Liang took a deep breath and announced excitedly, "I've been named in the squad for tomorrow's Premier League match. Coach Mourinho picked me." There was a brief silence on the other end, then his father's excited voice came through. "That's fantastic, son. Do you have any tickets?" His mother also chimed in happily. "This is the result of your hard work. We always believed you could do it." Feeling the warmth of his family's support, Liang said gratefully, "Thanks. Whether I get to play or not, I'll give it my all. And Dad, no tickets. You'll have to watch on TV." Li Tud chuckled. "All right, enjoy the match and show them what you've got." His mother Mia added gently, "Yes, just do your best. But don't push too hard. Whatever you do, don't get injured." His teammates also began to tease Liang. Eden Hazard patted him on the shoulder, mimicking his phone call. "Bye, Mom, work is fine." "Mom, I'll eat well, ha." But then his tone shifted. "Stay confident, you'll do great." Gary Cahill also smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, just enjoy the game." Chelsea's team bus slowly pulled into Turf Moor, the home of Burnley. The players disembarked one by one and headed towards the dressing room. It was the first match of the new Premier League season, and the atmosphere was tense with excitement. Each player found their designated spot and began their final preparations for the match. For Leong, having a place in the away dressing room, even if it wasn't the main one at Stamford Bridge, filled him with a sense of pride and excitement. His locker was situated next to Vice-Captain Gary Cahill, among several other senior players. This not only allowed him to easily seek advice, but also made him feel the team's support. In the dressing room, manager Jose Mourinho stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over each player. His eyes conveyed determination and confidence. Once all the players had quieted down, Mourinho began his pre-match team talk. "Gentlemen, today marks the start of a new season. We have prepared thoroughly. Now is the time to show our strength." Mourinho stated firmly, "Remember, we are Chelsea. We must demonstrate our dominance on the pitch. Everyone must give their all and give the opposition no chance." As time passed, the players completed their preparations and donned their match kits. Mourinho once more confirmed the tactical arrangements and player duties, while John Terry led the final warm-up and delivered an inspiring rallying cry. With the referee's whistle, Chelsea's new Premier League season officially began. Playing away at Burnley, the passionate home crowd created a tense and electrifying atmosphere throughout the stadium. Just 10 minutes into the match, Burnley broke the deadlock. The attack originated from a successful interception in midfield, as Burnley's Kieran Trippier stole the ball from Cesc Fabregas and surged forward. He delivered a precise long pass to find Danny Ings, who was making a rapid run down the left flank. Ings collected the ball and immediately drove forward. Chelsea defenders Gary Cahill and Branislav Ivanovic rushed back to defend, but Ings used his pace and agile footwork to cleverly evade them and enter the penalty area. At the critical moment near the goal, Ings kept his composure and opted for a low shot, striking the ball with his right foot towards the bottom left corner. Despite Courtois' desperate dive, the ball nestled precisely into the back of the net. The Burnley fans erupted in celebration as the score became 1-0 in their favor. The goal plunged Chelsea's bench into a brief silence. Sitting on the substitutes bench, Leong watched the Burnley players celebrate, feeling a knot of tension in his stomach. He glanced over at Mourinho, wondering how the coach would react. Mourinho stood on the touchline, his face composed, but a flicker of displeasure showed in his eyes. He immediately barked instructions to the players on the pitch, demanding they heighten their alertness and tighten their defensive shape. He waved his arms, signaling for the players to remain calm and not let one conceded goal disrupt their rhythm. Burnley's goal served to ignite the fighting spirit within the Chelsea players. Just 5 minutes later, Chelsea swiftly executed a beautiful counterattack. After winning the ball in midfield, Fabregas immediately lifted his head to survey the attacking options. Spotting striker Diego Costa making a quick run forward, Fabregas instantly delivered a pinpoint through ball. Costa collected the pass, used his physical strength to hold off Burnley defender Matt Mills, and powered forward with the ball. Entering the penalty area and facing Burnley goalkeeper Tom Heaton, Costa didn't hesitate, decisively unleashing a low shot. He struck the ball with his right foot into the bottom right corner. It was fast and accurate, leaving Heaton with no chance as the ball hit the back of the net. The score was now 1-1, and Chelsea had quickly equalized. The players on the bench rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for Costa's goal. Leong also joined in the celebration with his teammates, feeling the intensity and rapid pace of Premier League football. On the touchline, Mourinho calmly gestured for the players to maintain their focus. He knew the match was far from over and that they needed to continue pressing and attacking to secure the victory. A satisfied smile appeared on Mourinho's face, pleased with his team's quick response and execution. Just 5 minutes later, Chelsea launched another attack. Eden Hazard produced a brilliant solo run down the left flank, beating 2 defenders before cutting the ball back into the center of the box. Fabregas delivered a sublime first-time through ball, perfectly finding the run of Andre Skirl. Skirl, facing the goalkeeper, kept his cool and slotted the ball into the net. Chelsea had turned the game around to lead 2-1. Sky Sports pundit Gary Neville commented, "That was magnificent. I never expected Fabregas to play that first-time ball through for Skirl." Jamie Carragher added, "That pass is already a contender for Premier League assist of the season." As the match progressed, both teams engaged in fierce battles in midfield. Energized by their equalizer, Chelsea pushed forward, relentlessly pressing Burnley and searching for more goals. Burnley, however, refused to relent. Bolstered by their home supporters, they defended resolutely, looking for a chance to regain the lead. The dynamics of the game shifted constantly, with every attack and defensive stand filled with tension and fierce competition. The second half commenced with the Chelsea players returning to the pitch, carrying the momentum from the first half. Burnley had also adjusted their tactics, hoping to level the score with the backing of their home crowd. Early in the second half, Burnley launched a fierce attack. Burnley midfielder Marnie intercepted a pass from Cesc Fabregas and swiftly advanced with the ball. He then passed to Ings, who unleashed a powerful long-range strike from outside the box, heading straight for the top left corner of the goal. Thibaut Courtois made a spectacular save, diving to deny the effort. Sky Sports pundit Gary Neville commented, "This save from Courtois was crucial. He demonstrated the level of a world-class goalkeeper. With performances like this, it will be very difficult for Petr Cech to reclaim the starting spot." Jamie Carragher added, "Burnley's attack was threatening, but Courtois' reaction was too quick. That's the mark of a top goalkeeper. But Gary Cech would be a starter for any Premier League team." Chelsea now have a pleasant headache in the goalkeeping department. After Burnley's attack broke down, Chelsea quickly launched a counterattack. Eden Hazard broke down the left flank, advancing rapidly with the ball. He passed to Willian, who had surged into the middle. Willian dribbled past a defender and struck a low shot, but Burnley goalkeeper Tom Heaton managed to push it away. In the 65th minute, Chelsea exploited a gap in Burnley's defense to extend their lead. Hazard driving down the left wing delivered a pass to an unmarked Diego Costa in the center. Costa received the ball and calmly slotted it home, making the score 3-1 to Chelsea. Sky Sports' Gary Neville analyzed, Hazard's dribble and pass were crucial and Costa's movement and finish were impeccable. Jamie Carragher added, this was a classic counter-attacking goal. Chelsea showcased their formidable offensive power. Jose Mourinho stood on the touchline observing every detail on the pitch. He then turned to look at the substitutes watching the players warming up. He knew adjustments were needed for the remainder of the game and the fitness of the substitutes was vital. Mourinho shouted instructions. Liang, keep warming up, be ready to go on. A smile flashed across Liang's face as he intensified his warm-up, realizing an opportunity was imminent. In the 70th minute, Mourinho made a substitution, bringing on Liang to replace Oscar in the attacking midfield role. He took a deep breath, pulled on the number 18 blue jersey, and listened to Mourinho's final instructions. Liang, focus on organizing the attack when you get on. Stay calm and do exactly what we practiced. Mourinho instructed. Liang nodded and ran onto the pitch, making his Premier League debut. The moment Chelsea announced Liang as a substitute, Chinese Chelsea fans on social media erupted. Most fans had never seen Liang play, only perhaps highlights. As a player of Chinese and English heritage, seeing a player with Asian features on the pitch filled domestic fans with immense pride. On Weibo, Chelsea fans posted messages of support and anticipation. Blue Bridge subtitles, Liang is on. Finally, we have our own player on the Premier League stage. This is so exciting. Go Liang, show your strength. Chelsea Iron fan. Hope he seizes the opportunity and performs well. Many fans shared the news of Liang's appearance on their social circles along with live screenshots and photos of him. The posts were flooded with likes and comments expressing their support. Bigfoot, Liang is on. This is a point of pride for Chinese players. Everyone come watch the match. Little chicken, Liang is kinda handsome and he's Chelsea's second prince. After coming on, Liang quickly adapted to the flow of the game. He actively participated in organizing attacks from the attacking midfield position, showcasing his offensive talent. In the 75th minute, Liang received a pass from Hazard. He drove forward quickly at the edge of the box, skillfully dribbled past a defender, and unleashed a low shot aimed for the bottom left corner. However, Burnley goalkeeper Heaton made a diving save to push it away. Sky Sports' Gary Neville praised him. This attack from Liang was fantastic. He has shown his threat in the final third, but he couldn't sleep. Jamie Carragher added, this young player has handled the pressure well. His dribbling and shooting are very threatening. In the 85th minute, Burnley earned a well-positioned free kick. Kieran Trippier took it, curling the ball goalward, but Courtois collected it, safely extinguishing the danger. With the final whistle, the second half ended. Chelsea defeated Burnley 3-1, securing a winning start to the new season. After the match, Liang stood in the center of the pitch, savoring the joy of victory. He knew this was just the beginning, and many challenges lay ahead. His teammates came over to congratulate him. John Terry approached, patting him on the shoulder. Liang, well done. Keep it up. Today's match was just a starting point. On the road ahead, he would continue to strive and chase his football dreams. Across major sports forums, especially Chelsea fan forums, Liang's performance sparked heated discussions. Fans provided detailed analyses and evaluations of his debut. Blues forum user, Liang's debut was very solid. His performance in the attacking midfield role was impressive and several of his passes were threatening. Football home user, looking forward to Liang getting more playing time in the upcoming matches. His technique and vision are quite good. However, there were also critical voices. Fan A, Liang's performance was average this time. Several passes weren't accurate enough. Hope he can adapt to the pace of the game quickly. Fan B, I feel Liang isn't mature enough yet. Facing the high intensity of the Premier League, he needs to perform better. Troll A, watching him play is awkward. Poor fundamentals, average movement, nowhere near Messi. Troll B, what was the point of bringing Liang on? Better to give chances to other young players in the youth team. Football King, Liang's performance was indeed mediocre. I don't know what Mourinho was thinking. Football Critic, I think Liang needs more time in the reserves. Today's performance wasn't ideal. Truth Seeker, is this just a commercial gimmick? Liang's performance was disastrous with constant mistakes in possession. Chief of the Haters, I really can't see anything special about him. Feels like it's just to court the Chinese market. Nevertheless, fan opinions were diverse, encompassing support, expectation, criticism, and doubt. Liang needed to keep improving his performances in the coming games to answer these varied voices. After the match, facing the barrage of comments on social media, Liang decided to respond to his critics with a touch of humor. He posted a witty response on Weibo, which immediately ignited discussions among fans. Liang wrote, "Hello everyone, I'm Liang, the Chelsea player who just finished a match. I was a bit nervous out there today, and even kicked an airball. I've read your comments, both the praise and the criticism. Thanks for your attention. However, I must say I'm still learning how to kick the ball more accurately. If you have any good advice, please leave a comment and let me know." Chelsea debut Hello Haters. Along with the text, Liang uploaded a humorous photo from the match showing him striking the ball powerfully, only for Heaton to make a save. Liang's Weibo post quickly triggered enthusiastic responses from fans, with many leaving supportive messages. Blue Bridge Watcher, Liang, keep going. Don't mind the negative comments. Your performance was already great. Football Prodigy, Liang, keep it up. Don't let the haters affect you. Looking forward to your next outstanding performance. Of course, some haters continued to nitpick. Truth Seeker, Liang, you should practice more. Stop being funny, your skills matter more. Chief of the Haters, this photo doesn't hide your mistakes. You really need to practice more. Liang not only showcased his positive and optimistic attitude, cleverly deflecting some criticism, but his follower count also surged to 2 million. After the match, the Chelsea players returned to the locker room to savor the relaxed moments of victory. Liang, fresh from his shower and clad only in a white towel, padded over to his locker in his slippers to change into his casual clothes. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a missed call from his agent Barnett. Instead of immediately returning the call, he decided to chat with his teammates first. As a newcomer to the first team, he figured he should observe how the senior players celebrated a win before making any calls. Ruben Loftus-Cheek sat down beside Liang, his expression somewhat somber. Noticing his teammate's mood, Liang asked with concern, "Loftus-Cheek, what's wrong? You seem a bit down." Loftus-Cheek sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I heard I might be loaned out to Crystal Palace. I'm just a bit worried." "What are you worried about? Getting playing time is a good thing," Liang said, puzzled. "Crystal Palace has a buyout clause in the deal. I'm not particularly keen on going there." "But do you want to play, eh?" Loftus-Cheek replied helplessly, "I do, but they'd only see me as a squad rotation player." "Then go. Why not?" This time Loftus-Cheek didn't answer, but sat in thought. Seeing this, Liang tried to cheer him up and asked with a mysterious air, "Do you know what the Chinese fans call you?" Loftus-Cheek looked puzzled and shook his head. "No, I have fans. What do they call me?" Liang chuckled, deliberately keeping him in suspense. "They call you Chelsea's Crown Prince." Loftus-Cheek's brow furrowed upon hearing this. "Crown Prince? And what do they call you?" Liang struggled to contain his laughter, putting on a serious face as he replied, "They all call me Your Majesty the Emperor Father." Loftus-Cheek was stunned for a moment, his mind racing. Suddenly it clicked, and he lunged forward, intending to snatch Liang's towel, while bursting into laughter. "Let's see who the Emperor Father is." He pulled hard, but Liang held on for dear life. The Chelsea team bus carried the players back to London. Liang sat by the window, gazing at the city lights, his heart filled with excitement, yet tinged with fatigue. He replayed every moment of the match in his mind, savoring the thrill and the pressure. After getting off the bus, Liang took a taxi back to his parents' home. As he opened the door, his parents were already waiting in the living room. Seeing him, they rushed over and enveloped him in a big hug. "Son, you played brilliantly today," his father Litit said excitedly. His mother Mia added with a warm smile, "We're so proud of you. Seeing you play on the Premier League stage was truly a joy." Liang smiled, feeling a surge of warmth. "Thank you, I love you both. There's something I wanted to discuss with you. I'm thinking of moving out and renting a place near the training ground." He asked nervously, but his parents' reaction was completely unexpected. "I was about to ask you about that. You're old enough to move out. And if you meet some young lady, you wouldn't bring her home, would you?" Litit winked at Liang. Mia, dismissing her husband's nonsense, said, "That's perfectly fine, but you must come home for the holidays." Liang hadn't anticipated this response from his parents at all. Liang dialed his agent Barnett. Soon the agent's voice came through the phone. "Liang, congratulations on today's performance. 3 clubs have already expressed interest and are considering a loan deal." Liang was taken aback. "Really? And what does Mourinho think?" Barnett continued, "Mourinho wants to see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Don't be late." Liang nodded. "Okay, I'll be there on time. Also, there's one more thing. Could you help me find a place to rent close to the training ground? And also arrange for me to get a driving license?" Barnett chuckled. "No problem, I'll get it sorted out for you ASAP. I'll arrange for a car and a driver for now, but we can discuss you getting your own after you have your license." Barnett's arrangements were indeed impeccable. Having an agent certainly made life much easier. The next morning, Liang rose early, got ready, and headed to Mourinho's office with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. At 8:30 sharp, Liang walked into Mourinho's office. The manager sat behind his desk, a warm smile on his face, and gestured for Liang to take a seat. "Good morning, Liang," Mourinho began. "Congratulations on your performance yesterday. You showed great potential." Liang smiled in response. "Thank you, coach. So what did you want to see me about?" Mourinho nodded. "Exactly. 3 clubs are interested in taking you on loan for the season. But as I've said before, you are part of my plans this season. While I'm reluctant to let you go, this is a decision you must make." Mourinho continued. "The 3 clubs are Crystal Palace, West Brom, and Sunderland. Each has its own advantages and challenges." Liang pondered for a moment, then said, "Coach, I'm very grateful for your honesty. But I want to stay at Chelsea. At the very least, I have a world-class manager here to guide me." After all these years, Liang knew the value of a well-placed compliment, but also knew when to stop. Mourinho's face broke into an appreciative smile. "You know, this will mean facing greater competition for a place. You'll need to work even harder than the rest." Liang nodded. "I understand, coach. If there's nothing else, I'll head to training." As the next match against Leicester City approached, the entire Chelsea squad was in intense preparation. Mourinho meticulously analyzed the opponent's tactics and formation, devising a corresponding game plan. To ensure the team was in optimal condition, he decided to make some adjustments to the starting lineup. Considering the circumstances of the previous match, Mourinho decided to drop Ramirez back to the bench to provide more flexibility and support during the game. Mourinho was also very aware of Liang's feelings and didn't want him to misunderstand his decisions. After training, he called Liang into his office for a chat. "Liang, sit down. Let's talk," Mourinho said, getting straight to the point. Liang nodded, sat down opposite his coach, and looked at him with a hint of nervousness. "Your performance in the last match was excellent. You demonstrated your quality," Mourinho said with a smile. "However, for the next game against Leicester City, I'm planning to bring Ramirez back into the starting lineup." Hearing this, Liang felt a pang of disappointment, but he tried to remain calm and listened carefully to every word. I know you might be a bit disappointed, but believe me, this is purely a tactical decision. Mourinho continued, to give you more opportunities to prove yourself, I plan to start you in the third-round match against Everton. A glimmer of surprise and gratitude flashed in Liang's eyes. He nodded. Thank you, coach. Mourinho patted him on the shoulder. I trust you'll do well. Keep up the current level of performance. On match day, the Chelsea squad assembled to head to Stamford Bridge to face Leicester City. Although Liang knew he wouldn't be playing, he was still required to wear his training kit and sit in the family section behind the bench boarding the team bus with his teammates. Once the match began, Liang sat in the family section, watching with rapt attention. He followed every detail on the pitch, studying his teammates' movement and combinations, occasionally discussing tactical observations with his fellow substitutes. In the 30th minute, Chelsea took the lead, and Liang celebrated enthusiastically with his teammates in the family section. Chelsea ultimately triumphed over Leicester City with a 2-0 victory. Liang returned to the locker room with the team, celebrating the joy of victory. However, news that he hadn't made the matchday squad quickly spread among fans back in China. Some fans began to mock him on Weibo. Troll, Liang can't even make the squad, and he still claims to be a Chelsea player. He should just go back home and stop embarrassing himself. Rational guy, he's British, he's already home. Truth teller, wasn't Liang supposed to be impressive? He can't even get a spot on the bench. This is what they call a potential star. Chief hater, haha, looks like His Majesty is just a joke. Mourinho doesn't even want to play with him anymore. Despite the online mockery, Liang was completely unaware. Apart from posting about his daily life, his account was managed by CAA. He received weekly email reports on follower growth and relevant topics, and had no real need for the platform otherwise. Upon joining the Chelsea first team, Liang immediately felt the intense high-quality training regimen of a top-tier professional club, a standard that far surpassed his experiences in the youth ranks. Every movement, every detail had to be precise, every pass, every run demanded flawless execution. The coaches were exceptionally demanding, with each player turning every session into a miniature battle where everyone had to give their all. Yet the training hours were significantly shorter, shifting from the previous 9-to-5 routine to a 9-to-2 schedule, granting the first team more time for rest and family. Of course, many first-team players still maintain the 9-to-5 habit, but Hazard was not one of them. He was without a doubt the laziest player Liang had seen since joining Chelsea's academy. During small-sided games, Hazard barely moved. Even when he received the ball, he would immediately pass it back to a teammate, remaining within his own little bubble. During fitness drills, he was nowhere to be found, until the coaching staff once spotted him half reclining in the swimming pool chatting with a female physio. Yet it didn't stop him from delivering otherworldly performances every Saturday. Truly, comparisons can be infuriating. Agent Barnett had already arranged Liang's accommodation No. 3, Woodland Avenue, near the Cobham training base. It was a detached villa with an 80-square-meter garden, 3 floors, ground first, and basement, 5 bedrooms with en-suite bathrooms, a cinema room, a game room, and best of all, a gym complete with a hot tub and a small sauna. Liang couldn't fathom the cost of such a place. Barnett told him, this house is 1 kilometers from the Cobham base, a 5-minute drive. The monthly rent is 13500, and you can pay weekly at 3115. With your weekly wage of 25000, it's a drop in the ocean. Liang nodded behind his sunglasses and said, I'll take it. Let's sign a 1-year lease. When can I move in? Barnett replied, you can move in right now, but I'd advise you to buy new bedding and kitchenware. The previous tenant was Ashley Cole. Hearing that name, Liang was reminded of the Cheryl Cole that a certain editor from a domestic media outlet was always fixated on. He decided to act immediately, heading out that afternoon with his driver to purchase several new sets of bedding and kitchenware. That evening, Liang returned to his new home at No. 3, Woodland Avenue. After a quick tidy up and setting up the new bedding and kitchenware, the house instantly felt much more welcoming. As Liang was busy settling in, the doorbell suddenly chimed. He walked over and opened the door to see a familiar face, Cesar Azpilicueta, standing there with a friendly smile. Hey Liang, heard you moved in here. I live right next door, so I thought I'd come over and see if you need any help, Azpilicueta said warmly. Liang was pleasantly surprised and quickly responded, Azpilicueta, great to see you. I didn't know you were my neighbor. I just moved in and am still getting things sorted. Azpilicueta stepped inside, looked around, and saw Liang still arranging the new bedding and kitchenware. He smiled and said, your place is quite nice, a bit better than mine. What? You've even got a gym? I'll have to come over and work out here. After surveying the rest of the house, he added, is there anything else you need a hand with? Liang nodded with a smile. Actually, I do have some things to carry upstairs. Thanks. The two of them worked together to haul the bedding and other items up the stairs. As he helped, Azpilicueta began pointing out nearby amenities and restaurants. There are a few good places to eat around here. We should go for a meal sometime. There are also some convenience stores and supermarkets nearby, so daily life is very convenient. They chatted for a while, and Liang learned that Hazard also lived nearby. He then picked Azpilicueta's brain about training tips and match experiences, gaining valuable insights into the Spanish style of play and their inherent preference for possession-based football. The day before the match on the Chelsea first team's training ground, the players were engaged in intense and orderly tactical drills. With the Everton game looming, Mourinho aimed to secure victory in this crucial fixture through meticulous tactical planning. Standing before the tactical board, Mourinho pointed at Everton's lineup and said, we need to pay special attention to a few key players. Lukaku is their main attacking threat. His pace and strength make him a difficult striker to defend against. Cahill and Terry must stick tight to Lukaku, ensuring he doesn't get any easy chances in the box. Morales' dribbling and speed on the wing pose a threat to our defense. As Pilicueta and Ivanovic U2 take turns marking him to prevent him from breaking through easily. Pay close attention to his pace, especially in one-on-one situations. Baines is a key attacking outlet for them, particularly with his crosses and set pieces. Willian Hazard, you need to push Baines back when we're attacking to limit his opportunities to assist. Everyone must stay highly focused when defending set pieces. Barkley's playmaking in midfield and his long-range shooting cannot be underestimated. Matic Fabregas, you need to put more pressure on him, restricting his space and passing options. Don't give him any room to shoot from the edge of the box. Mourinho then turned to Lyon. Lyon, your task is to be the pivot of our attack. Use your vision and technique to tear open their defense. When we're defending, I want you to pay special attention to Barkley. He's one of their key creative players. When he gets the ball, I want you to press him. Don't let him receive it comfortably. When we lose possession, you need to drop back quickly to help Matic and Fabregas contain Barkley. The night before the match, Lyon felt a slight flutter of nerves, but it was overshadowed by anticipation and excitement. He knew this match was a significant opportunity to prove his worth. Lying in bed, he picked up his phone and called home. Hey Dad, Mom, Lyon said softly. Make sure you watch the match tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'm starting. On the other end of the line, his parents' voices were filled with joy and pride. We wouldn't miss it for the world, son. Play while we're cheering for you. His mother added one final reminder. Don't push yourself too hard and don't get injured. After hanging up, her words filled Lyon with a warm feeling in his heart. Lyon wasn't particularly nervous, just a tiny bit. Years of training and match experience had taught him how to manage his mindset. He took a few deep breaths and told himself, relax, enjoy the game. He tried to fall asleep, quickly knowing that adequate rest was crucial for the next day's performance. Closing his eyes, Lyon said to himself, give it everything. He silently psyched himself up and gradually drifted off into a deep slumber. On the morning of August 30th, 2014, the area outside Goodison Park was already a sea of people. Everton fans had gathered around the stadium, early clad in their home blue, waving flags and singing anthems with fervent intensity. The streets were lined with vendors hawking souvenirs and scarves, while the aroma of food stalls wafted through the air. Outside the stadium, Everton had organized a series of activities to welcome the arriving supporters. A giant screen played classic moments from past encounters between the two teams, drawing crowds of fans. Interactive games and raffles offered prizes like signed jerseys and match tickets. Chelsea fans were equally resolute, clad in their blue, gathering to sing their own anthems in support of their team. Despite being the away side, Chelsea's supporters displayed immense passion. As the team bus slowly rolled into Goodison Park, the surrounding atmosphere grew instantly tense. A large contingent of Everton fans had gathered outside, clearly hostile to the visitors. Their emotions ran high as they shouted, employing every means to convey their animosity towards the Chelsea players. A torrent of fierce boos and abuse rained down from the Everton faithful. They shook their fists, hurled sarcastic taunts, and some extremists resorted to vile, obscene language. Outside the bus window, the faces of Everton fans were twisted with rage, their voices echoing through the narrow streets. Go back to London. You've got no chance here. Today we'll show you what real football is. These hostile chants flooded into the bus, heightening the tension within. Inside, the Chelsea players reacted differently. Some wore stern expressions, silently gazing out, mentally preparing for the match ahead. Lyon, experiencing such a scene for the first time, felt a flicker of nerves, but it was overshadowed by a surge of ignited fighting spirit. This is the atmosphere of an away game in the Premier League, Terry said to Lyon. Remember, don't let them affect you. Stay calm and focus on the match. Mourinho also reminded the players, listen, their clamor only makes us stronger. Walk onto that pitch, slap their faces with your strength, and tear apart their so-called pride. Escorted by security, the Chelsea bus made its way safely into the stadium. The players disembarked one by one and headed to the dressing room. The hostility outside was merely part of the game. The true challenge was about to unfold on the pitch. The Chelsea players quickly changed into their training gear, preparing for the pre-match warm-up. As the players stepped onto the Goodison Park turf to begin their warm-up, they were met with an even more ferocious chorus of boos and insults. The entire stadium echoed with the taunts of Everton fans who mercilessly attacked every Chelsea player with scathing remarks. You London cowards. This is no place for you to win. Get ready to be beaten. Yet the Chelsea players did not retreat in this environment. Instead, they grew more determined in their warm-up. Diego Costa and Eden Hazard exchanged passes, showcasing their understanding and skill. Terry and Cahill practiced their defensive drills nearby, displaying impeccable coordination and intense focus. Lyon followed his teammates through the warm-up, stretching while listening to instructions from coaches and fellow players, striving to maintain his composure and concentration. As the warm-up progressed, the abuse from the Everton fans intensified. Some extremists began chanting personal insults, attempting to disrupt the Chelsea players' focus. From the towering stands, gazes filled with anger and hostility rained down. Fans shook their fists, shouting relentlessly, "You've got no chance. Go home." The Everton supporters grew even more frenzied. They began singing a sarcastic song aimed at Chelsea captain Terry, known as the Bridge Song, using the name Vanessa Parencel as a chant referencing negative stories from his personal life. The fans sang loudly, "Where's your Vanessa, Terry? These words struck like daggers at Terry and the Chelsea team, saturating the air with palpable hostility and provocation. Terry remained expressionless, continuing his training. As captain, he had to exhibit immense mental fortitude. His teammates showed their support and unity through their actions. They understood that such abuse was merely an attempt to unsettle them. After finishing the warm-up, most players returned to the dressing room, carrying a mix of anger and resolve. Mourinho and Terry stood at the center with all eyes fixed upon them. The insults and jeers from the pitch left everyone feeling conflicted, but Diego Costa, seemingly oblivious, was unaware of what had transpired. Leon remembered that Costa didn't understand English at all. He kept asking his teammates, "What are they shouting?" No one knew how to explain it in front of the captain. The players exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say. Just then, the even more oblivious Thibaut Courtois walked over and explained the Everton fans' chants to Costa in simple Spanish. Costa's expression changed instantly, his confusion turning to fury. What did they say? He demanded, his eyes wide with disbelief and anger. His acting level rises so quickly. Truly a fine performer, Leon thought to himself. Courtois nodded emphatically, confirming the truth of the words. Costa sprang to his feet in a rage, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. How dare they insult us like that? While his performance can still go up a level, the acting talent of Latin players is truly not to be underestimated. Mourinho scanned the room, looking at each player, and spoke with calm authority. We all know today's match won't be easy. Everton's fans will do everything to disrupt us. They will use words to attack us, trying to shake our confidence. But I want you to remember, we are here for victory. Only victory. It's that simple. He paused, then continued. On the pitch, we only need to focus on our game plan. Everyone knows their role. Execute it as we've trained. Trust your abilities, trust our teamwork, and overwhelm them with our speed. Mourinho's gaze was resolute, his voice carrying an unshakable determination. Next, Terry stepped forward. As captain, his voice was filled with strength and encouragement. We heard a lot of unpleasant things during the warm-up. Some are trying to unbalance us. But remember, abuse and ridicule cannot defeat us. Only we can decide the outcome of this match. Terry scanned his teammates and continued, we are a united team. Everyone is a part of this unit. No matter what happens, we must support each other, stay calm, and stay focused. Today, let's silence them with our strength. The dressing room was filled with a tense and electrifying atmosphere. Players looked at each other, their eyes reflecting firm resolve. They knew this was more than just a match. It was an opportunity to prove themselves to all the doubters. Energized by Mourinho and Terry's words, everyone was ready with a single goal in mind: to win the match and answer every taunt and doubt with victory. At Mourinho's command, the players rose as one, ready to walk out onto the pitch and embrace the upcoming battle. Sky Sports commentators Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher reported on the tense atmosphere surrounding the match. Chelsea will face a hostile environment today. The Goodison Park faithful are ready to rally behind their team, Neville stated. Back home, PTV commentators Zhang Jun and Huang Jinxiang also discussed the match's ambience live on air. This is a crucial away test for Chelsea this season. The atmosphere at Goodison Park is electric, with supporters' spirits running high. Zhang Jun commented. When Chelsea released their starting lineup, Liang's name was prominently featured, sparking heated discussions on social media back in China. On Weibo, reactions from fans and detractors varied widely. Supporters expressed their excitement and anticipation. Blue Bridge watcher Li Ong is starting. Looking forward to his brilliant performance. Go Li Ong. Chelsea diehard fan. Finally, your time has come, Li Ong. Hope you shine brightly today. However, mockery and criticism from detractors soon followed. Truth teller, Li Ong starting. What is Mourinho thinking? Does he even know football? Head of the haters, Li Ong is only on the pitch to sell jerseys. What can he possibly contribute in a real match? Rebel, the Premier League is dead. Li Ong is ruining it. This intense debate continued to ferment on Weibo, with diverse voices intertwining, making Li Ong the center of public attention and rapidly propelling him to third place on the trending list. The match began with the referee's whistle, and Chelsea immediately found their rhythm, displaying formidable attacking prowess. Within the first minute, Cesc Fabregas intercepted the ball near the midfield, surged forward, and delivered a precise through ball to Li Ong. Li Ong looked towards the right flank, but cleverly passed to Diego Costa, who was sprinting through the middle, deceiving all the defenders. Costa calmly slotted the ball home, giving Chelsea a 1-0 lead. Sky Sports Neville exclaimed in admiration, "No look pass. My God, a goal within the first minute. That's a response to the Goodison Park crowd. This young man is incredibly talented." PTV's Zhang Jun also remarked, Li Ang's assist was magnificent. His passing technique and vision were impeccable. That one pass deceived everyone. Even Ivanovic was ready to receive it on the right, but only Li Ong spotted Diego Costa's position. At the moment the ball hit the net, Li Ong felt a surge of immense satisfaction and achievement, his pre-match tension instantly transforming into exhilaration. I did it, Li Ong said to himself silently. This was Li Ang's first assist in the Premier League. At that moment his body felt charged with energy. He could feel his heart pounding violently, sweat trickling down his forehead. His legs trembled slightly, but it was more from excitement than fatigue. He took a deep breath to calm himself, preparing for the rest of the match. Diego Costa celebrated near the corner flag, with all the Chelsea players rushing over to join him. The Everton fans responded with deafening boos, but Costa spread his arms wide, cupping his hands behind his ears as if to say, "Let me hear your barks." Instantly, Cup's rubbish lighters, and even a phone were thrown onto the pitch. The referee quickly intervened, dispersing the players and restarting the game. Just 2 minutes later, Liang received the ball on the right flank. He lightly stepped on the ball, flicked his ankle to pull it back, then pushed it forward, evading Everton's left-back Leighton Baines. With another flick of his ankle, the ball flew swiftly and sharply into the heart of the box. Ivanovic had already surged forward, finding the perfect spot, and stabbed the ball into the net from close range. Chelsea led 2-0, 2 goals in 4 minutes. Sky Sports' Gary Neville marveled. Liang's pass was a work of art. He found Ivanovic's position with pinpoint accuracy. Such vision and technique are truly commendable. PTV's Jean Jun also said excitedly, Liang's cross was absolutely beautiful. Ivanovic barely had to break stride to score. Huang Jinxiang added, this is Liang's value. He not only possesses outstanding individual skill, but also creates opportunities for his teammates at crucial moments. Ivanovic immediately turned around, spotted his assister Liang, and rushed over with sheer delight, lifting him up. The rest of the Chelsea squad quickly swarmed them, embracing the duo. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. We're about to kiss. Stop pushing. Stop. Entering the 4th minute, Everton, unwilling to fall further behind, intensified their midfield battle, attempting to disrupt Chelsea's rhythm with high pressing. Liang was forced to drop from his attacking midfield role back into the center of the park to assist Matic and Fabregas. He had to orchestrate attacks while also contending with double teams and intense pressure. Gareth Barry and James McCarthy became Liang's primary markers. Whenever he received the ball, they would stick tight to him, using physicality and tactical fouls to stifle his influence. Liang received the ball in midfield, turned to initiate a drive, and was immediately sandwiched by Barry and McCarthy. Barry used his body to block Liang's path, while McCarthy attempted a tackle from the side. Liang cleverly executed a drag-back turn to evade McCarthy's challenge, but was then shoved from behind by Barry. The referee's whistle sounded and a foul was awarded to Chelsea. Sky Sports' Carragher commented, Everton's pressing in midfield is ferocious. They know Liang is the key to Chelsea's attack and must find ways to limit his impact. Detractors' taunts and criticisms soon followed online. Truth teller Liang. He's so weak, falls over at the slightest touch. Beijing fan king. Liang only has those few passes, even I could do that. Everton continued to intensify their marking on Liang. During one challenge, McCarthy lunged and dangerously aiming for Liang's feet. Liang was forced to leap to avoid the tackle, but was still clipped by McCarthy's studs, tumbling to the ground. The referee awarded another foul, much to the displeasure of the Everton players. McCarthy looked down at Liang, then appealed to the referee. He's diving. He's acting. The referee gestured for McCarthy to be silent and waved him away. Liang got up, brushed the grass clippings off his shirt, and said to McCarthy, trying to stop me with fouls. You'll need to bring more than that. McCarthy retorted coldly, don't get too cocky, kid. This is just the beginning. Welcome to the Premier League. PTV's Jean Jun observed, Liang is displaying remarkable composure in the face of these fouls. He isn't letting the rough treatment affect him. The tempo of the game remained frantic. Liang won the ball and surged forward, only to be cynically body-checked by Barry. The impact was heavy, and Liang stayed down in pain. The referee quickly intervened, brandishing a yellow card for Barry. John Terry immediately stepped in to argue, and Ivanovic, Hazard, and Diego Costa, seeing their captain take charge, quickly surrounded the referee to add pressure. That's a red card. It's his second foul. He clearly went for the man. The referee persistently shook his head and waved the surrounding Chelsea players away. The female team doctor rushed onto the pitch to attend to Liang, who was still on the ground. How are you feeling? Any dizziness? Can you continue? Liang nodded, and the doctor gave a thumbs up towards the Chelsea bench, signaling that he was fine to carry on. In the 30th minute, Liang, driving forward with the ball in midfield, once again faced the dual challenge from Barry and McCarthy. This time Liang evaded them. He passed with his right foot to the nearby Fabregas, then immediately surged forward, attempting to break free from his markers. Fabregas, upon receiving the ball, played a clever one-touch through ball back into Liang's path. Without hesitation, Liang struck the ball, first time, sending his shot soaring over the bar, but still creating a threatening attacking move. Sky Sports' Neville praised him. Liang is growing increasingly calm and confident in midfield. He might be the most talented product of Chelsea's academy since John Terry. By the 35th minute, the match had intensified further. Everton ramped up their midfield pressing, looking to pull a goal back via quick counterattacks. Liang was again brought down by McCarthy during a challenge. The referee awarded a foul, but did not produce a card. This incensed Mourinho on the sidelines, who protested vociferously. Are you trying to kill him? Or do you want to break his leg? He's just a kid. The fourth official instructed Mourinho to calm down. Seeing that Liang was unaffected, quickly getting to his feet and continuing to play, Mourinho reluctantly walked away from the fourth official, still grumbling. Huang Jinxiang remarked, Liang has certainly received special attention today. His composure and determination on the pitch are impressive. He hasn't been intimidated by the rough tactics. Instead, he's growing stronger. In the 45th minute, just as the first half was drawing to a close, Everton finally seized a chance. Matic's pass in midfield was intercepted by Morales, who swiftly launched a counterattack. His long-range effort from outside the box beat Courtois, pulling a goal back for Everton and making the score 2-1. Sky Sports' Carragher commented, Matic was a bit careless in that defensive situation, but overall he's had an excellent first half. After Everton's players finished their celebrations and returned to the center circle for the restart, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. As the first half drew to a close, the Chelsea players filed back into the dressing room. The air was thick with sweat and tension. Despite leading 2-1, everyone sensed the second half would be fiercer and more grueling. Leong stepped into the dressing room feeling the ache in his leg muscles. The physical battles had been intense and fatigue was beginning to creep into his body. He knew this was no time to let his guard down. Wiping the sweat from his face with a towel, he took a few deep breaths to steady his nerves. Mourinho entered the dressing room, his gaze sweeping over each player. Though his face remained impassive, the resolve and confidence in his eyes instilled strength in the squad. "You've all done exceptionally well," Mourinho began. "We've shown immense attacking prowess and teamwork in the first half, but the match is far from over. We must maintain our high-intensity defense and attack in the second half, giving our opponents no chance." He cast a deliberate glance at Leong and gave a nod. "You've played very well. Stay composed. Don't let their fouls disrupt your rhythm. Barry and McCarthy are already on edge. If they foul you, stay down a bit longer. Terry will keep pressuring the referee, and we might get one of them sent off. Your role in midfield is crucial right now. We need you to continue orchestrating our attacks." Oscar listened from the corner of the dressing room, feeling a pang of neglect. Once he had been the apple of Mourinho's eye, now it seemed the new favorite had replaced him. As Captain Terry rose and stepped to the center, his voice was low and commanding, exuding leadership. "Lads, we've shown our quality in the first half, but that's not enough. We must give even more in the second half." He patted Leong on the shoulder. "Leong, keep up this form. Don't lose your head. Just dish out a few sly nudges while you're on the ball." The atmosphere in the dressing room grew charged with desire after Mourinho and Terry's rallying words. Hazard approached Leong with a grin. "Can you spare a pass for me too? I'd like to pad my stats a bit. You'll have to shake off that clingy Coleman first. He's been glued to you all half. Don't worry. Just give me the ball, and I'll breeze past him. If you beat him and shoot, does it still count as my assist?" Leong eyed Hazard skeptically. "Think about it. You pass to me, I get past Coleman, their midfield rushes to cover, and that leaves you wide open. Then I pass it back to you, you shoot, and I get the assist." Leong was left speechless by Hazard's clever reasoning, merely nodding along. "Fine, we'll see when the chance comes." Time slipped by quickly. The players readjusted their gear, preparing to return to the pitch. At Mourinho's command, the Chelsea squad rose as one and strode out of the dressing room brimming with fighting spirit for the second half. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half. Chelsea kicked off from the center circle, with Leong and his teammates quickly snapping into focus, bracing for the opponent's fierce onslaught. From the outset of the second half, Everton intensified their midfield pressing and aggression, attempting to level the score through relentless high-pressure tactics. Liang's position in midfield became pivotal. He not only had to organize attacks, but also withstand constant pressure from the opposition. Receiving the ball in midfield, Leong shielded it adeptly with his body against McCarthy's challenge, swiftly releasing it to Willian on the wing. Willian surged forward, but was successfully intercepted by an Everton defender. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in midfield, the tempo of the match taut with tension. In the 67th minute, during a swift counterattack, Leong dribbled forward and slipped the ball to Ivanovic, who was charging up the right flank. Ivanovic received the ball and immediately whipped a cross into the box from near the byline. In the ensuing aerial duel between Coleman and Costa, the ball inadvertently deflected into Everton's own net, extending Chelsea's lead to 3-1. Neville of Sky Sports marveled, "This is a stroke of luck for Chelsea. Conceding an own goal in a match like this can be absolutely devastating for morale." Jean June of PPTV commented, "Costa's role in this own goal was crucial. He put so much pressure on Coleman that he didn't know whether to touch the ball or not." After the restart, Leong faced the opponent's double teams and pressing with remarkable composure and resolve. He felt the nervousness from the first half had vanished, and his control over the ball with both feet was becoming increasingly effortless. That was because he had begun to acclimate to the intensity of the Premier League. During a midfield tussle, he deftly evaded the combined challenge of Barry and McCarthy, threading the ball through to the advancing Willian. Willian pushed forward upon receiving the ball, but was promptly cut off by an Everton defender. Hazard raised both arms from the left flank, shouting, "Leong, why didn't you pass to me?" Leong could only raise his right hand in response, "Sorry, next time for sure." Everton refused to back down and quickly launched a counterattack. Morales, receiving the ball on the left, accelerated past Ivanovic with a sudden burst of speed, followed by a swift change of direction, breezing by the defender with ease. Then, lifting his head to survey his teammates' positions, he delivered a precise cross into the center. Naismith surged forward, using his body to shield off Chelsea's KO. He controlled the ball, deftly adjusted his stance, and unleashed a low drive with his right foot, the ball rocketing like a cannonball towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Courtois dived desperately, but couldn't keep it out. The score was now 3-2. Huang Jinxiang of PPTV remarked, "Everton's counterattack was lightning fast. Morales' dribbling and passing showcased his individual brilliance, and Naismith's finish was ice cool. Every link in that attack was nearly flawless." Chelsea responded swiftly in the 74th minute. Leong won the ball in midfield and drove forward. The Everton midfielders, their legs heavy with fatigue, began to struggle to keep pace with him. He lifted his head to scan the field, then, with a delicate flick of his ankle, curled the ball out to Hazard on the left. The weight and precision were so perfect that Hazard didn't even need to control it. He could burst forward instantly. As Coleman moved to close him down, Leong stealthily drifted towards the edge of the box. Hazard then cleverly cut the ball back to the top of the penalty area. Leong met it first time, wasting no motion on adjustments, and unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball soared like a rocket into the top right corner. Everton's goalkeeper Howard threw himself at it with all his might, but to no avail. Chelsea led 4-2. Overwhelmed with emotion after scoring, Leong thrust both arms into the air and sprinted towards the corner flag. His teammates quickly swarmed around him, leaping and embracing him in celebration. Hazard was the first to reach him, wrapping him in a bear hug and exclaiming with excitement, "Brilliant, Leong. Your first goal." Diego Costa followed, patting Leong on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Welcome to the Goalscorers Club, kid." Ivanovic also ran over, throwing an arm around Leong. "Well done, that was a stunning goal." Captain Terry approached, embracing him. "What a screamer. An absolute screamer." Sky Sports' Neville praised, Leong's long-range strike was absolutely magnificent. A goal and 2 assists on his first start. What a prodigious talent. This goal is vital for Chelsea and could very well seal the match. Sky Sports' Carragher added, "If he maintains his appearance rate and keeps up this form, I see absolutely no reason why he shouldn't be called up to the England squad for the World Cup." Jean June of PPTV commented, "Leong has been outstanding in this match. His performance belies his youth. Especially in the second half, he grew calmer and more composed, displaying the bearing of a seasoned general. This goal is the perfect reward for his tireless efforts throughout the game." With Chelsea leading 4-2, Mourinho decided to substitute Leong for Ramirez in the 70th minute. This decision was twofold: to allow Leong to bask in the adulation of the Chelsea faithful and to protect the young talent from potential injury or errors caused by waning stamina in the closing stages. Ramirez came on, dropping from the attacking midfield role into central midfield, shifting Chelsea into a 3-man midfield to shore up the defense. As Leong left the pitch, a thunderous ovation erupted from the stands. The Chelsea supporters showered the young player with resounding applause and encouragement for his stellar display. Smiling, Leong waved to the fans before making his way to the bench. Back on the bench, Leong plopped down, barely catching his breath before being warmly swarmed by his teammates. Drogba stood at the front, his grin as radiant as sunshine. "How does it feel, lad?" Leong replied with a smile, "Absolutely incredible, boys." Assistant coach Steve Holland walked over and clapped Leong on the shoulder. "Well done, Leong." Other players on the bench also came forward to congratulate him. Skirl joked, "That strike of yours really puts us old-timers to shame." Felipe Luis handed him a water bottle. "Here, hydrate. Looks like Oscar's out of luck." He winked at Leong, who simply replied with a quiet, "Thanks," without addressing the comment. Cech sat nearby, watching the scene with a gentle smile. "You remind me of a young Frank Lampard," he said. After Leong was substituted off, Chelsea continued their aggressive attack. In the 77th minute, Chelsea orchestrated a fluid offensive move from midfield. Ramirez received a pass from Matic and surged forward to the edge of the box. He keenly spotted a gap in the opponent's defense, cleverly slotted into the penalty area, and fired a precise low shot into the net, making the score 5-2. Seeing the goal from the bench, Leong jumped up, excitedly cheering along with his teammates. He clapped his hands, applauding Ramirez's brilliant performance, and exchanged high-fives with teammates like Drogba and Skirl beside him. PTV's Jean June also praised, Ramirez's goal came at the perfect time, solidifying Chelsea's lead. As the match neared its end, Chelsea's offense remained potent. In the 90th minute, Leong watched a spectacular counterattack from the bench. Ramirez was once again the key figure, intercepting the ball in midfield and driving forward before passing to Hazard ahead. Hazard calmly controlled the ball, faced the goalkeeper, and finished with a composed strike, sealing the victory with a final score of 6-2. Leong and his fellow substitutes erupted in cheers once more. Felipe Luis and Zuma stood up, applauding the goal scored by the training ground slacker Hazard. Mourinho also nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied with the team's performance. As the referee blew the final whistle, the match ended 6-2, with Chelsea emerging victorious in this intense clash. Leong felt the joy of victory from the bench, celebrating with his teammates. He stood up, walked onto the pitch again, and shook hands with both teammates and opponents, showing respect and gratitude. Leong approached the opposing players first, shaking Morales' hand, saying with a smile, "You played brilliantly today, that long-range shot was beautiful." Morales nodded, returning the handshake. "You too, that goal was absolutely stunning. Keep it up." In truth, Leong despised this kind of ceremonial pleasantry. Having just battled on the pitch, they had to exchange pleasantries and empty words of encouragement. But it couldn't be helped, it was tradition, and more importantly, the cameras were rolling. Next, Leong walked over to Naismith, and they nodded to each other in acknowledgement. Naismith said, "Your performance today was flawless, especially your display in midfield." Leong replied, "Thanks, you guys were resilient too. Looking forward to our next encounter." Leong then moved to Barry, and as they shook hands, Barry chuckled, "Your performance was astonishing. Keep your form and continue working hard. You should be at the World Cup next year. By the way, are you injured?" Leong smiled in response, "I'm honored by your praise. And no, I'm not injured, but you were really ruthless out there, haha." Barry laughed back, "Haha, next time at your home ground, I'll be even tougher on you. But first, make sure you keep your starting spot." After the handshakes, John Terry led the Chelsea players to the sideline, where they bowed to the traveling fans to show their appreciation. They applauded, thanking them for their passionate support throughout the match. The fans responded with cheers, expressing their support and love for the team. Terry pulled Leong aside and asked the fans, "Who is he?" The fans responded enthusiastically. Terry shouted even louder, asking again who he was, and this time the fans' response for Leong was even more fervent. In that moment, Leong earned even greater adoration from the loyal away fans. Leong was named man of the match and headed to the interview zone. The sports reporter asked, Liang, your performance today was outstanding. How do you feel? Liang smiled and answered, scoring in such an important match makes me feel incredibly excited and honored. My teammates gave me tremendous support, and the coach's trust filled me with confidence. This is just the beginning. I will keep working hard. The reporter continued, what do you think was the key to the team's performance today? Liang paused to think, then said, teamwork and trust. Everyone gave their all, and we supported each other, which is how we achieved this victory. After the interview, Liang returned to the dressing room. His teammates congratulated him one after another, the atmosphere filled with joy and the thrill of victory. Mourinho handed him a bottle of water, smiling. Rest well, you were brilliant today. With such a performance, Liang knew he was fully capable of competing for a starting spot in the Premier League, not just in the League Cup or FA Cup. Just as Liang was about to leave the stadium, his phone rang. It was his agent, Jonathan Barnett. Liang, you're blowing up. Barnett said excitedly. Your name is trending on Twitter, especially among the British girls. They're absolutely crazy for you. Liang was baffled and asked, confused, why? What happened? After you were fouled by McCarthy in the first half, you got up immediately. The camera got a close-up of you and the look in your eyes as you stared at McCarthy with the backlighting. And your shooting motion when you scored. They showed a slow-motion replay capturing the muscles in your lower body repeatedly. Someone posted both clips on Twitter. And you became famous. That's it. That's it. I've already had my players and some celebrity friends like and retweet it. Check it out and respond. You need to ride this wave of attention. If you do, sponsors will come knocking for endorsement deals. Liang immediately pulled out his phone and opened Twitter. Countless people had DM. He scrolled through them one by one. Football lover 123. Liang is so handsome. Not only skilled, but also has that masculine strength. I'm totally in love. Liang Chelsea, London girl 98. Just watched Chelsea's match. This Chinese player Liang is incredibly handsome. Those lower body muscles. Does anyone have his info? Liang Chelsea fangirl. Never seen such a handsome Chinese player. Liang's gaze is killing me. I'm becoming his fan. Liang new crush. Some British girls even started sharing their fangirl feelings on Twitter. Britgirl 369. Liang's focus and power on the pitch is so captivating. Every touch he makes has me holding my breath. Liang heartthrob. UK soccer lover. Watching Liang play today, I felt butterflies in my stomach. He's not just skilled, he's extremely good looking too. I want him to look at me like that. Liang football hottie. Even some male fans joined the fray. Sarcastic soccer fan. After watching Liang's performance, my girlfriend keeps talking about how handsome and strong he is. Should I be worried? Liang Chelsea, FTY banter. Liang's performance today was great, but I'm more shocked by how crazy the girls on Twitter are for him. So playing football, well, gets you this many fans. I should have played football instead of going to university. Liang unexpected star. Liang found these comments both amusing and exasperating. He clicked on the video clips. They did make me look very handsome. Oh, that nice backlighting. Liang felt a secret sense of pride. He posted an official response from his account, Liang Official. Thank you all for your support and love. Today's match is just the beginning. I hope to contribute more victories in the future. Chelsea grateful. This tweet quickly garnered a huge number of likes and retweets. Girls flocked to the comments to express support and admiration. Football fangirl, you were amazing today. Keep going, we'll always support you. UK fangirl, the perfect player. You show us hope and strength. Liang glanced at Twitter for a while longer before closing the app. All these comments just lusting after my body. Boring, he said, though he couldn't help but swallow nervously. He then opened his long-neglected Weibo and found many people had DM. World's most beautiful. Liang is just ridiculously handsome. Absolutely mesmerizing. That little look in his eyes makes me want to. Little fairy me. I originally was watching the game with my boyfriend, but ended up becoming Liang's fan. Football girl heart. Can he play the next match without his shirt? Look at those leg muscles. Many male fans also D Liang on Weibo expressing their exasperation. Football little dear, Liang's performance was too good. Now my girlfriend only watches you, not me. What should I do? Chelsea fanhead. Watched the game with my girlfriend today. She started fawning over Liang and said she's becoming your diehard fan. Bro, please tone it down a notch. As he scrolled, he noticed a comment from a Chinese football legend. Old fan, Liang's composure and decisiveness on the pitch are truly impressive. I hope he gets more opportunities. Football coach Tai. Liang's performance was impeccable. His goal and assist showcased his all-around ability. A player like him truly deserves our anticipation. Strangely, the usual haters were silent this time, but some comments made him frown. Fan Xiaodong, Liang is performing so well. Is there a chance he could be naturalized to play for the Chinese national team? His strength could definitely improve our midfield. China Football Association. Liang, football enthusiast. If we could naturalize Liang, our midfield would see a qualitative leap in strength. China Football Association. Liang, fan president. Liang's performance is fantastic. I hope the CFA considers naturalizing him to make our national team stronger. China Football Association. Liang, the CFA's Weibo account gave no response, but in their offices the matter was placed on the agenda. As the international match day approached, the England national team had already announced its latest training squad. Liang, of course, was not selected, nor did he hold any expectations. After all, he had only just begun to make a name for himself, and still needed more time and performances to prove his worth. Players without national team duties were granted a 3-day break. Liang planned to use this time to obtain his driver's license. It had long been his plan, but the grueling schedule of training and matches had never afforded him the opportunity. Now the 3-day holiday presented the perfect chance. Liang arrived at the driving school early in the morning to begin his road test. The instructor was highly impressed with his performance. Liang, your reaction speed and concentration are exceptional. It seems your football training has also benefited your driving. Liang replied with a smile. Thank you, instructor. Passing this time is all thanks to your guidance. The flattery brought a beaming ear-to-ear grin to the instructor's face. Apart from the driving test, the 3-day break couldn't be spent entirely on leisure. He spent his afternoons training rigorously in his home gym and went for a run in the evening to clear his mind and maintain his fitness. Liang jogged through a park near his neighborhood to unwind. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, and a gentle breeze swept through, enveloping the entire park in a serene and beautiful atmosphere. As he ran, he noticed a girl in athletic wear running ahead of him, wearing earphones and seemingly lost in her own world. They ran in silence, one after the other, their footsteps and soft breaths creating a strange, unspoken rhythm. Suddenly the girl's earphone cord snagged on a tree branch, and she stopped to untangle it. Liang also stopped and asked with concern, "Need a hand?" The girl looked up and smiled. "Thanks, but no need. This earphone cord is always so disobedient." Liang smiled. "Yeah, sometimes they act like little troublemakers, just trying to cause chaos." The girl laughed heartily. "You're right. I'm Dua Lipa. Nice to meet you. I'm Liang. Likewise, nice to meet you." Liang shook her hand, feeling a warm, gentle energy. They ran side by side, chatting easily in the breeze. Dua mentioned she was a singer who enjoyed posting cover songs on YouTube. Liang introduced himself as a Chelsea player who liked to train by running here. The sun dipped lower, and the park's scenery grew even more enchanting. Their strides gradually fell into sync, their footsteps and breathing weaving together in the quiet air like a natural symphony. With the gentle breeze, both Liang and Dua Lipa found themselves relaxing more and more. Though it was their first meeting, an unspoken understanding seemed to exist between them, as if they were old friends. "I hope we can run together again sometime," Dua Lipa said softly. "Of course, I'd look forward to it," Liang replied with a smile. Beneath the beautiful dusk, this serendipitous encounter might well have sown the seeds for a future connection. As they ran, their shadows stretched long in the setting sun, seemingly hinting at boundless possibilities ahead. "Goodbye, Liang." Dua waved as she bid farewell. "Goodbye, Dua," Liang responded, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. They each continued their run, but the warmth and beauty of that meeting lingered in their hearts. Continuing his run back home, Liang felt a spring in his step. As he jogged along, he heard cheerful laughter up ahead. A few children were playing boisterously on the street. A young boy wearing a Chelsea jersey spotted Liang and shouted excitedly in Chinese, "Mom, look, it's Liang." Liang stopped, smiled, and waved at the boy, replying in Chinese as well, "Hello there, young man." The boy's mother, a Chinese woman, walked over with a smile. "Hello, Liang. I'm Zheng Fei, and this is my son Hu Gaoming. He absolutely loves football, especially Chelsea." "Hello, Miss Zheng Gaoming." Liang crouched down to look Gaoming in the eye. "So do you like playing football too?" The little boy nodded excitedly. "Yes, I practice every day, hoping to be like you someday." "Keep training hard, and you'll definitely make it," Liang encouraged. Zheng Fei smiled and said, "We've just finished making dinner. If you don't mind, would you like to join us?" Liang felt a surge of warmth. "That would be wonderful. I'm actually getting a bit hungry. Thank you for the invitation. And if I may ask, where is Mr. Hu?" Naturally, he had to ask. If Mr. Hu wasn't there, then he certainly couldn't stay for dinner. Just imagine if Mr. Hu were to suddenly return and find a strange Chinese man having dinner with his family. How would that look? "He just got home and is helping out in the kitchen," Zheng Fei replied with a smile. Zheng Fei and Gaoming led Liang back to their home, where the dining table was already laden with fragrant steaming dishes. Zheng Fei's husband was pleasantly surprised to see Liang and welcomed him warmly. "Welcome, Liang. Please make yourself at home." Dinner was filled with cheerful conversation. Zheng Fei and her husband, Hu Xiaochen, enthusiastically shared their story. Hu Xiaochen, born in 91, was only 5 years older than Liang. He worked in finance and had been sent by his company on a 5-year assignment to the UK the previous year, so the whole family had moved over with him. Because Hu Gaoming loved Chelsea, they'd initially wanted to live near Stamford Bridge, but the rent there was too expensive. They eventually settled on a neighborhood near the Cobham training ground instead. Liang also shared some amusing anecdotes and experiences from the football pitch. Hu Gaoming listened with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting with questions about the sport. Liang answered them all, also letting it slip that Azpilicueta lived nearby, and they might get a chance to meet him sometime. This unexpected invitation made him feel a sense of home in a foreign land. After a restful night, Liang recovered from the previous evening's warmth, feeling recharged. He knew he had an important task today, buying a car. Having his own car would not only make daily training and life more convenient, but also allow him to navigate the bustling city with greater ease. Liang rose early, enjoyed a simple breakfast, then turned on his computer and began browsing the official websites of various car manufacturers. He already had a few models in mind, but needed to confirm his choices. He decided to call his agent Jonathan Barnett to seek some advice. Barnett said over the phone, "Liang is a newly emerging professional player. I'd suggest you go for something a bit understated. Nothing too flashy, but it should be practical and comfortable. Many players on the team drive luxurious, but low-key models like BMW's Autis or Mercedes." Liang thought that made perfect sense. A new player couldn't exactly roll up to training in a red Ferrari, even if he could afford one right now, which he couldn't. Liang decided to check out the BMW and Audi dealerships. First, he visited a BMW dealer particularly interested in the X5. These models had a low-key exterior, but boasted luxurious interiors and outstanding performance. The salesperson enthusiastically received him and detailed the features of the BMW X5 and X3. After a test drive, Liang experienced its smooth handling and powerful acceleration. Leaving the BMW dealership, he headed to the Audi showroom, focusing on the Q7 and A6. The Audi Q7's technological feel and interior design appealed to him greatly, while the Audi A6 won his favor with its elegance and comfort. After a full day of browsing and test driving, Liang pondered for a while and ultimately decided on the BMW X5. He contacted the BMW salesperson, confirmed his intention to purchase, and arranged a delivery time. Liang was seated at the breakfast table enjoying his usual healthy meal. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the table. The weather today was exceptionally clear. His phone suddenly rang. It was his agent Barnett. "Good morning, Liang." Barnett's voice brimmed with excitement. "I have some great news for you." Liang set down his coffee cup, listening intently. "Oh, what good news?" "First, a popular football program from China wants to interview you," Barnett continued. "They're very interested and want to learn about your career and personal life." Liang was pleasantly surprised. "Really? That's great." Barnett went on. "They'll send over a list of questions this afternoon. Take a look, and if there's anything you'd rather not answer, just let me know, and I'll have them steer clear of those topics." Liang pondered for a moment. He had nothing to hide, but then a thought struck him. "Tell them I won't answer any questions about the national team. Everything else is fine." "All right, no problem." Barnett then added, "There's also an advertising opportunity, an underwear campaign for CK Underwear. They think your image fits their brand perfectly and want you to endorse them, shooting both a commercial and print ads. So they want me to be CK's spokesperson?" Liang asked naively. Barnett carefully explained, "Not exactly. Most major brands have multiple product lines. For instance, CK has CK Collection for the high-end market, CK Performance for athletic wear, but this offer is specifically for CK Underwear. You're just the model for their underwear line, not the face of the entire brand. So I'm just the guy for the underpants." "No, you're just the guy who models the underpants." Barnett stifled a laugh, rubbing his forehead on the other end of the line. "No way. Model underpants. Where's the performance in that? Where does the performance even start? I'm not doing it." Liang's irritation was somewhat inexplicable. Barnett roared with laughter. "Don't be so quick to refuse. It's $1 million for just one day of shooting the commercial and print ads." "What? Only one day? I'm in. Which body part do they need? I can even model taking them off." Liang pulled at the waistband of his trousers, glancing down. "Great. I'll let you know once the schedule is confirmed. It won't clash with your training or matches." That afternoon, after finishing his workout at home, Liang decided to go for a run to burn off some restless energy. He jogged effortlessly along his familiar route through the park. The sun once again filtered through the leaves, dappling the path with light, and a gentle breeze rustled past. As Liang reached the spot where he'd coincidentally met Dua Lipa last time, he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw it was indeed Dua, also out for a run. It felt as though they had both subconsciously hoped to run into each other at this time. "Hello, Liang." Dua Lipa greeted him with a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Fancy meeting you again." Liang smiled back. "Hi, Dua. Seems we both enjoy running at this hour." Dua nodded. "Yeah, the sunset scenery is the most beautiful, and the air is so fresh." They jogged side by side, enjoying the easy, warm companionship. The park looked especially beautiful in the twilight, the gentle breeze carrying the sweet scent of flowers and grass, creating a profoundly pleasant atmosphere. After running for a bit, Liang couldn't resist teasing. "You didn't happen to come out at this time just to see me, did you?" Dua Lipa laughed. "How did you guess?" "Actually, I just happened to have some free time." They exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. After running a little further, Dua Lipa suddenly stopped, and Liang followed suit. "Liang, I think we should exchange phone numbers to stay in touch." Dua said, a hint of shyness in her smile. Liang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "Sure, that way we can arrange to run together sometime." He regretted the words the instant they left his mouth, mentally kicking himself. Run together? Why didn't I suggest dinner or something? We could have a bottle or two of red wine, and I could tell her my dog writes novels, and invite her over to see. What was I thinking? They exchanged numbers, and a warm feeling seemed to well up within them both. Dua glanced at her watch. "I should head home. See you another time." "Yes, see you another day," Liang said, waving goodbye. He watched her retreating figure, a strange sense of anticipation stirring in his heart. The international break saw many players jetting off to join their national teams, leaving only a few uncalled players at the club. Liang was one of them. After the club's short break, he found only 7 first-team players remaining. With such limited numbers, the team could only focus on basic training. Liang and the other 6 players, strictly speaking 5 as Czech, was on the sidelines drinking water and watching them underwent high-intensity fitness sessions daily under the guidance of the fitness coach to maintain their competitive edge. In the early morning, the players engaged in running, sprinting, and various physical conditioning drills on the training ground, a regimen designed purely to maintain their form. As the session concluded and Liang was heading to the canteen, head coach Mourinho called him over. Mourinho approached Liang and gave him a pat on the shoulder. "Liang, barring any surprises, you'll be in the starting 11 for the match on September 13th. This will be your first start at home. I also need to assess the other players' conditions. But of course this also depends on how everyone else is doing. After lunch, Liang headed to the club's gymnasium for his strength training session. Maintaining muscular strength and endurance was vital for his performance on the pitch. Besides, he had an ad campaign to shoot. Following the fitness coach's plan, Liang worked through a series of exercises, including squats, bench presses, and pull-ups. After his workout, he decided to visit Graham Smith, Chelsea's ticket manager, to get some tickets for the upcoming home match. They had always had a good rapport, and Liang didn't anticipate any issues. He arrived at Graham's office and knocked gently on the door. Graham's voice came from inside. "Come in." Liang pushed the door open and said with a smile, "Hello, Graham. I'd like to get some tickets for the match." Graham looked up and returned the smile. "Liang, come in and have a seat. How many tickets do you need?" "I need 6 tickets for my family and friends," Liang explained. Graham frowned and shook his head. 6 tickets is too many, Liang. We have strict allocation rules. The maximum I can give you is 4. Liang was disappointed. "Only 4? How am I supposed to divide that? This is my first start at home, and my family and friends are really looking forward to watching me play." Graham nodded understandingly. "I get it, but rules are rules. I can give you 2 family tickets and 2 front row seats. Everyone else only gets 3. Liang sighed, finally conceding. "All right, I'll take the 4. Thanks for understanding, Graham." He thought to himself that he'd have to get this guy a nice Christmas gift this year. A little generosity goes a long way. Graham handed over the 4 tickets. "Here you go. Good luck in the match." Liang took them and shook Graham's hand. "Thanks, Graham. Your support means a lot to me." Just as Liang was about to wrap up his training for the day, his phone buzzed. A text message from Dua Lipa popped up. "Hey, Liang. Up for a run together?" Liang glanced at the message, a wry smile on his face. "I've been running all day, and now she wants to run again." His instincts screamed no, but his body was treacherously honest. Deep down, he still possessed the traditional virtues of a Chinese gentleman. A bit too eager to please, Liang replied, "Anyway, sure. When and where?" Dua Lipa quickly responded, "Half an hour, the usual spot." Half an hour later, Liang laced up his running shoes and headed to the park. Dua Lipa was already there waiting, her hair tied in a ponytail. Seeing him, she waved and walked over with a smile. "Hi, Liang. Ready for another lap?" Liang chuckled and shook his head. "You're full of energy. I just finished a whole day of training. But for you, I'll do one more." They started running side by side. Dua Lipa asked as they jogged, "How have you been lately? Anything new?" Liang thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, there's something I want to give you." Dua Lipa tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oh, what is it? Don't tell me it's a pair of running shoes." "Not yet. Patience." He deliberately kept her guessing. Playing hard to get. They continued running, a subtle tension hanging in the air. But Dua Lipa's curiosity was gnawing at her like a kitten's claws, desperate to know what the gift was. Finally, she stopped, her cheeks flushed, and pleaded, "Come on, tell me. What's the gift?" Liang couldn't help but laugh. He pulled a ticket from his pocket and handed it to her. "It's a ticket to the match on September 13th. Front row seats. I hope you can come." Dua Lipa took the ticket, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "Really? That's amazing. But, do you have another one?" Liang's heart skipped a beat. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Is she planning to bring her boyfriend? Did I just mess this up? Should I give it or not? Give it to her boyfriend to watch me play? How pathetic is that? As a future master of performance on the pitch, he quickly composed his expression, but she had already noticed his internal turmoil. "Idiot, if you want to know who the ticket is for, just ask. What are you thinking about?" Dua Lipa decided to tease him a little. Liang feigned calm and asked, "You need another one? Are you bringing your boyfriend?" "Oh no, it's for a friend." Dua Lipa looked at him with an innocent expression. "A guy?" Dua Lipa nodded. "Can I have another ticket?" Liang's mind was a mess. How pathetic am I? How pathetic am I? How pathetic am I? How pathetic am I? The thought looped endlessly in his head. Seeing Liang's expression crumble, Dua Lipa decided to let him off the hook. She had already seen right through his little game of playing hard to get. She burst out laughing and lightly tapped his arm. "Gotcha. Silly, I want to bring my father to the match. He's a huge fan and would be over the moon." Liang breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was still pounding at 180 beats per minute. His mind, once a whirlwind of chaos, snapped back to a single clear line. "Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot?" He couldn't help but laugh at himself. "You scared me. Of course that's fine. This one's for your father." Liang pulled out another ticket from his pocket. Dua Lipa looked at him gratefully, a hint of affection in her eyes. "Thank you, Liang. This means a lot to me." As they continued running, Dua Lipa suddenly stopped, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "By the way, Liang, I didn't know you were a first-team player for Chelsea. I thought you were just in the youth squad. You never told me." Liang smiled, shrugging nonchalantly. "It's nothing special. I'm just a guy who loves football." Dua Lipa playfully punched his arm, a slight blush on her cheeks. "Don't be so modest. I'll definitely be cheering for you." Liang was taken aback, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere between them. He looked into Dua Lipa's eyes, his heart beating faster involuntarily. "So, see you then," Liang said softly. Dua Lipa nodded, a sweet smile curving on her lips. "See you then, Liang." At London's Heathrow Airport early in the morning, the bustling crowd was a sea of diverse faces. The cacophony of chatter and airport announcements blended into a single constant hum. A film crew from China stood out conspicuously. They were on a significant mission to interview Chelsea's rising star Liang. The team included renowned football commentator Zhang Jun, veteran football analyst Zhang Lu, professional camera operators, sound engineers, a director, and 2 officials from the Chinese Football Association. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu led the group, pushing their luggage carts while talking in hushed tones, a mix of excitement and nervousness on their faces. This is a rare opportunity, Zhang Jun said. Liang is a pride of our nation. We need to make this interview exceptional. Zhang Lu nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Absolutely. It's about giving the fans back home a better understanding of Liang and what real football is all about. Meanwhile, the camera operators were meticulously checking their equipment, ensuring everything was in perfect working order. The sound engineer headphones on adjusted the microphone levels repeatedly to guarantee crystal clear audio. Liang's agent Barnett had already arranged airport pickup for the crew. Several black business vans waited quietly outside, the terminal drivers ready and waiting. The CFA officials, however, had made their own separate arrangements, keeping to themselves with an air of mystery. Barnett spoke to the crew leader over the phone. The cars are ready. You can head straight to Liang's place. He's really looking forward to meeting you all today. He's probably still asleep right now. The crew leader nodded and announced, all right, the cars are waiting outside. Let's go. With a mix of high hopes and slight apprehension, the crew exited the airport and boarded the waiting vans. The camera operators carefully loaded their gear, and the sound engineer did one final check to ensure everything was flawless. Sitting in the van, Zhang Jun gazed out the window at the London streetscape, his mind filled with anticipation for the upcoming interview and meeting. He turned to Zhang Lu and said, I hope everything goes smoothly today. Liang is sure to surprise us. Zhang Lu patted him on the shoulder, smiling. He definitely will. The vehicles carried them towards Liang's residence. The soft morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on their eager faces. At 7 in the morning, several black commercial vehicles were quietly parked at No. 3 Woodland Avenue near the Cobham training base, the home of Liang. The doors opened and Zhang Jun, Zhang Lu, and the film crew members stepped out one by one, greeted by a detached villa with an 80-square-meter grassy garden 2 floors above ground, and one below, 5 bedrooms and bathrooms, and a private gym. At that moment, Liang had just risen and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Hearing the noise outside, he knew the film crew had arrived. He quickly finished his morning routine, stepped out of the bathroom, and went to welcome the guests who had traveled from afar. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu stood at the door, their faces breaking into smiles as they saw Liang emerge. Zhang Jun spoke in English. Good morning, Liang. We are so excited to meet you. Liang responded with a smile, speaking fluent Mandarin. Good morning, teacher Zhang Jun. Teacher Zhang Lu, welcome to my home. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were taken aback. Zhang Jun exclaimed, Liang, your Mandarin is so good, what a pleasant surprise. Liang chuckled. When I was young, my father hired many Chinese international students to teach me Mandarin, so it's no problem. Zhang Lu added with a smile. That's wonderful, then let's just communicate in Mandarin and save the trouble of translating. Liang stepped forward, shook hands, and exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Jun, and Zhang Lu then turned to the other staff members, shaking hands and greeting each one. Welcome, thank you all for your hard work. The cinematographers, sound recorders, and others responded in kind, feeling Liang's warmth and enthusiasm. He even brewed a cup of coffee for each of them. Zhang Jun looked at Liang with concern and asked, Liang, our filming today will follow you for the whole day. Are you ready? Liang nodded and smiled. No problem, I'm fully prepared. We can start anytime. Zhang Lu took the opportunity to lean in and whisper, Liang, people from the Football Association are also here, but they seem to have wandered off. Liang was slightly surprised but quickly composed his expression. Oh, they're here too. All right, let's focus on today's shoot first. Liang immediately felt a surge of goodwill towards them, as they had no obligation to inform him. If the FA people found out they tipped him off, they could even lose their jobs. Zhang Jun, overhearing the conversation, whispered to Liang, hope they won't bother you. Liang already had a good idea of what the FA intended to do. Liang replied in fluent Cantonese, M4 Gon 2 U3, NGO 5 Wui 5 Sayu, 2-6 Romanian Leho 2, NGO 5 Dak 2 Go 3 Din 6, 1 2 Sinwa NEI 5 Day 6 M, 4 Ho 2 Pak 3 Zayu 6. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu nodded, admiring Liang's linguistic talent even more. He called his agent, explaining the potential situation and asking him to inform those who needed to know and make the necessary arrangements. The film crew quickly got into work mode. The cinematographers adjusted their lenses, the sound recorders checked their equipment, and they fitted Liang and the hosts with lapel microphones. Once everything was ready, the shoot officially began. Liang gave the team a tour of his home, from the living room to the kitchen, and then to his private gym, detailing his daily life and training regimen. This is my gym where I do my strength training every day, Liang said, pointing to the equipment. Zhang Jun asked, Liang, is your usual training intensity high? Liang nodded. Yes, the training intensity for professional players is extremely high. You need to maintain excellent physical condition and form. He then pointed to the Chelsea logo on a cup and added, especially at a top club. Zhang Lu chuckled. It seems you're really sticking up for your team. Liang smiled. Well, I've been here in the youth academy since I was 8. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu then posed a series of professional and in-depth questions, making the interview more substantive and interactive. Zhang Jun began. Liang, is a professional player, what does your daily life look like? Liang replied with a smile, my daily routine is quite disciplined. I get up at 7 every morning and start training at 9. It's a habit I've had since I was 8. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were particularly astonished. You've had this habit since you were 8. Really? Yes. From the moment I signed my first contract with Chelsea, it was a 9-to-5 training schedule. At 4 p.m., I had an hour of tactical class, and in the evenings I still had school. It only got a bit easier after I made it into the first team and had some time for myself. Zhang looked at Liang with a hint of sympathy. That's just too intense. How did you keep it up? My grandson is still lying in bed at 11. Liang said nonchalantly. It's not really about perseverance, it's more about mindset. When I wake up I think, I don't want to be eliminated, and that gets me out of bed. Because youth football in England is truly brutal. One day you're teammates with a group of guys, the next day only me and Chucky are left, and then a new batch of players arrives. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were shocked to hear this. Liang continued, a coach once told me that 17 is the biggest watershed. Before that the elimination rate is 97. After 17, when you're signing professional contracts another 70 get cut. So I consider myself very lucky. That's not just luck, that's real talent. Liang smiled at the compliment and didn't deny it. Zhang Jun continued with a deeper question, what do you think is the most important quality for a professional player? Liang answered, I believe it's discipline and team spirit. Football is a team sport. No matter how good an individual is, they can't succeed without the support of the team. Discipline is what ensures you can give your best in training and matches every day. The interview also touched on topics that fans are very interested in. Zhang Jun asked, what do you think is the future direction of football? Especially what advice would you give to young players? Liang said seriously, I can't answer for the future of football, but for young players my advice is to maintain your passion for the game, keep learning and improving your skills, and also pay attention to your physical health and mental well-being. Zhang Jun was a bit disappointed with this answer as it was too generic. Zhang Lu quickly added, hey, that's a bit too official. Give us something from the heart. Then I have only one thing to say, never ever give up in anything you do. Zhang Lu then asked teasingly, so do you have a girlfriend now? Hee. Liang laughed, no, and I'm anxious about it too. During the shoot Liang suddenly remembered something and asked, how long are you planning to stay in London? Zhang Jun replied, we leave the day after tomorrow. Liang thought for a moment and suggested, how about this, see if you can leave the day after that. Because I might be starting in our home match against Swansea the day after tomorrow. You could come and film the game. I'd really like you to get more footage, it's good for me. And you can all stay at my place. I have plenty of empty rooms anyway. We can have dinner together in the evening. It'll make the filming more authentic and save you some budget. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu looked at each other astonished. Zhang Lu said with a smile, Liang, you're so hospitable. Are you sure this is okay? Liang nodded, of course, no problem. We're all family here, but it's easier for everyone to work. The rest of the crew also expressed their agreement and gratitude. Thank you, Liang. This is fantastic. Zhang Jun patted Liang on the shoulder, laughing. Well, we'll take you up on that. Thanks for your kindness. Liang replied with a smile, you're welcome. Let's all work hard together. By the way, my agent has already spoken to Atkins from Chelsea's PR department. Except for tactical sessions, you can film everything else, fitness training, practice matches. And if you capture other players, we can have Barnett handle it. They should all be fine to appear on camera. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu looked at each other once more, again astonished, because Liang and his agent had arranged everything so meticulously, even getting them access to film inside the stadium. Of course, they had their own motives, especially Barnett. He had done extensive research and surely knew the influence these two hosts had over football fans in China. He had to build Liang into a star and increase his fan base to secure more brand endorsement deals and rake in the commissions. At 8:30 in the morning, the filming crew arrived by car at the entrance of the Cobham training ground, where a well-dressed middle-aged man was already waiting for them. This man was none other than Chelsea Football Club's public relations officer Atkins. He greeted the crew with a smile, extending his hand and saying, good morning, welcome to Cobham training ground. I'm Atkins, in charge of public affairs. Zhang Jun shook his hand and replied, good morning, Atkins. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you for arranging this. Zhang Lu also greeted him politely. Hey, good morning. Atkins then led the crew into the training ground, and after passing through several corridors, they arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was spacious and bright, with classic Chelsea photographs adorning the walls. A rich breakfast was already laid out on the tables, featuring fresh fruit, various breads, scrambled eggs, bacon, sausages, and cereal. Pointing to the table, Atkins said, this is our cafeteria. Feel free to choose whatever you like for breakfast. Today's training is scheduled to start at 9, so we have ample time to enjoy our meal. At that moment, Liang walked into the cafeteria dressed in his training kit and looking spirited. He greeted everyone with a smile. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the home of Chelsea. The director immediately instructed one of the cameramen to follow Liang. Zhang Jun, looking at the sumptuous breakfast, smiled and said, this looks fantastic, thank you, Atkins. Zhang Lu picked up an apple and asked, Atkins, do the players usually have breakfast here too? Atkins nodded. Yes, this is where players and staff dine together. We place great emphasis on a healthy and balanced diet to ensure our players have sufficient energy for high-intensity training. Liang grabbed a portion of fried eggs and some toast, sat down next to the crew, and said with a grin, you should eat up too. Today's training won't be easy. The crew members each chose their preferred breakfast and found seats by the window. While eating his fried egg, Zhang Jun asked, Liang, could you introduce today's training schedule for us? Liang put down his coffee cup and replied, today's training mainly consists of tactical drills and physical conditioning. The morning session is tactical, where the coaches will lead the players through tactical setups and simulated matches. The afternoon is for physical training to enhance the players' stamina and endurance. Zhang Lu then asked, will we be allowed to film the entire session? Atkins nodded with a smile. Of course, we will do our best to accommodate your work. However, some tactical details may need to remain confidential. We will inform you in advance which parts cannot be filmed. Jean Jun expressed his understanding. Understood, we will adhere to the rules. Thank you for your cooperation. Just then Hazard and Diego Costa walked into the cafeteria. They noticed the crew conducting the interview and immediately flashed mischievous grins. Hazard whispered something to Diego Costa, who nodded in agreement, and they decided to step in front of the camera to join the interaction. Diego Costa went over to the cameraman, gestured animatedly, and took the camera, assuming the role of the cameraman himself. Meanwhile, Hazard picked up the microphone, appeared in front of the lens, and pulled Liang to face the camera, pretending to conduct an interview. The director initially thought something was wrong, but quickly signaled the other cameraman to film them. Liang, hello. How do you think Diego Costa has been performing this season? Hazard asked with a serious face, but Liang could see he was struggling to contain his laughter. Who is Diego Costa? Liang's sudden remark broke Hazard's composure, causing him to burst out laughing right in the cafeteria. Diego Costa was also laughing hysterically beside him, the camera shaking uncontrollably in his hands. The crew and other players were all amused by the scene, laughing heartily. Hazard finally managed to stifle his laughter and continued, Liang, how could you not know our big star here? Liang pretended to be serious and said, oh right, isn't he the one who always dives in the box? At this, Hazard and Diego Costa completely broke down, laughing, eventually placing the camera back and raising their hands in surrender. Jean Jun and Zhang Lu were also chuckling at the amusing spectacle. Jean Jun remarked, it seems the atmosphere in Chelsea's dressing room is truly excellent. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kind of camaraderie between teammates is really special. It also shows us another side of the players off the pitch. Hazard finally concluded, all right, Liang. We won't disrupt your serious interview any longer. We'll let you have your moment in the spotlight today. Liang smiled and responded, thanks for your cooperation. I won't let you off so easily next time. After breakfast, the crew, led by Atkins, headed to the training pitch. The cameramen arrived early to set up their equipment, preparing to capture the players' arrival and warm up. The players strolled onto the pitch one by one, each greeting the camera. Hazard, seeing the camera, made a funny face and waved, hello everyone. Diego Costa walked over with a broad smile, good morning, hope you can capture our best form. He also flexed his muscles and struck a strong pose for the camera, which elicited laughter from everyone. Terry walked steadily past the camera, nodded, and said calmly, good morning everyone. Welcome to Chelsea's training ground. His face bore the confidence and solemnity of a leader. Mourinho also arrived at the training ground, smiled at the camera upon seeing the crew, then walked over to Liang and patted him on the shoulder. Facing the camera, Mourinho said in his iconic tone, he's our future star, a great player. Liang smiled shyly and responded, thank you, boss. Mourinho turned to the crew and added, Liang has been performing exceptionally well in training. He possesses the potential to become a top player. Training began, and Liang, along with his teammates, threw themselves into the intense and demanding session. On the field, the players first quickly navigated the agility ladder, then received and passed the ball, the entire process requiring extremely high tempo and precise footwork. Liang was extremely focused, sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, yet he maintained a high level of concentration. After each run through the agility ladder, his steps were light and stable. He would quickly receive the ball and pass it accurately to the next teammate using different parts of his feet. The crew's cameras captured it all, showcasing his exceptional skill and outstanding physical condition. Zhang Lu, standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but look astonished. He said to Jean Jun, the intensity and speed of this training are truly breathtaking. Jean Jun looked at Zhang Lu and asked, why are you so surprised? Zhang Lu smiled wryly and said, I've led professional teams in China and watched many professional players train, but this speed and precision are leagues apart. We might not even be at half their level. Professional players in China still have a long way to go in this regard. Jean Jun nodded. Indeed, this explains why clubs like Chelsea can stay at the top of the league. They not only have excellent players, but also a rigorous training system. During the training, Mourinho walked over to Liang, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. Well done, lad. Keep up this speed and precision. Liang nodded breathlessly. Thank you, boss. I'll keep working hard. Mourinho turned to the crew and said with a smile, see, this is our player. They give their all not just in matches, but in training as well. Zhang Lu remarked with emotion, this truly embodies professional spirit. After the first training session concluded, the players relaxed. Hazard and Diego Costa started their antics again, pretending to do the agility ladder drill at a deliberately slow pace, with exaggerated movements causing everyone to burst into laughter. As the hydration break ended, the players returned to the field, preparing for the more intense tactical portion of the training. At this point, the pace and tempo of everyone noticeably increased a notch, making the training ground seem more intense and orderly. The first part of the session was short passing drills. Players paired up, executing quick and precise short passes. Liang was paired with Hazard, and the duo displayed remarkable chemistry, their passes lightning fast, direct, and accurate. Jean Jun and Zhang Lu watched intently from the side. Next came long passing and off-the-ball movement drills. The players formed two lines and executed long passes across the entire training ground. Upon receiving the ball, Liang delivered a magnificent long pass, the ball tracing a beautiful arc and landing perfectly at his teammate's feet. Zhang Lu exclaimed, the power and precision of that long pass were absolutely perfect. Under the coach's direction, the players continuously executed complex movement patterns, simulating various tactical scenarios for matches. Liang darted across the field swiftly, his nimble footwork allowing him to excel in duels. Mourinho supervised from the side, frequently shouting reminders to the players about their movement rhythm and coordination. Zhang Lu watched the players training, still profoundly impressed. He turned to Zhang Jun and said, "You know, every detail here seems so professional. Liang's performance in training makes me feel there's a world of difference between him and our professional players in China." Zhang Jun nodded. The training standards at top European clubs are truly admirable. They demand excellence in every detail, speed, strength, technique. Nothing is overlooked. Zhang Lu continued, "In our professional league in China, players also work hard, but the gap in training intensity and precision is still quite evident. It's truly fortunate for Liang to be able to develop in such an environment." Zhang Jun added, "This also highlights the importance of a good training system and environment for a player's development. Chinese football still has a long road ahead, but seeing Liang's performance here fills me with hope for the future." "All right, cut," the director called out. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu also took off their microphones and surreptitiously started chatting again. "Coach Zhang, is the gap really that big? How what I said earlier about being far behind, maybe not even half, that was all nonsense. It's more like 10 to 1. That big a difference. Then why did you say? It's for TV, you know. Saying the gap is that huge wouldn't sound good." Atkins informed the crew that the following training involved tactical details that couldn't be filmed, but they were welcome to film other things while waiting for Liang to finish. After training, Liang and his teammates walked into the locker room, peeling off their sweat-soaked jerseys to shower. Once clean, he had barely settled into his seat when his phone buzzed. He picked it up to see a message from Dua Lipa. "Hey Liang, want to go for a run together this afternoon?" Liang glanced at the message, a hint of apologetic mischief curling at the corner of his lips as he replied, "Can't today. I've got to prepare for the match. Aren't we meeting the day after tomorrow? Missing me that much, huh?" Seconds later, his phone buzzed again with Dua Lipa's reply. "Yeah, I wanted to see you one more time before the game. After all, you're the big star. I searched you up on Twitter. That killer stare and those lower body muscles, haha." Liang read it and found himself caught between laughter and tears. He simply sidestepped the topic. "We'll meet soon enough. Let's hang out after the match." He tucked the phone back into his pocket, changed quickly, and got ready to head out. In the locker room, his teammates were chatting and sharing amusing stories. The air was thick with the lingering scent of sweat and lighthearted laughter. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Liang waved goodbye to his teammates. "All right, fellas, I'm heading out. See you tomorrow." His teammates responded in unison, "See you, Liang." Waiting at the entrance, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu saw him emerge and stepped forward to greet him. Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Tough workout, Liang. Ready to hit the supermarket for groceries?" Liang nodded, a trace of fatigue on his face, but mostly excitement. "Ready. Let's go." Zhang Lu teased, "You seem pretty upbeat. Is it because training's over?" Liang laughed. "Yeah, everyone's got to unwind after work, right? But with you two master chefs here today, I'm going to eat well." They walked into the Chinese supermarket, pushing a cart as they began picking out ingredients. The store was bustling, shelves lined with a dazzling array of goods. Zhang Jun chuckled. "Liang, today we've got steamed pork ribs, kung pao chicken, black pepper beef short ribs, and stir-fried greens. Should be quite a feast." Liang nodded. "Sounds delicious already. Let's do it." Zhang Lu led the way to the meat section, picking out a tender piece of chicken breast and some fresh pork ribs. Inspecting the ribs, he said, "These look great. Not too fatty, perfect for steaming." Liang helped load the ingredients into the cart, then asked, "What else do we need?" Zhang Lu replied, "Some greens and seasonings. Let's check the vegetable section. We've got all the seasonings at home. Then we'll just focus on vegetables." They headed over, and Zhang Lu picked out a few fresh bunches of greens, placing them in the cart. Liang picked up a carrot and asked with a grin, "What about this one?" Zhang Lu laughed. "No carrots today. Let's stick to the plan for now." Liang nodded, tossed the greens into the cart, then looked at Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun. "Anything else we need?" Zhang Lu shook his head, thinking for a moment. "Nope, that's it." They quickly gathered everything they needed and pushed the cart toward the checkout counter. Just as they were about to pay, a few young people recognized Liang. One boy exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't that Liang? The Chelsea player?" Liang smiled sheepishly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, hello there." The boys immediately swarmed around him, asking for autographs and photos. Liang patiently fulfilled their requests, smiling as he posed for pictures and signed his name. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu watched from the side. Zhang Lu remarked with a chuckle, "Liang, you're seriously popular." Liang waved his hand modestly. "It's nothing really." A little girl walked over with her phone, asking shyly, "Big brother Liang, can I take a photo with you?" Liang crouched down and smiled warmly. "Of course, little one." They struck a cute pose together and snapped a photo. At the register, Liang insisted on paying. "This one's on me. Consider it a thank you for coming to help." Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu smiled and graciously accepted his offer. After a busy afternoon, Liang, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Lu finally got dinner ready. Steamed ribs, black pepper beef short ribs, kung pao chicken, and stir-fried greens. The table was laden with fragrant, mouth-watering dishes. The three sat down around the table as the film crew began shooting. The agent had also prepared takeout Chinese food for them. Just as they were about to dig in, the doorbell suddenly rang. Liang got up to answer it and found his neighbor Azpilicueta at the door, holding a steaming tray of Spanish paella with a warm smile on his face. Azpilicueta said cheerfully, "Hey Liang, I heard you invited friends over today, so I brought some paella from my hometown. Let's all share it together." Liang responded with pleasant surprise, "That's fantastic. Come in. Let's eat together." Azpilicueta had intended to drop off the paella and head home for dinner, but before he could finish his sentence, Liang had already seated him at the table. It seemed Adriana, as Pilicueta's wife, would be dining alone tonight. As Pilicueta placed the paella at the center of the table, the aroma was tantalizing and the colors were irresistible. Jean-Jun and Jean-Lu both wore appreciative smiles. Jean-Jun praised, "Wow, this paella looks incredible." "Thank you, Aspi." Jean-Lu chimed in, "Absolutely. Tonight's dinner is truly a feast." Leon laughed. "Everyone don't be shy, dig in." They all picked up their chopsticks and began sampling the various dishes. The steamed ribs were tender and juicy, the kung pao chicken had a perfect sweet and sour balance, the stir-fried greens were crisp and refreshing, and with As Pilicueta's Spanish paella on top, everyone ate with great relish. As Pilicueta took a bite of the kung pao chicken, his eyes lighting up as he praised it endlessly. "This kung pao chicken is absolutely delicious, perfectly balanced with such rich flavors." Jean-Jun said with a smile, "We put a lot of care into it." "Glad you like it." As Pilicueta nodded, "I love it. I'll have to learn how to make this next time." During the relaxed and cheerful dinner, Jean-Jun and Jean-Lu began a conversation with As Pilicueta. Jean-Jun asked, "As Pilicueta, why did you choose to come to Chelsea back then?" As Pilicueta smiled and replied, "Actually, many clubs were interested in me, but Chelsea's sincerity won me over. The team atmosphere here is excellent, and the level of competition is higher than in League One. Plus, there's the chance to play in the Champions League." Leon glanced at As Pilicueta thinking, he's being remarkably candid, isn't he? Jean-Lu followed up, "Could you tell us about Spain's youth football development system? It seems to produce so many outstanding players." As Pilicueta nodded, "Yes, Spain's youth system is very comprehensive. We undergo rigorous training from a young age, not just in technique, but also tactical and psychological development, so we're better prepared for professional matches when we grow up." Jean-Jun then asked, "What do you think of Leon? How has he performed in training and matches?" As Pilicueta looked at Leon with admiration in his eyes. Leon is an incredibly talented player. His passing technique and speed are all outstanding. When he first walked into the locker room, we all doubted whether he could make it. But the moment he stepped onto the training ground, we knew exactly what level he was at. Leon smiled sheepishly. "Thanks for the kind words, Aspi. Looks like I owe your wife a handbag." The entire dinner was filled with laughter and joy as they chatted and shared stories. Jean-Jun remarked, "Leon, your friends are so warm." As Pilicueta's paella was the perfect finishing touch. Leon laughed. "Yeah, he's always that helpful. He even helped me move into my place." Jean-Lu smiled. "If you ever get the chance to visit China, we should all get together too. Cooking and eating meals like this feels really special." As Pilicueta nodded, "Sounds great. I'd love to have some more of your kung pao chicken." Liang's head filled with imaginary black lines. He's got such an adventurous palate, wanting to eat his kung pao chicken. After a long day of training, the players filed back into the locker room, tired, but fulfilled, packing up their gear. Mourinho walked in, his expression serious, yet touched with a hint of a smile. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Gentlemen, today's training was exceptional," Mourinho declared, his voice carrying authority and encouragement. "Now here is tomorrow's starting lineup." Leon looked up, a glimmer of anticipation and nervousness in his eyes. Courtois, Ivanovic, Cahill, Terry, As Pilicueta, Matic, Fabregas, Leon, Hazard, Willian, Diego Costa. Hearing his name officially in the starting 11, Leon clenched his fist, silently steeling himself. His teammates came over, patting him on the shoulder in congratulations. Hazard and Diego Costa even joked, "Hey kid, make sure you pass me the ball tomorrow," before laughing their way out of the locker room. But one figure seemed less than pleased. Oscar stood off to the side, his expression stiff. He watched Leon, his mouth twitching slightly, though he said nothing. Mourinho noticed Oscar's mood. He knew the young Brazilian was certainly unhappy. After all, Liang's starting spot meant Oscar had lost his chance to play. Mourinho walked over to Oscar and patted his shoulder, speaking in a low voice. "Oscar, you are also a vital part of this team. Tomorrow's match, we need your support and readiness on the bench." Oscar met Mourinho's gaze. "The position in my contract is not as a substitute." With that, Oscar didn't look at Mourinho again, turning and leaving the locker room. Mourinho watched Oscar's retreating figure, then headed back to his own office. Back home after training, Leon entered the living room and turned on the television, flipping to a channel replaying last night's match. On the screen, he saw himself, a version of him running with relentless effort. He changed into comfortable training clothes and headed to his small home gym. The gym was fully equipped with a treadmill, dumbbells, and a lat pull-down machine. Leon decided to begin with some stretching to relax his tense muscles. He picked up the lat pull-down bar, gripped the handles, planted his feet firmly on the base, and slowly pulled the bar down. With each repetition, he felt the tightness and release in his back muscles. After finishing his stretches, Leon moved to the treadmill, set the speed and time, and began a steady jog. His steps were light and powerful, arms swinging naturally, every stride full of rhythm. His gaze frequently drifted to the television, watching other teams' matches. "That was a beautiful goal," he murmured to himself. After his run, Leon walked to a corner of the gym, picked up a pair of dumbbells, and started upper body exercises. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, stable, gripping the dumbbells. He lifted them slowly, then lowered them with equal control. After the workout, Leon wiped the sweat from his brow and headed to the kitchen. To prepare a simple dinner, he took out ingredients from the fridge: chicken breast, broccoli, carrots, and some basic seasonings. He sliced the chicken breast into thin pieces, his knife skills steady and practiced. He turned on the fire, heated the pan, and added oil. The entire process smooth and effortless. He placed the chicken slices into the hot oil. With a sizzle, a savory aroma gradually filled the kitchen. Liang deftly flipped the meat, ensuring it cooked evenly, its color turning a golden brown. Soon a delicious and vibrant chicken and vegetable dish was ready. Liang plated the meal, neatly carried it to the dining table, and sat down to enjoy the dinner he had prepared himself. Dad, hurry up, we're going to be late. Dua Lipa urged, pacing anxiously around the house, her eyes darting to the clock on the wall. She had urged her father several times, but he was still leisurely organizing his instruments. Her father, Duke Kajinlipa, gave a resigned smile. Don't worry, the match is still 3 hours away. Dua Lipa frowned, though her voice was pleading. Oh, you have no idea how bad the traffic gets around Stamford Bridge. We better leave early. Kajin sighed. All right, I'm coming. To avoid the traffic, Dua Lipa and her father decided to take the tube to Stamford Bridge. The station wasn't far from home, and they hurried towards it. On the platform, Kajin suddenly asked, by the way, how did you get your hands on this ticket? Dua Lipa's heart tightened, but she quickly put on a casual air. Oh, a friend gave it to me. He had a spare. Kajin looked at her with slight suspicion. What friend is so generous? Dua Lipa quickly changed the subject. Just an old friend. Oh, look, the train's here. The fans around them were buzzing with excitement, chatting animatedly, sharing their love for Chelsea and their anticipation for the match. A fan turned to them and smiled. Are you here to support Chelsea too? Dua Lipa nodded and smiled back. Yeah, I'm here with my dad. The fan said enthusiastically. Then you're in for a treat today. Chelsea are in great form, and we've got Liang. At the mention of Liang's name, the surrounding fans nearly broke into his chant. Dua Lipa felt a warmth in her heart and a surge of pride. She told the fan, yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing him play too. You should grab a jersey at Stamford Bridge. Once you wear the blue, your family, the fan said, dancing with his beer. As the train pulled into Fulham Broadway station, the closest to Stamford Bridge, Dua Lipa and her father flowed out with the crowd. Her excitement grew, and the scene before her made it impossible to contain her joy. Walking towards the stadium, Dua Lipa felt an unparalleled atmosphere. A sea of blue Chelsea fans surging like a tide, the entire street awash in the club's colors. Flags fluttered in the wind, and the fans sang the Chelsea anthem in unison, their voices thunderous. Every corner was filled with cheers and anticipation. Holding her father's arm, Dua Lipa was in awe of the blue sea of people. Dad, this is incredible. I've never seen anything so passionate. Her father smiled. This is the magic of football. It brings everyone's hearts together. Let's hope we see a great match today. They weaved through the bustling crowd towards the entrance. Vendors hawked all sorts of merchandise, and fans eagerly snapped up Chelsea scarves, hats, and jerseys. Dua Lipa bought a Chelsea scarf and immediately wrapped it around her neck. Then, spotting the latest Chelsea jersey, she pulled her father into an official merchandise store. The store was just as lively, with walls covered in a wide array of Chelsea merchandise. Dua Lipa picked out the newest Chelsea jersey. As she went to pay, the shop assistant asked enthusiastically, would you like a name printed on the back for an extra $6? Dua Lipa answered without hesitation, yes, I'd like Liang's name, please. The assistant smiled and began preparing the printing. Her father watched, then couldn't help but ask again, Dua, who exactly is this friend of yours? How did they get such great front row seats? Dua Lipa forced a light laugh. Just an old friend. He happened to have a spare ticket and gave it to me. Kajin still had his doubts, but seeing his daughter so happy, he didn't press further. He patted her shoulder. All right, if you don't want to say, let's just go and enjoy the match. Dua Lipa breathed a silent sigh of relief. She slipped on the jersey with Liang's name printed on the back and followed her father towards the stadium. As they entered the tunnel, the view opened up before them, a vast green pitch and stands packed with fans. The stadium DJ pumped out anthemic music, and the sea of blue reached its peak. Stepping into the stadium, Dua Lipa was stunned by the sight. The wide green field, the orderly stands, the passionate fans, it all felt so real and yet so magical. She and her father found their seats, which weren't hard to locate. They were in the first row right next to the family section. As she sat down, she clutched her ticket tightly, silently praying for Liang to have a stellar performance. Today is the moment we show our strength. Everyone must give 100% fight for the team, for the fans, for ourselves. Mourinho's voice echoed through the changing room. The changing room was thick with tension and excitement. The Chelsea players had donned their blue kits and boots, ready for the upcoming battle. Mourinho stood in the center, his gaze resolute, his voice full of power, capturing the attention of every player. He looked around, meeting the eyes of each player. We don't fight for ourselves, we fight for this blue shirt. We fight for the fans who support us. Do you hear me? They will be fighting with us on that pitch. Mourinho's voice grew more impassioned. The opposition is nothing to fear. If we stand united, nothing can stop our march forward. Not now, not ever. But today we must win this match and show everyone our strength. After the speech, Captain John Terry stood up, clapped his hands forcefully, and led the rally. Lads, let's give it everything today. For victory, for Chelsea. Diego Costa clenched his fists and roared, let's smash them once we're out there and give them no chance at all. Spurred on by the rallying cries, the fire of battle burned in every player's eyes. They came together, embracing and encouraging one another. Chelsea, they shouted in unison, the sound shaking the very walls of the changing room. Each of them was filled with confidence, ready to fight for glory on the pitch. The call to battle had sounded, and Terry led his teammates out to form the line in the tunnel. In the PTV broadcast studio, Huang Jinxiang and Li Yunkue were making their final preparations for the day's match. The studio felt different today, as Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were reporting live from Stamford Bridge, interacting with the studio via a live link. Huang Jinxiang smiled at the camera. We're missing two of our colleagues in the studio today, They're at Stamford Bridge bringing us first-hand reports. Zhang Zhonglu, how's it looking over there? The screen switched to Stamford Bridge showing Zhang and Zhonglu with the bustling stadium behind them. Zhang smiled back. Huangli, the atmosphere here is fantastic. The fans are incredibly passionate. Zhang Lu chimed in. Yes, the Chelsea fans are especially excited today. They're really looking forward to Liang's start. We've also seen many fans who came out specifically to support Liang. Huang Jinxiang nodded in agreement. Liang's recent performances have indeed been outstanding, and I've heard he's very popular within the team. Zhang Jun laughed. Yes, we've interviewed quite a few Chelsea players and staff here, and they all speak very highly of him. Not only is his skill on the pitch superb, but he's also a great person. Li Yuan-Kue asked, so have you encountered anything interesting during your time in England? Zhang Jun replied, we visited many places in London and felt the deep football culture here. At that moment, a blonde woman in a home jersey suddenly gave Zhang Jun a kiss on the cheek. Zhang Jun quickly continued, especially at Stamford Bridge. The Chelsea fans are so passionate, everyone is full of love for their team. Li Yuan-Kue concluded with a chuckle, looks like you're getting some lucky breaks, huh? I hope Liang has a great performance today and brings Chelsea a victory. After the live link ended, Huang Jinxiang and Li Yuan-Kue continued their discussion about the upcoming match, eagerly anticipating Liang and Chelsea's performance. Before the match began, the atmosphere inside Stamford Bridge reached its peak. Fans gathered in the stands, eagerly anticipating the start of the game. The giant screen above the pitch flickered with bright lights, followed by rousing music as the Stamford Bridge DJ began to announce the starting lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your Chelsea Football Club starting lineup. Number 13, Courtois. The fans erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Number 26, the captain John Terry. Terry's name drew the most fervent reaction. As captain, he basked in the passionate support of the fans. Each player's name was met with a roar of approval, fans raising their hands high and waving Chelsea's blue scarves. Number 18, Liang. Liang's name was shouted out, and the entire stadium erupted in resounding applause and cheers. For the fans, this was Chelsea's second homegrown youth academy product, making his first appearance at home. In the stands, Dua Lipa also sprang to her feet in excitement. When the DJ announced number 18, she joined the fans in shouting Liang. Her eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but cheer along with the crowd. Her father looked at her smiling. Seems you really like this Liang. Dua Lipa smiled and nodded. Yeah, he's really handsome, isn't he? Dukajin smiled. Well, then I'll have to appreciate his skills on the pitch. Liang's parents were also in the family section, rising to their feet and clapping excitedly. Li Todd gripped his wife Mia's hand tightly, tears of pride glistening in his eyes. That's our boy, that's our boy. At that moment, Liang felt for the first time what it meant to play at home. He felt the overwhelming support from the stands and beyond, his inner excitement transforming into boundless motivation. The opening whistle blew and Stamford Bridge immediately erupted. Chelsea's players quickly settled into the game, passing the ball and probing for attacking opportunities. Swansea City's players were equally determined, immediately launching an intense high press. In the third minute, Chelsea organized an attack. Liang advanced with the ball, but Swansea's captain Ashley Williams executed a slide tackle from behind, sending Liang tumbling to the ground. The referee immediately blew his whistle, awarding Chelsea a free kick. Chelsea fans voiced their displeasure with boos, but the referee didn't produce a yellow card. In the 8th minute, Liang received the ball in midfield again. This time just past the halfway line, he was brought down by Swansea midfielder Ki Sung-yueng. The referee immediately blew his whistle and showed Ki Sung-yueng a yellow card. He looked innocent, protesting that he had touched the ball first. Liang frowned, rubbed his ankle where he'd been tackled, got up, and continued the game, completely ignoring him. In those 10 minutes, the atmosphere on the pitch was electric. The pressing and challenges from both sides were fierce. Guided by Mourinho, Chelsea's players held their shape, waiting for their opportunity. Swansea City's players, meanwhile, gave their all, hoping to pull off an upset on the road. In the 11th minute, Swansea City midfielder Jonjo Shelvey received a pass from a defender. He turned quickly and spotted a gap in the attack ahead. Shelvey immediately delivered a precise long pass. The ball flew to the right flank, where winger Nathan Dyer sprinted onto it and advanced with the ball. Azpilicueta quickly moved to close down Dyer's path, but Dyer was quick on his feet, executing a deft change of direction to evade Azpilicueta and continue his advance. Dyer spotted teammate Wilfried Boney positioned in the box and decisively chose to cross. Terry was tightly marking Boney in the area, ready to disrupt any shot. Just as Dyer crossed the ball, Chelsea's defense experienced a momentary lapse in organization. The ball flew into the box. Terry attempted to clear it, but the ball unfortunately deflected off his leg. Chelsea goalkeeper Courtois reacted swiftly, lunging towards the bottom right corner, but Terry's deflection left him wrong-footed. The ball sailed past Courtois' fingertips and found the back of the net. After the goal, Swansea City's players celebrated wildly. Dyer and Boney embraced tightly, while the Swansea fans in the away section jumped for joy. Chelsea's players looked dejected. Terry felt a deep sense of regret, but as captain, he quickly composed himself. He clapped his hands and encouraged his teammates. It's all right, lads, we still have time. Remember, we are a team. We need to stay calm and focused now more than ever. In the stands, Dua Lipa and her father also witnessed the scene. Dua Lipa watched the ball fly into her own net, her heart sinking, disappointment evident on her face. Her father patted her shoulder, trying to console her. It's okay, this is just part of the game. I believe Chelsea will fight back. In the family section, Liang's parents also witnessed the unfortunate own goal. Li Todd held his wife's hand tightly, a complex expression on his face. He knew his son and his teammates would surely be feeling the pressure. Mia tried to maintain a smile, though inwardly, she was worried for her son. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher offered their analysis of the incident. Neville remarked, "That's a very unfortunate own goal. Terry clearly meant to clear it, but the ball's direction completely caught him by surprise." Carragher added, "These things happen in a match, but for Chelsea they need to quickly adjust their mindset and get on with the game. Terry and his teammates all need to show greater resilience." After the own goal, the match entered a tense stalemate. Swansea City gained confidence from the goal, setting up a solid defensive wall in midfield and defense. Chelsea dominated possession, but their attacks were repeatedly thwarted by Swansea's defensive block. Chelsea launched frequent assaults on the attack. Hazard and Willian continuously attempted to break through on the flanks, but were consistently intercepted by the opposition's defenders. Midfielder Fabregas orchestrated play, looking for chances to deliver threatening passes, but Swansea's defense remained resolute. In the 25th minute, Liang received a through ball from Fabregas. He swiftly advanced with the ball to the edge of the box. Facing a defender's challenge, he skillfully cut inside and unleashed a shot from distance, but the ball drifted just wide of the post. A collective groan of, "ooh," went through Stamford Bridge. Liang was also frustrated, thinking to himself, "If only I'd aimed just a bit more to the left." In the stands, Dua Lipa and her father watched Liang's every move intently. When Liang was advancing with the ball, Dua Lipa held her breath in anticipation. Seeing his shot graze the post and go out, she let out a soft sigh. "Ah, so close." Her father smiled and patted her shoulder, comforting her. "Never mind, the lad played well. There will be more chances." In the family section, Liang's parents were also glued to the action. Li Todd felt a twinge of disappointment seeing his son's shot miss, but more than that, he felt pride. He's trying. As the first half entered stoppage time, Chelsea still hadn't broken down Swansea's defense. The atmosphere in the stadium was incredibly tense, with the fans' chants growing louder, hoping the team could equalize before the break. In the second minute of added time, Chelsea finally got their chance. Hazard dribbled down the left flank, skillfully cutting past the defender before delivering a cross into the center of the box. Fabregas surged forward, received the pass, and instead of shooting himself, cleverly played a lateral ball to the unmarked Diego Costa. Diego Costa, facing the goalkeeper, calmly slotted the ball into the net. Stamford Bridge erupted instantly, with fans celebrating this hard-fought goal with unbridled joy. In the stands, Dua Lipa and her father jumped up in excitement, waving their Chelsea scarves. Dua Lipa shouted, "Brilliant, brilliant. Finally a goal." Her father smiled in response. "That was a beautiful move, a fantastic attack." Liang's parents were also celebrating the goal excitedly in the family section. Li Todd gripped his wife's hand, a smile finally breaking across his face. "We've equalized. We've equalized." Mia looked at the excited Li Todd. "Aren't you an Arsenal fan? Why are you so excited?" "I'm a fan of whichever team my son plays for," Li Todd declared shamelessly. Seeing Mia happy, he decided to temporarily bury that touch of red from London deep in his heart, only to bring it out again when Arsenal played. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher gave a lively analysis of the goal. Neville commented, "That was a perfect team move. Hazard's dribble and Fabregas' assist were both exceptional." Carragher added, "Diego Costa's finish was also very composed." This goal is crucial for Chelsea. They finally leveled the score just before halftime. The Chelsea players regrouped, resuming the game with confidence and fighting spirit. They knew the second half ahead would be the decisive period that determined the outcome. As the first half drew to a close, the Chelsea players made their way back to the dressing room. The stoppage time goal had lifted the team's spirits, and the faces of the players radiated renewed determination and confidence. In the dressing room, the players clapped each other on the back, exchanging words of encouragement. Mourinho stood at the center, a confident smile on his face. He observed the state of his players and nodded with satisfaction. Mourinho stepped forward and declared with his characteristic firm tone, "You played exceptionally well in the final minutes of the first half. That was exactly the grit and teamwork we need. We must maintain this momentum and continue to pressure the opposition." He scanned the room and continued, "Swansea's defense is solid, but you've already found their weakness. Keep exploiting our speed and technique to create chances. Remember, our goal is to win the match, not just to equalize." Just then, Liang raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. He cleared his throat and said, "Today my family and the girl I like are here in the stands. I want to win not just for the team, but for them." The dressing room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a thunderous round of applause and cheers. Terry grinned and said, "Did you hear that, lads? Today we fight not only for ourselves, but for Liang's family and his girl." As the halftime break came to an end, the Chelsea players rose to their feet, once more exchanging high fives and words of encouragement. Terry led the charge, shouting, "For Liang, let's win this." The players responded in unison, filled with unwavering belief. They marched back onto the pitch, ready to face the second half. The fans at Stamford Bridge also rose to their feet, cheering their team on. As the second half commenced, Chelsea, invigorated by Mourinho's words, played with renewed vigor and high morale. The roar of the fans echoed throughout Stamford Bridge as Chelsea's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. In the 56th minute, Chelsea launched a swift counterattack. Liang received a pass from Cesc Fabregas in midfield and surged forward with the ball. He deftly eluded the South Korean player Ki Sung-yuing, scanning for his teammates' runs. He tried to grab his shirt, but couldn't hold on, stumbling forward and falling flat on his face. Li Yang's dazzling display earned applause from Stamford Bridge. He drove to the edge of the penalty area, spotting Diego Costa perfectly positioned inside, ready for the pass. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise through ball to Costa's feet. Costa's eyes lit up. The weight and accuracy were perfect. All he had to do was extend his foot to score. Costa swept his foot, and the ball slipped through the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. Stamford Bridge erupted instantly, the fans roaring in celebration of the magnificent goal. Chelsea's players quickly swarmed Costa, and Lyon celebrating the crucial goal. In the stands, Dua Lipa and her father jumped up in excitement, waving their Chelsea scarves. "That was amazing. We've taken the lead." Liang's assist was brilliant, Dua Lipa exclaimed. Her father beamed. "Liang is truly impressive." In the family section, Liang's parents were also thrilled by their son's outstanding performance. Li Tud's eyes glistened with proud tears. He did it. He did it. Mia tightly gripped her husband's hand, laughing. "Let go of me, you're hurting my hand." Li Tud looked bewildered. "Isn't it you who's holding my hand?" Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher offered their passionate analysis of the goal. Neville commented Liang's assist was incredibly precise, and of course Costa's finish was ice cool. Carragher added, "I really enjoy watching Liang's passing. Every killer ball is perfectly weighted. A flawless performance." Back on the pitch, Liang and Costa embraced with teammates joining in the celebration. Hazard walked over, patted Liang on the shoulder and grinned. "What about the girl?" "The girl? I'll tell you after I score," Liang replied excitedly. Hazard immediately made a decision. He had to set up Liang for a goal. "You said it." Terry also came over to high-five Liang. "Your passing was fantastic, keep it up." The match continued, and in the 67th minute Chelsea launched another attack. Hazard received the ball on the left wing, dribbled forward with pace, and skillfully cut inside past the defender before sending the ball into the center of the box. Liang surged forward, saw the trajectory of Hazard's pass, and without a second thought struck the ball decisively. It flew in a beautiful arc, nestling into the top right corner of the net. The goalkeeper stood no chance. Stamford Bridge erupted into wild celebrations, with cheers echoing to the rafters as the Liang song broke out from the stands. This was Liang's first goal at home, and his excitement was uncontrollable. He spun around and sprinted towards the dugout. Mourinho saw him coming, assumed he wanted to celebrate, and opened his arms to embrace the young player. But to everyone's surprise, Liang ran straight past him, his eyes frantically scanning the crowd. His gaze swept over countless cheering faces before locking onto a radiant figure. There amidst the crowd stood Dua Lipa. The sunlight seemed to brighten her face, making her glow. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anticipation, as if the entire world had frozen for her at that moment. Liang's eyes met hers, his heart pounding. He knew she was the one. Without overthinking, he surrendered to the impulse of that instant. He sprinted to the edge of the stands, vaulted the barrier, and rushed directly to Dua Lipa. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Seeing this, the Chelsea players quickly ran over and stood nearby, letting this moment of romance belong solely to the two of them. Terry, Costa, Hazard, and the others beamed with joy, as if shielding the young couple with their presence. Dua Lipa's father stood beside her, completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene. Mourinho was also stunned at first, but a smile quickly spread across his face. It was a first in his managerial career. Understanding Liang's feelings perfectly, he hurried over to the celebrating players, wanting to witness this romantic and crazy spectacle firsthand. In the family section, Liang's parents witnessed the scene, both shocked and moved. Li Tud chuckled, saying to his wife, "Our son is quite the romantic." Mia smiled in response. Yes, he was so brave in that moment. Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher were also captivated by this unexpected turn of events. Neville laughed. "This is definitely the most romantic moment I've ever seen in a match I've played in or watched. How bold is he? Honestly, I'm envious. I envy his courage, and I envy that he's an attacking player." Carragher joked as well. "This is certainly the most unique goal celebration we've ever witnessed. I believe that after tonight, women all over the world will envy this girl. This might be the ultimate romance football has ever seen." Jean June in the stands laughed. "The lad works fast. He said he was looking for her the day before yesterday, and today he's found her." Zhang Lu also chuckled. "Yes, he found her so quickly. It seems Liang is not only skilled on the pitch, but also a master of romance." After kissing Dua Lipa, Liang quickly returned to the field. At that moment, the referee walked over, a helpless smile on his face, and pulled a yellow card from his pocket, showing it to Liang. "Rules are rules, nothing I can do. You'll have to accept it," the referee said to Liang with a smile, his tone filled with understanding and leniency. Liang simply smiled, shrugged, and accepted the yellow card without protest. This moment of romance was worth it. The fans in the stands continued to cheer, savoring the heartwarming interlude in the match. Up in the stands, Dua Lipa's face still held the sweet smile from moments before. Her heart was completely captured by Liang's bravery and passion. Seeing him accept the yellow card so calmly filled her with immense sweetness. In that instant, her world revolved entirely around Liang. "Dad, I'm in love," Dua Lipa whispered, her eyes shimmering with happiness. On the sidelines, Mourinho couldn't help but laugh, softly clapping his hands in support of Liang. Terry walked over, slung his arm around Liang's shoulders and grinned. "Boy, you've certainly stolen the show today." Hazard also ran over, joking, "That yellow card is more worth bragging about than a goal." Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher were laughing uncontrollably. Neville remarked, "This has to be the most valuable yellow card in football history." In the 70th minute of the match, Mourinho decided to make a substitution. The fourth official on the sideline raised the substitution board displaying Liang's number. Liang's performance on the pitch earned him a thunderous ovation from the fans. He walked towards the sideline with his head held high ready to welcome the incoming Ramirez. As Liang reached the sideline, Mourinho gave him a warm pat on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done, Liang. Your performance today was outstanding." Liang wore a proud smile, but Mourinho then added in a seemingly stern tone, "However, now you'll be on the bench. Keep your eyes forward, stay composed, and don't try to steal the spotlight anymore." Liang was taken aback, a bit confused, but then he caught a hint of protectiveness in Mourinho's eyes. Mourinho continued in a low voice, "There will be many cameras on you. We need to stay focused. You have to leave a professional impression on the opponents and the media." Liang nodded, understanding Mourinho's intention. He knew this was not just a reminder, but also a form of protection. Mourinho wanted to shield him from media pressure through this approach. Back on the bench, Liang sat down and tried to relax. His teammates came over one by one to pat him on the shoulder, showing their appreciation and encouragement. Czech whispered, "Don't worry, the coach is just trying to protect you. You played brilliantly today." Up in the stands, the fans were still cheering for Liang's fantastic performance, making him one of the focal points, even from the bench. The Sky Sports commentator also weighed in on the substitution decision. Gary Neville said, "Mourinho's substitution is a wise decision. Liang was brilliant today, but he also needs rest and protection." Jamie Carragher added, "This isn't just a tactical adjustment, but also a way to protect Liang." Up in the stands, Dua Lipa watched Liang being substituted off, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. After Ramirez came on, Swansea attempted to create threats through counterattacks, but Chelsea's defense remained resolute. Terry and Cahill's seamless coordination at the back, coupled with Courtois' steady saves, repeatedly thwarted Swansea's advances. In the 75th minute, Willian initiated a threatening attack with a swift break forward. He delivered a precise cross from the edge of the box. Costa collected the ball, turned quickly and shot, but it was saved by Swansea's goalkeeper Fernandes. Dua Lipa watched the game nervously from the stands, her emotions fluctuating with every attack and defensive play on the pitch. Although her father harbored concerns about his daughter's relationship with Liang, he was also thrilled by this exciting match. In the 85th minute, Chelsea launched another attack. Hazard's dribbling down the left flank put immense pressure on Swansea's defense. He passed the ball to Costa inside the box, but Costa's shot was once again saved by Fernandes. Finally, the referee blew the full-time whistle, and Chelsea defeated Swansea 4-2. The fans erupted in jubilation in the stands while the players embraced each other on the field to celebrate the victory. Back in the dressing room, the Chelsea players were celebrating the win. Mourinho praised every single player, then said, "Liang, come with me to the media interview later." Liang could only nod in agreement. Mourinho and Liang arrived at the post-match interview room. The media were already waiting, their eyes full of expectation and curiosity. The photographers' flashbulbs kept flashing, capturing every moment. At the start of the interview, the media first congratulated Chelsea on their victory. A reporter from the Times asked with a smile, "Mr. Mourinho, congratulations on leading the team to this splendid victory. How would you assess the team's performance today?" Mourinho smiled and replied, "It was a fantastic match and the players performed exceptionally well. We did a great job on both the offensive and defensive ends." However, the questions soon began to take a sharper turn. A reporter from the Daily Mail was the first to press, "Liang, your celebration after the goal was very bold. You kissed a girl in the stands. Who is she? What is your relationship?" Liang smiled and answered, "She's just a very good friend for now, but my first thought after scoring was to show her my affection, and I couldn't think of a better way than that. So it just happened naturally. This goal was incredibly important to me, so I wanted to share that moment with her." The reporter pressed on, "Do you think this kind of celebration might affect your professional image? Are you worried about causing unnecessary controversy?" Liang said calmly, "Football is not just a game, it's a part of life. My celebration this time was a genuine expression of emotion, and I believe the fans can understand that." The journalists were clearly unwilling to let the topic go. A reporter from The Guardian posed an even more provocative question, "Mr. Mourinho, do you think Liang's performance today, such as his celebration, could affect the mentality of other players? For instance, could his kissing a girl cause any discontent among his teammates?" Mourinho replied, "Chelsea is a united team. Our players respect and support each other. Liang's action was a personal expression of emotion and won't affect the team's unity. Besides, we all knew he was going to do it, and we're all delighted with his performance." A reporter from The Sun, sensing a hint of gossip, stood up and asked, "What do you mean by we all knew he was going to do it?" Liang glanced at Mourinho, then took the microphone. "At halftime back in the dressing room, I told the guys that my parents and the girl I like were in the stands today. I couldn't accept losing. I wanted to bring joy to my family and the girl I like. That doesn't conflict with my desire to win more victories for Chelsea." The Sun reporter followed up, "So has the girl accepted your confession?" Liang almost laughed in exasperation at the journalists. "If you hadn't asked me to come to this press conference, I probably would have had my answer by now. So I don't know, and I'm eager to find out." His remark drew laughter from the journalists below. Chelsea's press officer immediately stepped in to end the questions. "All right, everyone, our time is up. Let's let this young man go find his answer." And so the interview concluded amidst the commotion. Mourinho and Liang walked out of the interview room, facing the flashing cameras and shouts outside. Mourinho patted Liang on the shoulder and said softly, "You did very well today, both on and off the pitch." Liang nodded and smiled gratefully. "Thank you, coach." The team bus slowly headed back to the training ground. The atmosphere inside was filled with laughter and chatter, the players still basking in the joy of victory. Leong sat in his seat, phone in hand, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. The image of Dua Lipa and that sweet kiss kept replaying in his mind. He thought to himself, can she accept my feelings? How can I be sure of her feelings? Despite being fearless on the pitch, he still felt a pang of anxiety when it came to matters of the heart. Just then his phone rang. It was his agent Barnett. Leong answered the call and the agent's excited voice came through. Leong, you're an absolute genius. You've made the whole world know who you are. Leong chuckled and replied modestly, thanks Barnett. I'm just trying my best in every game. Barnett continued, no, this game is beside the point now, but that celebration of yours has made the headlines. Everyone is talking about you and that girl. When he decided to do what he did on the pitch, he had already anticipated this outcome. Barnett added, I've been getting calls from tons of advertisers who want to work with you. You've become the new darling of the advertising world. But we can discuss all that in detail tomorrow. Leong was a bit surprised, but also excited. Really? You really are a genius. You play brilliantly, and I haven't even started promoting you yet, but you're already marketing yourself. Even if I bought traffic, I couldn't get this kind of effect. I love you, Leong. For now, just enjoy yourself. By the way, how's the girl? Barnett said excitedly. Leong felt a warmth inside, or at least his agent wasn't only talking about money, but also cared about his life. He said in a low voice, Barnett, I still don't know if she accepts my feelings. Maybe it was too sudden. Barnett chuckled and replied, don't worry, Leong. She'll definitely be won over by you. You were so bold and romantic. Just let things happen naturally. After hanging up, Leong took a deep breath and looked out at the night scenery. The bus continued its steady journey. His heart was filled with hope and anxiety, and he decided to take the initiative. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Dua Lipa. Hey Dua, the match is over today. I'm really glad you could come. I truly like you. I wonder if you feel the same way. Could you tell me what you're thinking? After sending the message, Leong leaned back in his seat, quietly waiting for a reply. His heart was a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Leong sat on the bus when his phone screen suddenly lit up with a message from Dua Lipa. His heart raced as he nervously opened it. Dua Lipa replied, Hi Leong. Your performance today was truly remarkable. I quite like you too. Could you come over to my place tonight? My father would like to meet you. He's prepared dinner, meat pies and stuffed peppers. Reading this message, Leong's emotions became a whirlwind of excitement and nervousness. He took a deep breath, feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Dua Lipa's reply filled him with joy, yet the thought of meeting her father made him feel a pang of unease. He thought to himself, her father. Right, he came with her today? I completely forgot about that. Countless possible scenarios flashed through his mind, and Leong felt his palms grow sweaty, overwhelmed with apprehension. After sending the message, Leong took a deep breath, trying to relax. He knew tonight would be a momentous occasion. After returning home, Leong couldn't stop thinking about meeting Dua Lipa's father. A wave of tension and anxiety washed over him, his heart racing. Standing before the mirror, he pondered what attire would leave a favorable impression. He first took out a suit, put it on, and scrutinized his reflection carefully. The suit seemed too formal. He frowned, feeling it might make the atmosphere stiff. He shook his head and quickly took it off. Next, he changed into a tracksuit, but looking at himself in the mirror, he felt it was too casual, as if he didn't take the meeting seriously. He sighed, his inner conflict deepening. Leong rummaged through his wardrobe, repeatedly growing increasingly agitated. He picked up a shirt only to put it down, tried on jeans, but deemed them unsuitable. As time ticked by, his heartbeat quickened. Finally, he settled on a casual yet respectful shirt paired with clean chinos. He adjusted his collar in the mirror, taking deep breaths to calm himself. This should be fine. Not too formal, yet not disrespectful. He muttered to himself. After double-checking his attire, he grabbed his phone, ready to head to Dua Lipa's residence. Just as Leong was about to leave for Dua Lipa's house, it occurred to him that he should bring a gift as a token of courtesy. He stopped at the door, frowning, and inwardly chided himself. How could I be so careless? How can you visit an elder empty-handed? He turned back inside, intending to find a bottle of red wine as a gift. But after a moment's thought, he realized he didn't have any wine at home. Damn it, I should have stocked up on some red wine or matai, he thought anxiously. Suddenly, he remembered his teammate Azpilicueta, who lived nearby. Azpilicueta was Spanish and surely had a fine collection of wine at home. Leong decided to seek his help, hoping to buy, or rather get, a bottle of red wine. He drove quickly to Azpilicueta's doorstep and rang the bell. Shortly after, Azpilicueta opened the door and saw Leong standing there with an anxious expression. Leong, no food to eat. Come on in and join us. Azpilicueta asked with concern. Thanks for the offer, but no. Azpi, could you lend me a bottle of red wine? I'm about to meet that girl's father, but I don't have any wine at home. Leong explained, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Azpilicueta smiled and patted Leong on the shoulder. Don't worry, buddy, I've got plenty of wine at home. Come in and pick one. Azpilicueta led Leong into the wine cellar, gesturing to several rows of neatly arranged bottles. Take your pick. These are all excellent wines. Leong chose a bottle that appeared quite prestigious, feeling deeply grateful. Thank you, Azpi. You've been a huge help. Azpilicueta waved his hand dismissively. That one's just average. Let me pick one out for you instead. Soon Azpi brought out 2 bottles of Castillo Agave Gran Reserva 1980. Take these 2. They're delicious, and they cost around £260 each. Won't put any pressure on them, buddy. Good luck tonight. Holding the wine, Leong felt somewhat more at ease. He checked his attire and the gift once more, took a deep breath, and set off again for Dua Lipa's house. Carrying the wine, Liang arrived at Dua Lipa's home with a mix of emotions. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. Before long, Dua Lipa opened the door and broke into a sweet smile upon seeing him. "You're here, Liang," she said softly, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "Yes, I'm here," Liang replied with a smile, handing her the bottle of red wine. "This is a gift for you all. I hope you like it." Dua Lipa accepted the wine and stepped aside to let him in. "Thank you. Mom and Dad are already waiting for you." Liang entered the living room and saw Dua Lipa's parents seated at the dining table. A surge of nervousness hit him, but he tried to appear natural. He walked over and greeted them politely. "Good evening, sir, ma'am. I'm Liang. It's a pleasure to meet you." Dua Lipa's father stood up and extended his hand for a handshake. "Welcome, Liang. Please have a seat. We were just about to start dinner." The dinner was lavish, and Liang sat at the table sweating profusely, knowing this meal would not be easy. He felt a knot of tension, fine beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Dua Lipa's parents occasionally smiled at him, which offered some comfort. Although there were no particularly pointed questions, Liang still felt he was undergoing some kind of invisible test. He strove to maintain his composure, but the inner anxiety persisted, and his palms grew slightly damp. At the dinner table, Liang tried his best to appear polite and confident, yet the inner tension never fully subsided. He could feel his shirt clinging to his back, soaked with sweat. Every bite of food seemed to carry the taste of a trial. Dua Lipa occasionally cast encouraging glances his way, which helped him relax a little. He kept wiping the sweat from his brow, continuing to diligently navigate this silent examination. After dinner, Dua Lipa's father Decagyan said to Liang, "Liang, could you join me in the music room for a chat?" Despite his inner turmoil, Liang agreed, "Of course, sir." "Oh no, there's a second round to this test." Decagyan led Liang into the music room, which was filled with various instruments, and the walls were adorned with numerous music awards and photographs. A picture of a younger Decagyan hung beside the piano, and the entire room exuded a rich artistic atmosphere. Liang sat on the sofa, sensing a heavy ambience. Decagyan casually picked up a guitar, as if lost in thought. Liang silently reminded himself to stay calm. He took a deep breath, trying to break the silence. "Mr. Decagyan," he began, "I would like to date Dua. I hope to have your—" Decagyan set down the guitar and waved his hand, interrupting Liang. "Liang, I was young once too. I know what you're going to say. You're a professional footballer, and in my view you'll achieve great things. But with that comes more and more temptations. So young man, don't make empty promises." He paused, gazing deeply into Liang's eyes with a sharp, perceptive look. "I have only one request. If any problems ever arise between you two, please don't hurt her. I hope you can return her to me whole. Can you do that?" Liang was deeply moved by his words. He felt the gravity and sincerity in Decagyan's tone. It was not just a warning, but a profound expression of paternal love. Liang nodded solemnly and replied, "Mr. Decagyan, I promise you, and I will remember your words. No matter what happens, I will do my utmost to protect Dua and keep her from harm." A faint smile appeared on Decagyan's face as he patted Liang on the shoulder. "Take good care of each other. I hope you two find happiness." Meanwhile, Dua Lipa and her mother were in the living room. Dua Lipa asked worriedly, "Mom, what do you think they're talking about?" Her mother smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, sweetie. Your father just wants to have a talk with Liang and get to know him. You should trust them." Dua Lipa nodded, feeling slightly more at ease, but still anxiously waiting for the conversation between her father and Liang to conclude. As he was leaving, Liang once again expressed his gratitude to Dua Lipa's parents. "Thank you so much for your hospitality. It's been a wonderful evening." Decagyan smiled in response. "We're delighted to have met you too, Liang. I hope we have more opportunities to talk in the future." Dua Lipa's mother also added with a smile, "Yes, Liang. We hope you and Dua will find happiness." Dua Lipa walked Liang to the door. They stood under the dim, warm light, their gazes filled with tenderness and anticipation. "Thank you for today, Liang," Dua Lipa said softly. "My parents really like you." Liang smiled and replied, "Thank you, Dua. I'm really glad I got to meet them." They bid a reluctant farewell at the door, Dua Lipa's eyes shimmering with gentle affection. A wave of warmth washed over Liang. This was indeed the beginning of their story, but who knows where the future might lead. On the morning after the match day, Liang savored a rare moment of leisure as the club had granted a day off. He rose early, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and cheerfully reminisced about the previous night's game and that unforgettable moment. Just as Liang finished his breakfast, his phone rang. The screen displayed the name of his agent Barnett. Liang answered the call, and Barnett's voice came through laced with excitement and a hint of tension. "Liang, do you know that nearly every sports newspaper headline in the world today features the photo of you kissing that girl yesterday?" Liang was momentarily stunned, then a surge of excitement intertwined with unease washed over him. He asked, "Really? Such a big reaction?" Barnett continued, "Yes, now almost everyone who follows football worldwide knows you. Your name tops the trending lists on both Twitter and Weibo, and your follower count has skyrocketed. However, there are quite a few critics, as well as especially former Manchester United captain Roy Keane." Liang frowned and asked, "Roy Keane? What did he say?" Barnett sighed and explained, "Roy Keane criticized your actions on a TV program. He said what you did was highly unprofessional, that you insulted the sport of football. He said 22 warriors are fighting a battle on the pitch, but you acted like you were playing a childish game. He thinks you should focus more on the game rather than displaying affection on the field." Upon hearing this, Liang felt a flicker of unease, but more than that, a sense of resolve. As a professional player, he knew that no matter what he did, some would love him and some would criticize him. He needed to learn to face these voices and maintain his inner peace. He said to Barnett, "Thank you for telling me this, Barnett. I know how to handle it." At Warner Brothers Records headquarters in London, Jennifer Ivory, head of the UK PR department, paced nervously in her office. She held the day's newspapers in one hand and her phone in the other, the screens filled with news about Leong and Dua Lipa. The photos and videos of Leong kissing Dua Lipa during yesterday's match had become headline news. "Damn it, this couldn't have come at a worse time," Jennifer muttered to herself, her brows furrowed deeply. She had been planning a comprehensive promotional campaign for Dua Lipa's debut, but now all the attention was being drawn to the romantic gesture between Leong and Dua Lipa. Warner Brothers Records had originally planned a grand debut showcase for Dua Lipa with her new single next month, along with multiple promotional events already scheduled. Jennifer and her team had been preparing for this showcase, hoping to establish Dua Lipa as the next pop music sensation through a series of activities. However, yesterday's match and that kiss had complicated everything. Jennifer knew that while this incident brought Dua Lipa immense exposure, it also disrupted their original promotional strategy. Now the media and public attention were entirely focused on the relationship between Dua Lipa and Leong rather than her musical talent. "We need to readjust our plans," Jennifer said to herself. She convened her PR team to discuss how to handle this sudden turn of events. They decided to capitalize on this exposure, but also to ensure the public would come to appreciate Dua Lipa's musical talent, not just her private life. "We must shift the focus back to Dua's music," Jennifer stated firmly. Arrange several music-focused interviews for her, emphasizing her musical works and creative process. At the same time, we need to handle her relationship with Leong carefully. We can't let that become the sole news point. Once we have a plan ready, I want to talk to Leong's agent. They also decided to increase social media engagement by posting photos and videos of Dua Lipa working in the recording studio, showcasing her side as a musician. This way they could leverage the current buzz while gradually steering public attention back to Dua Lipa's music career. Suddenly remembering the progress of the new album, Jennifer asked, "Which song on the new album has completed its post-production?" An employee quickly flipped through the records and replied, "Currently only one song is fully finished and ready for release. That song is New Love." Jennifer held her head in her hands. How ironic. Just as she wanted to redirect public attention to the music, they could only release New Love. Resigned, a plan quickly formed in her mind. "All right, then we'll release New Love first. We'll use this opportunity to promote Dua Lipa's music and let everyone see her talent." Leong sat on the sofa at home, phone in hand, scrolling through the messages on Twitter and Weibo. He noticed that the kiss from yesterday's match had caused a massive uproar on social media. Some blessed them, some insulted them, leaving Leong with complex feelings. "Jane Doe, Leong and Dua Lipa are such a lovely couple, wishing you happiness." Football fan 123. Leong's performance yesterday was amazing, and that kiss was so sweet. However, there were also many hurling abuse and attacks. Angry fan. "Leong, your behavior is so unprofessional." Hater. "You're here to play football, not to date." Leong then switched to Weibo and found the situation even more complicated. Although there were supporters, the criticism and abuse were louder. Zhang Ming, "Leong played well yesterday, but wasn't that kiss a bit too much? Zhao Mao, Leong should just focus on playing football, stop with all this flashy stuff." The most vexing thing for Leong was that the Chinese Football Association had posted a Weibo message and even tagged him. The Weibo post contained only 4 words: corrupting public morals. This filled Leong with both anger and helplessness. Seeing the CFA's comment ignited a blaze of fury within him. He felt misunderstood and unjustly accused, but he knew that as a public figure his response required caution and wisdom. He took a deep breath, deciding to counter the negativity with reason, but the CFA had truly provoked him. Leong opened Weibo, preparing to post a response. After pondering for a moment, he decided to express his stance with facts and unwavering conviction. "I respect every dissenting voice, but I will not be ashamed of sincere emotions and courageous expression. Football is not just about winning or losing, but also encompasses humanity and emotion. Thank you to all who support and understand me. I will continue to work hard and live up to everyone's expectations." He paused, then added another line. "As for the Chinese Football Association's criticism, I only have one reply: none of your business. I will continue to approach every match with professionalism and passion." After posting this on Weibo and also tweeting the English version on Twitter, Leong felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the outside noise, he would stand firm in his convictions. Shortly after Leong had posted his tweets and Weibo update, his phone rang. It was Dua Lipa. Leong answered, and her voice came through tinged with concern. "Leong, are you okay? I saw the comments online. Some people are just too much." Hearing her voice warmed his heart. "Dua, I'm fine. What about you? You've been doxxed too." Dua Lipa said softly, "I don't mind. I'm getting exposure too. I'm just worried about how this might affect you." Leong reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. You should keep your spirits up and focus on your music." The morning sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a gentle glow over the training ground where the air carried the fresh scent of the grass. Leong and his teammates arrived early, ready to begin a day of light training. The session consisted of stretching, passing drills, and simple tactical exercises designed to maintain flexibility and sharpness. Before the training commenced, the team's fitness coach led everyone through a warm-up. Leong followed his teammates through various stretching routines, feeling every muscle from head to toe fully loosen up. After the warm-up, the coach arranged some light running and agility drills. Liang felt his muscles gradually relax. Today's training was about maintaining form rather than intense exertion. That evening they would fly to Germany to prepare for their Champions League group stage match against Schalke 0 for the day after tomorrow. Therefore the coach had deliberately scheduled a light session to ensure the players stayed in peak condition without risking fatigue from overtraining. This season Chelsea had been drawn into Group G of the Champions League alongside Schalke 04, Sporting Lisbon, and Maribor. It was a relatively fortunate draw. On paper at least Chelsea were undoubtedly the strongest team in the group. In the afternoon after training concluded, Liang headed to the physiotherapy room for some recovery work. The physiotherapist had everything prepared. Liang lay down on the massage table as the therapist began working on his muscles with deep tissue massage, easing the fatigue from the day's exertions. Just then his teammates Hazard and Diego Costa walked into the room. Spotting Liang, Hazard grinned and said, "Liang, you're a bona fide celebrity on the trending feeds now." Liang smiled wryly. "I didn't expect yesterday's incident to cause such a stir." Diego Costa chimed in, teasing him. "That kiss with Dua Lipa has absolutely blown up social media. My phone is practically drowning in notifications. Let me tell you a secret. When you were kissing her, do you have any idea how badly I wanted to pull your pants down?" A cold sweat nearly broke out on Liang's forehead. Thank goodness he hadn't. "So why didn't you?" Hazard asked, his face lighting up with excitement. "Blame Terry. I told him about it thinking he'd be on board. It would have been hilarious. But just as I was about to go for it, he grabbed me around the waist and stopped me," Diego Costa said with profound regret. Liang had no idea this had even happened. It seemed he owed his old captain a nice dinner. Hazard scrolled through the comments on his phone. "Look at these. Some people can be so harsh. But don't worry, those who truly know you will always support you." Liang smiled slightly. "Let social media be social media. What matters most is how I perform on the pitch." Diego Costa clapped him on the shoulder. "Exactly. That's the spirit. We're here to play football, not to be on a talent show." Liang turned his head speechless and stared at Diego Costa. "If we're not here for a talent show, then why did you want to pull my pants down?" The three jokers in the physio room burst into laughter from time to time, while the other players receiving treatment almost in unison put on their headphones. After the physio session, Liang returned to the locker room, quickly changed into casual clothes, and packed his bags. The team bus pulled up right on time at the training grounds entrance, and the players boarded one by one. Liang found a seat by the window and looked out at the familiar training facility, officially embarking on his first European journey. The bus headed towards London Heathrow Airport. Along the way the players chatted and laughed, the atmosphere relaxed. Liang occasionally joined in the conversations. Upon arriving at the airport, the team passed through security in an orderly fashion and made their way to the private charter lounge. Liang and his teammates found a corner to sit in, pulling out their phones or books to pass the time. Terry sat down next to Liang, scrolling through the news on his phone, occasionally looking up to chat. "Look at this. You really made a splash yesterday," Terry said with a chuckle. Liang shook his head and replied with a smile. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to get this big. I really have to thank you for not letting that brute pull my pants down." After a 2-hour flight, the plane touched down smoothly at Düsseldorf International Airport. The players collected their luggage and walked out where a team bus was already waiting for them. After arriving at the hotel and settling in, Liang and his teammates rested briefly before gathering for a short tactical meeting. Mourinho once again emphasized the importance of the match and the tactical plan. Everyone listened with rapt attention, their hearts filled with fighting spirit. In the hotel's conference room, Mourinho stood before a tactical board, meticulously explaining the game plan against Schalke 04. The board was covered with player positions and arrows illustrating various attacking and defensive routes. "We all know Schalke 04 is a very strong team. They possess excellent midfield control and a rapid counter-attacking ability," Mourinho stated. "So we must be solid in our defensive transitions while remaining patient in our build-up play." Pointing to several key positions on the board, he continued, "Defensively, Terry and Cahill need to maintain tight coordination to prevent their striker Huntelaar from breaking through. As Piliqueta and Ivanovic, you must shut down their wide play, especially the crosses from Draxler and Farfan. The midfield is key," Mourinho continued. "Matic, you need to fully control the center, cut off their passing lanes, and disrupt their attacking organization. Fabregas, you're responsible for orchestrating our attacks, getting the ball forward quickly." He then looked towards Ramirez and said with gravity, "Ramirez, you'll need to work in close tandem with Matic and Fabregas in midfield, and also be flexible with your positioning. We need you to push forward to support the attack, and also track back to protect the defense." The moment Liang heard Ramirez's name, he knew Mourinho wasn't planning to start him tomorrow. As the tactical meeting concluded, the players rose, encouraging one another. No matter how difficult the match, as long as they stood united, victory was within their grasp. After breakfast, Mourinho led the team to the training ground. Outside the hotel, the players lined up to board the bus. The morning in Düsseldorf was crisp and sunny, lifting everyone's spirits. The bus quickly arrived at the training pitch. The players disembarked, headed into the changing rooms, and donned their training gear. Liang tied his laces, stood up, and stretched his limbs, ready for the day's session. Mourinho gathered everyone in the center of the field and briefly outlined the focus of the day's training. "Today we'll have a practice match focusing on our defensive and counterattacking tactics. You must strictly adhere to the tactical instructions from last night's meeting." After the warm-up, the team was split into two groups to begin the tactical drill. Liang's group was assigned the attacking role, while the other group handled the defending. Under the coach's guidance, they simulated various match scenarios, particularly how to cope with Schalke 04's swift counterattacks. During the simulation, Liang and his teammates gave their all, diligently executing every tactical instruction. He combined effectively with Matic and Fabregas in midfield, moving the ball quickly to find gaps in the opposition's defense. Hazard and Willian used their pace to constantly test the opposing defense, creating attacking opportunities. Mourinho shouted instructions from the sidelines, reminding the players of their defensive positions and running routes. Liang could feel the intensity and focus of the session, which was precisely the best preparation for tomorrow's match. After training, the players returned to the locker room, grabbing towels to wipe off the sweat. Just as Liang was about to head for the shower, Mourinho walked over to him and gently patted his shoulder. "Liang, come over here for a moment. I need to speak with you." Mourinho's voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Liang nodded and followed him to a corner of the locker room. Mourinho looked at him, his eyes reflecting determination and deep thought. "Liang, you won't be starting tomorrow's match," Mourinho stated without preamble. Liang was taken aback. Though a flicker of disappointment passed through him, he nodded in understanding. He knew the coach must have his reasons and tactical plans. Mourinho continued, "This is a tactical necessity. Don't overthink it. Schalke 04 is a team with great stamina and strict tactical discipline. We need to expend their energy in the first 70 minutes, and then in the final 20 minutes we'll use your stamina and passing ability to break down their defense." Liang listened intently, gradually grasping Mourinho's plan. He nodded in acceptance. "I understand, boss. Whenever you need me on that pitch, I'll give it my all." Mourinho nodded with satisfaction, a slight smile forming on his lips. "That's what I like to hear, Liang. You're a vital part of this team, and I need you to make an impact when it matters most." Liang clenched his fist and said with conviction, "Don't worry, boss. I'll be ready to step onto that field whenever you call my number." In the afternoon, Mourinho arrived punctually at a conference center in Dusseldorf, ready to attend the pre-match press conference. Inside the conference room, journalists had filled every seat and camera flashes flickered incessantly as everyone eagerly awaited the Chelsea manager's remarks. Dressed in Chelsea's training kit, Mourinho walked to the podium with an air of composure. He surveyed the room, offered a faint smile, and nodded to signal the journalists to begin their questions. An English journalist rose first and asked Mr. Mourinho regarding tomorrow's match against Schalke 04. "Do you have any special tactical arrangements in mind?" Mourinho smiled and replied, "Every match has its unique aspects, and this one against Schalke 04 is no different. They are a formidable side with strong midfield control and rapid counterattacking capabilities. We will formulate our tactical plan based on the opponent's characteristics." A German journalist followed up, "How do you assess Schalke 04's performance this season? Which of their players require particular attention?" Mourinho nodded and said, "Schalke 04 have performed exceptionally well this season, especially in their attacking play. Their striker Huntelaar and midfielder Draxler are both outstanding players, and we will need to keep a close eye on them. Moreover, their overall tactical discipline is very strong, which is a significant aspect we must address." Next, a French journalist posed a question. "Mr. Mourinho, Liang has been performing remarkably well recently, especially drawing a lot of attention in the last match. Will he be in the starting lineup for tomorrow's game?" Mourinho smiled and answered, "Liang is a young player with immense potential, and his performances in both training and matches have been excellent. However, due to tactical considerations, he will not start tomorrow. But I am confident he will play a significant role in the match." Finally, a Spanish journalist asked, "Is this a punishment for Liang, especially after he contributed a goal and an assist in the last league match?" Mourinho stated firmly, "He hasn't made any mistakes, so why would I punish him? Liang has not only performed well in the last game, he has been excellent since the start of the season. As I mentioned earlier, it's purely a tactical decision that he won't start tomorrow." The press conference concluded with Mourinho's resolute statement. As he stepped down from the podium, journalists swarmed forward, eager to glean more information about the team. Mourinho politely smiled, shook hands with them, and then exited the conference center to head back to the hotel. As the match approached, the Chelsea players, fully kitted out, sat in the away dressing room at the Veltins Arena. The atmosphere in the dressing room was tense yet excited. Everyone was making final preparations. Some bowed their heads in prayer, others listened to music quietly, and a few were doing simple stretches. When Mourinho walked in, everyone fell silent immediately, their gazes fixed on him. He stood before the tactics board, his expression serious, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. "Gentlemen, this is the moment to showcase our strength," Mourinho began. "Schalke 04 are a strong team, and they perform admirably at home. But we are Chelsea. We have the capability to defeat any opponent." He pointed to the formation on the board and continued, "Remember our tactical plan, stay patient in the first half, solidify our defense, and seek opportunities for counterattacks. Matic, Fabregas, and Ramirez, you need to control the midfield and cut off their passing lanes." Mourinho concluded, "No matter what happens during the match, remember we are a team. Trust each other, support each other, and move forward with courage. Let's fight together for Chelsea." The players rose, patting each other on the shoulders, encouraging one another. As kickoff time neared, the players lined up to head onto the pitch. Liang and his fellow substitutes followed, taking their seats on the bench. As they stood in line for the Champions League anthem, the familiar melody stirred the hearts of every player and spectator. The Chelsea and Schalke 04 players stood in the center of the field, eyeing each other, their gazes filled with the determination to battle. In the stands, Chelsea's blue sea and Schalke 04's blue and white sea complemented each other. Fans held aloft scarves and banners, singing their club songs, creating an incredibly vibrant atmosphere. Even from the bench, Leong felt his heart stir with the rousing melody. A sharp blast from the referee's whistle signaled the official start of the match. Chelsea immediately launched an attack, showcasing their formidable strength. The tension on the pitch escalated instantly, with fans' cheers rising and falling, creating a suffocating pressure. Within 10 minutes of the kickoff, Chelsea had taken the lead. In the 7th minute, Hazard dribbled down the left flank, skillfully weaving past two defenders before delivering the ball into the center. Fabregas received the ball, adjusted quickly, and calmly slotted it home with a low shot. The stadium erupted. Chelsea fans celebrated wildly, while the Schalke 04 players looked visibly dejected. After Fabregas's goal, the substitutes jumped to their feet, shouting and rushing to the touchline to celebrate. Leong and the other bench players embraced and high-fived each other, thrilled by the brilliant start. Mourinho also rose, applauding with a smile. Energized by the goal, Chelsea continued to press high. The players contested fiercely, with almost every challenge involving intense physical battles. The fans in the stands continuously chanted, cheering their teams on. In the 10th minute, Schalke 04's midfielder Draxler committed a foul on Fabregas during a challenge. The referee unhesitatingly produced the first yellow card of the match. The booking ignited tempers on both sides, making the on-field duels even more heated. In the following minutes, Chelsea maintained their high press, attempting to extend their lead quickly. Hazard and Willian frequently threatened the final third, putting immense pressure on the Schalke 04 defense. The home side's players defended desperately, striving to prevent further goals. Despite Chelsea's dominance in the first half, Schalke 04 managed a few threatening counterattacks. In the 40th minute, they created a golden opportunity from a swift counter. Huntelaar connected with a cross inside the box and took a shot, but Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois made a flying save, clutching the ball securely. In the stands, Schalke 04 fans erupted in cheers, attempting to lift their team's spirits. Meanwhile, Chelsea supporters chanted loudly, adding to the tense and fervent atmosphere. Just before halftime, the match reached a climax. In the 43rd minute, Azpilicueta was cynically tripped by Schalke 04's forward Huntelaar during a defensive play, falling to the ground in agony. The referee immediately blew his whistle and showed a yellow card to Houds, but the Chelsea players believed it was a serious foul, warranting a straight red card. Terry and Cahill angrily surrounded the referee, trying to get a fair decision for their teammate. After consulting with his assistant, the referee upheld his original call, much to the displeasure of the Chelsea players and fans. Mourinho gestured animatedly from the touchline, protesting the decision. The first half ended amidst a tense and heated atmosphere, with Chelsea leading 1-0 thanks to Fabregas's goal. Despite creating numerous chances, they were repeatedly thwarted by Schalke 04's impressive goalkeeper. As they returned to the dressing room, the players appeared slightly fatigued, but their eyes gleamed with fighting spirit and anticipation. Back in the dressing room, Mourinho immediately gathered all the players. He didn't criticize them for the missed chances, but instead encouraged them to maintain their high morale. "We did well in the first half, but it's not enough," Mourinho stated. "Schalke 04 won't give up easily. They will definitely strengthen their attacks in the second half. We must remain focused, control the midfield, and prevent their fast counterattacks." He looked at each player, especially Fabregas. "Fabregas, your goal was crucial. Keep up that level of performance in the second half. Hazard, Willian, and Drogba, you need to use your pace and skill more to create problems for their defense." Mourinho then walked over to Leong and said quietly, "Leong, you might come on in the second half. I need you to use your technique and passing to put pressure on their defense while you're fresh." The players rested briefly in the dressing room, rehydrating and refueling. Everyone's eyes burned with the desire for victory, knowing the second half would be a tough battle. As the stadium clock signaled the resumption, the players rose, ready to step back onto the pitch. Leong also stood by the bench, prepared to enter the game at any moment. As the referee's whistle blew, the second half officially commenced. The Chelsea players quickly found their rhythm, launching a relentless offensive in an attempt to extend their lead. Schalke 04's players, however, appeared more determined, intensifying their midfield battles to overturn the situation. By the 50th minute, Chelsea still maintained control of the game. Hazard and Willian repeatedly broke through on the flanks, delivering several threatening crosses. Drogba was also highly active up front, constantly seeking opportunities to shoot. In the 53rd minute, Hazard broke through on the left flank and delivered a cross. Drogba's header inside the box was brilliantly saved by the Schalke 04 goalkeeper, and Chelsea squandered a golden chance to score. Schalke 04's defense endured immense pressure during this period, yet they held their ground tenaciously. In the 56th minute, Fabregas's long-range strike from outside the box was once again parried by the Schalke 04 goalkeeper. Despite creating numerous chances, Chelsea failed to find the back of the net again. As time wore on, Schalke 04 gradually found their rhythm and began orchestrating threatening attacks. In the 60th minute, Schalke 04 earned a corner kick during a swift counterattack. From the resulting corner, Huntelaar rose high in the box and powered a header towards goal, but the ball narrowly missed the post, leaving Chelsea goalkeeper Courtois relieved. Mourinho calmly observed the unfolding situation from the touchline, occasionally exchanging quiet words with his assistant coach. He knew Schalke 04's resurgence was intensifying and adjustments were imperative. He glanced towards Leong on the bench and signaled for him to prepare. Leong promptly rose and began warming up on the sidelines. As the match reached the 62nd minute, Schalke 04 finally seized their opportunity. Midfielder Draxler successfully intercepted the ball during a challenge and quickly passed it forward to Huntelaar. After receiving the ball, Huntelaar swiftly broke through Chelsea's defensive line. Facing Courtois, he calmly slotted the ball into the net. In the 70th minute of the match, the score remained locked at 1-1. Schalke 04's equalizer had intensified the tension and ferocity of the contest. Mourinho stood on the touchline calmly surveying the situation on the pitch. He knew the moment for adjustments had arrived. Turning towards the bench, he signaled for Leong to prepare for action. He summoned Ramirez ready to implement his tactical shift. But Drogba ambled over to the sidelines for a drink of water. "Ramirez, you're off. Leong, you're on," Mourinho declared with unwavering conviction. He then turned to Drogba and inquired, "Drogba, do you need to come off for a rest? Should Costa take your place?" Drogba shook his head, his gaze resolute. "No, boss, I've endured these 70 minutes, just so Leong can deliver the ball to me. I still have energy left to keep fighting." A faint smile touched Mourinho's lips as he nodded. He then looked at Leong. "Leong, did you hear that? Do you understand how to play?" Leong clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "Understood, boss. I'll give it my all." Leong swiftly tore off his training vest ready to enter the fray. Ramirez jogged to the sideline, exchanging a high-five with Leong. Leong sprinted onto the pitch, exchanged brief words with his teammates, and immediately immersed himself in the game. Drogba patted Leong on the shoulder, then touched his own head, encouraging him. "I'll be waiting for your pass right here." Mourinho shouted instructions from the touchline, reorganizing the team's formation. He knew Leong's introduction would inject fresh vitality and attacking thrust into the team. He needed quick passing and darting runs to dismantle Schalke 04's defense. With Leong on the field, Chelsea's attacking tempo quickened noticeably. Utilizing his speed and stamina, he continuously shuttled between midfield and the forward line, seeking opportunities to create scoring chances for his teammates. Drogba was also actively contesting in the final third, attempting to breach the opposition's defense through combination play. Schalke 04's head coach Jens Keller, upon seeing Leong enter swiftly, made his own adjustment. He brought on Japanese player Atsuto Uchida specifically to mark Leong. Uchida, renowned for his tenacious defending and impressive pace, was a formidable opponent. Within minutes of the game resuming, Uchida was glued to Leong, affording him no respite. During a fierce challenge, Uchida used his body to shield Leong from the ball, muttering in English, "You think you can achieve anything significant here, you little brat." Unfazed by the provocation, Leong cheekily retorted, "Oh look, the little Jap is getting angry. Ha!" In the 75th minute, Leong received a pass from Fabregas, swiftly turning to shake off his marker. Uchida was hot on his heels, persistently using minor fouls to disrupt him. Leong gritted his teeth. "Damn, these Japs are so full of tricks." He accelerated, using his agility to evade Uchida, and successfully delivered the ball to Drogba up front. Drogba's shot whistled just wide of the post, a golden opportunity squandered by Chelsea. Uchida, appearing somewhat frustrated, muttered as he neared Leong again, "No matter how fast you run, it's useless. The little Jap won't let you win." Leong laughed in exasperation. "A Jap calling himself a little Jap?" He retorted, "You've got some nerve." In the 80th minute, Leong successfully intercepted the ball in a challenge and rapidly advanced towards the right edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Uchida charged in fiercely again, attempting a slide tackle from the side. Leong nimbly dodged the challenge, but was tugged, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded, awarding Chelsea a free kick in a promising position. Leong picked himself up, brushed the grass clippings from his shirt, and cast a disdainful look at Uchida. "Thanks for that. This is a prime spot." Uchida shrugged. "Think you can score from here?" Fabregas stood over the ball. Leong approached him. "Mind if I take it?" Fabregas readily agreed. Leong added, "Be my dummy, since everyone expects you to shoot." Cesc thought it was a sound plan, one that would deceive the defensive wall. Leong assessed Drogba's position, calculating the trajectory for a potential header. He exchanged a knowing glance with Drogba and casually ran his right hand through his hair. In that instant, Drogba understood the ball was coming to him. What a bold lad. Doesn't he see Howds and Kane right beside him? "I can fool those two big lads." Stepped slightly forward, just off the line. The referee blew the whistle. All eyes were on Fabregas. He began his run-up, executing an incredibly realistic cross fake. Howds and Kane were instantly deceived, shifting their weight in the anticipated direction. This momentarily played Drogba onside. At that precise moment, Leong struck the ball, sending a precise, curling delivery towards Drogba. The ball traced a magnificent arc through the air, flying fast and true towards Drogba's head. A glint of anticipation flashed in Drogba's eyes. He had already calculated its flight path perfectly. He barely needed to leap. A simple forward thrust of his head was all it took to meet the ball perfectly. Drogba's header was powerful, the ball rocketing towards the goal like a cannonball unleashed. Schalke 04's goalkeeper made a desperate dive, but the ball's velocity was unstoppable as it bulged the back of the net. The net rippled violently, and the stadium erupted in a deafening roar. The Chelsea players erupted in wild celebration of the crucial goal. Drogba sprinted towards the corner flag, arms outstretched, basking in the adulation of the fans. Leong followed closely, embracing Drogba tightly as teammates swarmed around them, exchanging high-fives and hugs, savoring the sweet taste of victory in that moment. Drogba pointed at Leong, exclaiming, "Beckham, you little devil, you're Beckham." On the touchline, Mourinho jumped for joy, punching the air, a rare, beaming smile breaking across his face. After the celebrations subsided, the players quickly returned to their positions. As Leong passed by Uchida, he remarked, "Grown up now, have you? Try using your brain for once, little Jap." Uchida snapped his head around, glaring angrily at Leong, but Leong simply ignored him. In the final minutes, Schalke 04 launched a frantic comeback, but Chelsea's defense held firm. Leong battled tirelessly in midfield, helping his teammates snuff out the opposition's attacks. Terry and Cahill formed an impenetrable wall at the back, shutting down every avenue of approach. The referee's final whistle finally sounded. Chelsea had triumphed 2-1 over Schalke 04. On the pitch, the Chelsea players embraced each other, celebrating a hard-fought and well-deserved victory. After the match, the press conference room was nearly packed. The dazzling lights of Schalke 04's home stadium had dimmed, yet the fervor of the media reporters remained high as camera flashes flickered incessantly, illuminating the entire room. Mourinho walked into the press conference hall with Leong, the young player who had performed exceptionally in the match, and they took their seats behind the long table. Mourinho, as ever, exuded confidence with an enigmatic faint smile, while Leong appeared slightly tense. After the host briefly summarized the match result, he signaled for the reporters to begin their questions. A reporter in the front row raised his hand, first phone in hand, and asked in a hurried tone, "Mr. Mourinho, Chelsea defeated Schalke 04 2-1 today, but the match seemed quite grueling, especially in the final 20 minutes. Are you satisfied with the team's performance? Do you think there was an element of luck in today's victory?" Mourinho smiled slightly, a glimmer of wisdom and wit in his eyes. Leaning toward the microphone, he spoke calmly yet confidently. Luck always favors those who are prepared. Our performance today was impeccable. Especially young players like Leong, whose composure and determination under pressure were key to our victory. Matches always have their ups and downs. Schalke is a formidable team, and they caused us plenty of trouble in the final stages, but we held our ground and secured the 3 points. That's not luck, that's strength. As his words faded, the reporters' pens dashed across their notepads, capturing every word Mourinho uttered. A seasoned football journalist in a black suit followed up. "Mr. Mourinho, Leong was outstanding today, particularly his technique and passing ability were eye-catching. Could you share his preparations before the match and his role within your tactical framework?" Mourinho nodded slightly at the question, casting an encouraging glance at Leong beside him. He then said slowly, "Leong is a remarkably diligent and talented player. His hard work and professional attitude have driven his continuous improvement in training. Today he not only showcased sharp attacking instincts, but also stabilized our backline at critical moments. His pre-match preparation was meticulous. Both mentally and physically, he met every requirement of the game. I am satisfied with his performance, and he has proven he can make an impact in matches of this magnitude. In my tactical system, Leong is more than just an attacking midfielder. He possesses the ability to orchestrate attacks and link the defense with the offense. This is crucial to our overall team strategy." Hearing this, Leong pressed his lips together, a swell of gratification rising within him. After all, this was a vote of confidence from his head coach. Another reporter stood up, asking in a rather piercing voice, "Mr. Mourinho, despite Leong's fine performance today, some argue he still lacks experience in crucial matches. Do you believe he is truly ready to shoulder more responsibility, especially in even bigger games?" Mourinho raised an eyebrow with a hint of disdain, responding firmly, "Experience is built through matches. Every great player started young and grew through countless games. Leong's performances have already proven he belongs here. His calmness and decision-making on the pitch surpass many of his peers. We have all been young and faced such doubts, but it is precisely these experiences that make us stronger. I have faith in him, and he will continue to prove himself in future matches." At that moment, a young female reporter raised her hand with a smile, her gaze friendly as she looked at Leong. "Leong, today was a significant performance for you on the Champions League stage. How do you feel? Did you feel immense pressure on the pitch, and how did you cope with it?" Leong was briefly taken aback, but quickly composed himself, leaning slightly toward the microphone. His voice was low yet resolute. "Well, there was indeed pressure, especially in a match of such importance. Every move, every pass could influence the outcome. But I told myself to focus on each second to bring out everything I've learned in training. I trust the coach's plan and the support of my teammates. Pressure is part of it, but as long as you stay composed and stick to the plan, everything will go smoothly." Another reporter then asked, "Mr. Mourinho, how do you view the team's prospects in the Champions League? Does today's victory boost your confidence for the upcoming matches?" Mourinho responded with a smile, "Every Champions League match is a challenge, and no opponent should be underestimated. Securing this victory today undoubtedly bolsters our confidence. But that doesn't make things easier. On the contrary, each step ahead will be tougher. We must remain focused, stay grounded, and fight game by game to go further." Leong nodded silently beside him, understanding the profound meaning behind his coach's words. As the press conference drew to a close, a local media reporter posed a question, "Mr. Mourinho, how do you view Leong's future at Chelsea? Do you believe he can establish himself as a long-term fixture in this team?" Mourinho pondered for a moment before answering earnestly, "Leong has a bright future. As long as he maintains his current work ethic and attitude, he will undoubtedly succeed at Chelsea. It's not just his talent and ability, but his understanding of the game and his hunger for victory. We will continue to nurture him, allowing him to shine on this platform." The press conference concluded with Mourinho's resolute words. Leong and Mourinho rose together and walked out of the venue. As they exited, Mourinho patted Leong on the shoulder, a proud smile on his face, and said, "Well done. Keep it up." The press conference had just concluded, and Leong had yet to relax. Walking out of the venue alongside Mourinho, his mind was still replaying the scene that had just unfolded. Mourinho glanced at him impassively and remarked, "Ready. Out there a pack of hungry wolves is waiting for us." Liang nodded. As he headed toward the team bus parked outside, he saw his teammates already seated inside, seemingly awaiting his and Mourinho's arrival. The moment the door slid open, Drogba's familiar deep laughter rang out. "Look at you, Liang. Attending the press conference with the boss and speaking like a seasoned pro." Drogba teased him with a grin. The other teammates joined in the chorus of good-natured ribbing, some patting him on the shoulder, others nudging his arm, their banter laced with admiration and approval. Liang scratched his head at a loss for words. He had expected to be so nervous, he could barely speak, yet standing beside Mourinho, he had managed to handle those aggressive reporters with composure. Mourinho offered a smile, seemingly pleased with Liang's performance. "He's quite the diplomat," Mourinho said. A 17-year-old speaking with the wisdom of a 30-year-old. The atmosphere in the bus lightened instantly, as everyone burst into laughter. The bus pulled away, heading steadily toward the airport. Liang leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and let the brilliant moments from the match replay in his mind. As the bus cruised along smoothly, the laughter gradually subsided, and the players began to doze off. Liang relaxed as well, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Such is the life of a professional footballer. Matches, training, travel, with barely a moment's pause. Yet it was this relentless intensity that made him feel himself improving with every passing day. Shortly after takeoff, the cabin lights dimmed, and the players adjusted their seats, preparing to rest during the flight. Liang had just closed his eyes, sinking into his seat, as if the world outside had ceased to exist, when a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Someone shifting restlessly, unable to find a comfortable position. "Hazard, what are you doing?" Liang mumbled, cracking one eye open and casting a mildly annoyed glance at his teammate beside him. Hazard flashed a slightly sheepish grin and lowered his voice. "Hey Liang, see that flight attendant over there? She's gorgeous." Liang forced his eyes wider and followed Hazard's gaze. A tall, elegant flight attendant was walking gracefully down the aisle, her warm smile and poised demeanor exuding professional confidence and composure. Though Liang was still groggy with sleep, he had to admit Hazard had good taste. "Yes, she's not bad." Liang nodded, trying to will himself back to sleep. Hazard, however, was clearly not ready to let it go. "What if I go ask for her number?" he suddenly proposed, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Liang perked up, instantly leaning closer. "You wouldn't dare," he whispered. "If you actually do it, I'll give you all the respect in the world." Hazard's lips curled into a confident smirk. "You're on." He immediately pressed the call button, summoned the flight attendant, and ordered a glass of red wine. She obliged with a polite smile. Hazard took the glass and downed it in one gulp, clearly fortifying his courage. Watching Hazard's antics, Liang couldn't help but smirk. "You sure you can handle this, you skinny dog?" Hazard set down the glass and waved a hand with feigned nonchalance. "What's so hard about this? Just watch." With that, he rose and walked toward the flight attendant. Liang watched secretly, hoping to see the situation spiral and Hazard make a complete fool of himself. Meanwhile, Diego Costa poked his head out from his seat. Seeing Hazard's movements, he immediately caught on and raised an eyebrow at Liang, as if asking, "What's that fool up to now?" Liang shrugged and whispered, "He's going to ask for her number." "Oh, bold moved." Costa laughed even louder. By now, Hazard had reached the flight attendant, wearing what he believed to be his most charming smile. Liang and Costa held their breath, watching from a distance as Hazard struck up a conversation in English, seemingly engaged in some highly challenging communication. They both noticed Hazard's expression shift from confidence to confusion and finally to an awkward smile as the conversation progressed. When Hazard returned to his seat, the flush on his face was even deeper than the red wine he had just downed. Liang and Costa couldn't hold back their laughter. "So did you get her number?" Liang asked with a mischievous grin. Hazard tried to maintain his composure as he sat down, muttering, "No. She's married." "Oh, well, that's not surprising. Beautiful women are usually taken," Costa said, patting Hazard on the shoulder with a mocking expression. Liang stifled his laughter and asked, "So how old is she?" Hazard scratched his head awkwardly. 38. Married for 13 years, 2 kids. That revelation sent Liang and Costa into a fit of laughter. Liang clutched his stomach, struggling to keep his voice down. "So Hazard, you've got a thing for older women, huh?" Costa, meanwhile, was laughing even harder, mockingly teasing. "Oh, Hazard, I never knew you had such refined taste. Want me to introduce you to my Aunt Six next time?" Hazard was utterly mortified, waving his hands to signal them to stop. Liang wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Hazard let out a helpless sigh. "You two better keep your mouth shut. If anyone else finds out I like older women, I'll never hear the end of it." Costa gave Hazard a patronizing pat on the back. "Don't worry, we're tight-lipped. No one will ever know. Right, Liang?" Liang nodded. "Of course your secret is safe with us." Hazard knew full well how loose their lips were. He was certain the whole team would know about this before long. As the flight continued, the weary players gradually drifted back to sleep. Liang too began to succumb to slumber, but the comical scenes from earlier still lingered in his mind. 2 days after the match, upon returning to England, Liang finally had some breathing room. He returned to his home in London, set down his luggage, and let out a sigh of relief. Yet the underlying pressure in his heart had not completely dissipated. Just then, he heard the doorbell ring. Liang opened the door and saw Dua Lipa standing outside, holding a basket of fruit. She walked in with a smile, but a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. "Hi Liang," Dua Lipa said softly. "I brought some fruit. I wanted to see how you're doing." Liang smiled, taking the basket. "Thank you, Dua. Come in and sit down." Dua Lipa stepped into the living room, glanced around, and settled onto the sofa. Liang sat across from her, his gaze warm. "Has all the recent news and online chatter been putting a lot of pressure on you?" Dua Lipa asked with concern. Liang looked at her. There is some pressure, but I've gotten used to it. Dua Lipa gave a gentle smile and reached out to hold his hand. You know, I've been really worried about you. Reading those news stories and comments breaks my heart. Liang squeezed her hand softly, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Dua. Dua Lipa leaned closer, her gaze tender. Liang, no matter what happens, I'll stand by your side. To change the subject, Dua Lipa pulled out a pair of earphones from her bag. I have a new song I want you to hear. I hope it lifts your spirits. Liang put on the earphones and Dua Lipa pressed play. As the music began, he heard her new track, New Love. The melody was moving, the lyrics brimming with hope and strength, filling Liang with sheer delight. Dua, this song is incredible, he exclaimed excitedly. You're a genius. This song makes me feel so hopeful. Dua Lipa beamed with satisfaction. Thank you, Liang. When I wrote it, I wanted to bring people renewed hope and strength. Liang gently cupped her face and said with deep emotion, it seems your music not only brings hope to others, but it has also given me more courage. Dua Lipa drew closer, and they embraced. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, casting patterns on the bedroom floor. Liang quietly rose from bed, glancing at Dua Lipa, still fast asleep. He tiptoed into the kitchen and prepared a simple yet heartfelt breakfast for the two of them. He fried a few eggs, ensuring the yolks were runny and silky. Then he toasted some whole wheat bread, topped it with avocado spread and fresh tomato slices, and squeezed a glass of orange juice. Its vibrant hue was irresistible. After the meal, Liang placed a spare key on the dining table along with a note written in elegant handwriting. Dua, good morning. Breakfast is on the table. I'm off to training. Here's my spare key. You can come by anytime. I'll be back soon. Love, Liang. He checked the time and knew he had to head to the training ground. Liang tiptoed to the bedside, planted a tender kiss on Dua Lipa's forehead, and quietly slipped out of the house. Driving to the training ground, the scenery outside blurred past, and sunlight dappled the road through the leaves. His mind replayed Dua Lipa's warm smile and the sweet moments of the previous evening, a surge of happiness welling inside him. Despite the external pressures, he knew he could handle anything. Arriving at the training ground, Liang met his teammates, who greeted him warmly. Terry clapped him on the shoulder. Morning, Liang. Sleep well last night? Liang grinned mischievously. Great, thanks. Ready to start the day, full of energy. He changed into his training kit and headed to the pitch. Morning dew still clung to the grass, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of greenery. Liang dove into his warm-up, feeling his muscles gradually loosen and activate. He then joined his teammates, fully focused on every drill, executing each instruction with precision. Later in the session, Mourinho gathered all the players to begin preparations for the upcoming away match against Manchester City. He detailed City's strengths and weaknesses on the tactical board along with Chelsea's game plan. Manchester City are a strong team. Their attack is very sharp, especially Aguero and David Silva, Mourinho said. We must stay fully concentrated and give them no chances. Stay compact in defense and exploit the gaps in their back line when attacking. He continued, Liang, I need you to create more threats up front. Remember, move quickly, keep searching for opportunities, and put pressure on City's defense. Liang listened intently and nodded in acknowledgement. After training, Liang returned home exhausted. As soon as he entered, a tantalizing aroma hit him, washing away all his fatigue. He walked into the kitchen and saw Dua Lipa bustling about preparing dinner. She wore a simple apron, moving deftly around the stove. She turned and saw him, a warm smile spreading across her face. You're back, dinner's almost ready. Liang stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed the back of her neck. It's so good to have you home. Dua Lipa smiled in response. Go wash up, dinner will be ready in a moment. After washing his hands, Liang returned to the dining room and saw the table laden with delicious dishes. There was fragrant roast chicken, a fresh green salad, and a rich tomato seafood soup. Wow, Dua, this all looks amazing. Liang exclaimed in admiration. Dua Lipa set the last dish on the table and said with a smile, You've been working hard, you need to refuel. They sat down together and began to enjoy the meal. The atmosphere was warm and pleasant as they chatted over dinner. As dinner drew to a close, Liang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his agent Barnett. Hey Barnett, what's up? Liang answered. Liang, I've got great news. Barnett's voice brimmed with excitement. PTV is airing a feature about you tonight. Jean-June and Jean-Lu will talk in detail about your career and personal life. Liang chuckled. I'll definitely be watching. Barnett continued. Yes, this will do wonders for your image. Enjoy the moment. Thanks, Barnett, I will. Liang hung up and looked at Dua Lipa. PTV is airing a feature about me tonight. Let's watch it together. Dua Lipa nodded with a smile. That's wonderful. I'd love to see how they portray you. Liang and Dua Lipa nestled together on the sofa, the warm light casting a cozy and intimate glow over the room. They switched the TV to the PTV channel, eager to watch a special program about Liang. Each held a cup of hot tea, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The show's opening sequence began and the hosts Jean-June and Jean-Lu appeared on screen, smiling as they introduced the special program. Hello everyone, and welcome to this PTV special. Tonight we'll take you closer to a young football prodigy, Liang. Jean-June's voice was filled with passion. The scene cut to the production team arriving at Liang's home, showing Jean-June and Jean-Lu greeting him at the door. Good morning, Liang, your home is beautiful. Jean-Lu's voice came through the TV. On the program, Liang smiled and replied, Thank you. This is where I live and train. Welcome. The camera followed Liang as he gave the production team a tour of his new house. From the living room to the kitchen and then to his private gym, every detail was showcased. This is my gym where I do my strength training every day, Liang said, pointing to the equipment. Wow, this is truly a dream gym. A barrage of comments flew across the screen. A home gym? What kind of setup is that? Liang is so disciplined with such a great training environment. Having a gym means a life of luxury. Dua Lipa was utterly confused. She leaned closer to Liang and whispered, "What are they saying?" Liang smiled and quietly translated in her ear, "They're saying I'm amazing." The program then cut to a segment featuring Liang's interview. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu asked him many questions about his daily life and training. Liang is a professional player. What is your daily routine like? Zhang Jun asked. Liang replied with a smile, "My daily routine is quite structured. I wake up at 7 every morning and start training at 9. This is a habit I've had since I was 8 years old. Starting such intense training at 8. That's incredible." The online comments flooded the screen again. He's lying through his teeth. If that's true, I'll eat my own shoe on a live stream. Hey you, if you're hungry, tell me first. Where are you planning to stream? Dua Lipa looked at Liang, still puzzled. What are they saying now? Liang explained with a grin, "They're still saying how amazing I am." Dua Lipa gave him a strange look. All this time, and they're just saying you're good. Liang whispered in her ear, "What do you think?" A blush crept up Dua Lipa's cheeks, then turned into a glare. "Are you messing with me?" Translate properly. Liang could only concede defeat. On TV, Zhang Lu continued, "What do you think is the most important quality for a professional player?" Liang answered, "I believe it's discipline and teamwork. Football is a team sport. No matter how talented an individual is, they can't succeed without the support of the team. Discipline ensures you can give your best in training and matches every day." That answer is so textbook. That's what it means to be a professional. The scene shifted to the Chelsea training ground, showing Liang interacting with his teammates in the canteen. Clips of Hazard and Diego Costa goofing off were also included in the program. Liang, hello. How do you think Diego Costa has been performing this season? Hazard asked with a straight face. Liang, however, could see Hazard was about to burst out laughing. Who is Diego Costa? Liang's sudden question broke Hazard, who burst into laughter right there in the canteen. Haha, that's hilarious. The atmosphere at Chelsea is so great. Dua Lipa couldn't help but laugh either. Are you guys always this fun in the team? Liang nodded, smiling. Yeah, we're always joking around like this. The atmosphere is really good. The camera then switched back to the training ground, showing Liang and his teammates in an intense practice session. Agility ladders, passing drills, and running patterns. Every detail showcased their hard work and sweat. Zhang Lu's commentary came through. The intensity and speed of this training are truly astonishing. Zhang Jun added, "This also explains why clubs like Chelsea can stay at the top of the league. They not only have excellent players, but also a rigorous training system. With this kind of training load, no wonder they play so well. After watching this, I feel like I don't deserve to play football. Liang, don't you ever come back?" Dua Lipa was captivated, nodding occasionally. "So your training is really this tough?" Liang smirked. "Of course. How else would I have this much stamina?" The program continued with the hosts interviewing several of Liang's teammates. Terry, Hazard, and Costa all spoke highly of Liang's performance. Terry said, "I've actually known Liang since he was 8. I was even there when he signed his first professional contract. Watching him make his way to the first team has made me incredibly proud. He works very hard in training and has become a key member of the squad. Even the captain says so. Liang has a bright future ahead. So it really started at age 8. Hey you earlier, where's your live stream link?" The online comments continued to fly across the screen. Hazard said with a laugh, "Oh, you should see Liang's passing and vision. The last player I thought was top class in that regard was my national teammate Kevin De Bruyne. Of course they can't be compared right now, but give him another year or two, and who knows." Hazard is comparing Liang to De Bruyne. Does he even know football? Hey, you must know more than Hazard, right? He can't possibly know as much as you. Costa nodded in agreement, beside him adding, "If he can deliver 2 balls like that to me every match, I should be the Golden Boot winner." After saying this, Costa started laughing heartily to himself. Dua Lipa looked at the screen, still confused. Liang explained, both amused and exasperated, "They really are praising me." Next, the program showed Liang's highlights from matches, displaying his goals and assists. Viewers expressed their admiration and support through the live comments. "Go Liang. Don't come back." Dua Lipa leaned against Liang's shoulder and said softly, "It seems everyone really likes you." Liang smiled playfully, pinched her nose, and said, "Don't you like me too, he?" Dua Lipa quickly sat up and bit him on the arm. Okay, ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts. I surrender." The program also interviewed some young Chelsea players, including a young Black Academy player, Reece James. In his interview, he said, "My idols are Liang and Didier Drogba. They are both outstanding players. Liang made it to the first team from here, and I believe I can do it too. Liang is a role model for the young players too. That kid is so cute." The online comments were filled with admiration for Liang. But Liang looked at the kid with a bit of surprise. He recognized him. This was the future Chelsea captain, who played brilliantly when he first debuted, but was plagued by knee injuries later on, earning him some teasing from fans. Liang had heard he was very talented, but rarely played. A thought suddenly struck him. He would need to talk to his agent about this later. Dua Lipa and Liang were cuddled together on the sofa as the program on the TV screen moved into its final segment. On screen, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu stood with the production team, genuine smiles on their faces. "Dear viewers," Zhang Jun began, "through today's program we've learned about the daily life and training of the young player Liang. It's clear that he not only performs excellently on the pitch, but his life off the field is also filled with discipline and hard work. Zhang Lu continued, yes. Li Ang's professionalism, focus, and perseverance in training are a model for every young player to learn from. We also saw the understanding and friendship he shares with his teammates. This kind of atmosphere is undoubtedly one of the key reasons Chelsea can achieve such great results. The scene cut to Li Ang sweating profusely during training, followed by clips of his brilliant goals and assists in matches. Zhang Jun's voice rang out again. Li Ang gives his all in training and never lets up in matches. He has proven his value to the team with his ability, rising from the youth team to the first team and securing a starting spot in the Premier League. It wasn't just some commercial decision by the club, as some previously suggested. Zhang Lu's voice continued, right. As a young player, Li Ang has already shown remarkable talent and potential. We believe that in the future he will continue to deliver many more outstanding performances. The screen returned to Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu, who smiled and waved goodbye to the viewers. That concludes today's program. Thank you all for watching, and thank you to Li Ang for his cooperation. Let's look forward to his brilliant performances on the pitch in the future. The screen gradually dimmed, and a final line of text appeared. Special thanks Li Ang, Chelsea Football Club, and the production team. The program had ended, but the light from the TV still flickered in their eyes. Dua Lipa leaned her head on Li Ang's shoulder and whispered, "I'm really proud of you, Li Ang. Everyone has such high hopes for you." Li Ang smiled, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. "Thank you. Having you by my side makes everything so much better." The program's summary concluded, and the screen gradually faded to dark. But just as the audience thought the show was over, the screen suddenly lit up again. The word bonus appeared in the center of the screen, accompanied by lively music, drawing the viewers back in. The scene switched to a brilliant moment from a Chelsea match, replaying the image of Li Ang running towards the stands after scoring a goal. At that moment, the PTV cameras captured Li Ang crossing the pitch, passing the coach's bench, and running straight towards Dua Lipa in the stands. From this different angle, viewers could see Li Ang's face full of excitement and his eyes shining brightly. Zhang Jun's commentary began. It's the 67th minute of the match, and Li Ang has scored his first goal at home. He's running straight towards the stands. Oh my, he's kissed a girl in the crowd. Zhang Lu's voice was full of surprise. Wow, is this Li Ang's chosen celebration? Is he going to kiss a girl after every goal now? The camera zoomed in, capturing Dua Lipa's surprise and happiness. The moment Li Ang kissed her, the entire frame radiated sweetness and passion. In the background, Diego Costa could be seen looking on with a mischievous grin. Viewers felt the sudden romance and genuine emotion through the screen. The live comments scrolled rapidly. This is true football romance. Li Ang is so cool. Dua Lipa is so lucky. What a power move of public affection. Oh, I'm blinded. My eyes can't take it. They were nestled together on the sofa, smiling at their own image on the screen. Dua Lipa whispered, "Thank you." That moment was truly beautiful. Li Ang held her hand and said with deep emotion, "Every moment with you by my side is beautiful." The program ended in this sweet atmosphere with a final line on the screen. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more exciting content. The TV screen gradually dimmed, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and the warm glow in the room. Li Ang and Dua Lipa exchanged a smile, savoring this sweet afterglow. After watching the special program, Li Ang and Dua Lipa sat on the sofa, quietly savoring this sweet moment. Little did they know, however, that the reactions from the media and the public were already exploding across the internet. The moment the television program ended, discussions on social media surged like a tidal wave. Weibo was flooded with heated debates about Li Ang. Countless netizens tagged the Chinese Football Association, questioning their previous criticism of Li Ang. This is what you call a life of extravagance. Li Ang's self-discipline and hard work are evident for all to see. Are the FA leaders jealous that Li Ang is doing well abroad? Haha. Chinese FA, please explain how this lifestyle is considered extravagant. Li Ang is so disciplined in both his training and daily life. I really wonder how the leaders of the Chinese FA define an extravagant lifestyle. Beneath this comment were thousands of replies, most of them voicing support for Li Ang. Many legends from the Chinese football world also voiced their opinions, supporting Li Ang and expressing dissatisfaction with the FA's criticism. The legendary Li Yi commented, "Li Ang's performance gives us hope. An overseas Chinese player can play football while live a disciplined life and work hard. I really don't know what certain people are thinking." Former national team player General Fan stated bluntly, "Players like Li Ang are worthy role models for all young Chinese players. Some of you have no shame at all." Renowned coach Zhu Guanghu also posted on Weibo saying, "Young players need role models, and Li Ang is undoubtedly a great one." Moreover, many sports commentators and media personalities joined the discussion. Meanwhile, inside the offices of the Chinese Football Association, the leaders were nervously discussing their countermeasures. Clearly, the netizens' reactions had exceeded their expectations. Assistant Xiao Lu said anxiously, "Sir, the online voices are all questioning us now, saying we don't support Li Ang and accusing him of living an extravagant lifestyle." The FA leader frowned and said coldly, "What do they know? We act for the long-term interests of the national team, not for individuals." Assistant Xiao Lu continued, "But the current public opinion is very unfavorable to us. Many football legends have also come out to support Li Ang. We must take action." The leader nodded and took a deep breath. "All right, issue a statement. Emphasize our stance, but also show our support for Li Ang." Consequently, the Chinese Football Association quickly released a statement attempting to quell the public outcry. We have always supported the development of young players, and we also hope Liang can better serve the national team. We will continue to monitor and support his growth. However, this statement failed to gain recognition from netizens, instead attracting even more questions and criticism. The statement lacks any sincerity whatsoever. It's pure lip service. The FA is really good at dodging the issue, not solving the problem, just shifting blame. And they're still making sarcastic remarks. Liang looked at the statement and the netizens' comments, shaking his head gently. It seems they still don't understand the root of the problem. The next day after training, Liang and his teammates were packing up in the locker room, preparing to head to Manchester. The locker room was a flurry of activity, everyone making final preparations for the upcoming match. Mourinho walked into the locker room, glanced around, and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, lads. This match is very tough and very important. I'm not asking you to win, but we must not lose. The players nodded in understanding and support. Mourinho continued, Liang, you're starting again this time. I have full confidence in your performance. Feeling the gaze of his teammates, Liang nodded firmly. Thank you, boss. I'll give it my all. Oscar, standing nearby, watched Liang silently, a look of displeasure on his face. Since Liang arrived, Oscar had only started one game, and sometimes wasn't even on the bench. Oscar knew this was the reality of professional football. If you don't produce stats on the pitch, but someone else, can you get benched? So Oscar had already discussed with his agent, hoping a club would make an offer to leave during the January transfer window. Oscar quickly adjusted his emotions and patted Liang on the shoulder. Good luck, brother. Liang smiled back. Thanks, Oscar. After packing up, they all walked out of the locker room together to the team bus. The doors opened, and the players boarded one by one. The atmosphere inside the bus was tense. Everyone was quietly preparing. Drogba, sitting next to Liang, asked with concern, nervous, kid? Liang smiled, a little but more excited actually. Drogba nodded. Good. It's normal to be nervous, but you need to be careful of Fernandinho and Yaya Touré. They're tough guys. Protect yourself. Liang nodded firmly. I understand. Thanks, Drogba. The bus started slowly pulling out of the club, heading towards Manchester. Outside the window, the streets of London gradually receded. The players began to chat quietly amongst themselves. Hazard leaned over to Liang and teased, kid, don't go getting all romantic on us this time. The match is more important than kissing your girlfriend. Liang laughed. Don't worry, this time I'll kiss you instead. Hazard replied in shock. If you dare kiss me, I'll stick my tongue in your mouth. Both of them felt a wave of nausea after saying that. The scenery outside kept changing, from the city's hustle to the countryside's tranquility, and then to Manchester's urban landscape. Liang's heart was filled with anticipation and confidence for the match. After about 4 hours, the bus finally arrived at the hotel in Manchester. The players got off, quickly checked in, and went to their respective rooms for a short rest. That evening, the players gathered in the hotel's meeting room. Mourinho once again emphasized the importance of the match and the tactical arrangements. Everyone sat together, attentively listening to the coach's instructions, encouraging each other, making their final preparations for tomorrow's game. Early in the morning, Liang woke up, drew back the curtains, and overlooked the city of Manchester from the hotel window. The fresh air and the rising sun brought him a sense of ease and joy. He quickly washed up, changed into the club's training kit, and prepared for the important match of the day. In the hotel restaurant, the players arrived one by one and enjoyed a hearty breakfast together. The dining table was filled with discussions and words of encouragement, the atmosphere tense and exciting. As Liang ate his fried eggs and toast, he listened to his teammates chatter endlessly about gossip, the shocking details leaving him dumbfounded. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the hotel lobby, ready to take the bus to Manchester City's home ground, the Etihad Stadium. Mourinho walked up to the players and said with a smile, "Come on, lads, hurry up. We're going to hit traffic." The players nodded in response and headed towards the bus. The doors slowly closed and the bus began its journey to the stadium. However, not long after they hit severe traffic. The streets of Manchester were packed with vehicles and traffic was almost at a standstill. The bus could only crawl along. Outside the window, fans wearing Manchester City jerseys were visible everywhere. They held up banners supporting Manchester City, chanted slogans loudly, and some even sang the Oasis anthem Wonderwall by the roadside. As the bus inched forward, the number of fans grew and the whole of Manchester was enveloped in a matchday atmosphere. Fans waved flags, beat drums, and sang rousing songs. Liang looked through the window at these passionate Manchester City supporters and felt the tense atmosphere of the game. Finally, after a long and slow drive, the bus gradually approached the Etihad Stadium. In the distance, a large crowd of fans had already gathered outside the stadium. Dressed in blue jerseys, they held up various banners and chanted slogans in support of Manchester City. The entire area around the stadium was engulfed in a sea of light blue, full of passion and anticipation. As the bus slowly entered the stadium parking lot, the cheers from the fans grew louder. Liang and his teammates got off the bus and felt the intense aura of the Manchester City fans. However, they were not affected by these external factors, while everyone was focused on the upcoming match. As kickoff time approached, the noise outside the stadium grew even louder. Inside the away team's locker room at the Etihad, the Chelsea players could clearly hear the Manchester City fans outside, singing Blue Moon in unison. The deafening song, like giant waves, crashed against the locker room walls in wave after wave, putting invisible pressure on everyone. If Blue Moon is this deafening, what would it be like at Liverpool's Anfield listening to You'll Never Walk Alone? And Chelsea's own club anthem sounded more like a children's song. Liang shook his head, quickly clearing these strange thoughts from his mind to focus on preparing for the match. As the match drew closer, the tension in the dressing room grew palpable. The players made their final preparations, adjusting their gear and exchanging words of encouragement. Outside, the chants continued to surge like relentless tides, yet within this confined space, the Chelsea players stood more united and resolute than ever. At last the bell rang. The players filed out of the dressing room, traversed the narrow tunnel, and stepped onto the lush green of the Etihad Stadium. The roaring chants outside grew deafening as Manchester City's fans wildly waved their flags, belting out "Blue Moon." The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the Etihad Stadium erupted in a frenzy. Chelsea and Manchester City's players immediately clashed in fierce contention, each side battling with everything they had for every scrap of possession. Barely moments into the match, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. Chelsea appeared relatively passive in the opening stages as Manchester City, buoyed by home advantage and superior midfield control, gradually seized the initiative. David Silva and Sergio Aguero's nimble interplay continuously tore at Chelsea's defensive lines. Yaya Touré, with his imposing physique and exquisite technique, exerted dominance in the middle of the park. By the 15th minute, City's possession had climbed to 58. Through precise short passes and rapid advances, they launched wave after wave of attacks on the Chelsea box. Liang fought tooth and nail in midfield, persistently attempting to disrupt City's rhythm through interceptions and tackles. In the 20th minute, City won a free kick. David Silva stepped up and delivered a pinpoint cross to Aguero inside the box, whose header was spectacularly parried away by Chelsea goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois. Chelsea swiftly countered. Willian dribbled forward with intent, but under City's tight defense, Yaya Touré dispossessed him once again. Liang and Yaya Touré engaged in a direct duel in midfield, both straining every sinew to win the ball at their feet. Liang used his nimble footwork and quick reflexes to successfully steal the ball, but Touré immediately challenged back, sparking a fierce tussle between the two in the center of the pitch. "Think you can stop me, eh?" Touré's tone carried a hint of provocation. Liang retorted with a cold laugh. "Try me." Touré's gaze burned with intensity, and their fierce confrontation resumed, the tension palpable. In the 25th minute, City launched another rapid counterattack. Bakary Sagna's foray down the right flank was menacing, his cross finding Edin Dzeko in the box, whose header sailed just wide, drawing a collective groan from the home fans. As Liang tracked back, he brushed past David Silva. Silva smiled slightly. "You've got no chance today." Liang shot back. "The match isn't over yet." In the 30th minute, City earned a corner. David Silva stood over the ball, preparing to deliver. He whipped in a precise, curling delivery towards the heart of the box. Yaya Touré rose highest, meeting it with a powerful header that skimmed the crossbar and went out for a goal kick. By the 35th minute, City's possession remained dominant, their passing fluid and seamless. David Silva and Yaya Touré frequently combined with telepathic understanding, relentlessly probing for weaknesses in Chelsea's defense. Liang successfully intercepted a pass from David Silva during a defensive sequence and immediately launched a counterattack. He surged forward with the ball at his feet, Yaya Touré hot on his heels. In the ensuing physical duel, Liang once again came off second best against the powerful Ivorian. In the 40th minute, Chelsea carved out a counterattacking opportunity. Nemanja Matic won the ball in midfield and quickly fed it to Eden Hazard. Hazard drove forward, drawing the attention of multiple City defenders. Hazard cleverly slipped the ball to the onrushing Liang, who raced towards the box. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yaya Touré materialized once more, executing a clean, decisive tackle to dispossess him. As the first half concluded, the players retreated to their dressing rooms, the atmosphere tense. Despite the 0-0 scoreline, the fierce exchanges on the pitch had already set the stage for potential fireworks. Chelsea's players sat in the dressing room, drinking water and wiping away sweat, each wearing a grim expression. Jose Mourinho stormed in fury, etched plainly on his face. He scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Liang. He strode over, pointed a finger at him, his voice seething with anger. "Liang, what are you doing?" Mourinho bellowed. "You've been trading blows with Yaya Touré all match. You're the attacking organizer, not a lone gladiator." Liang lowered his head, unable to meet Mourinho's eyes. He knew his first half performance had been rash, too consumed by his duel with Touré, neglecting the team's cohesion. "Do you think you can win the match single-handedly?" Mourinho's voice rose further, jabbing a finger into Liang's chest. "Football is a team sport, not your personal showcase. You should be distributing the ball more, finding your teammates instead of constantly challenging opponents. We are a team, not a battlefield for your individual crusade." His teammates watched in silence, none daring to interject. The only sound echoing through the room was the fury in Mourinho's voice. Hazard and Diego Costa exchanged a worried glance. They too recognized that Liang's performance had been overly individualistic. On numerous occasions a pass would have been the better option, yet he chose to engage Touré instead. Yaya Touré is a formidable opponent, but that doesn't mean you have to keep grappling with him. Your job is to galvanize the entire team, not to play the hero. Mourinho's voice gradually steadied, but the sternness remained. "If you just want to show off, then I can take you off and bring on someone more willing to serve the team. I need a midfielder who can drive the whole team forward," Mourinho continued, not a player obsessed with his own performance. Liang knew Mourinho was right. He had been unduly influenced by Touré. Since his debut, he had never faced such a dominant midfielder. Moreover, Touré's constant chatter had lured him into the trap of trying to do it all alone. Liang lifted his head, took a deep breath, and said with conviction, "I'm sorry, boss. I understand. I'll adjust my approach, look for my teammates more, and drive the team's attacks." Mourinho nodded, his tone softening slightly. Good. Remember, we are a team. Stay focused in the second half. Don't let them dictate your game. Mourinho then began laying out the tactical plan for the second half. He picked up the tactics board and quickly sketched out several key running lanes and passing positions. Yaya Touré and David Silva are their core. We must limit their influence, Mourinho stated. Terry Yu and Cahill need to stick tight to Zeko and Aguero. Don't give them an inch. He turned to Liang, assigning his tasks. Liang, stay calm. Don't get drawn into personal battles. Pass the ball, find your teammates, especially Hazard and Willian. Their pace and dribbling are key to our attacks. Mourinho pointed to specific positions on the board, emphasizing our wide play needs to be more aggressive. Azpilicueta and Ivanovic need to push forward more to provide support and create crossing opportunities. The midfield must maintain tight coordination. We can't let them pass through us easily. He concluded, remember, we are a team. Everyone fights for each other. In the second half, we must give everything to win this match. The players nodded in unison, encouraging one another. Terry patted Liang on the shoulder and said quietly, don't take it to heart. The boss just wants us to win. Hazard chimed in with a smile. Yeah, Liang, relax. Liang looked at his teammates gratefully, a surge of strength filling him. Thank you, everyone. I'll give it my all. During the halftime break, Sky Sports pundits Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher delivered a scathing assessment of the first half performance. To be honest, Liang's performance still requires more maturity, Gary Neville remarked. He was overly focused on his duel with Yaya Touré in the first half, neglecting the overall team play. If he were playing for Sir Alex Ferguson's Manchester United, he'd have been blown dry by the hairdryer treatment by now. Seems like you've been on the receiving end of that quite often. Carragher added, Liang certainly possesses great individual ability, but football is a team sport. He needs to learn how to utilize his teammates more effectively. Otherwise, no matter how good a player is, he'll be cast aside for lacking teamwork. As the second half began, the Chelsea players returned to the pitch. Standing near the center circle, Liang took a deep breath. He didn't want another reprimand from Mourinho, silently reminding himself to make a change, not to constantly challenge opponents one-on-one, but to seek out his teammates more. The whistle blew and the match resumed. Liang quickly settled into the game, frequently engaging in short passing combinations with his teammates. Several rapid one-touch passes made Chelsea's attacks flow more smoothly. Hazard and Willian continuously threatened down the flanks, and Chelsea's attacking tempo gradually increased. In the 50th minute, Liang received a pass from Fabregas, swiftly turned and distributed the ball to Ivanovic, charging down the right flank. Ivanovic delivered a quick low cross and Costa leaped high in the box, but his header sailed just over the crossbar. Nevertheless, this attack showed the fans a change in Chelsea as their offense began to look more threatening. In the 55th minute, Liang received the ball again in midfield. This time, instead of trying to dribble past his marker, he passed it to Hazard on the left wing. This caught Yaya Touré off guard as he rushed in. Hazard elegantly feinted past a defender, drove to the edge of the box, and unleashed a sudden shot. City's goalkeeper Joe Hart parried it, but Willian followed up quickly, only for his rebound effort to be blocked for a corner. Chelsea's attack is becoming increasingly threatening now, commentator Gary Neville exclaimed excitedly on television. Mourinho must have said something to Liang in the dressing room. City's defense is starting to feel the pressure. In the 60th minute, Chelsea earned a corner kick. Fabregas swung the ball into the center of the box. Terry flicked it on with his head, and Liang, positioned outside the area, met it with a powerful volley. The ball rocketed towards the goal, but Joe Hart made another spectacular save to deny him. Chelsea's players were brimming with confidence, constantly applying pressure on Manchester City. Although they hadn't scored yet, their attacks were becoming more fluid and dangerous. Liang felt the positive impact of his adjustment. He began to orchestrate the team's play, more evolving into the engine of Chelsea's attack. In the 65th minute, a Manchester City counterattack was thwarted by a crucial interception from Terry, and Chelsea swiftly launched their own offensive. Liang delivered a precise cross-field pass from midfield to the right flank. Willian raced down the wing and sent in a low cross. Costa made a darting run and shot, but the ball was deflected by a defender. Liang, following up, quickly struck it first time, only for Joe Hart to produce yet another heroic save. Manchester City's defense was being suffocated, but they were also looking for opportunities to counter. Yaya Touré's burst from midfield showcased his immense individual power, but Chelsea's defense remained resolute, refusing to offer any easy scoring chances. Yaya Touré continuously battled with Liang on the pitch, occasionally muttering in a low voice, "Kid, don't avoid me. Are you scared of me? I'm right here waiting for you." Liang retorted without backing down, "Fine, you wait right there then. After the match, I'll come to your place and have some fun with your wife." David Silva, overhearing the exchange nearby, chuckled and said to Yaya Touré, "This kid is learning your trash talk, but his mouth is definitely fouler than yours." Yaya Touré, who was already fuming, snapped back to reality upon hearing Silva's words. "Yeah, I really want to pour mouthwash down his throat." Manchester City fans in the stands frequently jeered at the Chelsea players, but it didn't affect their performance. They gave their all on the pitch, continuously pressing the opposition, striving for a breakthrough in the game. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville continued, "Liang's transformation is very evident. He is now much more involved in the team's overall attacking play. This adjustment has not only improved Chelsea's attacking efficiency, but has also enhanced his own performance." Carragher agreed. Yes, Liang's performance in the second half has been completely different. He's starting to learn how to use his teammates, which is crucial for his development. In the 67th minute, Jose Mourinho decided to make a substitution, bringing on Andre Skirl for Willian. Skirl's introduction immediately injected more pace into Chelsea's attack. His energetic running saw him quickly integrate into the team's offensive system. In the 71st minute, Fabregas initiated an attack from midfield, threading a brilliant through ball to find Eden Hazard. Hazard collected the ball on the left, dribbled past the City defender with a deft touch, and surged towards the edge of the penalty area. Leong made a run from midfield, dragging a portion of the City defense with him and creating more space for Hazard. Seeing the opportunity, Hazard delivered a pinpoint pass into the center of the box. Skirl made a well-timed run, and with Joe Hart rushing out, he kept his composure and slotted the ball into the net. Goal. Chelsea had taken the lead, making the score 1-0. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville exclaimed with excitement, "What a wonderful move." Fabregas's through ball was immaculate, Hazard's dribbling was unstoppable, and Skirl's run and finish were textbook execution. Carragher added, "This is Chelsea's quality. They seize their opportunities at crucial moments." Skirl's introduction changed the tempo of the game, and this goal was a pure result of teamwork. On the pitch, the Chelsea players erupted in celebration, rushing over to Skirl to congratulate him on the hard-earned goal. Surrounded by his teammates, Skirl raised his arms in delight, savoring the moment. Leong also sprinted over and high-fived Skirl, shouting, "Well done, Skirl." Skirl beamed back, "Thanks, Leong." In the stands, Chelsea supporters erupted in celebration, waving blue flags and singing the club's anthem, filling the entire stadium with a fervent atmosphere. The Manchester City players looked dejected, knowing the significant impact this goal would have on the game's trajectory. Yaya Touré and David Silva encouraged each other in midfield, understanding they needed to quickly reset their mindset and reorganize their attack. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville said, "Chelsea have been outstanding in this second half. Their attacks are increasingly fluid, and Liang's change in style has brought more opportunities for the team. Now they need to stay focused and try to secure this victory." Carragher added, "Manchester City's attack remains threatening, but Chelsea's defense has been equally solid. The game isn't over yet, anything can still happen." In the 78th minute, Manchester City manager Manuel Pellegrini decided to make a substitution. As the fourth official held up the substitution board, the player preparing to come on was one that would be difficult for all Chelsea fans and players to accept: Frank Lampard. David Silva was substituted off, and Lampard, wearing the Manchester City shirt, walked slowly onto the pitch. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville, seeing this, said with emotion, "This is a heartbreaking moment for every Chelsea fan." Lampard, the midfield maestro who achieved legendary status at Chelsea, now dons the Manchester City jersey to face his former club. Carragher added, "Lampard's introduction is not only an emotional blow for the Chelsea players and fans, but it also adds a new dimension of threat to Manchester City's attack. His experience and quality are still not to be underestimated." The Chelsea players on the pitch also seemed unsettled, their eyes betraying complex emotions as they watched Lampard step onto the field. Terry, the team captain, had a melancholic look in his eyes. Having played alongside Lampard for years, seeing his old comrade now in the opposition's ranks was not easy to process. Terry said quietly to Leong, "Stay focused. The game isn't over yet." Leong nodded, replying, "Understood, captain." The match resumed, and Lampard became the focal point of Manchester City's attacks. His distribution and passing from midfield were still precise, his experience and vision making City's offense flow more smoothly. Chelsea's players had to be extra cautious, wary of Lampard's potential for a decisive blow. In the 82nd minute, Manchester City mounted an attack, and Yaya Touré passed the ball to Lampard. Lampard drove forward and, against the Chelsea defense, calmly played a clever through ball to find the run of Sergio Aguero. Aguero received the ball in the box, turned quickly, and shot. Chelsea goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois made a fine save to deny him, temporarily preserving Chelsea's lead. The Chelsea fans at the side of the pitch watched Lampard perform well for City, their emotions a mix of pride, nostalgia, and bitterness. Seeing their former hero as the opposition was an indescribable feeling. In the 85th minute, Manchester City launched another attack. James Milner received the ball on the right and quickly broke through Chelsea's defensive line. Chelsea players scrambled back, but the young Milner's pace and technical skill made him difficult to stop. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville said, "Tensely, Manchester City's attack in these final moments is incredibly sharp. Chelsea's defense is under immense pressure." Milner drove towards the edge of the box, calmly assessed the situation, and then whipped a quick cross into the center of the penalty area. Lampard surged forward, losing his marker, and met the ball with a powerful volley. The ball flew like lightning towards the goal. Courtois dived, but the shot was too fast. The ball grazed his fingertips and nestled into the bottom right corner of the net. Manchester City had equalized. 1-1. Jean Jun's commentary echoed on PTV, "Lampard. He scored. Manchester City have leveled the score. This moment is incredibly complex for all Chelsea fans." Jean-Lu sighed. Lampard, the former Chelsea legend, scoring in a Manchester City shirt today. Football is truly full of drama. On the sidelines, Manchester City fans celebrated wildly, their cheers deafening. The Chelsea players, in contrast, looked dejected. Their hard-earned lead had evaporated in an instant. The atmosphere on the pitch became even more tense and fierce. Chelsea quickly tried to regroup and launch another attack, while Manchester City were equally determined to find a late winner. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville continued, "The suspense in this match is far from over. Both teams are battling with everything they have for the final victory." Lampard's goal has undoubtedly added even more drama to this encounter. In the final minutes, the teams engaged in a fierce contest, with every attack and defensive action filled with tension and excitement. Chelsea refused to give up on any chance seeking to regain the lead, while Manchester City's players worked hard to keep their defensive shape solid, preventing any comeback. Time ticked away, and the referee finally blew the full-time whistle. The match ended 1-1. On the pitch, players from both sides shook hands. Despite not securing a win, their fighting spirit earned the respect of the spectators. Jean summarized, "Today's match was full of drama and intense battles. Lampard's goal was the highlight of the game. Although the result wasn't what we hoped for, both Chelsea and Manchester City displayed great strength and resilience." After the match, players from both teams walked towards each other shaking hands and exchanging embraces. Despite the fierce contest and the draw, there was mutual respect for each other's performance. Leon walked over to Yaya Touré. They exchanged a smile and swapped jerseys. Yaya Touré patted Leon on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Good game today, kid. Keep working hard." Leon smiled back, "Thanks you too, Yaya." The Sky Sports cameras captured this moment. Commentator Gary Neville remarked, "This is the beauty of football. Despite the fierce competition on the pitch, the players show their sportsmanship afterwards." Jean also marveled on PTV. Leon and Yaya Touré, two players who battled fiercely on the field, can now amicably exchange jerseys. "This is the charm of football." Jean added, "Absolutely. After the game, the friendship and respect between players is what truly matters. It's why we love this sport." On the pitch, the Chelsea players walked towards the sidelines to thank the traveling fans. Though they hadn't taken all 3 points, their effort and determination earned the applause and support of their supporters. Chelsea's match against Manchester City had ended in a 1-1 draw, a result that left the entire squad feeling dissatisfied. As the team bus made its way back to London, the players relaxed and discussed the match that had just concluded. Leon sat by the window gazing at the scenery flashing by, yet his mind was replaying every detail of the game. He pondered his own performance and how he could improve. Upon arriving at the Cobham training ground, the players disembarked and headed home to rest. The moment Leon stepped through his front door, his phone rang. It was his agent Barnett. "Barnett, any good news?" Leon took off his jacket and answered the call. "Of course there's good news," Barnett said. "CKUW has confirmed the shooting schedule for the advertisement and print photos. It's set for next week." "Wow, that's fantastic." A smile spread across Liang's face. "What are the specific arrangements?" "The shoot will take place at a photography studio in central London called Spring Studios. It's scheduled for next Monday, and it'll be a full day. We've already coordinated with them and with Chelsea as well. I'll arrange a car to pick you up and take you to the location. We'll assist you with everything else throughout the process." Barnett detailed the arrangements. "Understood. See you then." Leon nodded. After hanging up, he sat on the sofa, his mood soaring. A single advertisement worth $1 million. What a thrill. A moment later, his phone rang again. This time it was Dua Lipa. "Hi, Leon. I heard you guys are back. Did everything go well?" Her voice was laced with concern. "Yes, we drew with Manchester City. Overall, it wasn't bad," Leon replied. "That's good to hear," Dua said with a smile. "Let's have dinner together tonight. I have something to tell you." "Of course. I actually have something I'd like to share with you too." Leon agreed cheerfully. After hanging up, he began to prepare for the evening. Soon the doorbell rang. He walked over and opened the door to find Dua Lipa standing there in a simple white dress, an excited smile on her face, a small handbag in her hand. "You look really happy," Leon said, taking her bag. "Of course I am," Dua Lipa said, her voice brimming with excitement. "New Love has received a fantastic response. Media outlets like NME and The Guardian have acknowledged my potential. Many music critics have praised the song's production quality and my vocals." Leon smiled as he led her inside, and they walked together to the living room. Dua Lipa's enthusiasm was infectious, and Leon found himself sharing in her joy. They sat on the sofa as she continued to share her good news. "The review from NME made me especially happy," she said, her eyes sparkling. "They said my voice and musical style possess great appeal and distinctiveness within pop music. The Guardian also gave high praise, saying my electro-pop style and emotive lyrics are outstanding." Leon listened intently, feeling her inner joy and pride. He took her hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, and said with a smile, "You're truly amazing, Dua." Suddenly reminded of something, Dua Lipa took out her phone and began reading a review of New Love aloud to him. "Listening to this song, I feel as if I can sense the emotional undulations within her heart. Her voice possesses a unique power that strikes directly at the soul." After hearing this, Leon smiled and said, "It seems I'm not the only one you've captivated." Dua Lipa leaned against Liang's shoulder, then suddenly lifted her head, a hint of curiosity and anticipation in her eyes. "Leon, you seem to have something on your mind. Is there something you want to tell me?" Leon was slightly taken aback. Looking down into Dua Lipa's shimmering eyes, a wave of warmth surged within him. He smiled, gently cupped her face, and said, "Actually, I recently received some advertising offers. One of them is for CKUW." Dua Lipa's brow furrowed slightly, but a playful smile tugged at her lips. "Oh, CKUW. So you're going to shoot an underwear ad for them. And which female model will you be working with?" Seeing her slightly jealous expression, Leon couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, sounds interesting, doesn't it? But don't worry too much. It's just work for me." Dua Lipa let out a soft hum, moving closer with a hint of coyness in her voice. "I trust you. But you have to promise me one thing. After the shoot, you'll tell me all about the experience right away." Leon smiled and nodded. "I promise." The night passed without further words. On Monday morning, Leon, accustomed to waking early, slowly opened his eyes. He gently kissed her forehead, then carefully got out of bed, not wanting to disturb her slumber. Liang went to the kitchen and began preparing breakfast for the two of them. The aroma of fried eggs, bacon, and toast soon filled the air. He also specially made Dua Lipa her favorite strawberry smoothie. As he busied himself, he heard soft footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Dua Lipa standing at the doorway looking at him with sleepy eyes. "Good morning, darling," Liang greeted with a smile. Dua Lipa rubbed her eyes, walked over, and leaned against his shoulder. "Good morning, Liang. You're up so early." "Yeah, I have the ad shoot today, so I wanted to get an early start," Liang said as he placed the fried eggs and bacon on a plate and handed it to her. Dua Lipa took the plate, a blissful smile on her face. "Thank you, Liang. You're so thoughtful." The two sat at the dining table enjoying a delicious breakfast. After finishing the meal, Liang washed the dishes and then prepared to head out. He put on his tracksuit, picked up his sports bag, and said to Dua Lipa, "Wait for my return." Dua Lipa grinned mischievously. "Oh, off to take photos with the models. You better be careful not to get swept off your feet." Liang gave her a kiss, then left the house and got into the car bound for Spring Studios. Upon arriving at the studio, he was led to the makeup room. Stepping inside, Liang felt the atmosphere was a world apart from the tension of the football pitch. The makeup artist had already prepared all sorts of cosmetics and tools awaiting his arrival. The makeup artist was a young girl named Emily who greeted Liang with a smile and invited him to sit down. "Hello, Liang. I'm Emily, and I'll be handling your makeup today. I hope you can relax and enjoy the process," Emily said softly. Liang nodded and sat in the makeup chair gazing at his reflection in the mirror, feeling a bit nervous. Emily began applying foundation, carefully spreading it evenly across his face, ensuring every detail was perfect. Then using a brush, she applied foundation to his neck, shoulders, arms, and even his abs, thighs, and calves, giving his skin a more even, porcelain-smooth appearance. "You already look great, but we want you to look absolutely flawless on camera," Emily said gently as she worked. Next, the hairstylist Mark entered. He was an experienced stylist renowned for creating stylish and striking hairstyles for male models. Mark carefully assessed Liang's hair and decided to craft a look that was both fashionable and masculine. He ran his fingers through Liang's hair using styling products and a blow dryer, making constant adjustments until he achieved the perfect effect. "This hairstyle suits you perfectly, Liang. You're going to look even more captivating on camera," Mark said with satisfaction. Director Peter settled into a chair nearby, opened his schedule, and detailed the shooting process and key points. "Today we'll primarily be shooting several sets of print photos and some video clips. First, you'll have a solo shoot wearing CKUW's new collection. After that, there will be some interactive shots. During the shoot, we want you to exude confidence and a natural state. Just relax and don't be nervous. If you have any natural reactions, that's perfectly normal. You can head straight back to the makeup room if needed." Liang nodded in understanding. "Okay, I'll do my best to cooperate." Peter continued, "All you need to do is follow our directions. During the shoot, try to channel the same focus and confidence you display during training and matches. We want to capture your most natural and handsome side." Liang smiled and agreed. "Understood. I'll give it my all." Liang followed Peter into the filming set, his eyes lighting up at the sight. The studio was impeccably arranged with several crew members busily adjusting the equipment. The lighting was already set, casting a soft and warm glow upon a comfortable sofa in the center. Peter led Liang towards the shooting area, saying with a smile, "Liang, the female model you'll be working with today is Cara Delevingne. She is a top model in the fashion industry, extremely professional." Hearing this name, Liang's heartbeat quickened slightly. He had long heard of Cara Delevingne's reputation, knowing she was one of the most sought-after models in the fashion world. Turning his head, he saw Cara standing not far away conversing with the makeup artist. She wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her smile radiant. Cara noticed Liang's gaze, smiled, and walked over. She extended her hand and said amiably, "Hello, Liang. I'm Cara Delevingne. I'm very glad to shoot with you." Liang took her hand and responded with a smile, "Hello, Cara. Likewise, I've heard a lot about you. I'm very happy to collaborate with you." Cara's smile was warm and confident, her eyes full of professionalism and friendliness. She said with a smile, "Shooting together, it's going to be a lot of fun. Just relax like you're on the field." Cara's beauty and confidence made Liang feel a surge of nervousness, but her smile and friendly attitude helped him relax a little. Peter then walked over and whispered to Liang, "To make your look perfect, we need to give you some assistance." With that, he took out a towel and discreetly patted Liang's underwear to make his silhouette appear fuller. A slight blush crept onto Liang's face, but he knew it was part of the job and had to comply. His agent Barnett remarked from the side, "You lucky dog, getting to work with Cara on your first shoot." As the shoot commenced, Liang and Cara entered their working state. Cara wore a black bra and panties, her skin smooth and delicate, her body lines perfect. Liang stood close to her, acutely aware of her body heat and the softness of her skin. This made Liang feel shy and uneasy. The photographer guided them into various intimate poses. First, back to back, Cara's head gently rested on Liang's shoulder, her arms reaching back to encircle his waist like a pair of devoted lovers. Next, Cara leaned lightly against Liang's chest, her fingers tracing over his muscles, her gaze holding a hint of teasing and a smile. Liang could feel her breath and heartbeat, the warmth of her body, making him tense up involuntarily. To avoid a physical reaction, he began to imagine bizarre things in his mind, like Doraemon's fingers. "Can't think about that, too round and too white," Liang mentally reminded himself. So he thought of his aunt's sixth uncle's fourth sister's dog, but Cara's beauty and proximity made these efforts seem futile. In another pose, Kara leaned sideways into Liang's embrace, her arm draped over his shoulder, her cheek near his ear, whispering, "Relax, just imagine, we're just friends together communicating naturally." Liang was caught between laughter and tears. Hard to imagine friends communicating like this. Kara smiled at him. Then imagine I'm Diego Costa. Liang thought about it for about a second, and his stomach churned with nausea. He tried hard to calm himself down and follow Kara's advice. Their bodies kept touching, Kara's hand gently stroking Liang's shoulders and back. This intimate contact made Liang both nervous and thrilled. Kara's skin was silky smooth, soft, and warm, every touch seemingly carrying an electric current that made Liang's heart race. Kara's beauty was not just external, but also in her confidence and professionalism. Every move she made was full of charm and elegance, making Liang marvel at her goddess-like presence. In a particularly intimate pose, Kara leaned against Liang's shoulder, her fingers gently gliding over his chest muscles, her eyes holding a smile and warmth. Liang felt a wave of warmth, a slight blush coloring his face, but he tried his best to remain composed. After the shoot ended, Liang and Kara walked to the dressing room, changing back into their own clothes while chatting about the day's experience. "Liang, you did really great. It's not easy to be this natural on your first shoot," Kara said with a smile. A shy smile appeared on Liang's face. "Thanks for the compliment, Kara. Actually, I was really nervous at first, but your help made me relax a lot." Kara nodded and said playfully, "You don't seem like a first-timer at all. I'm glad I got to work with you." Liang smiled and said, "Working with you taught me a lot." Kara took a step closer, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Liang, I think we work together very harmoniously. I hope we can have the chance to work together again in the future." Liang felt a warmth in his heart and responded sincerely, "I also hope for a chance to collaborate again." At that moment, Kara took a business card from her bag and handed it to Liang. "Here's my contact information. If you ever have any questions or need help, feel free to contact me." Liang took the card and said gratefully, "Thank you, Kara. Here's my number too, you can contact me anytime." They exchanged contact information. Kara smiled and said, "I hope we can become friends and stay in touch." Liang nodded, "Of course I hope so too." Kara smiled, gave Liang a hug, and then waved goodbye. Back home, Liang pushed open the door, and before he could even take off his coat, he heard Dua Lipa's voice from the living room. "Liang, you're back. How was the shoot today?" Liang walked into the living room and saw Dua Lipa sitting on the sofa, a hint of interrogation in her eyes. He chuckled and walked over, sitting down beside her. "The shoot was good, went smoothly today." Dua Lipa squinted, clearly not satisfied with that answer. "Smoothly? Be specific, tell me what you shot." Liang gave a helpless smile. "It was just some underwear commercial shots, took a few sets of photos with Cara Delevingne." Dua Lipa raised an eyebrow, seemingly catching the key point. "Cara Delevingne? That supermodel. What exactly did you shoot?" Liang knew he couldn't hide it from her, so he had to tell the truth. "Yeah, Cara was the female model today. We took some fairly intimate photos, all for the ads effect." Dua Lipa leaned in closer, a playful glint in her eyes. "How intimate?" Liang looked at Dua Lipa, a barely concealed desire flashing in his eyes. His heart pounded, feeling the fire brought back from the set burning inside him. He suddenly stood up, took Dua Lipa's hand, and said in a low voice, "Come, I'll show you." There were originally another 563 characters, but I was afraid it wouldn't pass review. The morning sunlight bathed the grass of the Cobham training ground, carrying a hint of crisp freshness in the air. Liang and his teammates were engaged in their daily training session, everyone appearing relaxed yet focused. After training concluded, Mourinho gathered all the players for a debrief. "Excellent today, everyone. You all performed brilliantly." Mourinho scanned the players before continuing. "Liang, the head of the medical staff, has requested that you and the other young players undergo the biannual medical checkup to ensure there are no hidden injuries." Liang nodded, showing his understanding. He knew such checkups were vital for maintaining health and preventing injuries. The club's medical director, Eva Carnero, was having a quiet word with Mourinho on the sidelines, after which she approached Liang. "Liang, the checkup is routine, no need to worry," Eva said with a reassuring smile, her tone laced with genuine concern. Liang smiled back. "Thank you, Eva, I understand." The medical checkup went smoothly, with Liang and the other young players undergoing detailed examinations one by one. Although Eva found no issues with Liang, she still deemed it appropriate to offer a cautionary note to Mourinho. "Jose Liang's physical condition is excellent, but he is still young. We need to manage his workload carefully," Eva stated, her expression serious. Too many high-intensity matches and training sessions could lead to stress injuries in the growth plates. Mourinho nodded, taking the matter very seriously. "Understood. We'll keep an eye on it." Eva continued, "Especially since his recent performances have been outstanding and the attention from fans and the media is growing. But we must protect him and ensure he has enough time to recover." Mourinho listened intently, then patted Eva on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Eva. We'll devise a sensible game plan to ensure Liang's health and long-term development." As Liang exited the medical room, he spotted Mourinho and Eva in conversation and walked over. "Boss Eva, how did the checkup go?" Liang asked. Mourinho smiled. "Everything's great, kid. We just need to monitor your playing time to protect you." Eva added, "Yes, Liang, your physical condition is superb, but we must take preventive measures." Liang nodded. "Thank you, I'll take good care of myself." After several days of formal training, the entire Chelsea squad was actively preparing for the upcoming Premier League match. On September 27th, they would host Aston Villa at their home ground, Stamford Bridge. Mourinho had confirmed Liang would start, but to protect the young player, he planned to limit him to a maximum of 70 minutes. On the training pitch, the sun shone brightly, and the players' passion and fighting spirit burst forth on the green field. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on every detail. He occasionally directed the players' positions and movements in a low voice, ensuring every tactical arrangement was executed flawlessly. Leon, mind your passing timing, stay calm. Mourinho shouted, his voice echoing across the ground. Leon quickly adjusted his position, received a pass from a teammate, and agilely drove forward. His footwork was skillful, his vision broad, and every pass was precise. Despite the high intensity of the training, Leon handled it with remarkable ease. After training, the players walked back to the locker room, their faces showing exhaustion but also satisfaction. Leon wiped the sweat from his brow, mentally preparing for the upcoming match. On match day, he rose early, ready to embrace this significant moment. Before leaving, he had specifically arranged for his parents and Dua Lipa to have seats in the family section, allowing them to cheer for him from the sidelines. The matchday atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Outside Stamford Bridge, a massive crowd of fans had gathered, waving Chelsea's blue flags and chanting slogans of support. Leon and his teammates boarded the team bus, which slowly made its way to the stadium. The scenery outside the window changed constantly, but the fans' enthusiasm remained unwavering. Arriving at the stadium, Leon entered the locker room and changed into Chelsea's blue jersey. Every movement felt practiced and natural, yet his heart still raced with excitement. He knew today's match was not only a test for him, but also a challenge for the entire team. Mourinho stood in the center of the locker room, his gaze firm as he scanned each player. His voice was low and powerful. Gentlemen, we all know Aston Villa's quality isn't on par with ours, but we must not be complacent. Every detail in a match can decide the outcome. He pointed to the tactics board and continued, we'll entice them to play wide, stretching their defense to create gaps. Leon, pay close attention to their formation. The moment you see them overload one side, swiftly switch the ball to the opposite flank. This will completely disrupt their shape. Mourinho's voice brimmed with passion and confidence. Remember, we are Chelsea. We have the strength, the ability, but more importantly, we must have the intelligence. Use our tactics to leave them bewildered. Don't give them any chance. As the match approached, the stands at Stamford Bridge were packed with fans. In the family section, Dua Lipa was meeting Liang's parents, Li Tud and Mia, for the first time. She appeared a bit nervous, but maintained a polite smile. Just as she was wondering how to start a conversation, Mia smiled warmly, reached out, and gently took Dua Lipa's hand. Mia said with a smile, Dua Lipa, finally we meet. Leon always talks about you, and we're so glad to see you in person. Dua Lipa felt a little shy but smiled back. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lee. Mrs. Lee. Li Tud let out a hearty laugh and said, just call us Tud and Mia, no need for such formality. Leon mentioned you're a singer and quite talented. We're also looking forward to your music. Dua Lipa relaxed a little and replied with a smile, thank you. Leon also always talks about you both. I've been eager to meet his parents. Mia said gently, you're both good kids. We hope you can support each other. Dua Lipa nodded, determination shining in her eyes. I will always support him. Li Tud nodded, patting Dua Lipa on the shoulder. Good girl, we believe you two will have a bright future. Enough of this, let's focus on the match today and cheer for Leon. Dua Lipa smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart. Alright, let's cheer together. In the player tunnel, the lighting was dim, but the atmosphere was intensely charged. Leon stood at the front of the Chelsea lineup, ready to walk out, his eyes searching for something. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar blonde figure. It was Jack Grealish, who was a substitute today. Jack! Leon called out in a low voice, trying not to attract too much attention. Jack heard the call, turned around, and a delighted smile spread across his face. He quickly walked over, and they both clapped each other on the shoulders. Leon, long time no see. Jack said with a grin. You didn't expect we'd meet again here, Leon replied, smiling as well. You're a key player for Chelsea now, that's impressive, Grealish said with a hint of envy. Not really, I'm still working hard. Leon responded modestly. You're not doing badly either, you're in the first team now. Hope I get a chance today, Grealish shrugged. Anyway, it's always great to see you perform on the pitch. Thanks, Jack. Leon nodded, a warm glint flashing in his eyes. Let's catch up properly after the match. Alright, good luck. Jack said. Good luck to you too, brother. Leon patted Jack on the shoulder and returned to the front of the lineup, ready to step onto the field. At the end of the tunnel, the light grew brighter, and accompanied by the roar of the crowd, Leon and his teammates stepped onto the pitch. As the match between Chelsea and Aston Villa kicked off at Stamford Bridge, the stadium was immediately engulfed in the fervor of the Blues faithful. Fans waved Chelsea scarves and sang anthems of support, filling the ground with passion and anticipation. From the very outset, Chelsea demonstrated their dominance, swiftly taking control of possession. The players moved the ball with fluidity and purpose, leaving Aston Villa's defense scrambling to keep pace. Commentators from Sky Sports and PTV were equally animated in their coverage. Chelsea look in fine form today, with 63 possession. They've completely taken control of the game's tempo, observed Gary Neville from the commentary box. Leon has been outstanding in midfield, his passing is precise and his vision is exceptional, added John June during the PTV broadcast. In the 7th minute, Chelsea launched another attack originating from a brilliant interception by Leon in midfield. He had astutely read Fabian Delph's intended pass, stepped in to intercept, and brought the ball under his control. Rather than rushing, he calmly drove forward, deftly evading the opposition's midfield pressure. Liang's dribbling seemed almost casual, yet every touch was laden with intelligence and calculation. He effortlessly skipped past Aston Villa's Tom cleverly, then swiftly turned and flicked the ball with his heel to Cesc Fabregas alongside him. Fabregas received the ball and immediately returned it to Lyon. Lyon lifted his head, spotting Eden Hazard ahead. "Look at that tackle. Lyon is just so cool," Jean-June exclaimed excitedly. Lyon then delivered a precise diagonal pass that seemed to have eyes, bypassing Aston Villa's defensive line and landing perfectly at Hazard's feet. Hazard took the ball in his stride, accelerated towards the box without hesitation. He skillfully dribbled past the last defender Nathan Baker and calmly slotted the ball past the goalkeeper. Goal. Hazard. Chelsea lead 1-0. Assisted by Lyon. Gary Neville's voice thundered with passion. "That was a textbook move. Liang's pass was pinpoint and Hazard's run and finish were flawless," Jean-June praised. The Chelsea supporters in the stands erupted in cheers, their applause and chants echoing around Stamford Bridge. Lyon and Hazard exchanged a high-five in celebration, both wearing confident smiles. A faint smile played on Liang's lips, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. In the family section, Dua Lipa watched the scene unfold, her face breaking into a delighted smile, her heart swelling with pride. Liang's parents Litad and Mia also watched with immense pride, smiling broadly at their son on the pitch. Litad whispered to Mia, "Our boy is getting more formidable by the day." Back on the field, play resumed, with Chelsea maintaining their iron grip on the game. Wave after wave of attacks put Aston Villa under immense pressure. Lyon orchestrated the midfield like a conductor, each of his passes precise and insightful. He was not only brilliant in attack, but also tenacious in defense, repeatedly thwarting the opponent's advances. Unlike previous matches, Lyon showcased a more intelligent and composed style of play this game. He moved away from mere physical duels and tackles, focusing instead on overall combination play and team coordination. He consistently made the right decisions at crucial moments, swiftly distributing the ball to the most advantageous positions. In the 15th minute, Lyon won another midfield duel and quickly released the ball to the advancing Diego Costa. Costa drove into the box, but was dispossessed by a last-ditch sliding tackle. The ball fell back to Chelsea, and Fabregas, arriving late, unleashed a long-range effort that whistled just wide of the post. "Chelsea's attacks are relentless. They keep piling the pressure on Aston Villa's defense," Jean-June commented. Liang's performance in midfield has been particularly impressive, though every pass he makes seems to create danger, Gary Neville added. By now, Aston Villa's players were beginning to show signs of fatigue, their defense retreating further under the relentless Chelsea pressure. In the 30th minute, Lyon received the ball from Fabregas in midfield. He surged forward, drawing the attention of two defenders. Just as the opponents prepared to close him down, Lyon executed a brilliant turn and swept the ball out to the right flank, finding the overlapping run of Willian perfectly. Willian took control and drove towards the byline before cutting the ball back into the box, but Costa's shot was again saved by the goalkeeper. Chelsea's pressure remained relentless and Aston Villa's defense was creaking under the strain. Just before halftime, Chelsea mounted another threatening attack. Lyon, organizing from midfield, calmly surveyed the field before launching a long pass that found Hazard on the left wing. Hazard cut inside, maneuvering past the defender before playing the ball into the box. Fabregas arrived on time, but saw his shot blocked by the keeper. Costa followed up, but the goalkeeper managed to smother the ball. The Chelsea fans in the stands erupted once more with applause and cheers, sending a wave of noise across Stamford Bridge. Lyon and his teammates celebrated on the pitch, their faces radiant with the joy of their lead. Lyon has been phenomenal today. His orchestration in midfield has been immaculate, Jean-June marveled. He's not just contributing in attack, but he's also incredibly proactive in defense. He is now an indispensable part of this Chelsea team, Gary Neville concurred. As the halftime whistle blew, the Chelsea players headed towards the tunnel, confident smiles adorning their faces. Lyon walked alongside Hazard, who playfully patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, world class. You were brilliant today. Keep it up." As the players made their way to the dressing room, the Stamford Bridge faithful showed no sign of letting up their support, their chants growing even more fervent. Suddenly, a special song resonated throughout the stadium. A chant the Chelsea fans had composed for Lyon. "Lyon, Lyon, he's one of our own, la 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 la. Lyon, Lyon, he has blue blood in his veins, la 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 la." The song was taken up by supporters in every section, its waves of sound sweeping across the entire ground. Walking among his teammates, Lyon felt a surge of warmth hearing the fans sing his name. He turned to look at the stands, seeing the fans waving their scarves and flags, and was filled with immense pride and emotion. In the family section, Liang's parents Litad and Mia were deeply moved by the scene. Tears welled up in Litad's eyes as he clasped Mia's hand, his voice thick with emotion. "Mia, Lyon has truly conquered Stamford Bridge." Mia nodded, her eyes shimmering with pride. "Yes. I wonder if we'll hear this at the Emirates next week against Arsenal." During the halftime interval, the Chelsea players filed into the dressing room, finding their seats. Sweat dripped from their brows, but every face wore a confident smile. Despite the narrow 1-0 lead, their performance had already earned the approval of their coach and the fans. Jose Mourinho walked in, a satisfied smile on his face. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Then, in a voice full of encouragement and authority, he declared, "Lads, your first half performance was outstanding. The possession, the attacking combinations, the defending, it was all superb. We've seized control of this game." Mourinho surveyed the room, seeing the fighting spirit and determination in every player's eyes. Then he continued, "But we cannot afford to be complacent. A 1-0 lead is not safe. In the second half, we need to maintain our high-intensity pace and strive to extend the lead early. Mourinho walked to the tactical board pointing at several key areas. Leon, your control in midfield has been exceptional. In the second half, continue to use your passing ability to stretch their defensive line. Hazard and Willian keep creating threats on the flanks. Look for opportunities to cut inside for a shot or deliver a cross. He then looked towards his defenders. Terry Cahill, your defending has been solid, but stay vigilant at all times. Don't give them any chance to counterattack. Then he walked over to Leon and patted him on the shoulder. Leon, you've played brilliantly. You controlled the midfield well in the first half. Keep it up in the second. Remember, don't rush. Seize every passing opportunity. Leon nodded, feeling Mourinho's trust in him. He knew he had to work even harder to help the team extend their lead. Mourinho stood in the center of the dressing room, clenching his fists, and spoke with firm conviction. In the second half, we give our all. Maintain our high intensity and look to extend the lead early. Remember, we have the ability to beat any opponent. As the second half began, Aston Villa manager Paul Lambert decided to make a change. He brought on the young Jack Grealish for Ashley Westwood, hoping Grealish's pace and dribbling ability could turn the tide. Grealish immediately showed his fighting spirit, constantly surging forward, trying to cause problems for Ivanovic. Chelsea's defense, marshaled by Ivanovic, remained as solid as a rock. Although Grealish was agile and quick, his lack of experience saw him repeatedly thwarted by Ivanovic when attempting to dribble past. PTV's Jean June commented, Grealish is on. His pace and dribbling might cause Chelsea's defense some trouble. That's right, but against a seasoned veteran like Ivanovic, Grealish still needs more experience, Jean-Loup added. Jack Grealish surged forward with the ball, his nimble footwork and quick changes of direction making him look dangerous. He tried to use his speed and skill to bypass Ivanovic, but the experienced defender held his ground, positioning himself well and maintaining a calm defensive stance. Hey Ivanovic, Grealish said with a hint of a provocative smile, are you ready? I'm not going to go easy on you. Ivanovic remained unmoved and replied coolly, welcome to Stamford Bridge, kid. But you've still got a few years to go. Jack attempted a feint to get past Ivanovic, but the defender responded calmly, his eyes fixed on the ball, his footwork agile, giving Grealish no room to exploit. Tough nut to crack, Jack muttered to himself, but the determination in his eyes only grew stronger. The tempo of the game quickened. Jack Grealish repeatedly tried to get past Ivanovic, but each attempt was expertly neutralized. On one run, Jack finally spotted an opening. He quickly changed direction, attempting to burst past Ivanovic on the flank. Ivanovic reacted, instantly executing a precise tackle to dispossess him. He quickly got back to his feet and passed the ball to Leon in midfield. Leon received the ball, quickly assessed the situation, and prepared to launch a rapid counterattack. Nice one, Ivan, Leon shouted in praise. With their defense solid, Chelsea began to organize threatening counterattacks. Leon picked up the ball in midfield, quickly scanned the field, and noticed Aston Villa's defensive line was looking a bit loose. He delivered a precise long pass to Hazard on the wing. Hazard controlled it, cut inside swiftly to evade a defender, and played the ball to Willian on the edge of the box. Willian executed a quick change of direction to create space for a shot, then unleashed a low drive that headed straight for the goal. This attack is so fluid. Liang's long pass finds Hazard. Hazard lays it off to Willian. Shot! Jean June exclaimed excitedly. Willian's shot was very threatening. Chelsea's counterattack was beautifully executed. Jean-Loup added in admiration. Sky Sports' Gary Neville commented, Liang's vision and passing are exceptional. He quickly identifies the best attacking route. This was a very well-organized attack from Chelsea. The game continued. Aston Villa, spurred on by Grealish, launched several attacks, but were consistently unable to breach Chelsea's defense. Liang's orchestration in midfield became increasingly assured. He continuously passed and offered support, creating more opportunities for his team. Chelsea's attacks are flowing much better with Liang pulling the strings. Jean June observed. Liang is having a very mature game today. He's got complete control of the midfield, Jean-Loup added. Neville also praised Liang. This young player is showing remarkable talent and composure. Every pass he makes is incredibly accurate, providing a huge boost for his team. In the 59th minute, Chelsea launched another swift counterattack. Liang received a pass in midfield. He quickly scanned the field and noticed Diego Costa beginning to make a run into the penalty area. Liang elegantly turned away from the pressing midfielder, then swiftly accelerated with the ball. His movements were incredibly fluid, like a dancer gliding across the stage, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. What a beautiful pass from Liang! Jean June exclaimed excitedly. Spotting Diego Costa's run, Liang didn't hesitate. He delivered a precise lofted diagonal pass. The ball, as if guided by a navigation system, flew perfectly to Diego Costa's feet. Diego Costa controlled the ball facing the defender. He turned swiftly, shaking off his marker. Then with a quick change of direction, he evaded the covering defender and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Diego Costa is in the box facing the keeper. Can he take this chance? Jean-Loup said, his voice tense with anticipation. Diego Costa didn't waste the glorious opportunity. He struck the ball decisively, sending it like an arrow from about towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dived desperately, but couldn't keep it out. Goal. Diego Costa scores. Chelsea have extended their lead. Jean June's voice was filled with joy. What a perfect attack. From Liang's pass to Diego Costa's finish, the whole move was incredibly smooth. Jean-Loup praised. Stamford Bridge erupted. Chelsea fans roared with delight, celebrating the magnificent goal. The fans' singing grew louder, the entire stadium immersed in an ocean of joy. Lyon, Diego Costa. The chants rang out one after another. PTV's Jean-June was thrilled by the moment. This Chelsea move showcased their understanding and quality. The Lyon and Diego Costa combination is simply unstoppable. Sky Sports' Gary Neville also expressed his admiration. Liang's passing vision and accuracy are astonishing, and Diego Costa's finish was a textbook example. This goal epitomizes Chelsea's overall strength. After scoring, Diego Costa ran over to Lyon and embraced him tightly. "Great ball, Lyon. What a pass." Lyon replied with a smile, "Your finish was absolutely flawless." In the 65th minute, the broadcast cameras suddenly cut to a corner of the stands. An elderly man with white hair was intently watching the game, his expression focused, as if observing every detail on the pitch. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville immediately noticed the figure. "Viewers, we've just spotted a familiar face in the crowd. It's England national team manager Roy Hodgson." PTV's Jean-June quickly followed up. "Manager Hodgson is in the stands at Stamford Bridge. His presence here today seems to be for the purpose of scouting players." Jean-Lu added, "He's watching very intently. He must be particularly interested in one of the players." In the stands, Hodgson watched the game while jotting down notes from time to time. When the cameras cut to him again, he was nodding and smiling, seemingly very pleased with the player's performance. "We can speculate that manager Hodgson's visit is to observe Lyon." Gary Neville analyzed. "Lyon has been outstanding for Chelsea. His passing vision and organizational skills are exactly what the England national team needs." Carragher concurred, "Absolutely. If he continues to perform like this, it's only a matter of time before he's called up to the national team." The cameras cut back to the match. Lyon was constantly directing play in midfield, his passes precise, dictating Chelsea's attacking tempo. His calmness and intelligence on the pitch seemed to see through every opponent's move. Liang's performance in this match has been exceptional. His passing and organizational abilities are undoubtedly top tier, Jean-Lu remarked. With Hodgson here, he clearly wants to see this young player's quality firsthand. Viewers watching on TV also saw the scene and took to Twitter to share their thoughts. "The old man is here to watch Lyon, the future core of England. Lyon definitely has the quality to make the national team." The match continued with Lyon maintaining his impressive performance. Every move he made was under Hodgson's watchful eye, as if he were undergoing a special examination. In the 70th minute of the second half, the score remained 2-0, with Chelsea maintaining their lead over Aston Villa. At that moment, Mourinho made a substitution. Lyon was taken off, with Oscar coming on as his replacement. The fourth official raised the substitution board, and Liang's number flashed on the electronic display. As Lyon slowly walked towards the sidelines, a thunderous ovation erupted from the stands of Stamford Bridge. The spectators rose to their feet, applauding and cheering to express their respect and support for Lyon. Lyon clapped back in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his face, appearing humble and grateful. Gary Neville of Sky Sports praised him. "This is a testament to Liang's outstanding performance today. His orchestration and passing in midfield provided formidable support for Chelsea's attack." Carragher added, "Yes, Liang's performance has been exceptionally steady. His substitution is also to protect him. After all, young players need managed playing time." Lyon walked to the sideline, high-fiving the incoming Oscar, but said little. Players on the bench, including Czech Zuma and Drogba, also stood up to applaud him. They all recognized the importance of Liang's contribution today and held his performance in high regard. The match continued, and in the 79th minute, Chelsea launched another attack. Oscar cleverly evaded a defender in midfield and passed the ball to Willian, who was sprinting down the right flank. Willian cut inside swiftly and, facing Aston Villa's defense, took a decisive shot that curled into the far corner of the net. 3-0. The Stamford Bridge crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, once more sending the stadium into a frenzy. Willian and Oscar embraced in celebration on the pitch, with teammates swarming around them in congratulations. Players on the bench also stood to applaud Willian. Neville of Sky Sports exclaimed excitedly, "A magnificent goal. The combination between Willian and Oscar was flawless. This is Mourinho's happy problem, having so many outstanding players in the same position." Carragher concurred, "Absolutely. The competition in Chelsea's midfield is incredibly fierce. Both Lyon and Oscar are top-tier midfielders, and Mourinho indeed faces a delightful yet difficult choice." Over on PTV, commentators Jean-June and Jean-Lu also weighed in on the goal. Jean-June stated, "Willian's pace and finishing ability were on full display again, while Oscar's pass was equally breathtaking. This kind of seamless understanding is one of the key reasons for Chelsea's strength." Jean-Lu added, "Indeed, Mourinho's squad options are incredibly rich. Every player has the ability to step up in crucial moments." Liang's departure gave Oscar more opportunities to shine. In the 90th minute, the referee blew the final whistle, the score fixed at 3-0. Chelsea triumphed over Aston Villa at home. Aston Villa had surrendered in the final stages, and the Chelsea players comfortably controlled the game to secure the victory. After the full-time whistle, the Stamford Bridge crowd once again erupted in passionate applause and cheers to celebrate the win. Liang's stellar performance was recognized once more as he was named man of the match. Lyon and his teammates embraced in celebration on the pitch before heading back to the dressing room together. After showering, just as Lyon was about to relax, Mourinho approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Lyon, you were absolutely brilliant today," Mourinho said with a smile. "However, there's something I need you to do now." Lyon looked at Mourinho with a hint of confusion. "What is it, boss?" Mourinho nodded and said, You need to come with me to the press conference. Liang showed slight surprise but quickly agreed. All right, boss. I'll be right there. Liang changed into casual attire and walked with Mourinho to the press conference venue. The journalists had been waiting for a while. As they entered the room, camera flashes went off incessantly. Reporters raised their hands eagerly and Mourinho pointed to one to speak. I'm from the Daily Mail. Liang, congratulations on being named man of the match. You were outstanding today. Could you share your thoughts on the game? Asked the first journalist. Liang smiled and replied, thank you all for your support. Today's match was very tough, but the entire team performed exceptionally well. Achieving this victory is the result of our collective effort. Mourinho added, Liang was truly exceptional today. He showcased his skill and intelligence, and this is a product of our team's collaborative spirit. Another journalist quickly followed up, I'm from The Guardian. You provided 2 wonderful assists today, especially that one for Diego Costa. Could you share what you were thinking at that moment? Liang nodded, recalling the moment. I saw Diego in a great position, so I tried my best to deliver the ball to the most suitable spot for him. We practice such combinations often in training, so executing it during the match came naturally. As the press conference neared its end, a reporter from The Sun raised his hand and was granted a question. He stood up, his tone laced with obvious provocation and tabloid intrigue. Liang, according to information from our sources, are you currently dating Cara Delevingne? Are you having an affair? The smile vanished from Liang's face, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Mourinho furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by the question. He gently patted Liang's shoulders, signaling him to stay calm. Liang took a deep breath, steadied himself, and replied with firm conviction, first, I want to clarify that I have no personal relationship with Cara Delevingne whatsoever. As for the affair allegations, they are utterly baseless. I deeply respect my private life, and I hope everyone will respect my privacy as well. The Sun reporter stood up, once more a confident smirk on his face, clearly armed with new material. He displayed 2 photographs, one showing Liang and Cara Delevingne outside a building in London, and another capturing them embracing in the same location. The camera flashes erupted again, intensifying the tension. Liang's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. A trace of displeasure crossed Mourinho's face. He adjusted the microphone slightly, signaling for Liang to answer. Liang took another deep breath and said calmly, these photos don't prove anything. The first one was taken during a break in our work schedule. As you all know, we have a business collaboration. As for the second photo, that was just a brief exchange after work concluded. All of these interactions were strictly within the scope of work, with no personal nature whatsoever. Liang wanted to explain they were filming a commercial, but due to a confidentiality agreement with the brand, all publicity was handled by their PR team, and he could not disclose it. Thus, he had to endure this misunderstanding, or else face breach of contract penalties. The Sun reporter, unwilling to give up, pressed on. Then can you explain why you chose to meet there? Liang remained calm, though a hint of helplessness crept into his voice. Once again, that was during work hours. It's completely normal. I have the utmost respect for Cara Delevingne. She is a highly professional model, and there is absolutely no personal relationship between us. Mourinho interjected. I want to emphasize that Liang is here to talk about football and the match. Regarding his private life, I hope everyone will show the respect it deserves. We are here to discuss Chelsea's performance and Liang's contributions on the pitch, not his personal affairs. Following that, a reporter from The Guardian raised their hand. Liang, you've been in outstanding form lately. Have you started considering playing for the England national team? Have you received any notification from the Football Association? Liang responded earnestly. Regarding the national team, I haven't received any official notification at this time. My current focus is entirely on Chelsea, dedicating myself to every match and contributing my strength to the team. If the opportunity to represent my country arises in the future, I would be deeply honored. Mourinho nodded beside him and added, Liang is a remarkable player. His performances on the pitch speak for themselves. We will continue to support him and help him achieve his goals. As the press conference concluded, Liang and Mourinho left the podium together, with cameras and flashes still capturing every moment. As they walked backstage, Liang felt a slight sense of relief. Mourinho patted him on the shoulder and asked in a low voice, you handled that brilliantly, calm and polite. But just out of curiosity, did you actually have an affair? Liang looked at Mourinho with exasperation. No, I didn't. We were just filming a commercial. I couldn't say anything because of the confidentiality agreement. Mourinho's curiosity seemed slightly deflated. All right. Just don't let their questions affect your mindset. Afterwards, they returned to the dressing room, where everyone was getting changed, preparing to leave the stadium. Liang packed his gear, ready to head home. As he exited the dressing room, he saw a group of fans waiting outside, hoping for his autograph and a photo. Liang walked over with a smile and patiently fulfilled every fan's request. It was the support of these very fans that had brought him to where he was today. After signing the last autograph, Liang bid farewell to the fans and headed towards the parking lot, ready to go home. Liang was still not fully awake when he heard his phone vibrating incessantly on the nightstand. He fumbled for it with his eyes closed, pressed the answer button, and heard his father Li Tud's urgent voice. Liang, what happened to you? Both the sports and entertainment sections of today's Sun have your picture with that model claiming you're cheating. You just started dating, and you're already cheating. How could you let the paparazzi get a shot of this? Liang was instantly more alert, frowning as he sat up in bed. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything, Dad. How did you find out? Li Tud's tone was anxious. Your mother and I were having morning tea in Chinatown, and the old man at the next table was discussing it, saying, Liang, you really know how to live. You'd better check the newspaper yourself. Liang ended the call, got up quickly, and walked barefoot across the cold floor, a wave of irritation washing over him. He drew the curtains, and the morning sunlight streaming through the glass lifted his spirits slightly. He opened his computer and quickly searched for the digital edition of The Sun. Sure enough, the sports headline blared, Liang's affair, accompanied by a photo of him embracing Cara Delevingne. The entertainment section had an even larger, more sensational headline, Cara Delevingne's affair, and the photo was identical. Wait, Cara Delevingne has a boyfriend? Ever the gossip? Liang searched online and discovered that Cara Delevingne didn't have a boyfriend but a girlfriend, Michelle Rodriguez, known for her roles in Resident Evil and Fast Furious. Liang sighed helplessly, feeling both angry and resigned. These damn paparazzi from The Sun. They live up to their reputation. His mind raced, thinking about how to handle this sudden crisis. He picked up his phone and called his agent Barnett. When the call connected, Barnett's voice sounded weary. Good morning, Liang. You've seen the papers. Yes, Barnett. What's going on? Cara and I were just shooting an ad. How did it turn into this? Liang asked. Barnett sighed. I'm already on it. With this kind of tabloid news, the paparazzi catch a single moment and blow it all out of proportion. What we need is an official statement to clarify the facts. I'll contact Cara's team. We need to get our story straight. You should keep a low profile for the next few days and not give the media any more material, Barnett advised calmly. After hanging up, Liang felt a bit more at ease. He sent Dua Lipa a message. Good morning, there's a bit of a problem. Let me know when you're up. He stared at the screen, waiting for her reply, still feeling anxious. Shortly after Dua Lipa's response came, I'm up. What's the problem? Liang hesitated for a moment, then decided to call her. When she answered, he got straight to the point. Dua, some paparazzi got pictures of me and Cara from the ad shoot. Now the papers are saying I cheated. Dua Lipa was silent for a few seconds, then spoke softly. I just saw the news online. Liang asked nervously, are you angry? Dua Lipa let out a light chuckle. Of course I'm not angry, darling. I know you wouldn't do something like that. I'm just worried this might cause you trouble. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dua. Barnett is handling it. We'll be putting out a statement to clarify everything. I just hope you can understand during this time. I understand, Liang. Don't worry too much. This will all blow over. Dua Lipa consoled him. After hanging up, Liang felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He took a deep breath and decided to follow Barnett's advice, not giving the media any more ammunition. I already keep a low profile as it is. Making money is truly a pain. When Liang turned on his phone, it started buzzing nonstop with notifications from Twitter and Weibo. He opened Twitter and found he had been mentioned countless times. The comments on Twitter were a mixed bag, with some supporting him and others questioning him. Liang, what's this photo all about? Cheating. This is truly scandalous. As a fan, I believe Liang. The paparazzi are always chasing shadows. Is Cara Delevingne really your new flame? Weren't you and Dua Lipa just getting together? What's going on? Liang scrolled through the comments, feeling a mix of helplessness and pressure. He switched to Weibo, and the situation was even more headache-inducing. Many Chinese netizens were also hotly discussing it. Liang, how could you do this to Dua Lipa? Liang, maybe you shouldn't come back to play football. Oh, it's a bad look. The Sun really gets everywhere. They can even photograph such private moments. If the Sun is reporting it, it's probably true. Cara Delevingne and Liang. Now that's an interesting pairing. Seeing these comments, Liang felt a surge of irritation, but he also knew it was inevitable. Barnett quickly sent him a message. I've coordinated with Cara's team. We'll release a statement clearing things up as soon as possible. Don't respond to any media. Keep a low profile. Liang nodded and replied, okay, I understand. Liang drove to the training ground. Although he was still a bit irritated, he gradually calmed down as the music played. He knew his teammates would definitely have some fun at his expense, but he was prepared for it. When he arrived at the training ground, Hazard and Diego Costa were already waiting in the parking lot. They saw Liang and immediately flashed mischievous grins. Hey Liang, Hazard said, walking over with a laugh. Heard you're the headline news. What's the story, mate? Costa chimed in. Yeah, you're something else. You just started dating and you're already making such a big splash. Come on, tell us what's Cara Delevingne like. Liang shook his head helplessly and chuckled. You guys stop making fun of me. These photos were all taken secretly by the paparazzi. There's nothing to them. Hazard patted Liang on the shoulder. We know, mate. The Sun's paparazzi are always camped out trying to snap me eating a burger. I'm not bothered. We just wanted to see how you'd handle this mess. Costa laughed heartily. Don't worry, we know you've got nothing to worry about. But hey, if you ever have a real scoop next time, make sure to give us a heads up. Liang smiled wryly. You guys. Who? Told. You. I. Couldn't. Handle it. He pretended to lunge at Costa. But seriously, thanks for the support. The three of them walked towards the training pitch together, running into a few other teammates on the way. William grinned. Liang, looks like you're still the center of attention off the pitch. Liang shrugged. This isn't the kind of attention I wanted, but thanks for your concern. Let's just focus on training, alright? Stop bothering me. On the training ground, Mourinho also saw Liang. He walked over and said seriously, Liang, don't let this media hype get to you. Focus on your training and matches. Prove yourself with your actions. Liang nodded. I understand, boss. Mourinho patted him on the shoulder with a slight smile. Good. Keep that attitude. As training began, Liang threw himself into it, completely temporarily forgetting his troubles. He knew that only by performing exceptionally on the pitch could he silence the doubts and rumors. After training in the locker room, his teammates continued to tease him, but it was mostly out of care and support. He felt the warmth and unity of the team, and it filled him with strength. Back home, he received a message from Barnett confirming that the statement had been released, clearing up the misunderstanding about him and Cara Delevingne. That day, a pinned statement appeared on Weibo and Twitter. In light of recent media reports and photographs concerning Mr. Liang, we hereby clarify the facts and urge the media to respect personal privacy and refrain from disseminating unverified information. 1. Regarding the photographs, recently The Sun published photographs of Mr. Liang with model Cara Delevingne, accompanied by misleading headlines claiming Mr. Liang was unfaithful. These photographs were taken candidly during an advertising shoot. There is no improper relationship between the two. Ms. Cara Delevingne is a professional partner from the shoot, and they maintained a professional relationship throughout the work. 2. Regarding the advertisement, Mr. Liang recently participated in an advertising campaign for CK underwear. This was a commercial collaboration, and the shoot was conducted under strict confidentiality agreements. All work was carried out within legal and compliant boundaries. There has been no behavior that violates professional ethics or personal morality. 3. Regarding private life, Mr. Liang is currently in a stable romantic relationship with Ms. Dua Lipa. Their bond is strong, built on mutual trust. Any claims of Mr. Liang's infidelity are false and have caused serious damage to his personal reputation. 4. A call for respect. We urge the media and the public to respect Mr. Liang's privacy and to not spread unverified information. We also hope that fans and the public will view this incident rationally and not be misled by rumors. Thank you for your understanding and support. Leon Barnett. Following Leon's statement, a heated discussion erupted across social media. On Twitter and Weibo, his statement was widely shared and commented on, quickly propelling the topic to the top of the trending charts. On Twitter, numerous fans expressed their support for Leon. Chelsea fanatic Leon has always been a professional player, and I believe in him. Support Leon. FTY lover, this kind of media hype is truly disgusting. Keep going, Leon. Stand with Leon. Blue Army, don't let the media affect you. Keep shining on the pitch. Leon rising. On Weibo, reactions from Chinese fans were also positive. Chelsea Blue, don't be defeated by these rumors. Leon Jiao. Football fan Xiaozhang, the media has gone too far. Support Leon, keep working hard. Stand with Leon. Blue Bridge Boy. Leon's statement was very clear. I believe him. Leon continues to fight. Concurrently, some celebrities and football figures voiced their support. John Terry, 26. Young players face many challenges during their development. Leon has handled this wisely. Keep going. Support Leon. Ian Wright, 0. The media always loves to stir things up. We know Leon is a good lad focused on football. Focus on football. However, some dissenting voices emerged. Football critic. Although Leon's statement seems sincere, the media's photos weren't fabricated out of thin air. He needs to be more cautious. Gossip guy. The intersection of the entertainment and sports worlds always brings trouble. Leon needs to handle this carefully. Yet the overwhelming majority of voices were encouraging and supportive. Although the Sun's report had caused an uproar, Leon's timely statement and candid attitude won the trust of most people. After finishing a day of training, Leon returned home, his mind consumed by the events of the past few days. He picked up his phone and dialed his agent Barnett. Hey Barnett, I just saw the reaction to my statement. It feels like there's even more support than I expected. But I have a question for you. When are the CK underwear photos and advertisement going to be released? Leon got straight to the point. Barnett chuckled on the other end of the line. Leon, you know the release of your statement was actually coordinated with CK underwear. We wanted to ride this wave of attention to maximize your exposure. So CK decided to release the photos and advertisement within these 2 days. Leon was somewhat surprised, but quickly broke into a smile. I see, no wonder the response was so quick. I hope this goes smoothly and the media doesn't find anything else to use against me. Don't worry, Leon, Barnett reassured him. CK places great importance on this collaboration. They will ensure everything proceeds according to plan. You just focus on training and matches, I'll leave the rest to us. All right, Barnett, I trust you. Thank you for all your help. It's my job, Leon. You're a public figure now, so you must be careful with every step. But remember, the fans are always behind you. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the training ground. The Chelsea players had already begun their daily regimen. Today's session was particularly crucial as they were about to face a formidable opponent, Arsenal. Mourinho stood in the center of the training pitch, tactical board in hand, his gaze firm as he swept it across each player. Leon and his teammates stood in a neat row, quietly listening to the manager's instructions. Gentlemen, Mourinho began, we are about to face Arsenal. Their attacking and ball possession abilities are very strong, so we must be flawless in our tactics. He used his pen to mark several key positions on the board. First, our defensive line must stay compact, especially when marking Ozil and Sanchez. Ivanovic and Azpilicueta, you need to constantly track their runs and not give them any room to operate. Ivanovic and Azpilicueta nodded seriously, clearly already simulating the challenges ahead in their minds. In midfield, Mourinho continued, Cesc, your task is to cut off their passing lanes while also being flexible in your positioning to ensure we have enough support during counterattacks. Matic, you need to provide extra help in defense and pay close attention to your marking, not giving their midfield any space to operate. Fabregas and Matic exchanged a glance, clearly understanding the manager's intentions. Then Mourinho looked towards Leon. Leon, your position is absolutely critical. Your task is to control the tempo in the middle and final thirds, distribute the ball promptly, and use your vision and passing ability to create opportunities. We need you to remain calm and decisive on the pitch. Leon nodded firmly, understood boss. In attack, Mourinho turned to Costa and Hazard. I want you two to combine more effectively in the final third, especially with your runs down the flanks and crosses into the box. Diego, you need to be a constant threat inside the penalty area and draw the attention of their defenders. Eden, use your pace and skill to unlock their defense. Costa clenched his fist, a confident smile spreading across his face. Don't worry, boss, I'll cause chaos in their box. Hazard flashed a sly grin. They won't be able to stop me. Mourinho nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everyone knows their job. Remember, we are a team. If everyone performs at their best, we will definitely beat Arsenal. You all know I've never lost to Wenger, and this time will be no different. Following the talk, the entire squad began a simulation training session focused on Arsenal. Leon orchestrated play from midfield, constantly exchanging passes and combining with his teammates. Costa made energetic runs up front, searching for scoring opportunities, while Hazard repeatedly breached the flanks, causing the opposing defenders considerable difficulty. The atmosphere on the training ground was tense, yet full of fighting spirit, with everyone making final preparations for the upcoming match. After training concluded, Leon returned to the dressing room, sat on a bench, and picked up his phone. He decided to call his father, not only to let him know about his training, but also to tease the old Arsenal fan. As the call connected, Leon spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. Dad, training is over. We're gearing up to face Arsenal. Leetoad's voice came through the phone. Haha, son, playing against Arsenal won't be easy. Leon chuckled mischievously. Dad, who are you supporting this time? You're a diehard Arsenal fan after all. Leetoad laughed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Oh, you rascal, is there even a question? When it comes to the person, I'm definitely supporting you. When it comes to the team, well, it's Arsenal. That's my faith, my love. Leon burst out laughing. Dad, you spoke the truth. Don't worry, I'll play well. I'll personally tear down your faith and pierce through your love, haha. Leetoad chuckled helplessly. Just play your best, and don't get injured. Leon nodded. Got it, Dad. You and Mom will be at the stadium to watch, right? Of course, we'll definitely be there to cheer for you. But I'll be sitting in the Arsenal fan section supporting you. Your mom will be watching with her family. Leetoad replied. That's great. I'll play my heart out on the pitch, make them happy, and you cry, haha. Back home, Leon changed his clothes and picked up his phone, dialing Dua Lipa's number. The moment the call connected, hearing Dua Lipa's sweet voice lifted his spirits significantly. Hey Dua, how was your day? Leon asked with a smile. Hi Leon, it's been busy today, but everything is going well. How about you? Dua Lipa's voice came through the phone, carrying a hint of tiredness. I just finished training. We have the match against Arsenal the day after tomorrow. I was actually wondering if you could come and watch the game. Leon said, a note of anticipation in his voice. Dua Lipa's voice held a trace of apology. Oh Leon, I'm really sorry, but I can't make it to the stadium for your match the day after tomorrow. I have to go to the US for promotions and TV appearances. The schedule is quite tight this time. Leon was slightly disappointed, but tried to sound upbeat. That's okay, Dua, I understand. Do great over there, and have a successful promo tour. Thank you, Leon. You give it your all in the match too. I'll be cheering for you. Dua Lipa said softly. Leetoad rose early and slipped into his red and white Arsenal jersey. Gazing at his reflection, he smiled softly, humming the Arsenal anthem, The Wonder of You. Entering the dining room, he found his wife Mia preparing breakfast. Mia, today's the big day, he exclaimed. Arsenal against Chelsea. I need to get there early to secure a good spot. Mia looked up, a gentle smile on her face. Todd, you old fool, still so worked up at your age. Remember to stay hydrated, don't just drink beer. He gently knocked on the door of Liang's old room. Though he knew his son had long since moved out, it had become a ritual before he left the house. As if doing so would carry Liang's blessings and make today's match go smoother. Son, good luck in today's game. Though I'll still be cheering for Arsenal, I'm still proud of you. Leetoad murmured these words in his heart, as if Liang could hear his blessings. He walked to the door and saw his old friends waiting for him outside. They were all die-hard Arsenal fans, clad in the club's colors, their faces beaming with excitement. Todd, let's go. Today we're going to show Chelsea a thing or two, one of them shouted. Of course, let's move. Leetoad replied, and together they broke into the Arsenal anthem, heading towards Stamford Bridge. After Leetoad left, Mia continued her lunch in the kitchen. She picked up the phone and dialed her younger brother's number. James, are you and Mom and Dad ready for the match today? Mia asked. On the other end, her brother replied with unbridled enthusiasm, of course, sis. We're all set, just waiting for you. Mom and Dad can't wait to see our Liang tear Arsenal apart. All right, let's meet at our doorstep at 1 o'clock and head out together. Mia hung up and began to gather her things to leave. Half an hour later, James along with their parents arrived promptly at Mia's doorstep. The grandparents chatted about daily life, glancing at their watches with eager anticipation. The grandfather chuckled happily. Today's a huge day. Our grandson is going to take on Arsenal on the pitch. As Mia, James, and the grandparents neared Stamford Bridge, the area outside the stadium was a vibrant sea of red and blue. Fans of both Arsenal and Chelsea congregated, creating a scene of both rivalry and strange harmony. In the plaza, Arsenal supporters in their red jerseys held high their flags and banners, singing their familiar anthem, The Wonder of You. A group of young Arsenal fans formed a circle chanting in unison, and I guess that's why they call us the Arsenal. On the other side, Chelsea fans in blue waved their blue and white scarves and flags with fervor. The melody of the Chelsea anthem, Blue is the Color, filled the square as fans sang along. Blue is the color, football is the game, we're all together, and winning is our aim. Mia and her family continued forward, seeing rival fans good-naturedly bantering, some even posing for friendly photos together. Despite their on-pitch rivalry, everyone here remained civil, savoring the pre-match festivities. An older Arsenal fan, noticing Mia and her family in Chelsea colors, walked over with a grin. "You all better watch out today. Arsenal is invincible." They continued towards the entrance, passing a young father and son. The little boy wearing a brand new number 18 jersey chatted excitedly with his dad about the game. "Little one, are you a fan of Lyon?" Mia asked with a smile. The boy nodded, his eyes sparkling. "Yes. I love Lyon." Warmth spread through Mia's heart. She bent down and gently patted the boy's shoulder. "Thank you for supporting Lyon. I'm sure he'll give you a surprise today." The boy's father chimed in with a smile. "Lyon is really something. Our whole family are his fans." As they continued, the entrance to the family section grew closer. Mia saw more fans congregating, loudly singing Chelsea songs and waving scarves bearing the club's crest. The air was thick with tension and excitement. Everyone was anticipating the start of the match. Not far from the family entrance, Mia spotted several Chinese fans also clad in Liang's jersey, clearly having made a special trip to support him. In the Stamford Bridge changing room, the Chelsea players were making their final preparations for the upcoming clash. Each face bore an expression of intense focus and nervousness, aware of the immense significance of the match. Mourinho stood at the center, his gaze firm as he swept it across the players. His voice was steady and powerful. "Gentlemen, today we face Arsenal, a formidable opponent, but we must show the true strength of Chelsea. Don't be complacent. Watch every attack of theirs. Keep our defense solid." Hazard added with a grin, "Today, we don't just win, we win beautifully. Let's make our fans proud." Drogba stood up, his deep, resonant voice commanding attention. "No matter what happens, we must stay calm and united. Remember, today, we are one team." Costa joked from the side. "Remember, Lyon, pass me the ball more often, and I'll put it in the back of the net." The room filled with laughter and confidence as the players clapped each other on the back, offering encouragement. The atmosphere was tense, yet full of anticipation, each one knowing they were about to enter a fierce battle. Mourinho concluded, "Remember, regardless of the outcome, we must maintain respect and composure. Today we fight for Chelsea, and we fight for ourselves. Now let's go out there and win this game." On the pitch, fans were already gathering, the atmosphere heating up. As the familiar tune began, the entire stadium erupted. The Blues supporters waved their flags, leading the chant of the classic song. "Daleta, Daleta, Daleta, we hate Tottenham." The fans of both Chelsea and Arsenal sang in unison, their voices shaking Stamford Bridge. In the sea of blue and red, the song echoed, full of passion. Upon hearing it, the faces of the younger brother's family turned red with anger, frustrated that everyone seemed to dislike them. In the tunnel, the players were ready, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Lyon, standing among the Chelsea squad, looked around and suddenly spotted a familiar small figure in front of him. It was the mascot for the day, Reece James. "Reece, you're the mascot today." Liang's face lit up with a delighted smile. Little Reece looked up at Lyon with awe, his eyes shining with admiration. "Yes, Lyon, you know me." Lyon crouched down to Reece's level, gently patting his shoulder. "Of course I know you, Reece. I also know you switched from striker to right back this year. Are you ready now?" Reece nodded firmly. "I'm ready, Lyon. I'll be cheering for you." Lyon smiled and took Reece's hand. "We'll cheer for each other. Now let's walk out onto the pitch together." The players from both teams filed out of the tunnel, stepping onto the pitch, filled with passionate fans. Lyon held little Reece's hand tightly, feeling the boy's inner excitement and determination. With each step onto the field, Liang's own emotions swelled. The roar from the stands was deafening. In the sea of blue, fans waved their flags and shouted the names of each player. As Lyon and Reece reached the center of the pitch, the sideline cameras captured the heartwarming scene. Lyon leaned down and whispered to Reece, "Remember, Reece, if you work hard, you can stand here one day and be everyone's pride." From the very start of the match, Chelsea seized control of the pitch, their players working in perfect unison, stringing together passes and launching a ferocious assault in the midfield and attacking third. Cesc Fabregas and Lyon took turns orchestrating play from the heart of midfield, their eyes fixed on teammates' runs and the gaps in the opposition's defense, dictating the tempo with pinpoint passing. Arsenal's counterattacks, however, were equally potent. Whenever Chelsea's advances were thwarted, Arsenal sprang forward with blistering speed. The combination of Matthew Flamini and Jack Wilshere, complemented by Mesut Ozil's incisive passing, placed immense strain on the Chelsea backline. In a midfield tussle, Lyon came face-to-face with Flamini. Flamini fixed his gaze on Lyon, a smirk of provocation playing on his lips. "Is this all you've got, kid?" Lyon shot back without hesitation, "Idiot." Wilshere then joined the fray, pressing Lyon relentlessly while taunting. "You've been making quite a name for yourself lately, Lyon." Lyon calmly used his close control to evade Wilshere's press, retorting, "Do Arsenal players always yap this much?" The confrontation on the pitch intensified, with every challenge drawing gasps from the crowd. Chelsea's attacks were relentless, but Arsenal's defense and counters were just as sharp. The match raced at a breakneck pace, a thrilling back-and-forth spectacle. In one attacking move, Lyon received a pass from Fabregas, swiftly turned and drove forward with the ball. Spotting space ahead, he quickly released it to Eden Hazard on the wing. Hazard collected the ball and cut inside, attempting to breach the Arsenal defense. However, Flamini tracked back diligently to dispossess him and immediately launched a counter. Arsenal's counter was swift and precise. Wilshere received from Flamini and surged into the final third. Yet Chelsea's defense stood firm. John Terry and Gary Cahill combined to snuff out the threat. Jamie Carragher exclaimed, This is a ferocious contest. Both teams are leaving everything on the pitch. Lyon is performing brilliantly in midfield, but Arsenal's counters are equally impressive. Gary Neville added his analysis. Liang's control and organization in midfield are indeed formidable, but he must be wary of the pressing from Flamini and Wilshere. He's only played a few games, yet he's improving with each one, making smarter decisions. In the 27th minute, Chelsea mounted a threatening attack. Fabregas received the ball in midfield, turned, and quickly surveyed the field. He spotted space ahead, and threaded a pass to Willian charging down the right flank. Willian, after collecting the ball, skillfully skipped past Arsenal's left-back Kieran Gibbs and delivered it to the edge of the box. Lyon had already anticipated Diego Costa's run. He surged into the penalty area, linking up with Costa. Costa, receiving Willian's pass, opted against shooting himself. Instead, he produced a sublime backheel, teeing up the advancing Lyon. The entire move flowed with seamless grace, a testament to Chelsea's fluid and incisive attacking play. Lyon, meeting Costa's pass, faced goalkeeper Wojciech Szczesny and slotted the ball home with a crisp low finish. The goal took mere seconds to construct, yet every detail showcased the understanding and chemistry between the Chelsea players. Goal. The commentator's voice echoed around the stadium. Lyon scores. A magnificent goal. Chelsea take the lead in the 27th minute. Gary Neville on Sky Sports praised the strike. This is a perfect team goal. From Fabregas's pass to Willian's run, Costa's backheel, and Liang's clinical finish. Chelsea's combination play was simply flawless. Jean Jun on PTV was equally ecstatic, spectacular. Liang's movement and finish were outstanding. This goal showcased both Chelsea's collective strength and individual brilliance. Arsenal's defense was torn to shreds. Per Mertesacker made a critical error, losing track of Lyon. Chelsea fans in the stands erupted in wild celebration, plunging Stamford Bridge into a sea of joy. After scoring, Lyon spread his arms wide. A fire of excitement blazed within him. The jeers from the Arsenal fans rang in his ears, but his gaze searched for his fatherly Todd in vain. At that moment, the conviction that a man must honor his words surged back. He had vowed to tear down his father's faith, and now was the time to fulfill that promise. Lyon ran towards the Arsenal supporters section, raised a single finger to his lips, and made a silencing gesture. Instantly, the atmosphere turned electric with tension. A chorus of middle fingers shot up from the Arsenal fans, accompanied by a torrent of abuse, and various objects were hurled in his direction. The referee, deeming Liang's celebration a provocation, unhesitatingly produced a yellow card. Liang's celebration has provoked a strong reaction from the Arsenal fans, Carragher observed. Perhaps this booking will help him cool down. In the Arsenal section, Todd's eyes lit up the moment his son scored, but he quickly remembered he was surrounded by his Arsenal supporting friends. He suppressed his inner excitement, his face a mask of strained neutrality as he watched the on-field celebrations. A friend beside him clapped him on the shoulder, teasing, "Your damn son just scored. Why aren't you celebrating?" Todd forced an awkward smile, a grimace that looked worse than tears. I've got to keep a low profile, or I'll never hear the end of it at home." Suddenly, Lyon sprinted over to the Arsenal fans and made the provocative one-finger gesture. The Arsenal supporters in the stands immediately erupted in a cacophony of boos and angry shouts. "This kid's insane," yelled one Arsenal fan. "Who does he think he is?" Todd's face changed. His friend angrily jumped to his feet, joining the other Arsenal fans and shouting, "Lyon, you son of a bitch. Get lost." Todd was mortified. He pulled his friend back down, explaining nervously, calm down. He's just young." Inside, however, he thought, "You little brat, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time." His brother-in-law, maternal grandfather, and grandmother were also beside themselves with excitement. His grandfather clapped his hands and cheered loudly, "Well done, Lyon. Brilliant." His grandmother was beaming from ear to ear. "Look how accomplished he is." His grandfather winked and chuckled, "Todd, your son's got some real nerve provoking the Arsenal fans like that, ha ha ha." His brother-in-law was even more vocal in his excitement, shouting, "This is a glorious moment for us Spurs fans. Lyon, you're amazing." At that moment, despite a flicker of annoyance, Todd felt a profound sense of pride. Even though he was an Arsenal supporter, seeing his son shine on the pitch swelled him with pride. His friend continued to grumble, "That son of yours has no respect, daring to provoke us Arsenal fans." Back on the pitch, Lyon was mobbed by his teammates. Costa patted him on the shoulder, "Well done, mate." Lyon grinned in response. Thanks, that assist was the real beauty. After the restart, the Arsenal players were clearly enraged by Liang's provocation, their attacking intensity ratcheting up. Arsene Wenger gestured animatedly from the touchline, and Arsenal's attacks surged towards the Chelsea goal like a relentless tide. In the 28th minute, Arsenal's Wilshere received a pass from Flamini and drove quickly to the edge of the box. He sold a dummy to Fabregas and unleashed a shot. The ball flew like a cannonball towards the top right corner, but Chelsea's goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois dove spectacularly, palming it away for a corner. From the resulting corner, Ozil swung a high ball into the area. Mertesacker, seeking to atone for his error, leaped highest and powered a header towards goal, but it crashed against the crossbar and bounced back into play. Chelsea's defenders reacted swiftly to clear the danger. Arsenal pressed forward once more. Alexis Sanchez received the ball on the left from Danny Welbeck, cut inside past Branislav Ivanovic, and let fly with a long-range effort. The ball arrowed towards the bottom right corner like a shooting star, but Courtois once again demonstrated his remarkable shot-stopping ability, punching the ball clear with both fists. PTV commentator Jean Jun exclaimed, "Arsenal's attacks are simply relentless." They've come within a whisker of scoring 3 times in a row. Chelsea's defense needs to tighten up, they can't afford to be complacent. Sky Sports' Gary Neville analyzed, Arsenal's attacking play is very fluid, but Chelsea's defense hasn't given them any clear-cut chances. Liang's goal seems to have ignited a fire in Arsenal. They're playing with incredible aggression now. Arsenal continued to press for an equalizer. Sanchez picked up the ball on the right, used his pace and trickery to breeze past Cesar Azpilicueta and whipped a low cross into the box. The ball took a deflection, catching the Chelsea defenders off guard. Welbeck threw himself at it, but Courtois made a phenomenal save. The rebound fell kindly for Ozil, who calmly side-footed it towards goal, but Courtois had scrambled back to his feet and blocked it with his body. Jean-June gasped, "Courtois is an absolute wall today. He's denied Arsenal time and time again." Neville added, "Arsenal need to be more composed. Their attacks are fierce, but they need a slice of luck. Courtois is in inspired form." On the pitch, Terry was constantly organizing his defense, adjusting the shape. He knew the threat Arsenal posed, but he had immense faith in his own backline. Liang's interceptions and organization in midfield were also proving vital, breaking up numerous Arsenal moves. As the first half entered stoppage time, Arsenal refused to yield. In the 47th minute, Wilshere was brought down on the edge of the box by Nemanja Matic, earning Arsenal a free kick in a highly dangerous position. Sanchez stood over the ball ready to take it. Jean-June commented, "This is Arsenal's last chance. Can they level the scores before halftime?" Sanchez ran up and struck it powerfully with his right foot. The ball cleared the wall and dipped towards the top left corner. However, Courtois produced yet another miraculous save, fingertipping the ball over the crossbar. Arsenal had missed their final opportunity. The referee blew the whistle to signal halftime. As the first half came to a close, the players retreated to the locker room, exchanging glances and words of encouragement. They had given their all on the pitch, but Liang knew the second half would be another grueling battle. Mourinho entered the locker room, his expression stern. His gaze swept across the room before locking onto Liang. "Liang," Mourinho began, his voice low yet commanding, "you already have a yellow card. Remember, you absolutely cannot get a second one and be sent off. You're their target now. They will try to make you lose your cool." Liang nodded, understanding Mourinho's concern, and replied, "Don't worry, boss. I'm not Balotelli." Mourinho smiled knowingly and patted Liang on the head. He continued, "In the second half, we need more possession. We can't give Arsenal too many chances to counterattack. Their counterattacks are extremely rapid. We must curb their speed. It's okay to commit fouls to break their rhythm. After a foul, stand right in front of the ball immediately. Don't let them pass it quickly. Try to keep the ball in midfield. Don't take risky passes unless you see a particularly good opportunity." He drew several lines on the tactical board and pointed to key positions. "Fabregas, you and Matic need to form a shield in midfield. Hazard and Willian, you must track back quickly and cut off their passing lanes. We need to break their defensive shape and dictate the game at our pace." The players nodded in unison, attentively absorbing Mourinho's instructions. Mourinho continued, "Liang, use your vision and passing ability to find the gaps. I need you to control the tempo in midfield. All right, everyone, remember, stay calm, stay focused. We're leading, but we can't afford to be complacent. Keep working hard, and we will win." In the Arsenal locker room on the other side, Wenger was also making tense arrangements. He gestured for his players to quiet down and began explaining the tactics for the second half. "Everyone stay calm." Wenger's voice carried a calming strength. "Our attack was threatening in the first half, but we need more penetrating passes, not just simple ones. We must exploit the spaces in Chelsea's defense with more through balls to create more chances." He pointed at the tactical board. "Ozil, you need to be more involved in the attack and find the weak points in their defense. Sanchez and Wilshere, you need to cut inside more to disrupt their defensive structure. We need to control possession in midfield and reduce their counterattacking opportunities. Maintain triangular movement and keep the fluidity of our combinations." Wenger walked among his players, his gaze resolute. "Remember, we still have time, we still have a chance. As long as we stay calm and stick to our tactics, we can definitely equalize or even take the lead." The Arsenal players nodded, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Wenger added, "Chelsea's defense is strong, but we have the ability to break them down. Stay calm, stay confident, keep working." As the buzzer sounded, the locker room door opened again, and the players filed out, their hearts filled with determination and resolve. The match was about to resume. Both managers had meticulously laid out their plans. Now it was up to the players to execute them on the pitch. As the second half began, the intensity of the match escalated step by step. Chelsea and Arsenal players gave their all, battling for every ball. Liang, positioned in midfield, became the focal point of the contest. He not only had to orchestrate attacks, but also withstand the tight marking from Arsenal's players. In the 50th minute, Liang received a pass from Fabregas in midfield. Just as he was about to turn and beat his man, Koscielny closed him down, aggressively executing a sliding tackle that brought him crashing to the ground. The referee immediately blew his whistle and showed Koscielny a yellow card. Liang lay on the turf, feeling a sharp pain in his knee. He gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and signaled that he was fine. His teammates gathered around, consoling him and checking on his condition. Fabregas patted him on the shoulder. "Be careful, they're going to keep coming for you." Strangely, Liang felt a bit odd hearing Fabregas's concern, a memory flashing back to the time when Fabregas had put Lampard in a headlock during a League Cup match. The match continued, but Liang's influence in midfield was subdued, mainly because the yellow card hanging over him prevented him from making any robust challenges. This allowed Arsenal's defense to become even more aggressive. In In the 56th minute, Liang received the ball again. As he turned to advance, Chambers barged into him from behind, knocking him off balance. He fell, getting a mouthful of grass. The referee blew the whistle once more, this time showing Chambers a yellow card without hesitation. Liang slowly got up, rubbing his sore lower back. Damn, it hit me anywhere but the back. I still need that. In the 65th minute, Liang received a pass from Hazard in the final third. He deftly dribbled past one Arsenal defender and was about to pass when Welbeck charged in from the side, clipping his legs and sending him tumbling to the ground. Referee Clattenburg blew his whistle without hesitation, showing Arsenal their third yellow card of the match, this time to Welbeck. A wave of disbelief rippled through the stadium. As replays aired, spectators clearly saw Welbeck's studs rake directly across Liang's ankle, catching the exposed area just above his shin guard. Liang lay on the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. Blood seeped from the wound, staining his sock red. Team Dr. Eva Carnero sprinted onto the pitch to assess the injury. Clattenburg signaled for Liang to temporarily leave the field for treatment to ensure the match could proceed smoothly. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville, visibly furious after seeing the replay, exclaimed, "That is an extremely dangerous challenge. Welbeck clearly should have received a red card. That tackle was completely unnecessary." Eva Carnero worked quickly on the sideline, cleaning the wound with antiseptic before swiftly bandaging it to stop the bleeding. Liang clenched his jaw, fighting to hide the extent of his pain, but the agony made it impossible for him to stand immediately. As he received treatment on the sideline, Mourinho strode over his face grim. He looked at Liang's bandaged ankle, his heart heavy with concern. "Liang, you don't have to go back on. I'm taking you off." Mourinho's voice was low and firm, filled with care. Liang looked up, his eyes blazing with defiance. He shook his head resolutely. "No, boss, I can still play. I don't want to come off." Mourinho frowned, clearly displeased with Liang's decision. "Your ankle is injured. Continuing will only make it worse. It's just a match, it's not worth the risk." Liang's gaze grew even more determined, his voice pleading. "Please don't sub me off. I can do this. I know my own body. If you think I'm playing badly, then take me off. But don't take me off because of a little blood." Mourinho stared at Liang, silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, if you truly believe you can carry on, then get back out there. But remember, the moment you feel even the slightest bit off, you tell me immediately, understand?" Oi. Liang smiled gratefully. "Thank you, boss. I won't let you down." The team doctor quickly finished bandaging the wound and cautioned him to be careful. Liang stood up, testing his weight on the sideline with a few tentative steps. Though his ankle throbbed with pain, he knew he could continue. He took a deep breath and walked back onto the pitch. In the stands, his mother Mia clutched her scarf tightly, her eyes never leaving her son. When she saw him go down and the blood seeping from his ankle, her heart clenched as if squeezed by a vice. Mia's gaze remained fixed on the field. She watched as the doctor rushed to treat his wound, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered painfully, "Why is he so foolish? He must be in so much pain right now." Mia lowered her head, unable to bear watching her son suffer. Her brother-in-law patted her shoulder, comforting her. "Sis, Liang is tough. He'll be fine." Mia nodded, holding back her tears, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She knew that as a mother she couldn't appear fragile. Her role now was to cheer for her son, to give him strength. Li Todd also watched his son on the pitch, his heart swelling with both pride and worry. He knew of Liang's resilience and fighting spirit, knew how many injuries and how much blood and sweat he had shed to become a professional. Seeing Liang rise again and return to the pitch filled him with a profound sense of relief. As Liang stepped back onto the field, the Chelsea fans in the stands erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, encouraging their young midfield maestro as they loudly sang the Liang song once more. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but marvel. Look at Liang's perseverance. This is why he has won over so many fans in such a short time. He's not just a talented player, he's a warrior with immense fighting spirit and determination. PTV's Jean Jun also praised Liang's tenacity and fighting spirit are exactly what Chelsea needs. This is the essence of Blue Steel Chelsea. From Terry to Liang, this is the legacy. In the 78th minute, the match entered a tense final phase. Chelsea players fought relentlessly, constantly seeking opportunities to extend their lead. Liang received a pass from Matic and scanned the field for a suitable target. As soon as Liang got the ball, Flamini closed him down. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his ankle, Liang turned swiftly, accelerated past Flamini, and deftly dodged a sliding challenge from Cazorla. He then quickly played the ball forward. Costa positioned perfectly in the box, locked onto the trajectory of the pass with determined eyes. "Beautiful." Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville exclaimed, "What a pass. Perfectly weighted, Costa has a chance. This combination is simply flawless." Carragher added. Costa attacked the ball, his movement fluid and decisive. He brought the ball down, deftly adjusted his body in an instant, picked his spot in the goal, sidestepped the incoming Koscielny, and before the Arsenal keeper could close him down, Costa struck the ball with power towards the far corner. The ball curved beautifully, evading the goalkeeper's fingertips and nestled into the back of the net. The Chelsea fans erupted in deafening cheers, plunging the stadium into a frenzy of celebration. "Goal! Goal! Costa has scored!" Jean Jun exclaimed excitedly. "A fantastic goal, another brilliant link-up between Liang and Costa." PTV's Jean Lu added enthusiastically, "That's Chelsea's second goal of the match." Costa's finish was textbook. After scoring, Costa spread his arms wide and sprinted towards the sideline, celebrating wildly with his teammates. He ran to Liang, and the two embraced tightly, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. Bro, that pass was incredible, Costa shouted. Liang grinned in response. That was a beautiful finish. After Costa's goal, Mourinho quickly made a tactical adjustment. He stood on the touchline gesturing for a substitution. Liang understood the signal and jogged towards the bench. Ramirez was already prepared on the sideline, ready to come on. Liang, brilliant. Mourinho patted him on the back, a look of approval on his face. Now rest up. Ramirez will take over from here. Liang, catching his breath, nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks, boss. He high-fived Ramirez before walking towards the sideline. Ramirez sprinted onto the pitch, taking over Liang's position. The Chelsea fans in the stands rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for Liang's outstanding performance. Liang waved back in gratitude, a smile finally gracing his face. Liang is substituted off. Ramirez comes on, said Gary Neville, the Sky Sports commentator. This is Mourinho's tactical adjustment to maintain midfield vitality and also to protect Liang. He has already shown the potential of a top player on the pitch, Carragher added. Ramirez's introduction will add depth to Chelsea's midfield. Liang walked towards the substitutes bench, high-fiving his teammates in celebration. Drogba and Cech both gave him thumbs up, showing their appreciation. Sitting on the bench, Liang picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his face, feeling quite delighted. The match continued on the pitch, and after Ramirez came on, Chelsea's midfield became more dynamic. He kept contesting in midfield, causing considerable trouble for Arsenal's defense. As the game progressed, Chelsea firmly controlled the tempo of the match. Arsenal's counterattacks were repeatedly thwarted, unable to find an effective breakthrough. The Chelsea players continued to defend with all their might, ensuring they gave their opponents no chance to stage a comeback. As the match entered its final phase, the atmosphere remained tense and fierce. The spectators held their breath, watching every detail of the game with unwavering attention. Finally, the referee blew the full-time whistle, and Chelsea defeated Arsenal 2-0, securing this crucial victory. The match is over. Chelsea beat Arsenal 2-0, exclaimed Jean June of PTV excitedly. This is another significant victory for Chelsea this season, solidifying their position at the top of the league table. Liang returned to the changing room and sat on the bench. The team doctor immediately came over to continue treating his wound. The blood seeping from Liang's ankle had already stained his sock red. The doctor carefully cleaned the wound and then applied medication. You played brilliantly today, but you need to be more careful in protecting yourself in the future, Eva said while bandaging. Thank you, I will. Liang nodded, responding gratefully. Just then Liang's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw a text message. Congratulations, you have been selected for the next England squad. Please report to the St. George's Park National Football Center training base tomorrow afternoon. Liang frowned slightly, hardly believing it was true. He showed the phone to the team doctor, who was also surprised. It looks genuine, but you should call to confirm. Liang nodded and immediately called his agent. On the other end of the line, Barnett's voice came through. Hey Liang, is the match over? Barnett, I just received a text saying I've been selected for the next England squad. Is this really? Liang asked. Barnett paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, of course it's real. I was going to tell you the good news when you got home. I'll arrange a business car to pick you up tomorrow. Barnett's tone turned serious. When you arrive at the training base gate tomorrow afternoon, there will be many reporters waiting. You must not show any signs of injury. Try to appear as normal as possible to avoid giving the media any ammunition to suggest Hodgson called you up despite knowing you were injured. Liang understood immediately. I get it, Barnett. Thanks for the heads up. By the way, have the business car pick me up from my parents' house tomorrow. After hanging up, Liang's mood brightened considerably. Despite the persistent pain in his ankle, this good news filled him with immense excitement. He looked at the team doctor who was bandaging him and said with a smile, looks like I really am going to report to the England squad. Instead of taking the team bus back to Cobham training ground, Liang chose to go straight to his parents' house for dinner. The match had caused his family great worry, especially seeing him get injured. As the car drove into the familiar neighborhood, Liang's feelings gradually calmed down. He walked into the house and found his family already waiting at the dining table. Todd, Mia, his brother-in-law, and his grandparents were all there. The moment they saw Liang enter, everyone's gaze immediately fell on his ankle. Mia asked anxiously, Liang, how's your injury? Does it still hurt? Liang smiled and shook his head. Mom, it's nothing. It's just a bruise, only a little blood. Don't worry. Todd frowned and said, why do you have to try so hard? You scored a goal and even taunted us. Liang grinned mischievously and said, just to rub it in your face. For your son's match you ditched Mom and the whole family to sit in the Arsenal fan section. I wasn't provoking other Arsenal fans, just you, ha 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 ha. The whole family burst into laughter and the atmosphere became much lighter. Todd shook his head helplessly. All right, I won't go there next time, okay? His grandfather leaned in, asking with concern, you've really made it this time? I heard you've been selected for the England squad. Liang nodded. Yes, but it still depends on how my injury recovers. Hodgson and his team will decide my playing time based on my condition. Upon hearing this, his grandparents nodded repeatedly. Our Liang has truly made something of himself. The national team, this is a big deal. Mia quickly urged everyone to sit down. All right, let's eat first. Liang, you must be hungry. Mom made your favorite braised pork. When Mia first married Todd, she often complained about his dislike for her cooking. It wasn't that it was inedible, but he couldn't stand eating it every day. Later, when Liang was born, he surprisingly shared his father's distaste for baked beans, black pudding, and potato cakes. This once made Mia doubt her culinary skills until she enrolled in the Chinese Culinary Academy in Chinatown. It opened up a whole new world of cooking for her, and she learned many Chinese homestyle dishes. She even bought a lot of pots, pans, and even several cleavers. Over the years, Mia's cooking improved dramatically to the point where she now even taps watermelons to check their ripeness. Liang smelled the familiar aroma, and his mood instantly improved. He sat down, picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, took a bite, and said with satisfaction, "Mom's cooking is still the best." Although strictly speaking professional athletes should avoid greasy foods like braised pork, he couldn't resist his mother's expectant gaze. Besides, with the amount of exercise he had today, having a few pieces was completely fine. The family continued chatting over dinner about Liang's injury and team gossip. Liang kept reassuring them that his injury wasn't serious and he would recover soon. Only then did the family's worries begin to subside. Mia and Todd both asked Liang to invite Dua Lipa over for dinner, and Liang had no choice but to agree. Liang lay in his small room reminiscing about his childhood. He remembered when this room seemed so big to him, as if it could hold all his dreams and secrets. Now that he's grown up, the room seems particularly small, almost feeling cramped. The posters on the ceiling have faded somewhat, but each one marks a milestone in his growth. Looking at these posters, a smile unconsciously formed on Liang's lips. These posters were once his motivation, and now he was standing on the real pitch fighting for himself. On the desk in the room were trophies and medals from his childhood, along with some old books and notebooks. When was the last time I stayed here? Liang thought to himself. It might have been when he signed his contract, or during a holiday. His memories were a bit fuzzy. Even some memories from before his transmigration had faded, leaving only the key points. Regardless, he had now grown into a player, making his mark in the Premier League, and was about to be selected for the national team. Everything had become so different. I have to report to the national team tomorrow. I'm a bit nervous, Liang thought, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. Liang gradually fell asleep. The night outside the window was serene and peaceful, and the moonlight streaming into the room wove a beautiful dreamscape for him. Liang awoke early, savoring the tranquility and warmth of the moment. He rose slowly, stretched, and walked to the window to gaze at the scenery outside. The weather was splendid today, with brilliant sunshine that seemed to cheer him on for his new journey with the national team. Liang walked into the kitchen where his mother Mia had already prepared breakfast. The table was set with fresh bread, fried eggs, bacon, and a steaming cup of coffee. Todd was reading the newspaper. Seeing Liang enter, he nodded slightly with a trace of a smile. "Good morning, son. Ready for today?" Todd put down the newspaper and asked with concern. Liang nodded, picked up a slice of bread, and replied, "Good morning, Dad. I'm ready." A bit nervous but excited. Mia walked over with a plate of fried eggs and said with a smile, "Don't worry, son. Remember to take care of yourself." Liang smiled and nodded. "Thanks, Mom. I will." The family sat down together to enjoy breakfast, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. After breakfast, Liang stood at the front door waiting for the business car arranged by his agent. Todd and Mia followed him out. His father asked with concern, "How's your foot?" Liang lifted his foot and moved it around, answering with a smile, "Much better, Dad. It's not a big deal, don't worry." Mia still felt uneasy. "Be careful and don't push yourself." Liang nodded and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll be careful." About 10 minutes later, a black business car slowly approached and stopped in front of Liang. The door opened and his agent Barnett stepped out, greeting Liang with a smile. "Good morning, Liang. Ready?" Liang smiled and nodded. "Good morning, Barnett. What's a busy man like you doing in the car?" Barnett patted Liang on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Today's a great day. The door to the national team is wide open for you. And many contracts are open for you too. We'll talk in the car." Liang put his luggage in the car and then got in. The car slowly started and headed towards the St. George's Park National Football Center training base. Inside the car, Liang was lost in his thoughts. The scenery outside flashed by quickly, yet the atmosphere inside the cabin was remarkably quiet. Just then Barnett turned to Liang with a smile, breaking the silence. "Liang, you know what? You're the hottest property right now." Barnett's tone was light, but carried a hint of excitement. Liang looked at him, puzzled. "Hot property? What do you mean?" Barnett chuckled, opened his briefcase, took out a laptop, and deftly opened a PowerPoint file. The screen displayed a series of exquisite charts and data. "Take a look at these numbers," Barnett said. "In 5 Premier League matches, 3 goals, 6 assists, and 1 Champions League goal. You're also top of the Premier League assist charts. Your performance has been outstanding." Liang smiled slightly, scratching his head in embarrassment. "It's all about the team's effort. I'm just trying my best to fit in." Barnett looked at him. "Save that talk for the media. Don't give me that." He continued, "Of course teamwork is important, but your individual abilities have gained immense recognition. Look at this." He pointed to a page on the PPT showing the logos of Nike, Adidas, and Puma. "All 3 brands are very interested in you and want to sign you." Liang looked at the screen, somewhat surprised. "All the big names are interested in me." Barnett nodded with a smile. "Really? And it's not just these sports brands, but we'll get to that later. These major sports brands see your potential and market influence. You perform excellently on the pitch, and your off-field image fits their brand positioning perfectly." He continued, flipping through the PPT showing each brand's specific plans and partnership proposals. "Nike wants to promote their new football boots globally through you. Adidas wants you to be their brand ambassador for Asia, involving a series of ad shoots and marketing activities. As for Puma, well, forget about them. They're just planning to design a signature pair of boots tailored specifically for you." Hearing that Nike and Adidas were interested, Liang stopped listening about Puma. "Can you explain the Nike and Adidas offers?" Barnett carefully opened the proposals from the two main brands and explained in detail. First, let's look at Nike's proposal. He showed the Nike Magista Obra Series football boots on the screen, with the shoe's image filling the entire page. Barnett pointed at the image and began to explain, this is the Magista series designed for ball control and passing. It features Flyknit material and a dynamic fit collar. The main ambassadors for this series are Iniesta Gazza and Cesc Fabregas. Leon looked closely at the boots on the screen. Barnett continued, Nike's proposal is $5 million per year for 4 years, totaling $26 million. Although it seems like a lot for this price point, your deal is the smallest. It's $2 million less than Maria Sharapova's. Barnett then introduced Adidas's proposal. He opened the next slide, which showcased the Adidas Predator Instinct Series football boots. Barnett pointed to the boots and explained, this is the Adidas Predator Series. It features a control zone design, primarily enhancing your grip on the ball. The current main ambassadors are Ozil Di Maria and Oscar. Leon looked closely at the boots on the screen. Barnett continued, Adidas's proposal is $8 million per year for 6 years, totaling $48 million. You will be the ambassador for the Asian region. But one thing to note, no matter how outstanding you become, your endorsement fee cannot exceed Lionel Messi's, because he has a head contract, and other endorsement fees cannot be higher than his. Messi gets $27 million a year, which is a distant goal for you. Leon pondered for a moment and asked, so between these two proposals, which one do you think suits me better? Barnett smiled and said, it depends on you. Nike's offer is for less money, but the shorter contract length is an advantage for you. Also, Nike has a huge influence, especially with high recognition among young people globally. Adidas's offer is for more money, but it comes with certain restrictions. However, becoming the Asian ambassador would significantly boost your exposure in the Asian market. Leon nodded gratefully and said, thanks. Is there time to consider? Barnett nodded, of course, take your time. Let me know when you've decided. I want to think it over carefully. Barnett smiled and patted Leon on the shoulder. No need to thank me. It's my job. I'll continue to follow up on the negotiations with both brands to ensure you get the best possible deal. All you need to do is keep performing well on the pitch and show them your value. Barnett flipped to the next slide, showing a screenshot of an email regarding FIFA 15. Barnett looked at Leon and said with a smile, one more thing, FIFA 15 has added you to the game. When you return to Chelsea, you'll need to do a face scan. A flicker of excitement passed through Liang's eyes. Really? What's my overall rating? Barnett smiled, feigning mystery. Take a guess. Leon said expectantly, should be around 80. Barnett shook his head. Sorry, it's only 74. Leon was stunned, his face darkening. 74. A silver card. Who are they insulting? Barnett, as if expecting this reaction, soothed him. I know it's a bit disappointing, but this is just the beginning. As your performances on the pitch get better, your rating will gradually increase. Leon was still dissatisfied, but 74 is too low. It's a total disrespect. Barnett continued. Actually, FIFA 15 and Chelsea are planning to film a viral video. At the moment your rating is revealed, you'll be given a card. You'll see it's a 74 rated silver card. Act really angry and throw it in the trash. Leon couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. That's not a bad idea. Sounds fun. Barnett nodded. Exactly. This kind of video will get fans talking, and it's a first step in building a relationship between you and EA. Leon thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, let's go with this plan. Hopefully they'll give my rating proper consideration in FIFA 16. Barnett smiled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Keep your confidence and fighting spirit. Oh, and your CK underwear photos and commercial will be released at noon today. After saying that, Leon fell asleep in the business car. Liang's car slowly pulled into the training complex of St. George's Park National Football Center. As the vehicle came to a halt, he opened the door and stepped out, greeted by crisp air and sprawling green fields. He glanced around, finding the place even more beautiful and serene than he had imagined. Just as he was about to retrieve his luggage, he noticed the FA's filming crew already waiting nearby. They swiftly set up their cameras, aiming them at him. Leon offered a slight smile and waved at the lens. Besides the crew, the facility had arranged numerous assistants to help with the luggage. Assistant coach Ray Lewington stepped forward, warmly grasping Liang's hand. Welcome to St. George's Park, Leon. I'm delighted you've joined the national team. Leon shook Lewington's hand, replying with a smile. Thank you, coach. I'm thrilled to be here as well. Lewington nodded, signaling the assistants to take the bags. Come, let me show you to the main hall. Upon entering the lobby, he immediately spotted two familiar figures, Raheem Sterling and Gary Cahill. They were chatting, but upon seeing Leon, they paused their conversation and approached him. Cahill extended his hand with a grin. Leon, welcome to the national team. Leon grasped it. Thanks, Cahill. Good to see you again. Cahill patted his shoulder, then turned to Sterling. Raheem, this is Leon. Leon, meet Raheem Sterling. Sterling also extended his hand, smiling. Hello, Leon. I've heard you've been performing brilliantly at Chelsea. Looking forward to playing alongside you. Leon couldn't help but inwardly shake his head at the thought of Sterling's finishing, though he kept such thoughts hidden. He shook Sterling's hand and responded politely. Hello, I'm looking forward to it too. After brief pleasantries, Cahill pointed to a lounge area across the hall. Let's head over, sit for a bit, and catch up on some team gossip. They had barely settled in the lounge for a minute when Leon noticed a middle-aged man approaching. The man was robust with a stern expression, yet his eyes held a hint of warmth. Ray Lewington stood up to greet him, saying, Leon, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Ian Beasley, our head physician. He oversees all medical examinations, injury treatment, and health management for the squad. Ian Beasley extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, Leon. A pleasure to meet you. Liang took his hand and replied courteously, hello Dr. Beasley. Beasley smiled. Welcome to the national team, Liang. To ensure you're in peak condition for training and matches, we'll need to conduct some routine medical checks first. Ray Lewington nodded, adding, it's standard procedure. Every player undergoes a thorough physical to rule out any underlying health concerns. Liang nodded in understanding. All right, Dr. Beasley. Beasley gestured for him to follow. Please come with me. The examination won't take long. We'll just run some standard checks including blood pressure and ECG blood tests and an assessment of your injury. After the examination, Dr. Ian Beasley carefully inspected the wound on Liang's ankle. Beasley frowned slightly, gently pressing the skin around the wound before looking up at Liang. The cut isn't deep, but there's considerable abrasion and swelling. You can engage in light physical training, Beasley stated, but you likely won't be fit for the match against San Marino. We'll monitor the healing progress and see if you can make it for the Estonia game. Liang nodded, a flicker of disappointment in his heart, though he understood the doctor's advice. I understand. Beasley patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, it's a minor injury. We'll do everything we can to get you back to full fitness quickly. Liang nodded in thanks, then rose to leave the medical room. As he stepped out, he ran into Ray Lewington. How did the checkup go? Lewington asked with concern. Dr. Beasley said I can do light training, but I should sit out the San Marino match, Liang replied. Lewington nodded. All right, we'll adjust your training schedule accordingly. He then led Liang to the physiotherapy room. As the door opened, a faint scent of disinfectant wafted out. The room was neatly and professionally arranged, equipped with treatment beds, massage chairs, and various physiotherapy devices. Physiotherapist Gary Lewin was busy organizing his tools. Seeing them enter, he set down his work and approached with a smile. Gary, this is Liang. He needs your help with an ankle injury, Lewington introduced. Gary Lewin extended his hand for a shake, speaking gently. Liang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Gary Lewin, in charge of player injuries and rehabilitation. You're in good hands. Liang nodded. Thank you, Gary. My ankle is hurt, and I hope to recover as soon as possible. No problem, let me have a look at the wound first. Gary gestured for Liang to sit on the treatment bed, then carefully examined his ankle. Observing the injury, he said, it's not too severe. We'll do some physiotherapy to speed up your recovery. Gary fetched some equipment and began treatment on Liang's foot and leg. He first applied a warm towel around the wound to promote blood circulation, then used a low-frequency electrotherapy device to gently stimulate the injured area, aiding cellular repair. Throughout the process, Gary's technique was skilled and his movements gentle, leaving Liang feeling comfortable and relaxed. How does it feel? Gary asked, continuing the therapy. It's good, more comfortable than I expected, Liang replied, noticing the pain gradually subsiding. Gary smiled. Next, I'll do some massage to further relax your muscles. Gary expertly massaged Liang's leg and ankle with precise, firm strokes, gradually easing the muscle tension. Liang closed his eyes, savoring the soothing sensation of the treatment. Liang, you have excellent physical condition. I'm confident you'll recover swiftly, Gary said with conviction. Liang opened his eyes and smiled in response. Thank you, Gary. After the session, Liang felt significantly less pain in his ankle and greater mobility. He stood up, took a few tentative steps, and found his condition far better than anticipated. After physiotherapy, Liang returned to his hotel room. Pushing open the door, he discovered his roommate was Gary Cahill. Seeing a familiar face brought an immediate sense of relief. Cahill was unpacking his luggage. Seeing Liang enter, he greeted him with a grin. Hey Liang, I had a feeling it'd be you. Liang smiled, setting down his bags. Thanks, Cahill. Seeing you here makes me feel much better. Cahill patted his shoulder. Don't worry, with your personality, you'll settle in here in no time. Liang nodded, his mood considerably lighter. During this England camp, Liang only knew Cahill. Most of the other players were unfamiliar faces. Some he had encountered in matches, and he had exchanged trash talk with them. Would it be awkward to meet them now? Although he had proven himself at his club, facing a new environment and new teammates still stirred some unease within him. So you just had physio? How did it go? Cahill asked with concern. Not bad, the pain in my ankle has eased a lot. Gary said I can do light training, but my match fitness depends on recovery. Liang replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Cahill nodded. Don't overthink it. Just keep a positive mindset. They chatted for a while, and Liang began to unpack, neatly arranging his training gear and personal items. Cahill continued organizing his own belongings, occasionally cracking a joke with Liang, which kept the atmosphere in the room light and cheerful. Noticing Liang's slightly tense demeanor, Cahill chuckled. Liang, don't overthink it. Relax. Let's grab dinner together tonight and meet the other guys. They're all easy to get along with. Oh, and we have a tradition, new players have to stand on a table and sing a song. Liang stared at Cahill in horror. What? Sing? And stand on a table? Cahill gave him a mischievous look. Yep. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have told you, but you seemed a bit tense. Better start thinking about what song you'll sing. During dinner, the dining hall was lively and bustling, with the England national team players seated around several large tables, chatting and joking with one another. Liang sat beside Cahill, feeling a bit reserved at first, but gradually relaxing. Sterling, Lalana, Henderson, Rooney, and Joe Hart were gathered around a table, wearing mischievous grins, clearly plotting something. Liang, Sterling shouted, capturing everyone's attention. It's a rule for the new guy. You've got to sing us a song standing on the table. Liang had been forewarned by Cahill about the singing tradition, but he still felt a sense of reluctance inside. Apart from the hostesses in private KTV rooms who would want to sing for a bunch of grown men. Lalana looked at Liang and added, it's our tradition. Every newcomer has to sing a song. We all went through it. Joe Hart chimed in teasingly. Come on, Liang, don't be shy. We're all waiting to hear you. Henderson echoed. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you're good or not, what matters is the spirit. Liang glanced around, all eyes were fixed on him, full of expectation and curiosity. He thought to himself, screw it, forget about being shy. If I'm going to sing, I'll make it flashy. He stood up, walked over to the table, took a deep breath, and jumped onto it. The dining hall instantly fell silent, as everyone stared wide-eyed at Liang. Liang smiled, deciding to sing Dua Lipa's New Love. He began to sing, If you want to run away with me, I know a galaxy, and I can take you for a ride. As he sang, he started swaying his hips and dancing. Many England players and staff members pulled out their phones to record him. His voice was clear and confident. As the song filled the room, applause and cheers gradually erupted. His teammates were amused by his sudden performance and clapped enthusiastically. Wow, that was actually really good. Rooney exclaimed loudly, pulling out a few 50 notes and stuffing them into Liang's trousers. His teammates joined in, some slapping the table to the beat, others following Rooney's lead and stuffing money into Liang's trousers. The entire dining hall was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Everyone saw that he was also a fun and shameless person in life. As the final note faded, Liang jumped off the table and took a deep bow. The dining hall erupted in thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles. Captain Rooney seemed to enjoy it the most. His teammates came forward one by one, patting him on the shoulder in approval. The next morning, sunlight gently streamed into the room. Liang quickly got up, washed up, and walked out to find Cahill already dressed in his training kit. The two walked to the dining hall together. Liang grabbed some breakfast and sat down to enjoy it slowly. Other teammates trickled in, and the lively atmosphere filled the room once again. After finishing breakfast, Liang bid farewell to his teammates, who headed to the training pitch for their morning session. Liang, however, went alone to the treatment room. In the treatment room, physiotherapist Gary Lewin had already prepared everything. Seeing Liang enter, he smiled and said, Good morning, Liang. Today we'll continue with the treatment on your ankle. Liang nodded and lay down on the treatment bed, feeling the therapist's hands massage his injury gently yet firmly. He closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and enjoyed the tranquility while his teammates were sweating it out under the sun. After the physiotherapy session, Liang headed to the gym for strength training. The other teammates were also training there, encouraging each other in a vibrant atmosphere. In the tactics room, England national team manager Roy Hodgson stood before the large screen, wearing a serious expression. He scanned the players seated around the table, cleared his throat, and began explaining the tactical plan for tomorrow's match against San Marino. Gentlemen, tomorrow we have an important European Championship qualifier against San Marino. Hodgson's voice was low and firm. We'll be playing a 4-3-3 formation. Our objective for this match is clear: control the game, secure the victory, and most importantly, avoid any unnecessary injuries. He pointed at the tactics board, explaining the specific requirements for each position. The front line of Sterling, Rooney, and Welbeck needed to maintain high pressing. The midfield trio of Henderson, Lalana, and Delph were responsible for organization and distribution. The defensive line, consisting of Cahill, Stones, Klein, and Butland, was tasked with ensuring defensive solidity. San Marino is not a formidable opponent, but we must not take them lightly. Hodgson continued. We need to take control from the very start, score as many goals as possible, and ensure the safety of our defense. Above all, no injuries. The players listened attentively, nodding and understanding from time to time. Hodgson's gaze swept across each person, finally resting on Liang. Liang, Hodgson said, you will be on the bench for this match, but I want to make it clear that you won't be playing. Liang nodded, understanding that this was to protect him and ensure his injury wouldn't worsen. The players responded positively, vowing to give their all. After the meeting, everyone dispersed to make their final preparations for the match. The next afternoon, Liang traveled with the England team to Wembley Stadium. The players began their warm-up with Liang standing on the sidelines, observing his teammates' condition. The stands of Wembley Stadium gradually filled with a sea of white-clad fans. The St. George's Cross flags fluttered in the wind, embroidered with the names of various places, showing that the supporters had come from all over England. As kickoff approached, the roar of the fans grew louder. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the referee's whistle blew and the match officially began. Against San Marino, England immediately launched a ferocious attack, pushing forward in force and pinning San Marino firmly in their own half. The front line of Sterling, Rooney, and Welbeck frequently broke through, creating threat after threat. In the 5th minute, England's attack yielded a breakthrough. Henderson intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly passed it to Rooney, who was making a run forward. Rooney drove forward with the ball. Facing a San Marino defender, he used a clever feint to beat his man, then unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box. The ball flew straight into the bottom left corner, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance. 1-0. Wembley erupted. Fans waved their flags and let out thunderous cheers. The match continued with England's attacks surging towards San Marino's defense like relentless waves. In the 12th minute, Welbeck received a pass from Sterling inside the box, calmly slotted the ball home. 2-0. Watching his teammates score one after another from the bench, Liang felt a mix of excitement and slight frustration. He also wanted to play against a weak team to pad his stats. In the 25th minute, Lalana received a pass from Henderson outside the box and struck a long-range shot. The ball curved beautifully into the top corner of the goal. 3-0. The fans in the stands erupted in celebration once more. San Marino's defense was almost completely overwhelmed and England's attack showed no signs of letting up. In the 33rd minute, Sterling was brought down in the box, and the referee promptly awarded a penalty. Rooney calmly stepped up and converted, making the score 4-0. Leong let out a slight yawn on the bench as the outcome of this match was already beyond doubt. Just before halftime in the 41st minute, England launched another attack. Cahill rose highest to meet a corner kick, powering a header into the net. 5-0. The entire stadium cheered in appreciation of England's dominant performance. After the start of the second half, England noticeably slowed down their attacking tempo with the comfortable lead. Hodgson was clearly looking to protect his players and avoid unnecessary injuries. The players passed the ball around at the back, controlling the tempo and ensuring San Marino had almost no opportunity to counterattack. When the midfielders and forwards got the ball, they no longer rushed forward. Instead, they opted to pass it back to the defensive line, maintaining steady possession. The pace of the entire match became extremely slow. On the pitch, the players passed the ball calmly, as if they were in a low-intensity training session. The intensity of the match dropped significantly, and the atmosphere in the stadium became somewhat dull. The fans in the stands were clearly bored with the proceedings. The cameras inadvertently captured some supporters dozing off in their seats, their heads bobbing, apparently spending the uneventful second half in a dream. Leong on the bench occasionally glanced up at the big screen, yawning out of boredom. His teammates on the field passed the ball, leisurely engaging in relaxed combinations. The entire match seemed to have entered a state of tranquility. Time ticked by, and there was almost no intense contest between the two sides. San Marino showed little desire to attack, mostly focusing on defending and blocking England's advances. The match slowly headed towards its conclusion in a steady rhythm. With the final whistle, the match officially ended. The score remained 5-0, a comfortable and emphatic victory for England. The players walked off the pitch exchanging high fives, but it was clear that the victory didn't bring much excitement. The fans also began to rise and leave, some stretching their arms, apparently having dozed off during the boring match. Despite the large scoreline, the match itself had been rather dull. Leong arrived with the England team in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia. The dazzling lights of the A.L.U. Arena illuminated the night sky, and the atmosphere around the stadium was thick with tension and anticipation. The Estonian fans were fervent, waving flags and chanting slogans to spur on their team. Before the match, Leong stood at the edge of the pitch, absorbing the electric atmosphere around him. Everyone knew that the England team, despite its storied reputation, was in a period of transition. Many veterans had retired, and the younger players had yet to fully mature. Head coach Hodgson faced a considerable challenge, his tactical philosophy seeming somewhat out of step with the modern game. As the match commenced, the contest immediately became fiercely contested. The Estonian team had clearly prepared thoroughly. Their defense was watertight, affording England little space to mount an attack. Although England dominated possession, they remained unable to breach the opposition's defensive lines. Leong sat on the substitutes' bench, his gaze fixed on every detail of the action. He saw his teammates struggling in attack as the Estonian players challenged ferociously, using robust tackles to stifle England's advances. Several of England's passing combinations were successfully intercepted, and the game settled into a tense stalemate. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville remarked, "Estonia have been outstanding today. Their defensive organization is spot on. England need to find a way through, or they'll struggle to break the deadlock." The fierce contest on the pitch made for a tense and thrilling spectacle, with players from both sides giving their all to secure victory for their teams. England's midfield repeatedly orchestrated attacks, but consistently failed to find a decisive breakthrough. Leong, observing from the bench, continuously analyzed the game, contemplating how he could make a difference once he was brought on. In the 30th minute, an England attack was thwarted and Estonia swiftly launched a counterattack. Their striker advanced rapidly, bearing down on the England penalty area. The England defense was plunged in a crisis, but goalkeeper Joe Hart stood firm, making a save to deny the shot. Leong shook his head at the opposing striker's effort, thinking that against Joe Hart a simple shot was useless. You'd have to unleash a thunderbolt from distance to beat him. Sky Sports' Jamie Carragher exclaimed, "Estonia's counterattacks are incredibly sharp. England's defense must concentrate fully and not afford them any complacency." At halftime, the score remained goalless. The players trooped back to the dressing room, ready for the coach's instructions and adjustments. As the second half began, Hodgson finally decided to introduce the warmed-up Leong. He whispered a few words to him on the touchline. "Play exactly how you play for Chelsea." Hodgson patted him on the shoulder, signaling for him to go on. Wearing the number 18 shirt, Leong took a deep breath, preparing for his England debut, and exchanged a high five with Delph, who was being substituted off. Leong's introduction brought a new dimension to England's attack. He quickly assumed the creative mantle from Henderson and Wilshere, orchestrating the rhythm of England's play. With precise short passes and intelligent movement, he continuously pulled the strings in midfield, probing for openings. His passing was frequent and accurate, and his speed of distribution and vision made England's attacks flow more smoothly. Estonia's defensive line began to show cracks as their players were stretched, constantly shifting from side to side. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville praised him, saying, "Leong's arrival has injected vitality into this England team. His creativity is exactly what they need. In fact, he might just be the most creative midfielder England has right now." PTV's Jean June added, "Leong continues to perform at a top level. Since coming on, he has revitalized Henderson and Wilshere, making England's attacks much more fluid." In the 60th minute, Leong executed a sublime turn in midfield to evade his marker before delivering a precise through ball. Raheem Sterling made a well-timed run, but the attack was comfortably dealt with by the Estonian goalkeeper. After Sterling's theatrical display of self-reproach, he gave Leong a thumbs up. Leong had anticipated this outcome. Sterling's finishing was notoriously wayward, making him another member of the thumbs-up club. Estonia's player Ragnar Klavan was visibly enraged by being toyed with by the English side. During a defensive challenge, he suddenly went in with his studs raised on Henderson, catching him on the ankle. Henderson collapsed to the ground in agony. The referee did not hesitate, brandishing a red card and sending Klavan off. Sky Sports' Jamie Carragher exclaimed, "That's a dangerously reckless challenge. Klavan has lost his head and paid a heavy price." PTV commentator Jean June added, "This red card puts them at a numerical disadvantage. Things are going to get even tougher for them now." Leong watched Klavan being sent off, feeling a sense of relief. He was just glad it wasn't him who got tackled, otherwise he'd be sidelined again. England now had to seize this opportunity and push forward with all their might to break the deadlock, or else the media would be all over them tomorrow. In the 70th minute, Leong delivered another pinpoint through ball. Wayne Rooney latched onto it, burst through, and slotted the ball home for a goal. England had finally broken the deadlock, and the traveling England fans erupted in jubilation, celebrating the crucial goal. Rooney's finishing is reliable after all. Leong joined his teammates in the celebration. This goal not only gave the team the lead, but also solidified his own position and standing within the national team. As the match entered its final 20 minutes, Estonia appeared rattled by the goal. Their play became hurried, and they desperately sought to overturn the deficit through quick counterattacks. This put England's defense under increased pressure. In the 75th minute, a momentary lapse in the England backline was exposed during an Estonian counter. The Estonian striker broke through and closed in on goal, but Joe Hart once again demonstrated his excellent goalkeeping, saving the shot. The England defense quickly rallied to clear the danger. England did not relent in attack, either maintaining a high press and constantly putting pressure on the opposition in their own half. Liang's influence in midfield became increasingly evident. Through his accurate passing and clever movement, he continually created opportunities for his teammates. In the 80th minute, Leong received a pass from Lalana, swiftly turned away from his marker. He drove forward with the ball and spotted Sterling making a run into space ahead. He was reluctant to pass it to him, but with Sterling in such a good position, he had no choice but to deliver a decisive through ball. Sterling received the ball, and with only the goalkeeper to beat, opted for a low shot. However, the effort drifted just wide of the post, failing to extend the lead. Damn, can't even hit the target. Sterling once again performed his head-clutching routine before giving Leong another thumbs up. By the 85th minute, Estonia were clearly exhausted. Their attacks were increasingly feeble, and their defense was struggling to cope. England, meanwhile, maintained a steady rhythm, firmly in control of the game's tempo. In the 88th minute, Leong made a crucial interception in midfield, winning back possession for England. He quickly played the ball forward to Henderson, who advanced before slipping a pass out wide to the overlapping Chambers on the right. Chambers drove to the byline and delivered a cross, but it was headed clear by an Estonian defender. As the match entered stoppage time, Estonia were a beaten team, having given up the ghost. England calmly kept the ball running down the clock. Finally, the referee blew the full-time whistle. England secured a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Estonia thanks to a brilliant performance from Leong and a crucial goal from Wayne Rooney. In his post-match interview, Leong said, "I'm very happy to contribute to the team. It was a fiercely contested match, but we maintained our focus and fighting spirit throughout." Hodgson also praised Leong in his interview. "Leong's introduction changed our attacking dynamic. His performance was exceptional and was a key factor in our victory." After the national team matches concluded, Leong returned to Chelsea and immersed himself once more in the rigors of club football. In the subsequent two fixtures, he showcased his prowess and leadership on the pitch. The first challenge was an away clash against Crystal Palace. On matchday, Selhurst Park was electric, with the home supporters creating a formidable wall of sound. Yet the Chelsea players remained undaunted by the hostile atmosphere. From the opening whistle, Chelsea asserted their dominance, relentlessly pressing Crystal Palace's defense. In the 35th minute, Leong collected the ball in midfield, sliced through the opposition's lines with a swift dribble, and delivered a precise pass to the surging Cesc Fabregas. Fabregas, with composure, slotted the ball into the back of the net, handing Chelsea the lead. Leong's assist was a testament to his exceptional vision and pinpoint passing ability. The match concluded with a 2-1 victory for Chelsea, with Leong's assist proving pivotal to the team's success. A few days later, Chelsea faced Slovenian side NK Maribor at home in the Champions League group stage. Stamford Bridge was packed to the rafters, with supporters eagerly anticipating a dazzling display from their team. Chelsea immediately seized control, demonstrating their formidable attacking intent from the very beginning. In the 15th minute, Leong received a pass from Fabregas just outside the penalty area. With a powerful and precise strike, he found the back of the net, giving Chelsea an early lead. The crowd erupted in jubilation, sending the entire stadium into a frenzy of celebration. Leong then turned provider, delivering two more pinpoint assists. In the 30th minute, he surged down the right flank before whipping in a cross that Diego Costa powerfully headed home. In the 50th minute, Leong received the ball in midfield, drove forward to the edge of the box, and cleverly laid it off to the onrushing Willian, who calmly slotted it past the keeper. Chelsea's attacks flowed in relentless waves against the Maribor defense, culminating in a resounding 6-0 victory. Attention now turned to a crucial upcoming fixture, an away match against Louis van Gaal's Manchester United. The squad engaged in intense, orderly training sessions at the Cobham training ground, with every player diligently preparing for the critical Premier League encounter. On the training pitch, Leong joined his teammates in tactical drills and physical conditioning. Jose Mourinho placed immense importance on this game, constantly emphasizing details and demanding unwavering focus and execution from each player. During a break in training, a film crew from EA arrived at Cobham. They were set to shoot a short viral video to promote the upcoming release of FIFA 15. Leong was chosen to feature in the video, where he would react to seeing his in-game rating for the first time. The set was simple: a table, a chair, and a laptop. Leong took his seat with a large box containing game cards placed on the table before him. The director signaled for him to open the box and discover its contents. He opened the box and pulled out a silver card displaying his rating, 74. He feigned shock, momentarily stunned, as he had anticipated a higher evaluation of his performances. 74. That's way too low. Leong muttered in feigned complaint. Just then, Eden Hazard, spotting the film crew out of curiosity, wandered over. Seeing the silver card in Leong's hand, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Leong, that's brutal. Only 74 points, ha ha ha. Leong, annoyed by Hazard's mockery, promptly tore the silver card to shreds. Hazard clapped him on the shoulder, still laughing uncontrollably. "Want me to talk to EA? Get them to bump you up to 78. Flustered and enraged, Leong shouted, "Get lost." The film crew, witnessing this impromptu banter, found it made for even better content and decided to capture the entire interaction. The director, smiling, said to Hazard, "Thanks for that, Eden. That was far more entertaining than anything we had planned." After filming wrapped up, Leong and Hazard walked back to the training ground together. Hazard continued to tease Leong. "Tell you what, if you score against United, I'll get EA to boost your rating." Leong looked at him doubtfully. "You have that kind of pull?" Hazard grinned. "Of course. I'm the cover star for FIFA 15 in the UK. The Chelsea team bus was en route to Manchester, with players chatting about the upcoming match. Mourinho was at the front of the bus discussing tactical plans with his assistant. The atmosphere inside was a mix of tension and excitement. Suddenly, a murmur of whispers spread through the cabin, as if some gossip had surfaced. Hazard, seated behind Leong, was scrolling through news on his phone. Suddenly, he announced loudly, "Hey, the Sun just dropped a bombshell." All eyes turned to Hazard, who grinned mischievously as he handed his phone to a nearby teammate. A Manchester United player was filmed in a lewd video after a night of heavy drinking. The player was caught on camera engaging in a sexual act in the bathroom, and get this, a teammate was secretly filming it. The players erupted in laughter. Willian quipped, "Sounds more like something Costa would do." Hazard continued, "Van Gaal's got a real headache on his hands now. Leong Cahill, go ask Rooney about it. I'm dying to know who it is." Mourinho overheard the commotion and furrowed his brow, but chose not to intervene. While such negative publicity was a blow to their opponents, he was more focused on ensuring his own team performed at their peak, especially against his former mentor Louis van Gaal. Upon arriving at the hotel, the team quickly checked in and had dinner. Mourinho then called a pre-match meeting to reiterate the tactical strategy against Manchester United. As dusk settled over Manchester, the Chelsea players quietly braced themselves for the battle that awaited them the following day. As the Chelsea bus slowly approached the perimeter of Old Trafford, Leong's gaze fixed out the window, taking in the historic footballing cathedral before him. A sea of red stretched out before his eyes. United supporters, clad in their iconic red jerseys, faces painted with club crests, and waving flags, radiated a passion that burned like a blazing fire, illuminating the Manchester evening. Old Trafford, aptly nicknamed the Theatre of Dreams, is not only hallowed ground for witnessing the birth of countless football legends, but also serves as the most sacred temple in the hearts of Manchester United fans. Today, all 7,400+ seats were filled to capacity, every corner brimming with anticipation and fervor. The fans' voices merged into a formidable wave of sound, shaking every corner of the stadium. Their chorus of "Glory, Glory, Man United" rose like a battle cry, spurring the United players onward. Leong could feel the intense heat radiating from within the stadium. It wasn't just the sheer number of people, it was the profound love for the game and the insatiable hunger for victory that created this palpable energy. Their gazes were resolute, every shout was a staunch declaration of support for United, and every cheer served as an invisible pressure on the opposition. As the Chelsea players stepped onto the pitch, the United fans' chants grew even louder. They welcomed their opponents with applause and songs, demonstrating a spirit of magnanimity and inclusiveness. But the moment the referee's whistle signified the start of the match, this sea of red would transform into an unstoppable force, fighting for victory. In the match between Manchester United and Chelsea, Van Gaal deployed a 4-5-1 formation. David De Gea started in goal, standing before the net with focused intensity, poised to make a save against any potential shot. The defensive line was composed of Rafael, Chris Smalling, Rojo, and Luke Shaw. Rafael took the right-back position, known for his pace and dribbling prowess. Smalling and Rojo anchored the center, both excelling in aerial duels and interceptions, while left-back Luke Shaw was noted for his stamina and defensive coverage. In midfield, Blind occupied the holding role. His vision and passing ability were set to be the key to the team's offensive organization. Ahead of him were Fellaini, Mata Di Maria, and Adnan Januzaj. Fellaini provided a formidable barrier in midfield with his physical strength and aerial prowess. Mata orchestrated the attack, his technique and creativity, supplying ammunition for the forwards. Di Maria and Januzaj patrolled the flanks, their speed and dribbling skills serving as sharp weapons for United's offense. Up front, Robin van Persie operated as the lone striker. His finishing ability and off-the-ball movement were expected to be United's primary scoring threat. Most notably, Rooney was absent from the substitutes bench. This was due to a red card received for a foul on Downing in the previous match against West Ham, which ruled him out of the subsequent games against Everton, Chelsea, and Manchester City. No wonder Mourinho hadn't mentioned Rooney's name at all when setting up his tactics. Without the England international, United's attacking threat was significantly diminished. Lyon had originally wanted to ask Rooney for some gossip, but now he would have to settle for asking Luke Shaw instead. As the referee's whistle blew, Old Trafford erupted. The roar of the United fans surged onto the pitch like a tidal wave, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. Both teams quickly settled into the game, engaging in a fierce battle of attack and defense. Right from the start, Manchester United showcased their attacking potency. In the 5th minute, Di Maria embarked on a dribbling run down the left flank. His nimble footwork and rapid pace left the Chelsea defense struggling to cope. Di Maria cut inside rapidly, and facing the Chelsea defender, he cleverly slipped the ball to Mata. Upon receiving it, Mata swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful shot heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Courtois reacted quickly, diving to parry the ball away, sparing Chelsea for the moment. Well done, Courtois. Chelsea captain Terry roared, lifting the spirits of his teammates. Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville exclaimed excitedly, "This is the strong start from United. They must maintain this pressure." Carragher added, "But don't forget Chelsea's counterattacks are also sharp, especially with Lyon. United's players all need to keep an eye on him." Chelsea, however, refused to be cowed and immediately organized a counter. In the 10th minute, Lyon received the ball in midfield. He keenly spotted a gap in the United defense and drove forward with the ball at speed. Fellaini attempted to intercept, but Lyon toyed with the towering midfielder, using his exceptional skill. A subtle nudge with the inside of his foot pushed the ball to the right as he swiftly changed direction, completely bamboozling Fellaini with the feint. Then Lyon flicked the ball over Fellaini's leg with his toe and continued his advance. "Don't let him through," Fellaini shouted, but it was too late. Lyon had already breached their lines. Facing a double team from Mata and Di Maria, Lyon gently swept the ball to his left with the outside of his right boot. Following up with a quick La Croqueta move, the ball slid between the two players while he agilely swerved past Mata to regain possession and surge forward. Mata and Di Maria were left trailing almost simultaneously. "My God, he's incredible, and against the likes of Mata and Di Maria," Neville exclaimed in amazement. On the edge of the box, Lyon suddenly let fly with a long-range strike that arrowed towards the top right corner. De Gea reacted swiftly, diving to push the ball away for a corner. Chelsea won a corner kick. The delivery was headed clear by a United defender, and Chelsea squandered another prime scoring opportunity. Liang's breakthrough was absolutely magnificent. Jean Jun exclaimed excitedly in his commentary for China PTV. "He completely fooled Fellaini, Mata, and Di Maria." Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. Yes, his technical level is clearly a cut above. United must defend against him more tightly. As the match reached the 20th minute, Manchester United launched another wave of intense attack. Fellaini won an aerial duel in midfield and headed the ball on to the advancing Januzic. Januzic drove forward quickly and delivered a cross from the right, sending the ball straight into the heart of the box. Van Persie leaped high and met it with a powerful header, but the ball flew just wide of the post, sparing Chelsea once more. Chelsea, however, were not to be outdone and immediately launched another counterattack. In the 25th minute, Hazard dribbled down the left flank. Using his pace and agile footwork, he skipped past Raphael's challenge and then cut the ball back to Lyon in the center. Receiving the ball, Lyon once again showcased his sublime skills against Fellaini's defense. With a rapid feint and shift of body weight, Lyon nudged the ball with the outside of his foot. It threaded through Fellaini's legs. Lyon quickly darted around the Belgian and continued his run. "My goodness, Lyon is absolutely on fire today. Fellaini is like a statue, just being bypassed with ease," Neville exclaimed, once more in awe of Liang's performance. "De Gea is in inspired form today," Jean-Luc commented. As the match entered stoppage time, the tempo of attacks and defenses remained fiercely intense. Manchester United launched wave after wave of attacks, but Chelsea's defense stood resolute, with Courtois' outstanding saves repeatedly thwarting the opposition. Chelsea's counters also frequently threatened the United goal. Lyon in particular was a constant menace. His exceptional technique and intelligent movement repeatedly tore open the United defense, creating numerous scoring chances for his team. "Lyon, pass it!" Fabregas shouted from outside the box. Lyon nodded, accelerated with the ball, and sliced through the opposition's defense. Facing blind, Lyon executed a brilliant dummy, fooling the defender and slipping the ball through to Drogba inside the area. Drogba took a touch and fired, but De Gea produced a heroic save to deny him. "What a chance! So close," Jean Jun lamented. The first half eventually concluded after a fiercely contested battle, with the scoreline still 0-0. Despite the lack of goals, the quality and tension of the match left every spectator in the stadium electrified. Liang's outstanding performance was particularly impressive, though every touch seemed to galvanize his team's attack, creating multiple opportunities for Chelsea. In the television commentary booths, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher of Sky Sports, alongside Jean Jun and Zhang Lu of China PTV, began their analysis of the first half. Gary Neville spoke first. "This is a high-quality contest. Both Manchester United and Chelsea have shown immense strength and a high level of tactical and technical proficiency in the first half. Even though there have been no goals, the intensity and spectacle have been captivating." Carragher nodded in agreement, absolutely. Especially the performance of Liang. His control and dribbling in midfield have been truly impressive. The way he toyed with Fellaini on a couple of occasions was simply breathtaking. Neville continued, yes, Liang's footwork is exceptionally refined. His La Croqueta and sharp turns have left the United defenders looking rather ragged. De Gea's brilliant saves have kept United in it, but they need to find a way to curb Liang's influence. Meanwhile, in the China PTV commentary box, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were also engaged in a lively discussion about the first half. Zhang Jun began, this match is truly thrilling. Liang's performance in midfield is undoubtedly the highlight for Chelsea. He repeatedly broke through the United defense with his polished skills, and his shots were also very threatening. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. Absolutely, Liang's footwork is just spectacular. Especially that La Croqueta move where he easily bypassed the challenges of Fellaini, Mata, and Di Maria. It showcased his extraordinary technical level. Manchester United needs to do a better job of containing him in the second half, or else they will be in serious trouble. The Chelsea players filed into the locker room, their jerseys soaked with sweat, yet each pair of eyes burned with the desire and confidence of victory. Mourinho stood at the center of the room, a satisfied smile on his face. Well done, lads, he said passionately. Your performance in the first half was outstanding. Especially when facing United's pressure, you remained calm and displayed tremendous team spirit. He looked towards Liang, his eyes full of admiration. Liang, your performance today was simply incredible. Every time you had the ball, you threw United's defense into complete disarray. Cesc Fabregas chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yeah, Liang, today, whenever you got the ball, you drew 2 or 3 United players, yet you not only kept possession, but also distributed the ball accurately, completely easing the pressure on me and Matic. Just then Hazard interjected with a grin. Liang, did you take some kind of magic potion? Your performance today was out of this world. Liang smiled and shook his head. I don't know why, but I just feel in top form today. Let's keep working together and completely break through United's defense. Mourinho continued. We must maintain this momentum in the second half. United will surely intensify their attack, so watch for gaps in their defense. Liang, keep up your stellar form. Just 5 minutes into the second half, the Chelsea players swiftly re-entered their rhythm. Liang received the ball in midfield, his gaze sharp as if he had already deciphered United's defensive line. He drove forward with the ball at speed, the sphere seeming to merge with his being, dancing nimbly across the turf. Facing Fellaini's challenge, Liang gently nudged the ball to his right with the inside of his left foot, then swiftly dragged it back, with his right executing a clever feint that sent Fellaini's balance completely off. The Belgian could only watch helplessly as Liang surged past him. Blint moved to close him down, but Liang, with his back to the defender, deftly lofted the ball and struck it firmly with his right foot. The ball sailed over Blint's head. Liang spun and sprinted past him. Blint desperately tugged at Liang's jersey, even tearing it, but could not hold him back. Ignoring the ripped fabric, Liang regained control of the ball, and the referee signaled advantage. Next, Smalling stood in his path, attempting to use his body to block Liang's route. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang nudged the ball to the left with his instep. Smalling stretched to intercept, but Liang executed a sublime Marseille turn, swiftly shifting the ball to his right and gliding past him. Liang drove the ball to the edge of the box, United's defense now thoroughly shredded. He didn't rush his shot. Instead, he used the outside of his right foot to cleverly push the ball to the left. It was as if the ball had a targeting system, finding Drogba's feet perfectly. Drogba unleashed a thunderous strike, the ball rocketing past De Gea's outstretched hands and into the back of the net. Goal! Zhang Jun shouted excitedly from the PTV commentary booth. Liang, Drogba. Their perfect combination has given Chelsea the lead. The Chelsea fans erupted in wild celebration, their blue wave of jubilation flooding the sea of red at Old Trafford. Seeing the goal, Van Gaal slammed his clipboard to the ground in frustration, his face a mask of helplessness and rage. Fellaini again. In the away dugout, Mourinho punched the air in sheer ecstasy, roaring to the heavens to celebrate this crucial perfect goal. The substitutes huddled together, savoring the glory of the moment. Gary Neville from Sky Sports marveled. Liang's dribbling is pure art and Drogba's finish was impeccable. Liang should probably go for a drug test after this game. His performance today was phenomenal. Liang should go for a drug test after this game. His performance was too good today. Carragher looked at Neville and couldn't help but praise. Yes, this moment is destined to be a classic of the season. Liang's performance has been truly outstanding. And it's your beloved United that provides the backdrop. The entire stadium was engulfed by Chelsea's cheers as the players celebrated on the pitch, and the spectators felt the passion and fervor this match brought. The referee immediately showed Blint a yellow card. Seeing that his jersey was in tatters, Blint knew any protest was futile and reluctantly accepted it. Liang swiftly went to the sideline to change his shirt. Following Chelsea's goal, the atmosphere grew even more tense and intense. United's players were clearly unwilling to fall behind and desperately pushed forward, eager to equalize quickly. However, every time they contemplated pushing up, the specter of Liang loomed large, making them cautious. United attempted to increase their pressure in midfield, with Fellaini and Blint frequently surging forward, hoping to create more chances through midfield control. But their advances were always tentative, knowing that Liang needed just a single moment to unleash a lethal counterattack. In the 55th minute, United's midfield duo of Fellaini and Blint exchanged passes near the center circle, searching for a way through. Fellaini passed to Di Maria, who accelerated with the ball. But Liang had already tracked back swiftly. Get out of my way. Liang moved agilely, accurately reading Di Maria's intentions. He suddenly accelerated, closed the distance, and cleanly stole the ball with the inside of his foot. Without hesitation, Liang turned and drove forward. United's defense momentarily panicked, the distance between their defenders and midfielders stretching. Spotting the opportunity, Liang surged ahead, his steps light and swift, the ball at his feet seeming alive and spirited. United's defenders, Smalling and Luke Shaw, tried to close him down, but a subtle change of direction from Liang saw him glide past their challenge with ease. Here comes Liang again, Zhang Jun exclaimed excitedly. United's defense is torn apart. Get back. United's defenders shouted desperately, but it was too late. Drogba was already primed in the box, holding off Rojo, his arm raised signaling for the pass. Liang didn't hesitate, delivering the ball with the inside of his right foot. It was as if the ball had a homing device, tracing a deceptive arc through the air towards Drogba's head. Drogba rose to meet it. De Gea had committed to coming out, but his timing was just a fraction off. Drogba got there first, directing the ball into the back of the net once more. Another goal. Zhang Jun shouted with fervor. A perfect combination between Liang and Drogba. Chelsea double their lead. United's defense was in complete disarray, their players watching helplessly as Chelsea celebrated. Van Gaal stamped his feet in fury on the sideline, knowing this goal made United's situation even more dire. Unable to contain his rage, he decided to make an immediate substitution. Carrick was brought on, replacing the underperforming Fellaini. Fellaini trudged off, head bowed, unable to meet Van Gaal's gaze. Fellaini's performance today has left Van Gaal deeply disappointed. Carrick's introduction might bring more stability to United's midfield, Gary Neville commented from the Sky Sports booth. United need to adjust. They must find a way to contain Liang, or a comeback will be nearly impossible, Carrick added. Chelsea's attack is too sharp, and Liang's display has been simply unparalleled. United not only need a goal, but also a solution to stop Liang's dribbling. With Carrick on, United's midfield appeared slightly more solid. Carrick's experience and organizational skills did bring a degree of control, but his pace was evidently lacking, struggling to keep up with Chelsea's rapid transitions. Chelsea recognized this and intensified their attacking pressure, pinning United back on the edge of their own box. Liang orchestrated play effortlessly from midfield, with Willian and Hazard constantly threatening from the flanks, and Drogba using his physical presence to cause havoc up front. In the 70th minute, Liang showcased his brilliance once again. Receiving the ball in midfield, he accelerated past Carrick's challenge. United's defense was breached again. Liang slipped the ball to the advancing Hazard, whose powerful shot inside the box was parried away by De Gea. Liang's performance is extraordinary. Zhang Jun enthused. He has taken complete control of the midfield. United are now forced onto the back foot. They need to find a chance to counter, Zhang Lu added. Time ticked by. Chelsea's attacks came in relentless waves, yet they couldn't find a third goal. United's players grew increasingly weary, the defensive pressure mounting. The match entered stoppage time, and United were still tenaciously defending their goal. In the 94th minute, United finally got the counterattack opportunity they had been longing for. Di Maria won the ball in his own half, and quickly released it to Januzaj. Januzaj drove forward rapidly, catching Chelsea's defense slightly off guard. He then passed to Mata on the right, who delivered a precise diagonal ball into the box. Get back! Mourinho yelled from the touchline, but it was too late. Van Persie received the pass in the box, used his body to shield off Terry's challenge, turned, and unleashed a powerful shot into the bottom right corner. Courtois dived desperately, but couldn't keep it out. Goal! United have scored. Gary Neville shouted on Sky Sports. Van Persie pulls one back for United in the dying moments. Although the United fans roared for the goal, their celebration was abruptly cut short by the sound of the full-time whistle. The Chelsea players immediately erupted in celebration upon hearing the whistle, knowing that the victory in this hard-fought battle was theirs. The sea of red at Old Trafford seemed to dim, with United's players looking on dejectedly as Chelsea celebrated on the pitch. Van Gaal shook his head in resignation on the sideline. The goal had come too late to change the outcome of the match. After the match, players from both teams exchanged congratulations and words of consolation on the pitch. Despite the ferocity of the contest, professionalism prevailed among the athletes. Chelsea's players swelled with pride over their hard-fought victory, while Manchester United's squad encouraged one another, vowing to make a resounding comeback next time. Liang scanned the field, seemingly searching for someone. Spotting Luke Shaw, he immediately strode over, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Hey Luke, tough match. You lot played brilliantly today, Liang said, patting Luke Shaw on the shoulder, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Luke Shaw offered a wry smile in return. Thanks Liang, but you guys were the better side. Liang leaned in, conspiratorially lowering his voice. By the way, I heard there's been quite the stir in your camp lately. Something about a certain player's unsavory video from a nightclub surfacing. Come on mate, give me some inside scoop, won't you? Luke Shaw, amused by his curiosity, shook his head in resignation. Only the boss knows the specifics. We're pretty much in the dark ourselves. However, we've got our suspicions. Most are pointing fingers at Lingard and Pereira. They're often seen hitting the clubs together, so when something like this happens, it's hard not to connect the dots. Liang's eyes lit up. Lingard and Pereira. What makes you all think that? Luke Shaw sighed helplessly. It's just that they're known to enjoy the nightlife. It's all speculation at this point. We genuinely don't know the details. Liang finally relented, returning to the Chelsea contingent with a satisfied grin. His teammates were celebrating the victory, with Drogba, named man of the match for his brace, receiving their congratulations. Brilliant stuff, Drogba. Liang exclaimed, clapping him on the back. You were phenomenal out there today. Drogba grinned in response. Thanks, Leong, but you should have been the man of the match. You absolutely tore Fellaini apart. Suddenly, the celebratory atmosphere was shattered as three men in suits and sunglasses strode in. The leader flashed a badge and announced sternly, Mr. Leong, we are from the anti-doping agency under the English Football Association. Please come with us. We need to conduct a urine test. Leong was taken aback for a moment, then sighed in resignation. Fine, lead the way. Accompanied by the three men, Leong was led to the restroom adjacent to the locker room. Their stern, unwavering gazes made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Sorry, I just finished exercising. It might take a moment before I can. Produce a sample, Leong said awkwardly. We understand, but it's procedure. Please hurry. One of them replied, his eyes never leaving Leong. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. Leong struggled in the restroom for half an hour before he finally managed to complete the test. He let out a long, weary breath as he exited feeling utterly drained. Thank you for your cooperation, one of the men said, and with that the trio left, taking Liang's sample with them. Upon returning to the locker room, Leong found his teammates had already left, leaving behind only an empty, echoing space. With a resigned sigh, he gathered his belongings and headed out alone to make his way home. Arriving home, Leong was surprised to find the lights all on. He stepped into the living room, his weary body greeted by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen and the familiar sound of commentary from the television. He gently pushed open the kitchen door to find Dua Lipa searing steaks. Dressed in simple loungewear, she was cooking while listening to the post-match analysis on TV. She had just returned from her promotional tour in the US and had rushed over to Liang's place to surprise him. On the screen, Gary Neville, Jamie Carragher, and Roy Keane were locked in a heated debate about the recent Chelsea vs. United match. Liang's performance was truly exceptional. His vision, technique, and passing are already world-class. What's frightening is that he's only just turned 17, Gary Neville stated. Roy Keane, however, looked less than pleased. United's defending today was an absolute shambles. They let him waltz past them in one-on-ones. But the problem isn't how good Leong is, it's how those defenders allowed themselves to be isolated. It's absurd. Watching Dua Lipa's bustling figure, a wave of emotion washed over Leong. He walked over quietly, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and murmured softly, Dua, you're back. Startled by the sudden embrace, Dua Lipa turned around. Seeing it was Leong, her face broke into a radiant, happy smile. Yes, I'm back. I wanted to surprise you. After dinner, Leong and Dua Lipa settled onto the sofa to watch the post-match analysis. Dua nestled contentedly in Liang's arms, her heart brimming with happiness. Leong bent down to kiss her hair, gently stroking her back, feeling her warmth and softness. Their kiss deepened with passion, the very air in the room seeming to warm with their affection. They held each other tightly, as if they were the only two people in the world. Through the window, the couple could be seen locked in a loving embrace in their cozy home. As night descended, moonlight spilled over them, and the world seemed to fall silent, leaving only this pure, unadulterated love to permeate the atmosphere. The next morning, Leong was roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. He reached for it, and saw the screen flashing with a call from his agent Barnett. He answered quickly, sitting up in bed. Morning, Barnett, he said with a yawn, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Barnett's voice on the other end was electric with excitement. Leong, good morning. I've got some fantastic news. First, the drug test results are back, all clear. You're completely in the clear. Leong listened with a touch of exasperation. Well, obviously, it would be abnormal if it weren't. Barnett continued, and there's even better news. After learning of Adidas's offer and watching your performance yesterday, Nike has decided to increase their bid. Their new proposal is $7.5 million per year for a 5-year deal totaling $37.5 million. Liang's eyes gleamed. $7.5 million a year for 5 years. That sounds promising. Exactly, Barnett continued. And they're also offering you a custom colorway for the Magista Obra boot. You'll have your own unique design, which is fantastic for your brand image. Considering Nike's global reach, I think this contract is well worth signing. Leong nodded as he listened, his mind already conjuring images of himself tearing down the pitch in his signature Magista Obra boots. And more importantly, the money, his thoughts drifted to a bathtub filled with cash. It does sound incredibly tempting, Barnett. I think this is a contract worth signing, Leong replied. Barnett chuckled with satisfaction. Excellent. I'll get the paperwork sorted and sent over to you as soon as possible. All you'll need to do is put pen to paper. Leong quickly got dressed and headed to the kitchen, where he found Dua Lipa already preparing breakfast. He walked over and wrapped his arms around her gently from behind. Dua, I have some great news to tell you, he murmured, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Leong then relayed everything that had just happened. Dua Lipa's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping the spatula in her hand. $7.5 million a year. Oh my God, Leong, that's a fortune. Leong chuckled and teased. Is it that much? Ronaldo makes $20 million a year, and that's a lifetime deal. Dua Lipa shot him a look of amused disbelief. Everyone on the planet knows Ronaldo. Only people in England and parts of China know who you are. And you haven't even signed the contract yet, haven't seen a dime, and you're already getting a big head, eh? Leong laughed at her remark, gently tweaking her nose. You're right, I've still got a long way to go. But this is a good start, isn't it? Dua Lipa smiled wryly. Alright, it is a fantastic start. But you've got to work even harder now. It was a rest day after the match, yet Leong drove to the Cobham training ground early in the morning. Despite the team having the day off, he needed to maintain his form, especially since the extraordinary feeling from last night's game made him reluctant to waste a single second. Upon arriving at the Cobham base, Leong headed straight for the treatment room, intending to get a physiotherapy massage to relax his tense muscles. Pushing open the door, he saw Steve, the physiotherapist, busy organizing equipment. "Good morning, do you have time today? I'd like a massage first," Leong asked with a smile. Steve looked up, nodded, and said, "Of course, Leong. Come over here and relax." Leong lay down on the massage table, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Steve's skilled hands. The state he had been in during last night's match felt strange, as if every step on the pitch was exceptionally clear, and every movement was filled with power and precision. He couldn't put the feeling into words, only that it felt like a sudden awakening. Steve, that might be a flow state, where you can completely focus on your current performance. It's indeed not easy to maintain such a state, but once you enter it, your performance will have a qualitative leap. Flow state? What is that? Leong asked, puzzled. Steve explained with a smile. Flow is a psychological state where you are fully immersed in an activity, forgetting time and all external distractions, feeling immense focus and satisfaction. In this state, your performance reaches its peak. Many top athletes and artists enter this state. Leong nodded thoughtfully. This state was hard to come by, requiring constant training and adjustment. He decided to head to the training ground later and continue training to maintain the feeling. After the massage, Leong felt much more relaxed. He changed into his training kit and walked to the training ground. Even though it was a day off, he knew that only through relentless effort could he stay in top form. Standing on the pitch, Leong took a deep breath and began his training. He repeatedly practiced the moves from last night's game, hoping to rediscover that wonderful sensation. Only through sustained training could he truly integrate this state into every match. Sweat dripped down Liang's cheeks, but his eyes remained resolute. He felt an unprecedented drive, as if every cell was striving for his goal. He was willing to give everything to chase that elusive state of awakening. In his office, Mourinho looked out the window towards the training ground. The sunlight bathed the pitch, illuminating the lone figure training, Leong. A glint of appreciation and approval flashed in Mourinho's eyes as he silently observed the young player. Liang's movements were fluid and natural. He repeatedly practiced dribbling, passing, and shooting. Sweat had soaked his training kit, but he showed no sign of stopping. Every touch, every pass, and every shot was executed with intense focus and seriousness. Mourinho nodded to himself inwardly. Throughout his career, he had seen many top players and young prodigies. They all had their own traits and personalities, but most shared one common flaw: arrogance born of talent. When you are a strong attacker, you often shy away from defending. When you are the team's star, you often refuse to do the dirty work. However, Leong seemed different. Despite being only 17, his talent had already made his extraordinary potential evident to everyone. His performances on the pitch, whether in dribbling, breaking through, or passing, displayed the qualities of a top-tier player. Such talent at this age was particularly precious. At that moment, two other people were in Mourinho's office: assistant coach Steve Holland and his longtime assistant Rui Faria. They were also watching Liang's training. "This kid is really good," Mourinho remarked. Holland nodded in agreement. "Yes, his passing and technique are excellent. He doesn't play like an English player, he's more like a Spanish one." Mourinho continued, "He has the potential to become a top player not just because of his talent, but because of his attitude." Faria chimed in, "Indeed. Many young players his age are a bit restless, but he listens to the coach's advice and is willing to do the dirty work." Mourinho recalled the young talents he had encountered during his coaching career, such as Rafael Varane and Case Moreau at Real Madrid and Mario Balotelli and Davide Santon at Inter Milan. These players had all shown great talent at a young age, but their personalities and attitudes varied greatly. Some, unable to accept criticism and guidance, ultimately failed to reach their expected heights. Varane and Case Moreau were willing to follow instructions and do anything beneficial for the team. Balotelli's talent was equally astonishing, but his personality cost him many opportunities. Mourinho said. Faria nodded. Yes, that period was indeed challenging. That kid Balotelli simply couldn't control himself. Mourinho's gaze softened slightly as he watched Leong still working hard on the training ground, as if that wonderful state was still ongoing. Every movement Leong made was so earnest, every touch of the ball full of power and precision. Mourinho stood up and said to assistant coach Steve Holland and Rui Faria, "I'm going down to have a chat with Leong. You two can head off." Holland and Faria nodded and left the office with Mourinho. Mourinho walked towards the training ground. Leong was still training intensely, completely unaware of the head coach's arrival. Mourinho stood aside and watched for a few minutes until Leong paused to catch his breath, then he approached. "Leong," Mourinho began, "if you don't want the groundskeeper to scold you, you'd better finish your training soon." Leong turned around in surprise, saw Mourinho standing before him, and immediately stopped. "Boss, I just wanted to get some extra practice in." Mourinho said with a smile, "I know you work hard, but the pitch needs rest too. Come to my office after you've showered. I have something to tell you." Leong nodded respectfully. "Okay, coach, I'll wrap up now." Mourinho patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave the training ground. Leong watched the head coach's retreating figure, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. After showering, he quickly got dressed and hurried to Mourinho's office. He paused at the door, took a deep breath, and knocked gently. "Come in," came Mourinho's voice from inside. Leong pushed open the door and entered the office, seeing Mourinho seated behind his desk with a slight smile on his face. "Have a seat, Leong." Mourinho gestured for him to sit. After Leong sat down, Mourinho looked at him with a smile and suddenly said, I think I might have to go back on my word. Leong looked baffled, staring at Mourinho in confusion. Boss, what do you mean? Mourinho sighed and explained, before the season I promised you'd start in the League Cup and FA Cup. That was because I initially thought you weren't ready for the Premier League, but I was wrong. Leong was still confused. Wrong. Mourinho nodded. Yes, I was wrong. Your performance has far exceeded my expectations. Not only do you perform excellently in training, but you've also shown the potential and attitude of a top player in matches. You've adapted to the Premier League much faster than I anticipated. Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged in Liang's heart, but he still didn't fully grasp Mourinho's point. Mourinho continued, so for the early rounds of the League Cup and FA Cup I plan to let the players who aren't getting match time play to maintain their sharpness. I don't want you getting injured in those types of games. You need to test yourself in higher level competitions, not waste your energy in those matches. Leong finally understood Mourinho's meaning. He felt both surprised and moved. Mourinho's expectations for him were far higher than he had imagined, and it also brought a greater sense of responsibility and pressure. Thank you, boss, Leong said sincerely. I won't let you down. Mourinho nodded with a smile. I know you can do it, Leong. Remember, you must not only maintain this state in training, but also continuously improve yourself in matches. You absolutely have the potential to be a top player. Don't let anything else distract you. Leong nodded firmly. Mourinho stood up, walked over to him, and patted him on the shoulder. Go on, get some rest. We have training again tomorrow. As October drew to a close and November began, Chelsea entered a period of intense and demanding fixtures. During this stretch, the team played 3 crucial matches: a League Cup tie against Shrewsbury Town, a Premier League clash with Queen's Park Rangers, and a Champions League encounter with Maribor. The first was the 4th round of the League Cup, where Mourinho decided to give some of the regular benchwarmers a chance to showcase their abilities. On match day, the starting lineup featured the likes of Christensen, Zuma, Felipe Luis, Ake, Mikel, Oscar, and Sulla. Once the match began, Chelsea secured a 2-1 victory over Shrewsbury Town courtesy of goals from Oscar and Sulla. While this match allowed key starters to rest, it also provided invaluable match experience for the young and reserve players. Following that, Chelsea faced Queen's Park Rangers in the Premier League. Although Leong didn't add to his stats, both goals originated from his attacking plays. His ball control and organizational skills in midfield made the team's attacks more fluid and threatening. In the 30th minute, Leong intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly passed it to Willian, who then set up Diego Costa. Costa calmly slotted the ball home, giving Chelsea a 1-0 lead. In the 70th minute of the second half, Leong initiated another attack from midfield, passing to Hazard. Hazard dribbled forward and delivered a cross which Fabregas headed in. Chelsea ultimately won 2-1 against Queen's Park Rangers. In the Champions League group stage, Chelsea traveled to Slovenia to take on Maribor. With an eye on the upcoming Premier League away game against Liverpool, Mourinho decided to rest most of his starters, leaving several key players, including Leong, behind in England. This thrust more responsibility onto the shoulders of the substitutes. Once the match started, Maribor proved to be tenacious opponents. Despite the Chelsea reserves' hard work and effort, they couldn't secure a win. Ultimately, the match ended in a 1-1 draw. On the flight back to London, Mourinho's face was grim, anger etched across his brow. Once the plane took off, he finally exploded in fury. This is our Champions League campaign. We should be giving it our all. Mourinho roared. We can't play so passively just because a few starters are resting. The substitutes sat with their heads bowed, silently enduring Mourinho's wrath. Though they knew his anger stemmed from his expectations and sense of duty to the team, they felt immense pressure and self-reproach at that moment. You need to understand, whether you are a starter or a sub, you must give 100% in every single match. Mourinho continued. We cannot perform so poorly on the pitch due to any excuses. After the intense scolding, the atmosphere on the plane gradually calmed down. Mourinho finally composed himself, looked at the squad, and said, we must perform better in the upcoming matches, especially against Liverpool. This is a crucial battle, and I want to see you show your true strength and fighting spirit on the field. During this period, Leong also signed a 5-year contract with Nike. The deal not only guaranteed him an annual income of $7.5 million, but also included a series of marketing activities and promotional campaigns. Leong participated in several Nike events and was warmly received by fans. On a weekend in November, the entire Chelsea squad traveled by coach to Liverpool, preparing to face their fierce rivals at Anfield. Anfield, one of England's most historic and legendary stadiums, captivates every player with its unique charm and the fervent atmosphere created by its passionate fans. As the coach slowly made its way into the perimeter of Anfield, Leong looked out the window and witnessed this famous footballing shrine. The red stands of Anfield and the iconic "This is Anfield" sign came into view, symbolizing that this was Liverpool's home, their glory, and their pride. The atmosphere at Anfield was undoubtedly set to add extra challenge and pressure to the game. Liverpool fans hurled eggs and tomatoes at the Chelsea team bus, venting their deep dislike for Chelsea. Of course, they disliked Manchester United even more, but their fiercest hatred was reserved for Everton. The cabin was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Each player was lost in their own thoughts, some perhaps feeling fear, others tension. But Leong, sitting on the bus and seeing the look of hatred on the Liverpool fans' faces, felt a surge of excitement course through him. Anfield has a long history. Since its establishment in 1892, it has witnessed the birth of countless classic moments. With a capacity exceeding 50,000, the packed stands are always brimming with passion and fervor. Liverpool fans are renowned for their enthusiasm and loyalty. At every match, they support their team with rousing songs and deafening cheers. As the Chelsea players disembarked and headed for the dressing room, the Liverpool fans sang, "You'll never walk alone." The familiar melody echoed through the air, seemingly setting the stage for the match ahead. Every corner of the stadium was steeped in a sense of history. The honor flags and photographs adorning the walls spoke volumes about Liverpool's glorious past and promising future. Looking at all this, Leong silently motivated himself to prove his worth on such a grand stage. In the dressing room, Mourinho was giving his final tactical instructions. His voice was filled with conviction and confidence. "We came here to win. Everyone must give their all. Whether attacking or defending, maintain intense focus. We have the ability to win here as long as we stand united." Leong and his teammates listened intently to their manager's instructions. They understood that this match wasn't just about points, but also about honor and confidence. Everyone was ready to give their best performance for the team to achieve the best possible result. Emerging from the tunnel, Leong and his teammates lined up, preparing to step onto the pitch. He looked up and saw that "This is Anfield" sign above them. The roar from the stands grew even louder, a powerful force that seemed to pierce through the entire stadium. Leong took a deep breath and stepped forward with determination. As the Chelsea players walked onto the field, they were greeted by a sea of red. Standing at the center of the pitch, Leong soaked in this unique atmosphere. As the match was about to begin, both sets of players made their way onto the field. Liverpool manager Rodgers set up his team in their familiar 4-3-3 formation, aiming to unleash a powerful attacking force on home soil. Minole guarded the goal. The four defenders were Glenn Johnson, Martin Skirtle, Dejan Lovren, and Alberto Moreno. The midfield consisted of Henderson, Gerrard, and Emre Can. This trio possessed not only excellent ball control and passing ability, but also remarkable stamina and defensive awareness. The front line featured the attacking trident of Sterling, Balotelli, and Coutinho. Sterling constantly threatened down the right flank with his pace and agility. Balotelli, well, he was just present. Coutinho meanwhile roamed between the left and center, using his creativity, precise passing, and powerful shooting. As both teams stood in the center circle ready for the kickoff, the atmosphere at Anfield reached its peak. The Liverpool fans sang, "You'll never walk alone," with fervor, turning the entire stadium into a boiling sea of red, shaking the very soul of every player on the pitch. "Damn, this is like giving the Liverpool players a buff," Leong thought to himself as he looked at the Liverpool fans. The match commenced, and the atmosphere at Anfield reached its zenith. Liverpool kicked off with Gerrard passing the ball to Henderson, officially setting the game in motion. Liverpool swiftly asserted their dominance with intense pressing and fluid passing combinations, ensnaring Chelsea within their rhythm. Positioned in midfield, Leong acutely felt the immense pressure emanating from Gerrard. Though Gerrard's youth had faded, his experience and prowess remained undiminished. In the opening minutes, Leong's several attempts to break through and pass were successfully intercepted and thwarted by Gerrard. Receiving a pass from Fabregas, Leong attempted a swift turn to bypass his marker, but Gerrard, having anticipated the move, executed a precise tackle to dispossess him. Left with no choice, Leong retreated to defend, watching as Gerrard launched the ball forward to initiate a new attack. With composure, Gerrard collected the ball, effortlessly evaded the pressing Matic, and then delivered a precise diagonal pass to find Coutinho on the wing. Coutinho received the ball, accelerated rapidly towards Chelsea's penalty area. Facing Azpilicueta, he feinted, cut inside swiftly, but his advance was ultimately halted by a combined clearance from Terry and Cahill. Leong regained possession, attempting to shake off Gerrard's marking through quick passing. He executed a neat 1-2 with Fabregas, but as he surged forward with the ball, Gerrard closed in rapidly once more. Leong feinted with his toe, trying to elude Gerrard, but the seasoned veteran anticipated it, swiftly shifting his body to shield Leong away and win the ball. By the 9th minute, Liverpool continued their press. Sterling received a pass from Gerrard on the flank, swiftly dribbled forward, used a quick step over to beat Ivanovic, and then cut inside sharply. Sterling squared the ball to Henderson, who then passed it on to Emre Can. Emre Can received the ball just outside the box. Facing the combined defense of Leong and Matic, he used a feint to create a sliver of space, then decisively unleashed a powerful long-range strike. The ball rocketed towards the top left corner like a cannonball. Courtois dived desperately, but the shot was too fast, and the ball nestled into the net. Sky Sports commentator Carragher roared with excitement, "Emre Can. What a spectacular strike. Liverpool have taken an early lead, magnificent." PTV's Jean Jun was also visibly thrilled, his voice charged with emotion. Emre Can's long-range effort has given Liverpool a dream start. Chelsea are now under immense pressure. Gerrard walked over to Leong, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Learn a thing or two, kid." With that, he ran off to celebrate with Emre Can. Leong's heart jolted. He clenched his jaw, silently vowing to showcase his own abilities and answer Gerrard on the pitch. Emre Can's goal ignited Anfield completely. Liverpool fans celebrated wildly, roaring the chant, "We are Liverpool, tra-la-la-la," transforming the stadium into a sea of red frenzy. The deafening chorus threatened to lift the very roof off the stadium. Standing in midfield, Leong watched Gerrard celebrate, feeling an intangible pressure weighing upon him. Just then, Chelsea captain John Terry approached. Seeing the dip in his teammates' morale, he rallied them with vigor. "Come on, lads. The game is far from over. We have plenty of time to get back into this." Terry then walked over to Leong, patted his shoulder, and murmured, "He's different, isn't he? Liang nodded, a flicker of determination in his eyes mixed with uncertainty. Yes, he truly is strong. Terry continued, but he has weaknesses too. His stride is relatively wide, allowing him to drive forward quickly and hit long passes or shots from distance, but his defensive positioning is only average. Figure it out yourself. Liang nodded in understanding. Terry's words offered him a glimmer of insight, prompting him to contemplate how to exploit Gerard's vulnerabilities to find a breakthrough in the coming minutes. As the game restarted, Chelsea gradually rediscovered their rhythm. Liang stood in the attacking midfield, aware that his team needed his penetration and creativity to alter the course of the match. He attempted several combinations with his teammates to find a gap. During a midfield duel, Liang received a pass from Fabregas with his back to goal, deftly nudged the ball with his toe, spun around swiftly, and evaded the pressing Henderson. Liang surged forward with the ball. Facing the approaching Gerard, he lightly chipped the ball up. Gerard stepped in to intercept, but Liang quickly changed direction, using the inside of his left foot to push the ball past Gerard's outstretched leg. Gerard attempted to use his body to block, but Liang maneuvered around him with nimble footwork and continued his advance. Gerard couldn't help but remark, "Not bad, kid. You've certainly got some skills." Liang offered a faint smile, without a word, his focus entirely on the attack ahead. Approaching the edge of the box, he saw the space ahead congested. Instead of forcing a dribble, he passed the ball to Willian on the right. Willian advanced quickly. Facing Marino's defense, he cut inside sharply and delivered a swift cross to Diego Costa. Costa controlled, turned, and shot instantly, but Lovren blocked it. Chelsea's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. In the 14th minute, Liang received a pass from Matic in midfield and organized another offensive. Spotting Fabregas with space in the center, he quickly fed him the ball. Fabregas deftly redirected the ball to Willian on the right. Willian dribbled inside, accelerated past Moreno, and drove to the byline before sending in a low cross. The ball was again cleared for a corner by Lovren inside the box. Sky Sports' Gary Neville commented, "Chelsea win a corner here. This is a golden opportunity to level the score." Fabregas approached the corner flag, ready to take it. He knew the team needed to capitalize on this set piece to create a threat. He carefully assessed the positioning of his teammates in the box, took a deep breath, and delivered a steady ball towards the center. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight into the heart of the penalty area. Cahill leaped highest out, jumping skirtle, and powered a header towards goal. Minale reacted swiftly, diving to save, but the ball had already flashed past his fingertips, nestling into the top left corner. Goal. Cahill has equalized for Chelsea. Gary Neville from Sky Sports exclaimed with delight. Beside him, Carragher looked crestfallen, shaking his head in dismay. Seeing Carragher's reaction, Gary Neville laughed heartily. "This is fantastic." Cahill's header was absolutely impeccable. PTV's Jean-June appeared somewhat disappointed, but he quickly composed himself and commented professionally, "Cahill's header was magnificent. Oh, Chelsea have successfully drawn level. The game is back to square one." Jean-Lu chuckled beside him. "This is the beauty of the Premier League. A single moment can completely change the course of the match." Liang and his teammates sprinted towards Cahill to celebrate the crucial goal. Tension permeated the air as Chelsea and Liverpool players engaged in a fierce contest on the pitch. Led by Liang, Chelsea regained their rhythm. Every touch he took in midfield was marked by exceptional calm and precision. Liang collected the ball again, his gaze sharp as he scanned the field. He spotted Hazard making a rapid run on the left. Liang's pass was surgically precise, threading through Henderson's defense. Hazard controlled the ball, faced Glenn Johnson, used a simple shift of direction to cleverly dribble into the box. His shot was powerful, but Minale was quicker, blocking it away. On the sideline, Mourinho directed his team's defense and attack, each shout filled with intensity and resolve. His voice echoed around the stadium, galvanizing his players to push forward. "Keep the pressure on. Keep attacking." Mourinho's commands were like war drums, stirring the hearts of his players. Liverpool, under Gerrard's leadership, also posed a sharp threat on the counter. Coutinho received a pass from Gerrard, his movements quick and decisive, using a feint to easily bypass Ivanovic. He drove forward, dancing across the turf, and ultimately unleashed a shot from the edge of the box. The ball whistled towards the goal, but narrowly missed the post, drawing a collective sigh from the crowd. Mourinho shouted from the touchline, his voice thunderous, "Stay focused. Don't give them any room to shoot." In midfield, Liang combined seamlessly with Fabregas and Matic, their passing crisp and effective. Under pressure from Gerrard, Liang swiftly moved the ball onto Willian on the right. Willian received the ball, cut inside quickly, and facing Moreno, used a sudden change of pace to elegantly carry the ball to the edge of the area. Willian's shot was like a precise sniper's bullet, but Minale once again demonstrated his brilliance, parrying the ball away. Liverpool's counterattacks were equally swift. Sterling received a pass from Henderson on the flank, his movements fast and agile, using a quick step over to beat Azpilicueta. He passed the ball to Balotelli in the center. Balotelli, with his back to goal inside the box, faced Terry, turned and shot, but Courtois held it securely. Just before halftime, Chelsea mounted one final attack. Liang received the ball in midfield, his movements rapid and decisive, driving forward. He spotted Willian making another run on the right and quickly passed him. Willian dribbled inside, faced Liverpool's defense, used a beautiful feint to shake off his marker, and then suddenly unleashed a shot. The ball screamed towards the goal, but Minale once more showcased his heroics, pushing it away. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half. Both sets of players headed for the tunnel with the scoreline locked at 1-1. Despite not finding another goal before the break, the ferocity of the contest and the players' performances had left the spectators thoroughly thrilled. As the halftime whistle blew, the Chelsea players trudged back to the dressing room, sweat and fatigue etched on every face. Mourinho stood at the center of the dressing room, waiting for his players. Once everyone had gathered, he began an inspiring speech. Lads, Mourinho's voice was full of strength and determination. We performed well in the first half, especially after falling behind. You didn't give up, you kept fighting and finally equalized. This is the Chelsea spirit I want to see. He scanned the eyes of every player and continued, Liverpool are indeed a formidable opponent. Their tempo is fast and their technical and tactical level is high, but we are no less than them. We must maintain this fighting spirit and tenacity on the pitch. Mourinho paused, letting his words sink, and then raised his voice. In the second half, we need more patience, seize every opportunity, and especially be more solid in defense. Remember, victory belongs to those who persevere to the end. You are all the best players and I believe you can do it. Mourinho's tone turned sterner. Defensively, we must be like a wall, giving the opponent no chance. Offensively, we must be like a sharp sword pointing straight at the opponent's heart. We need to make them feel our pressure, let them know that Chelsea is not so easily beaten. After hearing Mourinho's words, the players were filled with fervor. They knew the manager's trust and expectations were their greatest motivation. Meanwhile, in the Sky Sports commentary box, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher were reviewing the first half, their voices filled with admiration and excitement. The tempo of the first half was incredibly fast, with both teams displaying high technical and tactical levels. Gary Neville said, Chelsea quickly found their rhythm after conceding and equalized, showcasing their resilience and quality. Carragher nodded in agreement. Yes, Chelsea's midfield performance was outstanding, especially Lyon. His several breakthroughs and passes were crucial, constantly initiating attacks. Of course, Liverpool also showed their attacking prowess, and Mignolet had an exceptional game today. Neville continued, I believe the second half will be even more intense. Neither team will give up easily. We look forward to seeing more exciting battles. Back on the pitch, the whistle blew and the game resumed. The tempo was even faster than the first half. The Liverpool players seemed rejuvenated, launching wave after wave of attacks. As soon as Gerrard received the ball, he immediately looked up for options. He drove forward, quickly shaking off Matic's challenge, and suddenly unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box. Lyon swiftly tracked back and blocked Gerrard's shot with his leg. The ball was deflected out of the area. Gerrard frowned, but didn't give up, continuing to search for opportunities. Gary Neville on Sky Sports commented, Gerrard's performance in midfield remains outstanding. His long-range shots are putting Chelsea under considerable pressure. Jean-June from PTV was also commentating, Liang's tracking back was very timely, blocking Gerrard's shot this time. Gerrard received the ball again in midfield, used a quick change of direction to beat Fabregas, and unleashed another long-range effort. Liang threw himself forward, blocking the ball with his body, deflecting it off target. A hint of frustration appeared on Gerrard's face. How is he everywhere? The pace of the game quickened, with players from both Liverpool and Chelsea battling fiercely in midfield and the final third. Henderson received the ball in midfield and quickly passed it to Coutinho. Coutinho dribbled forward, faced Ivanovic, used a beautiful step over to create space, and then passed it to Moreno, who was overlapping on the left. Moreno advanced quickly. Facing Willian's defense, he used a sudden stop and feint to shake him off before delivering a cross. The ball flew towards the center of the box, where Balotelli rose highest, out-jumped Cahill, and headed towards goal. Courtois reacted swiftly, diving to parry the ball away, which was then cleared by Terry, averting the danger. Courtois made a fantastic save. Carragher praised during the commentary. Lyon stood in his midfield position like a conductor, observing every movement on the pitch. He received the ball again, his touch as light as a feather. He turned quickly, his movements fluid and rapid, completing the connection from receiving to turning almost in an instant. His vision was expansive, immediately spotting Willian's run on the right. Liang's long pass was as precise as a missile, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air, bypassing the opponent's defense line. Willian received the ball, his movement swift and decisive. Facing Moreno's defense, Willian used a quick change of direction to beat him. His footwork was agile, his body swaying lightly, cleverly evading the opponent's challenge. Willian dribbled to the edge of the box, suddenly accelerated, and then unleashed a powerful shot. The ball flew like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the top corner. However, Mignolet's save was nothing short of miraculous. His reaction speed was astonishing, his body stretched to the limit in midair, and his fingertips just managed to touch the ball, deflecting it out for a corner. Willian's shot was brilliant, but Mignolet's save was even better, Gary Neville exclaimed in commentary. This is the beauty of football. Oh, every attack and defense is a battle of skill and will. The tension on the pitch continued to escalate, with both teams engaged in a fierce battle for possession in midfield and the final third. In such a game, Liang's vision and decision-making proved crucial. Lyon received the ball in midfield, saw a slight opening in Liverpool's defense, and immediately seized the opportunity, driving forward with the ball. Facing Gerrard's defense, Lyon displayed his skill and courage. Using a clever La Croqueta move, he gently nudged the ball past Gerrard's foot, skillfully bypassing the experienced midfielder. Lyon continued his advance, his vision again spotting an opportunity. Hazard was unmarked on the left. Without hesitation, he quickly passed the ball to Hazard. Hazard received the ball, faced Mignolet, calmly assessed the situation, and then placed a shot towards the far corner. However, Mignolet's save once again proved his class. Like an agile cat, he dived swiftly and pushed the ball out for a corner. Mourinho on the sidelines shouted instructions anxiously, "Keep the pressure. Keep attacking." His voice was filled with a desire for victory and also revealed his trust in the team. The entire scene was filled with tension and passion. Every tackle, every pass, every shot gripped the hearts of the players on the pitch and the spectators off it. The game reached the 68th minute and the tension was almost palpable. Gerrard and Lyon were engaged in a fierce physical duel just outside the box. Gerrard, the battle-hardened Liverpool captain, used his solid frame and vast experience to try and gain the advantageous position. But Lyon, Chelsea's new generation midfielder, was equally unafraid, his eyes burning with the desire to win. As the ball arced through the air, both players jumped almost simultaneously. Gerrard used his broad chest to meet the ball, but Lyon was a fraction quicker. His body tilted slightly in the air, and with a clean, crisp action, he stole the ball from Gerrard's reach. His movement was swift and precise, like a swordsman deftly evading an opponent's strike in a duel. Without a moment's hesitation after landing, Lyon quickly adjusted his body, pulled his right foot back, and then struck the ball forward with astonishing speed and power. The ball flew from his foot, carrying an unstoppable force, heading straight for the top left corner of the goal. This strike, like a bolt of lightning, cut through the tense atmosphere, leaving everyone holding their breath. Gary Neville on Sky Sports shouted Liang's name almost as the ball left his foot, his tone filled with astonishment and admiration. "Lyon. What a strike." Meanwhile, Jean-June from PTV, at the moment the ball hit the net, excitedly announced the goal. "A shooting star pierces the night, a sword gleams from its sheath. Lyon scores with a stunning long-range strike." His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Minale, despite his best efforts, could only watch the ball fly in a spectator to such a perfect strike. The rippling of the net was the perfect full stop to the attack. Mourinho on the sidelines wore a rare smile, raising both hands to signal to his players, "Keep playing like this, and we can win this game." His shouts were full of trust and encouragement for the team. Carragher stared at the screen in shock. That strike was absolutely perfect. Lyon displayed top-class finishing ability. Lyon was quickly surrounded by his teammates, who embraced him in celebration of the magnificent goal. Terry patted Lyon hard on the back. "Well done, lad. You deserve it." Just then Gerrard walked over and said with a smile to Lyon, "Wow, brilliant goal, kid." Lyon smiled slightly and nodded gratefully, "Thank you." In the final stages of the match, Chelsea displayed their ironclad defense, with every player acting like a solid fortress wall guarding their precious lead. Despite their urgency, Liverpool's attacks seemed to be repeatedly thwarted by Chelsea's impenetrable defense. Gerrard, the Liverpool captain, despite being drenched in sweat, still had a determined look in his eyes. Every touch of the ball was filled with power and resolve. He drove forward with the ball again. Facing Liang's defense, he attempted a quick feint to shake him off, but Lyon stuck to him like glue, giving him no space. Gerrard's long-range shot was again blocked by Liang's body, the ball bouncing away, and Chelsea's defense had once again averted the danger. Sterling received the ball on the wing. His pace was electrifying, trying to use a step over to beat Azpilicueta, but Azpilicueta stayed with him and managed to poke the ball out for a throw-in. Sterling clapped his hands in frustration. Every minute of the game was now crucial. Chelsea's players displayed remarkable resilience on the pitch, with every defensive action and tackle full of strength and determination. Lyon continuously orchestrated from midfield, creating chances for his team with precise passes and decisive dribbles. Each of his tackles was like a hammer blow, shattering the opponent's attacks. In the final phase of the game, Liverpool launched a last-ditch assault. Coutinho received the ball in midfield, drove forward, quickly used a sudden stop and feint to beat Matic, and then unleashed a long-range shot. Courtois dived and safely gathered the ball into his arms. Chelsea's defense was like a great steel wall, unbreachable. Gary Neville on Sky Sports commented, "Chelsea's defense is extremely solid, and Courtois' performance has been outstanding." Jean-June from PTV added, "Chelsea's backline has been remarkably steady in crucial moments, with Liverpool's attacks being thwarted time and time again." Mourinho was constantly shouting from the sidelines, directing his players' defensive shape. His voice was full of power and resolve. "Stay tight, defend resolutely." When the referee looked at his watch and blew the final whistle, the Chelsea players erupted in celebration. The score remained 1-2, Chelsea securing a precious victory at Anfield. As the referee's final whistle sounded, the Chelsea players celebrated jubilantly on the Anfield pitch, savoring this hard-fought victory. The 1-2 scoreline was frozen on the scoreboard. Chelsea had the last laugh in this crucial encounter. Amidst the celebrations, Gerrard and Lyon met at the center of the pitch. Gerrard, the legendary Liverpool captain, despite just experiencing a defeat, showed no disappointment, in his eyes only respect and admiration for his opponent. He looked at Lyon, this young midfielder, whose performance today had undoubtedly left a deep impression on everyone. Gerrard stepped forward, patted Lyon on the shoulder, and said sincerely, "You were truly fantastic today. I wish you all the best for your future." Lyon was moved by Gerrard's sincerity. He knew that the Liverpool captain rarely praised an opponent so directly. This was not just recognition for him personally, but also an affirmation of his hard work and talent. Lyon responded, "Thank you, Stephen. It was an honor to share the pitch with you. You're a legend." Their exchange was filled with mutual respect and esteem. Despite being fierce rivals on the pitch moments before, at this moment, they seemed more like kindred spirits. A thought struck Lyon. He asked Gerrard, "Gerrard, could I swap shirts with you? I heard this is your last season at Liverpool. I'd like a memento." Gerard smiled and nodded without hesitation, taking off his shirt and handing it to Liang. Of course it would be my honor, he said. The two exchanged shirts, a moment that seemed to transcend the result of the match, becoming an unforgettable memory in the careers of both players. With the shirt swap completed, Liang and Gerard shook hands once more, smiled, and bid each other farewell. The television was airing Sky Sports' Super Sunday program, renowned for its in-depth analysis and captivating discussions. Host David Jones sat at the center, an experienced football presenter skilled at guiding guest discussions and offering professional insights. He wore a tailored suit, holding a pen and occasionally jotting down key points on his notepad. Seated on the panel were several renowned football pundits: Gary Neville, Jamie Carragher, Graham Souness, Jamie Redknapp, and Roy Keane. Each brought a wealth of footballing background and distinct personalities, offering diverse perspectives to the show. David Jones smiled as he opened the program. Welcome everyone to Super Sunday. Our main topic today is yesterday's match between Liverpool and Chelsea. The match was filled with intense battles and spectacular goals, with Chelsea ultimately securing a 2-1 victory. Gary, what are your thoughts on this game? Gary Neville nodded and remarked, this was truly a classic Premier League encounter. Chelsea's performance in the first half was exceptionally solid. Although Liverpool were very aggressive in attack, Chelsea's defensive structure remained extremely robust. Liang's performance in midfield was particularly outstanding. He not only showcased excellent defensive capabilities, but also played a crucial role in attack. Jamie Carragher picked up the thread, a hint of reluctance on his face. Yes, Chelsea truly performed exceptionally well. As a Liverpudlian, I must admit that our control in midfield was inferior to our opponents. Liang's several crucial interceptions and offensive plays in the match were truly spectacular. His performance reminded me of many greats from their younger days, like Steven Gerrard, Frank Lampard, Paul Scholes, and others. Graham Souness then analyzed from a tactical perspective. Mourinho showcased his superb tactical arrangements in this match. Liang's positioning was incredibly clever. He not only served as a shield in defense, but also surged forward quickly in attack, creating threats. This type of versatile player is an invaluable asset to any team. Regarding what Carragher said earlier about him reminding people of Gerrard, Lampard, and Scholes, I agree, but I further believe Liang embodies a combination of their characteristics. David Jones concluded, it seems everyone holds Liang's performance in high regard. Indeed, his display in this match was nothing short of perfect. Not just his goal, but his comprehensive performance in midfield. Next, let's take a look at Liang's spectacular moments from the match. The screen then switched to Liang's highlights from the game, with each precise pass, crucial tackle, and stunning shot replayed in detail. The pundits nodded in unison, acknowledging his exceptional performance. After the Sky Sports Super Sunday program concluded, the Blue Line subtitle group in China immediately began their intense work. They were devoted Chelsea fans in China, responsible for translating and uploading various Chelsea-related programs and match videos. They were fully aware of the impact this program would have on Liang's reputation among Chinese fans, and thus undertook the translation with even greater care and precision. The group members divided their duties. Some handled audio transcription, others proofreading, and others subtitle creation. Every detail was meticulously scrutinized to ensure the pundits' original intent was conveyed accurately. The discussion in this program is brilliant, especially the comments on Liang. We must translate them with absolute precision, the group leader stated. Through their collective efforts, the program was swiftly translated with subtitles perfectly synchronized. The video was then uploaded to platforms like Bilibili and other video websites. The Blue Line subtitle group members also promoted the video across major social media channels to ensure more Chelsea fans could view the program. Liang's performances in the Premier League are attracting increasing attention. Everyone will surely be interested in this program, one member wrote on social media. After the upload, the video quickly amassed a large number of views and comments. Fans in China flooded the comment sections discussing the program's content and Liang's outstanding performance. Liang was alone in his spacious home gym, immersed in the rhythm of his workout. On the treadmill, his strides were steady and powerful, each footfall accompanied by splashes of sweat. His breathing was deep and rhythmic, with his heartbeat echoing in his ears, urging him onward like a war drum. Yesterday's stunning long-range strike had sent shockwaves through the footballing world. The goal had been replayed countless times, becoming the centerpiece of discussions among fans and pundits alike. Yet Liang did not bask in the praise. Glory was but a fleeting moment of brilliance, while relentless effort was the constant of a professional career. He switched off the television, the images on the screen vanishing instantly. Liang refocused his attention on himself. The mirrors in the gym reflected his taut physique, muscles rippling with every movement, showcasing the power and aesthetic of an athlete. He regulated his breathing, gradually increasing the treadmill's speed, pushing his limits. Despite the relentless onslaught of physical fatigue, a complex emotion stirred within him. He had just learned of his selection for the England national team squad for the November international break. It was undeniably an honor, but also a weighty responsibility. Liang inwardly lamented, I'm exhausted, and I don't even get a break. The international break meant no rest, requiring him to embark on another journey to fight for national pride. He stopped the treadmill, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and walked over to a sofa nearby to sit and ponder his next steps. To become a top-tier player meant dedicating even more effort and making greater sacrifices. He picked up a bottle of water, took a deep gulp, then rose, preparing to continue with strength training. Having just finished a day of training, Liang was now seated in his living room, ready to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. dressed in comfortable casual, where he lounged lazily on the sofa, a glass of orange juice in hand, planning to watch some TV or play games to unwind. At that moment, Dua Lipa walked in holding an exquisite invitation, her face beaming with excitement and anticipation. Leong, her voice was filled with joy. Come with me to the premiere of Interstellar tomorrow. She handed him the invitation as she spoke. Oh, even she won't let me rest. Leong took the invitation with some surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then revealed a slight smile. I'm free tomorrow, actually. I don't need to report to the training base until the day after, he replied after a moment's thought. But why can you attend the premiere? Dua Lipa explained with a mysterious smile. Well, I'm a signed artist with Warner. Interstellar is a co-production between Warner and Paramount Pictures. Plus, the company wants me as a new singer to get some exposure at such events. Leong nodded in sudden understanding. I see. Well, then I'll accompany you tomorrow. It was a situation he could only agree to. Despite his physical and mental exhaustion, he was still willing to accompany Dua Lipa through this special evening. But at that moment, Leong was thinking to himself, I wonder if Anne Hathaway will be there. Is she really that beautiful in person? Dua Lipa was certainly unaware of what was going through his mind. Hearing his answer, she was so overjoyed, she nearly jumped. She gave him a big hug, expressing her excitement and gratitude. Great, I knew you'd say yes. Leong smiled, feeling her enthusiasm, though inwardly weary. But do you really have the time? Dua Lipa asked, seeking confirmation with a hint of concern. Leong nodded, offering her a reassuring smile. I don't report until the day after tomorrow, so tomorrow is all yours. Besides, it's Nolan. I can't miss his new film. In truth, Leong had seen it long ago, but had long forgotten what the movie was about, only remembering Anne Hathaway.